Mom, Big Brother specifically asked me to borrow money from Xiaoxian, not from me. Madame Wu glared. Wu Bingwen, if you dare to do something, you should dare to take responsibility. Wu Bingwen still tried to argue. Bingqing misunderstood me, Shut up. Madame Wu slapped the sofa arm hard. You return the 250,000 to Xiaoxian immediately. Wu Bingwen braced himself. But I've already invested it. A new shipment just came in, and it'll arrive in about 10 days. By then, the company can make at least 200,000. I promise I'll pay it back before the end of December. Madame Wu was stern. Then write an IOU. Fine. I'll write an IOU for Bingqing, and then he can write one for Xiaoxian. Wu Bingwen had felt justified taking the money, but writing an IOU made him feel embarrassed. As an uncle, writing an IOU to a niece he'd just acknowledged was humiliating. Writing one to his brother was easier to accept. At that moment, Wu Bingqing admired Xiaoxian even more. She really was foresight. She'd specifically requested that Wu Bingwen write the IOU directly to her. But Wu Bingqing didn't mention Xiaoxuan's request. He knew that as long as Mom was here, she'd insist Wu Bingwen write the IOU to Xiaoxian. Sure enough, Madame Wu slapped the sofa arm 3 times. Wu Bingwen, you must write the IOU to Xiaoxian. Wu Bingwen felt it was unfair. The money was for the company's operations. Half the company belongs to Bingqing. Why should I be the only one to write the IOU? If I have to, he should sign it with me. If he had to lose face, they'd lose it together. Wu Bingqing chuckled. Big Brother, maybe you forgot, but all these years, I haven't received a single dividend from the company. You're the one running things. When there was money, he never got a share. Now there was debt, and suddenly he was supposed to share it? Dream on. Madame Wu was fair-minded. Bingqing is right. When the company was doing well, he didn't get any dividends. Now the company's in debt. He doesn't have to share the burden. Wu Bingwen, you listen to me. If you don't write Xiaoxian an IOU today, tomorrow I'll have you start over as an ordinary employee. Wu Bingwen looked wounded. When Dad passed away and the company was on the brink, I was the one running around with you. Where was Bingqing then? Off borrowing money to pay for some woman's medical bills. I've given so much to the company, and now, just because of an IOU, you want to demote me? Fine, I won't be general manager anymore. Let your second son do it. Both Wu Bingqing and his mother could hear the threat in his words. Wu Bingwen was trying to blackmail them. The company had just lost over $500,000, and now even more money was being poured in. Whether they could break even was anyone's guess. Now, Wu Bingwen was throwing in the towel, a bit like playing the scoundrel. But old Mrs. Wu had weathered all kinds of storms in her life. Couldn't she handle him? Let Bingqing take over as general manager, that's fine. But before you step down, you must first balance the company's accounts. The company had indeed made money in the past 2 years, but all the net profits had already been distributed as dividends. What they lost this year was the working capital. Currently, the company's net profit stood at minus 510,000 yuan. Wu Bingwen understood what balancing the accounts meant. It meant he had to personally put 510,000 yuan into the company's account. Mom, all my liquid funds are already invested in the company, and I've borrowed quite a bit too. I can't cover a deficit of over $500,000. Old Mrs. Wu's sharp gaze swept over Wu Bingwen. If you can't cover it, I can help you. Wu Bingwen immediately changed his tune, a flattering smile appearing on his face. Mom, you have money. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was worried for nothing. Old Mrs. Wu smiled meaningfully. I don't have cash, but I have things like houses, antiques, gold, and jewelry. They can be sold for money. Wu Bingqing was about to protest, but his mother waved him off. Wu Bingwen said with a smile, that's really too much trouble for you. Selling off your own assets. Old Mrs. Wu pointed to an antique vase in the corner of the living room. You misunderstood. When I said I'd help you balance the accounts, I meant I'd help you sell off your own houses, antiques, and so on, not mine. Wu Bingwen completely lost his composure and exploded. I don't agree. The company's losses aren't my responsibility alone. Before I brought in that batch of goods, I asked for your approval. You agreed at the time. Wu Bingqing couldn't help but speak up for Chu Xian. As soon as Xiaoxian heard the Wu family needed money, She offered her best amber without a second thought. But you, my dear big brother, you're not willing to sell off a single one of your antiques. You want to keep your antiques to appreciate in value, but Xiaoshuan's amber could have done the same. Wu Bingwen looked annoyed. Wu Bingcheng, can you stop adding fuel to the fire? This is between me and Mom, stay out of it. Enough. Both of you, be quiet and listen to me. Old Mrs. Wu cut in. Wu Bingwen, I'm giving you two choices. First, write an IOU to Xiaoxian and get it notarized tomorrow. Second, resign as general manager, sell your villa or antiques and artwork, and transfer 510,000 yuan to the company account. Faced with his mother's two options, Wu Bingwen was deeply resistant. What if I choose neither? Old Mrs. Wu stood up abruptly. Then I'll help you sell your assets. Bingcheng, call the auction house and make an appointment right now. Wu Bingwen stiffened his neck. As long as I don't agree, no one can sell my assets. Old Mrs. Wu sneered, don't forget, this villa is still in my name. Wu Bingwen looked incredulous. Impossible. I specifically sent someone to handle the transfer, and I signed the papers myself. Old Mrs. Wu looked at him with disappointment. That's right. But I forgot to tell you, on the day of the transfer, something came up and I couldn't make it to the office to sign in person. So, as of now, the transfer hasn't gone through. Everything in this villa is mine, not yours. Now, I order you to move out tonight. I'm not moving. Mom, why are you so biased? Just for a granddaughter-in-law, you give me two choices, threaten to remove me as general manager, and even kick me out of the house. What will your three grandsons think if they find out? My three grandsons will understand my decision. If they don't, then they're not qualified to inherit the Wu family business. Don't forget, I have veto power in the company. Wu Bingwen looked around the villa. There were quite a few antiques here. If they were sold, they'd easily fetch over 500,000. All he had to do was write an IOU for 250,000 yuan to Chu Xian, and he could keep the villa and the antiques, and also keep his job as general manager. His greatest strength was knowing when to yield and when to stand firm. Mom, I was wrong. I'll choose the first option. I'll write Xiaoxian an IOU for 250,000 yuan right now. He quickly found pen and paper and started writing. When he finished, he signed and put his fingerprint on it. Old Mrs. Wu sat back down on the sofa. Tomorrow morning, take the IOU and get it notarized. I'll do whatever you say. Wu Bingwen handed the IOU to old Mrs. Wu for her to review. Old Mrs. Wu didn't take it. Instead, she signaled to Wu Bingcheng to check it. Wu Bingcheng understood and took the IOU, reading it carefully to make sure there were no issues. Mom, are you staying here tonight or coming back to my place? Old Mrs. Wu patted the armrest of the sofa. Until your brother pays back Xiaoshuan's 250,000 yuan, I'll be staying here. You go home. Come pick up your brother tomorrow morning to get the IOU notarized. Okay. Wu Bingcheng left with the IOU. On the drive home, he couldn't help but think about his brother's behavior. Thank goodness their mother hadn't transferred the property to his brother's name, otherwise, no one could have controlled him. He'd never help his brother borrow money again. As for whether he'd get half of the family business in the future, he'd have to think it over carefully. Maybe it'd be better to split the assets early and strike out on his own. He suddenly realized that running the company together with someone like his brother was just asking for trouble. With their mother staying at the villa, he wasn't worried his brother would do anything to her. If anything happened to their mother, by law, the villa and antiques would be split in half, he'd get half, and his brother the other half. If their mother lived a long life, she might end up transferring everything to his brother. Honestly, before tonight, he'd thought the villa was already in his brother's name. He hadn't expected their mother to have kept a trump card. At that moment, Wu Bingwen was diligently bringing old Mrs. Wu a basin of water to soak her feet. Mom, I was just being foolish earlier. Please don't be mad at me. Let me wash your feet. Old Mrs. Wu rolled her eyes at him. Just a moment ago, he was all you this, you that, and now he was back to, Mom, please let me. The change was too quick. Her eldest son hadn't always been like this. He used to be very filial, always putting the family business first. When did he become so two-faced? probably when the company's net profit hit $500,000. Her eldest son had never offered to share the dividends with his younger brother. She herself, dissatisfied with her younger son's marriage, had never brought it up either. At this moment, she felt she owed her younger son a lot. All these years, she'd never given him any dividends, only contacts and resources. Bingwen, your brother has contributed to the company, you know. The fact that he doesn't fight you for power is his biggest contribution. If he did, and you took turns as general manager, he'd have at least 100,000 in dividends by now. But he didn't, and all that money went into your pocket. But you didn't cherish it, you spent it all on the family's food and fun. Now the company's short on cash, you can't come up with the money, and you're borrowing everywhere. Don't you think you should reflect on this? Old Mrs. Wu spoke earnestly, but Wu Bingwen only half listened. He didn't really want to hear his mother nag. But he didn't dare say so. He didn't dare show it on his face, either. He could only act like he was taking it to heart. Thank you, Mom, for still being willing to teach me. I'll definitely reflect on myself. Let's wash your feet before the water gets cold. He tried to help. But his mother stopped him. I can do it myself. You go rest. I'll wait until you've finished and gone to bed before I rest. Fine. Old Mrs. Wu was just about to take off her shoes when she suddenly felt a pain in her chest. Call an ambulance. Old Madam Wu collapsed onto the sofa. Wu Bingwen hurriedly called for an ambulance, panic-stricken. He realized his own selfishness had angered his elderly mother. Given the current financial situation at home and in the company, he desperately hoped nothing would happen to her. Otherwise, the Wu family's assets would be split equally between him and his younger brother, instead of being divided according to the number of male heirs. If divided by the number of men, he had 3 sons, so the inheritance would be split into 5 parts. He and his 3 sons would get 4/5, while his brother would only get 1/5. While waiting for the ambulance, he called Wu Bingqing's place. No one answered. He must not be home yet. Half an hour later, old Madam Wu was wheeled into the emergency room. Wu Bingwen repeatedly urged the doctors, no matter the cost, you must save my mother. It wasn't that he didn't care about the money, but his mother had insurance, so most of the medical expenses would be reimbursed. While waiting for the outcome, he called Wu Bingqing again. This time, the call went through. As soon as Wu Bingqing heard the news, he rushed to the hospital. Seeing Wu Bingwen in the corridor, he anxiously asked, "How's Mom?" Wu Bingwen immediately blamed him. "How do you think? She had a heart attack and is being resuscitated. It's all your fault. Why did you have to tell Mom about borrowing money from Xiaoxian? You know how much she cares about her reputation. How can you say that? Mom didn't get this upset because of borrowing money from Xiaoxian, but because of your attitude. If Mom hadn't been too busy to go sign the transfer papers earlier, you wouldn't have written that I owe you tonight, would you? That's not it. I just wasn't thinking straight at the time. I already apologized to Mom. What good is an apology? You've already made her sick with anger. You're not blameless either. If you hadn't insisted on marrying that sickly beauty Tian Shaoan, Mom's heart wouldn't have started acting up. Her heart problems started back then. How many years ago was that? What's the point of bringing up old grievances? Enough, let's stop blaming each other. We'll talk about everything else after Mom wakes up." Just then, the emergency room doors opened. Old Madam Wu was wheeled out on a hospital bed. "Family members, the patient is out of danger. She'll need to be observed in the ward for 2 more days." The 2 brothers quickly stepped forward to help the nurses wheel her to the ward. Once there, the doctor specifically instructed them not to upset the patient, to avoid both excessive joy and sorrow, and especially not to make her angry. Thanks to the timely treatment, old Madam Wu didn't need surgery, just some very expensive injections. She had regained consciousness. Seeing both her sons there, she said weakly, "I'm getting old. Once I recover, I'll split the family assets between you 2. Wu Bingwen wanted to say, "Why not do it now?" but didn't dare, afraid of upsetting her again. Old Madam Wu had her own considerations. With her eldest son's temperament, dividing the family property would definitely lead to arguments, and in her current state, she couldn't handle the stress. She'd have to wait until she was better. Wu Bingqing also wanted the assets divided sooner, so he wouldn't have to put up with his brother's attitude anymore. Even though both brothers were thinking the same thing, they said in unison, no need to split the family. They said this only to put their mother at ease. In truth, they both knew she didn't really want to split the family so soon. Old Madame Wu sighed. This is my decision. Tonight, Bingqing will stay and take care of me. Binwen, you go home and rest. Tomorrow, you'll switch. Both sons nodded in agreement. After seeing Wu Bingwen off, old Madame Wu took her younger son's hand. Bingqing, tomorrow after you take your brother to notarize the IOU, go by yourself to contact an auction house and sell the dozen or so antiques I have at the villa. Raise 250,000 yuan and pay Xiaoxian back first. I'll write you an authorization letter. She tried to sit up. Wu Bingqing stopped her. Mom, focus on getting better. The authorization letter can wait until you recover. I'm worried that if we wait too long, something might go wrong. If your brother gets greedy and hides those antiques, it'll be hard to sell them. It's my fault for trusting him too much, but after tonight, I know I was wrong. Your brother has changed. He's no longer the man who put the family first. These past 2 years, his whole family has been living it up, spending money left and right. But when it comes to real needs, they can't come up with any cash. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. That's why I had a heart attack. You can't get angry anymore. You need to take care of yourself. I know. I've calmed down now. I won't close my eyes for good until Xiaoshuan's money is paid back. Go get me some paper and a pen. Okay. 10 minutes later, old Madame Wu finished writing the authorization letter for the antiques. Wu Bingqing put it safely in his pocket. There were 2 beds in the ward. The other one was empty, so he could use it to rest that night. Nothing else happened overnight. A little after 6 in the morning, Ming Guizhi rushed into the ward with her 3 sons and eldest daughter-in-law. Mom, how are you feeling? Grandma, are you okay? Old Madame Wu was about to get out of bed to use the bathroom. You've come at just the right time. Guizhi, help me to the bathroom. Of course. Ming Guizhi quickly set her designer handbag at the foot of the bed and went to help her mother-in-law. The bathroom was just a few steps away in the room. Old Madame Wu could hear her grandsons and Bingqing talking outside. Second uncle, how could you tell Grandma about borrowing money from Chu Xian? Look how upset she got. Wu Bingqing felt a lump in his throat. Clearly, his older brother had already poisoned the family against him early that morning. Your grandma wasn't upset because of me. She was upset because of you all. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself in a minute. How did we upset Grandma? That's nonsense. Just then, old Madame Wu finished in the bathroom and got back into bed. Are you here to see me or to make me angry? Is that how you talk to your second uncle? He's right. I was upset by your main branch. Ming Guizhi looked aggrieved. Mom, you have to explain what you mean. Otherwise, I can't accept it. Old Madame Wu pointed to the designer bag at the foot of the bed. That's a custom-made global limited edition, right? Must have cost 30,000 yuan? And that's not the only luxury item you own, is it? When the company needed money, why didn't you sell some of these to raise funds? How could you have the nerve to borrow money from Xiaoxian? She doesn't even own a 100 yuan handbag. Ming Guizhi protested. We didn't borrow the money. Your eldest son did. Old Madame Wu was breathing heavily. If you'd helped him raise the money, would he have needed to borrow it? If you sold just a few of your valuables, you'd have enough for 250,000. You've embarrassed us all the way to our little fishing village back home. What a disgrace. Get out. I don't want to see you. Tell Wu Bingwen to come in. She finally saw it clearly. Her eldest daughter-in-law was nothing but trouble, and her eldest son's current state was inseparable from her influence. I'll go. Ming Guizhi left in tears. It wasn't until she ran out of the hospital that she remembered Wu Bingwen's instructions. Today, she was supposed to cheer up the old lady. Why hadn't she held her tongue? Just then, Wu Bingwen drove up. Guizhi, why aren't you in the ward taking care of Mom? What are you doing out here? Ming Guizhi stubbornly replied, Mom gets annoyed just seeing me and kicked me out. If I don't have to wait on her, all the better. How is that better? Go back in and apologize to her. Why should I? Other than her veto power at the company, what else can she do for you? Now that the company's in debt, maybe it's for the best you're not the general manager anymore. Guizhi, I was in such a rush on the phone, I forgot to tell you something. What is it? I'll tell you after I park the car. Wu Binwen expertly parked his car, a vehicle he'd bought just last year for over 100,000 yuan. He got out, locked the car, and walked over to Ming Guizhi to continue their earlier conversation. The villa and those antiques are still under Mom's name. What? Ming Guizhi thought she must have misheard. Say that again. When we did the property transfer and notarization, all the paperwork was ready. Mom just needed to show up and sign. But she happened to be busy that day and couldn't make it. The agent who was handling the transfer for us tricked us. He gave us fake property certificates, took his commission, and ran off to Country M. So the villa still belongs to Mom. That's right. I specifically consulted an expert last night. Realizing she'd just offended the family's god of wealth, Ming Guizhi said, I'll go back to the hospital room and apologize to Mom right away. In a few days, we'll have to coax her into going to the notary office to sign. Mom's not stupid. After what happened last night, she definitely won't sign so easily again. We'll have to take it one step at a time. But remember this, Mom has to stay healthy, we can't upset her. If we've done something wrong, we have to admit it. She's my mother, and our sons are her grandsons. Sooner or later, for the sake of her 3 grandsons, she'll give most of the family assets to us. I understand. I'll go apologize to Mom now. You come to the room a bit later. All right. Ming Guizhi hurried back to the hospital room. Inside, only her eldest son, his wife, and Wu Bingqing were there. The other 2 sons were nowhere to be seen. As soon as she entered, she knelt by the hospital bed. Mom, I was wrong. The moment I walked out of the hospital, I realized my mistake. I came back right away to apologize. Please forgive me. Old Mrs. Wu's mouth twitched. This was the second time her eldest daughter-in-law had knelt to her. The first time was when her eldest son married her, and she knelt to serve tea to her mother-in-law. Don't try to threaten me by kneeling. Aren't you embarrassed to do this in front of the younger generation? Get up and talk. Ming Guizhi stood up, smiling. What's so embarrassing about kneeling to you? I'm doing this for the younger ones to see. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it and show you're willing to change. Old Mrs. Wu deliberately asked, so how do you plan to change? Mom, from now on I'll stop buying luxury goods and start saving money, so Bingwen and the company will have a safety net. And I don't think Bingwen should have borrowed money from Xiaoxian. We should sell some valuables, scrape together 250,000 yuan, and pay Xiaoxian back first. I have 3 limited edition handbags, each cost over 30,000 yuan when I bought them, but now I could probably sell all 3 for about 10,000. And there are antiques in the villa, we could sell some of those too. These words were exactly what old Mrs. Wu wanted to hear. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Bingwen walked in. Guizhi, we don't have the right to sell the antiques in the villa. They all belong to Mom. Huh? Ming Guizhi feigned ignorance. Bingwen, aren't the villa's antiques under your name now? Wu Bingwen replied seriously, not yet. Mom didn't get around to signing. So whether or not we sell the antiques is up to her. In truth, both he and his wife knew their mother would never give all the antiques to the eldest branch of the family. The IOU had already been written. If they didn't persuade Mom to sell the antiques to pay off the debt, their branch would have to repay the 250,000 yuan themselves. Seeing his mother remain silent, Wu Bingwen continued, I'm the one who owes Xiaoxian money. It's not right to ask Mom to help pay it back. He was being very humble. Old Mrs. Wu had already thought about selling antiques for cash the night before. Now that her eldest son's family brought it up, she didn't have to hide her intentions. I'd rather sell the antiques than let Bingwen owe Xiaoxian money. Bingwen, when you needed money, why didn't you come to me? Why borrow from someone else? Wu Bingwen looked apologetic. I was afraid you'd scold me, and even more afraid you'd think I was useless. So I wanted to borrow from someone else, turn things around, and make a comeback. Wu Bingqing, who hadn't spoken all this time, thought to himself, if he can't make a comeback, won't Xiaoxuan's 250,000 yuan be lost for good? Old Mrs. Wu turned to Wu Bingqing. Bingqing, take your brother to notarize the IOU, then bring the auction house people to the villa to pick out antiques. Make sure you get at least 250,000. When you return next time, Bring the money back to pay Xiaoxian. Okay, Mom. You just focus on getting better. Wu Bingqing turned to leave, but Wu Binwen stopped him. Is it really necessary to notarize it? Mom's selling the antiques to pay the debt. Before he could finish, old Mrs. Wu said sternly, that's a separate matter. Go take care of it. Wu Bingwen had no choice but to follow Wu Bingqing. After all, not all the antiques in the villa would be sold. The rest would appreciate in value, and together with the villa, they'd be worth several times more in a few years. Minguizhi stayed behind to look after old Mrs. Wu. The eldest grandson and his wife exchanged glances and found an excuse to leave. 2 hours later, when Wu Bingqing arrived at the villa with the auction house staff, they found the place in utter chaos, with broken antiques scattered everywhere. They immediately called the police. After investigating, the conclusion was that a thief had broken in, searched for valuables, and, unfamiliar with antiques, smashed many of them. The thief was eventually found. During the arrest, he tried to escape by jumping into the river and drowned. He was an orphan with no assets, so there was no way to compensate the Wu family for their losses. When Wu Binwen heard the news, he fainted on the spot and was rushed to the hospital. The auction house staff were full of regret. Wu Bingqing felt complicated and didn't know how to break the news to his mother. When Minguizhi heard, she told the doctors to prepare emergency equipment and medication, then bluntly told her mother-in-law. Old Mrs. Wu immediately experienced tachycardia. Fortunately, the doctors were there to treat her right away. But that wasn't the worst of it. 5 days later, Wu Bingwen and old Mrs. Wu were discharged at the same time. Old Mrs. Wu recuperated at home. Wu Bingwen went back to work, only to learn that the shipment they'd received a few days earlier had been lost at sea, the ship had capsized, and everything was gone. He collapsed again and was rushed to the hospital. That shipment had been paid for with the 250,000 yuan from Chu Xian, plus high-interest loans he'd taken out. On the 8th of every month, as long as old Mrs. Wu was at the company, the finance department would show her the previous month's profit statement. When she saw the net profit was negative 1.06 million yuan, she realized her eldest son hadn't made a comeback. Instead, he'd lost another 500,000. She felt a tightness in her throat, coughed up blood, and fainted. She was hospitalized again. After emergency treatment, she finally woke up. The first thing she did was dismiss Wu Bingwen as general manager and appoint Wu Bingqing in his place. She also ordered the sale of the family's villa, cars, and other assets. Minguizhi and the 3 sons handed over all their valuables, but insisted that the first priority was to cover the 300,000 plus yuan hole from Bingwen's high-interest loans. Otherwise, the interest would snowball and the whole family would be ruined. The remaining 700,000 plus yuan was owed to suppliers, company staff, and Xiaoxian. If they didn't pay for raw materials, suppliers would stop deliveries. If they didn't pay staff wages, the employees would strike. Luckily, they'd promised Xiaoxian repayment next year. Wu Bingqing applied for a 1 million yuan bank loan in the company's name, but the bank only approved 300,000. Even with Xiaoxian's payment deferred, there was still over 200,000 yuan left for him to figure out. Wu Bingqing knew his eldest brother's family could still sell off some valuables, so in his spare time after work, he went to the hospital ward to see him. As soon as he entered the room, before he could say anything, Minguizhi started complaining tearfully. Bingqing, thank goodness you're here. I heard the bank loan has come through. Can you lend it to our family first? Your big brother needs surgery, and the doctor says it'll cost over 200,000 yuan. The worst part is, your brother didn't listen to advice and never bought insurance. Now we have to pay for everything ourselves. Wu Bingqing swallowed the words he'd planned to say about collecting the debt from his brother. No matter how much he disapproved of his brother's past actions, they were still siblings. He couldn't force his brother to repay the debt at a time like this. If anything happened to his brother, their mother would be heartbroken and deeply affected. She might have removed his brother from the general manager position because of his repeated losses, but she'd never disown him just for losing money. Sister-in-law. To be honest, the bank only approved 300,000. Most of it has to go to the raw materials supplier, and the rest was used to pay the employees. There's not a single cent left in the company account. I've tried every way I can think of to raise money, but I still haven't managed it. I'm hoping my brother gets better soon and can take over the company again. I really don't think I'm up to the task. If the company goes bankrupt under my watch, I'll have let the Wu family ancestors down. As for the medical bills, I'm afraid you'll have to find a way. I can't stay long after I check on Mom. I'll head back to the company. He didn't say a single word to Wu Bingwen the whole time. After confirming that Wu Bingqing had left, Ming Guizhi returned to Wu Bingwen's bedside. Bingwen, you should stay in the hospital a bit longer. I know the attending doctor well. He'll write your condition up as more serious. Wu Bingwen sighed. That's all we can do. Once I'm discharged, I'll have to face the company's debts and be hounded by Mom and my brother to raise money. It's more peaceful to stay here. You really messed up. Writing an IOU to Chu Xian was one thing, but why did you have to get it notarized? Faced with his wife's reproach, Wu Bingwen looked full of regret. I just wanted to coax Mom into selling some antiques to help me pay off the debt. Who could have guessed a thief would smash all the antiques? And who could have guessed that the money I invested again would be lost too? This year's been nothing but bad luck. If I'd known the antiques would all be destroyed, I'd have sold them for cash in the first place. You're the one who said we should keep them as they'd appreciate in value. How can you blame me? I was thinking of our family's future. Don't be so ungrateful. What's the point of gratitude when I'm still saddled with 250,000 in debt? I've lost all my dignity. Are you really planning to pay it back? I have no choice. It's been notarized. Unless I have no assets in my name, the authorities will keep reminding me to repay. You don't have any assets now anyway. Why not just give up? No money, nothing to lose. Are you trying to get me killed? Don't you know the law here? If Chu Xian sues me, I could go to jail for years. That would ruin my whole life. Chu Xian's just a country bumpkin. What does she know about lawsuits? She may be a bumpkin, but do you think Tian Shaoan is a pushover? Anyway, I can't go to jail. When Chu Xian comes to collect, you and the kids will have to help me raise the money. I don't have any money. I've already sold everything valuable to help you pay off the loan sharks. Just then, their eldest son, Wu Mingpeng, walked in, looking cheerful. Mom, Dad, you don't have to worry about the money. When Chu Xian comes to collect, just let me know. I'll definitely find a way to pay her back for you. Ming Guizhi looked incredulous. Son, you've spent all your dividends on having fun these past 2 years. There won't be any dividends from the company this year. Where are you going to get that much money? Wu Mingping replied confidently, if I say I can, I can. I'm going to leave the family company and start my own business. Whatever I earn will be ours alone. We won't have to split it with second uncle's family. Wu Bingwen was skeptical. Starting a company takes money. Have you already raised the funds? Wu Mingping answered easily, that's right. A friend of mine will lend me 300,000 for working capital. He won't be involved in the business. He just wants the principal and interest back. Wu Bingwen, already burned by losses, wanted to ask what would happen if he lost money again, but he held his tongue, not wanting to jinx things. Meanwhile, Wu Bingqing was already in his mother's hospital room. Madame Wu had weathered many storms and seen the company rise and fall, but she'd always pulled through. This time would be no different. She couldn't count on her eldest son anymore, but she could still rely on her second son. She had faith in him. Bingqing, now it's your turn to contribute to the Wu family. Last time the company was on the brink of collapse, I led your brother in turning things around. This time, I'll lead you to bring the company back. Mom, I'm glad you're thinking that way. The company really can't do without you. As for the 250,000 owed to Xiao Xian, let's not mention it for now. The company still has a shortfall of over 200,000, and I'm trying to raise the money. I've made a list of people and their contact info. Call them one by one to borrow money. Also, get in touch with Xiaoyun and explain the situation. See if she has any ideas to help the company recover quickly. Okay. But Mom, about borrowing money from Xiao Xian, please don't tell Xiaoyun. I'm worried it'll upset her. I know. At 8 a.m. on November 9th, the village loudspeaker blared. Chu Xian, please come to the village office to take a phone call. Chu Xian, please come to the village office. Hearing this, Xu Xian rode her bicycle to the village office. She hadn't been there long when the phone rang. Xu Xian picked up. Hello. Wu Bingqing's voice came through the line. Xiao Xian, it's me. Dad, are you coming back to China soon? Wu Bingqing replied apologetically, Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. I have to break my promise. Something major happened at the company. Your uncle has stepped down as general manager, and I've taken over. Don't tell me uncle lost everything? That's right. Lost it all. But don't worry about your money. Before this happened, I had him write an IOU and get it notarized. According to the law here, if he tries to renege, he'll go to jail for at least 5 years. He won't dare not pay next year. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. He'll definitely be able to pay you back next year. He said this to reassure Xiao Xian. Wu Bingqing had already decided that if his brother couldn't repay next year, he'd withhold his brother's share of the company dividends after the company recovered and use it to pay Xiao Xian. With Wu Bingqing's guarantee, Xu Xian felt relieved. Okay, Dad. Please don't tell Mom about this. Is there anything else? Do you want to talk to her? I'll call her in half an hour. Don't worry, I won't mention anything that would upset her. After hanging up, Xu Xian rode home and told her mother she was going to the village office to wait for a call. She left her bike and walked to Mu Chenza's house. When she arrived, Mu Chenza had just returned from the city and was eating breakfast. No one else was home. It was a good chance for them to talk. Ja, you might really have the ability to predict the future in your dreams. My dad called today and said my uncle lost everything. Luckily, we got the IOU notarized in advance. There are laws over there, my uncle wouldn't dare default. Have you had any dreams lately? Mu Chenza quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, finished the soup in his bowl, and said seriously, actually, I really did have a dream yesterday when I took a nap before heading out. What did you dream about? Xu Xian asked, full of curiosity. Mu Chenza's lips curled up slightly. I dreamed that you came looking for me, and even kissed me. Before he could finish, Xu Xian reached out and covered his mouth, her face flushed red. You're not allowed to say any more. Mu Chenza gently took her hand and moved it aside, replying warmly, that's all there was. Even if you wanted me to go on, I couldn't. The alarm went off and woke me up. I'm going to wash up. He got up to wash. Xu Xian considerately went to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Mu Chenza didn't stop her. Instead, as he brushed his teeth, he called out, when you're done, put that bowl in my room. From now on, I'll only eat from bowls you've washed. No problem. I'll wash a few more, just in case one isn't enough. No need. If you wash too many, I'll worry you'll get tired. Then thank you for your concern. As they chatted, Xu Xian finished washing the dishes and really did put the bowl on the wooden table in Mu Chenza's room. Just as she was about to leave, she bumped right into Mu Chenza, who was coming in. Mu Chenza wasn't about to let such a good opportunity slip by. He closed the door, clearly wanting some benefits. Xu Xian tried to push him away. You finished washing up so fast? Mom and my sister-in-law will be back soon. But she couldn't push him away. Mu Chenza replied in a low voice, they won't be back that soon. They went to the county market, so they won't be home until the afternoon at the earliest. They have a lot to buy. Our 250,000 yuan might not come back next year. Aren't you mad at me? Why would I be mad? Didn't we have Uncle write an IOU and get it notarized? Uncle is a reputable man. He'll definitely pay us back on time. Mu Chenza hugged Xiao Xian tightly, refusing to let go. Xiao Xian was helpless. By the way, Dad won't be able to attend our wedding. He's taking over the Wu family's overseas company. I guess after Mom attends our wedding, she'll go abroad to help him. Grandma must be disappointed in Uncle. At this, Mu Chenza gazed deeply into Xu Xian's eyes. Close your eyes. Be good. What are you going to do? What do you think? At this moment, Tian Shaoan had already arrived at the village office. After greeting the staff, she sat down to wait for a phone call. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang. After confirming the call was for Tian Shaoan, the staff handed her the receiver and tactfully left the room. Village Chief Wang had specifically told the staff, whenever Tian Shaoan takes a call, give her privacy. After all, Tian Shaoan was the one who could help the grilled fish factory open up a huge market, They had to treat her with respect. Tian Shaoan gripped the receiver, feeling a bit nervous. She had a hunch her husband was going to tell her something big. Hello. Shaoan, it's me. Bingcheng, how are things at the company? Xiao Xian hasn't told you I've become the general manager of the family company, has she? No. Wasn't Big Brother the general manager? Would he agree to you taking over? Did something happen? That's right. He made a bad decision and the company lost over 1 million yuan. Mom was so angry she ended up in the hospital twice. Fortunately, she's optimistic and said she'd help me rebuild the company from scratch. With such a big loss, you must be under a lot of financial pressure. I'll sell those pieces of jewelry for cash and borrow some from Xiao Xian and her in-laws. No need. Big Brother and his wife sold off some assets to pay back over 300,000, and I've already raised the rest. Mom gave me a list of her old friends, and out of respect for her, they each chipped in tens of thousands. Plus, the bank approved a loan. After paying the suppliers and staff, we still have 100,000 yuan in working capital. If Mrs. Wu hadn't provided that list, Wu Bingqing really would have had to ask his wife to sell her jewelry. Tian Shaoan comforted him, if the money's gone, we'll just earn it back slowly. Mom is the Wu family's anchor. As long as she's here, the family won't fall. By the way, does this mean you can't make it back for Xiao Xian's wedding? That's right. Please explain to the in-laws for me. Of course. Shaoan, have you noticed any business opportunities while you've been back in the country? Definitely. I visited a jade factory. If we can export their products, the price could increase tenfold, even dozens of times. It's a sure-win business. But Director Long said we'd have to wait for you to come back and discuss cooperation together. I think he's worried you might misunderstand. You mean Director Long Jinxiao? That's right. He used to run a jade shop, but now he's expanded and taken over the factory. Wu Bingqing was a little excited. He knew Shaoan had once saved Long Jinxiao's life, and Long had always wanted to repay her. With Xiaoyun's name, the chances of a deal were nearly 100%. And Long Jinxiu would never cheat him or Shaoan. Shaoan, what do you think about using the company's 100,000 yuan to buy jade and jade products? I support you. I can't make it back to meet with Director Long in person, so give me his contact info and I'll call him. Okay. Just tell him we're negotiating as a couple. Here's the number. After hanging up, Wu Bingqing went straight to the hospital to discuss the jade business with his mother. Madame Wu supported him without hesitation. If you don't know the business, jade and gemstone trading can be risky. Some people try to pass off fakes as the real thing. Luckily, the second daughter-in-law knew someone trustworthy. Once the jade and jade products arrived, they could be sold for 10 times, even more, than the domestic price. Madame Wu felt that fate hadn't abandoned the Wu family's company after all. After talking with his mother, Wu Bingqing returned home and called Long Jinxiao. Hello, may I speak to Director Long Jinxiao? Long Jinxiao responded heartily, speaking. Who is this? This is Wu Bingqing, Xiaoyun's husband. Boss Wu. Is this a business or personal call? Business. Shaoan, and I would like to cooperate with you and your factory. How do you want to cooperate? Help us sell jade and earn commission, or buy in bulk and settle accounts on delivery. Wu Bingqing replied sincerely, I'd like to order 100,000 yuan worth of goods. I'll pay a 30% deposit, 50% after shipment, and the balance after inspection. Straightforward. I love doing business with people like you. Director Long, don't praise me yet, I have one condition. Please hear me out and see if you can agree. Go ahead. Your factory will handle transportation and bear the risk. Long Jinxiao had specially developed boxes for transporting jade. Even if the box fell from the second floor, the jade inside would be unharmed. No problem. But once the goods arrive safely, you'll need to pay my staff extra for travel expenses. Wu Bingqing agreed readily. Of course. Since I can't make it back, Shaoan will handle the specific order details with you. Is that all right? Long Jinxiu was a bit puzzled. Of course. But there's one thing I don't understand. As Xiao Xian's father, shouldn't you be coming back for her wedding? Are you in some kind of trouble abroad? Wu Bingqing hesitated. Should he tell the truth? This involves trade secrets. However, if he didn't explain things clearly, Factory Director Long might misunderstand, which could affect their future cooperation. After all, Factory Director Long had a good relationship with Xiao Xian. In the end, he decided to come clean. Director Long, I really am in a tough spot right now. My family's company ran into trouble and suffered heavy losses. The problems all happened during transportation. My older brother was removed from his position because of this, and I've taken over all company affairs. That's why I asked you to guarantee the shipping on your end. Your company's losing money, but you still pay for jade so generously? I have to be friends with someone like you. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing goes wrong with the shipping. As for the quality of the jade and jadeite, you can rest easy. I'll handle the rest with your wife. You just focus on your company. Thank you for still being willing to work with me and Xiao Yun after hearing all this. That's because I trust both of you. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Wu Bingqing then called Tian Shaoan to explain the situation. Tian Shaoan said she'd go to Longzhenxiao that afternoon to pick out the jade and jadeite and try to get the shipment out as soon as possible. But the export here required paperwork first. Only after that could the goods be shipped. Fortunately, Tian Shaoan had done import-export business before and was familiar with the process. When she biked home, she found a note from Xiao Xian saying she'd gone out with Qinzhe and would be back in the evening. That afternoon, Tian Shaoan left a note in the main room and biked to the jade factory. At the factory gate, she saw Long Jinxiao in the guardhouse. Of course, Long Jinxiao would never admit he was waiting for her on purpose. He stiffly said, President Tian, what a coincidence. I just came to the guardhouse to get some water and happened to run into you. The old security guard didn't think much of it and said nothing more. After all, having the factory director come borrow a cup of water and chat with him for over half an hour was an honor. Tian Shaoan found the President Tian title a bit funny. She felt Long Jinxiu was just too serious. Director Long, where should we go to pick out the jade and jadeite? Let's go to the meeting room. We'll look at pictures of the different jade pieces first. If you see something you like, I'll have the sales staff bring it to the meeting room for you to inspect. As for the jadeite, after we pick the jade pieces, I'll take you to the warehouse. Sounds good. With 100,000 yuan, she could buy about 100 to 150 high-quality jade pieces from the factory. But she also needed to set aside some money for jadeite. Tian Shaoan had already figured out how to allocate the funds. Jadeite was cheaper and easier to transport than finished jade, but labor costs were much higher in Wu's country. So she planned to buy 80,000 yuan worth of jade pieces and 20,000 yuan worth of jadeite. By the end of the afternoon, Tian Shaoan had finalized all the types of jade pieces and the specifications for the jadeite. Some jade pieces only had photos, not finished products, so the workers would have to rush to make them. While the workers were busy, she could handle the export paperwork. Meanwhile, overseas, Wu Bingqing should have been resting, but was awakened by the phone ringing. The hospital called to tell him that old Madam Wu had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, slipped and fell, and was now unconscious and in the emergency room. Wu Bingqing rushed over and waited outside the ER. Wu Bingwen and his wife showed up late. Wu Bingqing was puzzled. His older brother was supposed to be staying at the hospital, so how did he arrive even later than him? He didn't ask them directly, but went to the nurse's station in the inpatient ward. He learned that his brother hadn't stayed at the hospital that night. The villa his brother's family used to live in had long been sold to pay off debts. If he wasn't staying at the hospital, where was he staying? A hotel? Or had he rented a place? Wasn't his brother supposed to need urgent heart surgery? How could he be staying elsewhere? Wu Bingqing found the doctor on duty to ask about Wu Bingwen's condition. The doctor on duty wasn't Wu Bingwen's attending physician, but he was honest and disliked the way Wu Bingwen and his wife lied. He told the truth directly. Wu Bingwen doesn't need surgery. His illness isn't as serious as the medical records say. Injections and medication are enough. Thank you for telling me. I also want to ask about my mother's fall. Your mother slipped on a stain when she got up to use the bathroom. The cleaners mop every day, so we're still investigating how the stain got there. It could have been a worker's oversight or maybe a patient's family member caused it. A family member? When I left last night, I checked the floor, there was nothing there. The stain must have appeared after I left. What time did you leave? Before 9 p.m., I think. Around 10, the patient's granddaughter-in-law came to visit. Wu Bingqing thanked him and returned to the ER waiting area. Wu Bingwen and his wife took turns criticizing him. Mom's in there fighting for her life, and you're running around? What could be more important than her? You're a general manager now, but you're still so unreliable. Exactly. Second brother, I have to say, you can't let your position go to your head and ignore Mom. Don't forget, she's the one who put you in charge. From now on, you need to put Mom first in everything. Only if Mom's well can you be well. Only then can our whole Wu family be well. Faced with their accusations, Wu Bingqing sneered. Do you two really not know why Mom ended up in the ER? Didn't your wonderful daughter-in-law mention anything? Ming Guizhi glared at him. What are you implying? Are you saying Mingping's wife made Mom fall? You'd better have proof before you say that. Wu Bingqing lowered his voice so as not to disturb the ER staff. Mom fell because there was a stain on the floor. When I left around 9 last night, there was nothing on the floor. Just then, Wu Mingping and his wife arrived. Second uncle, you can't just accuse my wife without evidence. Mingping's wife said aggrievedly, I went to see Grandma last night. What's wrong with that? When I left, the floor was clean. I even used the bathroom in her room. I swear to God, I didn't make any mess. If I ever meant Grandma harm, may I get hit by a car the moment I step outside. She sounded utterly sincere. She didn't look like she was lying. Wu Bingqing realized he'd been too hasty and shouldn't have spoken without evidence. Just then, the doctor came out of the ER. The patient was treated in time and is awake now. She has a mild concussion and will be kept under observation for 3 days. The Wu family helped the medical staff wheel old Madame Wu back to her room. Old Madame Wu asked everyone to leave except Wu Bingqing. Wu Bingqing took her hand. Mom, I'm sorry you had to suffer. I've been an unfilial son, I didn't take good care of you. From tonight on, I'll stay here with you. Old Madame Wu weakly waved her hand. It's not your fault. I was just unlucky and happened to step on a stain. The stain was probably left by someone. After Mingping's wife left last night, I suspect. It wasn't her. After she left, I used the bathroom and the floor was clean. It must have happened while I was asleep, when someone came into my room. Could it have been a nurse doing rounds? I'll go talk to the hospital supervisor. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Wu Bingwen's voice came through. Mom, can we come in? We found out who made the stain. Wu Bingqing and his mother exchanged a glance. Old Madame Wu gave a soft in response, signaling her agreement. Wu Bingqing opened the hospital room door and invited his elder brother's family inside. Ming Guizhi first shot Wu Bingqing a cold snort before turning to her mother-in-law. Mom, just now a nurse on duty admitted to using your bathroom last night. She said she was in a hurry, the public toilets were all occupied, so she ran into your room to use the bathroom. The stain was brought in on her shoes. In the end, that nurse was fired and had to cover old Madame Wu's medical expenses. Wu Bingqing apologized to his sister-in-law. She made a few sarcastic remarks before letting it go. After this incident, Wu Bingqing insisted that he and Wu Bingwen take turns staying overnight to look after their mother. Wu Bingwen tried to refuse, claiming he wasn't feeling well. But Wu Bingqing saw right through him. Old Madame Wu guessed why her eldest son was pretending to be sick. Bingwen, you're just afraid your brother and I will pressure you to raise money to pay off your debts, aren't you? Don't worry. We won't push you this year. If the company turns a profit next year, I'll have Bingqing withhold your dividends to pay off your debts. If there's no profit, then we'll ask you to raise money to pay them off. When I was in the emergency room just now, the ones I worried about most were you and Bingqing. You're both my sons, I want you both to be well. As soon as his mother said this, Wu Bingqing immediately agreed. I respect your decision, Mom. Wu Bingwen hadn't expected his mother and brother would still consider giving him dividends. Mom, Bingqing, thank you both for not holding a grudge. I'm really touched and grateful. It was all my fault before. If I hadn't made bad decisions, the company wouldn't be in such a bad financial state. Old Madame Wu replied softly, we're family. There's no need to thank me. The villa here has already been sold, so your family doesn't have a place to stay. You'll have to rent for now. As for the rent, I'm sure Guizhi can handle it. You all should go home for now. Bingwen, you'll come take care of me tonight. Bingqing will be here during the day, and I'll discuss the company's future direction with him. The eldest son's family all nodded in agreement. They left in high spirits. None of them had expected that, after such a huge mistake in company management, they'd still have a chance at dividends in the future. After confirming they had left, old Madame Wu turned to Wu Bingqing. Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm favoring your brother's family? Wu Bingqing quickly waved his hands. You must have your reasons for doing this. If we don't let them get some benefits, they might just give up completely. Today, it was a nurse's carelessness that caused me to fall. But what if, next time, it's someone from your brother's family who deliberately causes an accident? I can't die yet. If I do, those old friends who lent us money will come calling for their debts. What will you do then? And what about those antiques in the villa? Isn't it odd how they were all smashed by a thief? How strong would a thief have to be to smash every last antique? You suspect Big Brother hired someone to do it? I don't suspect your brother. He loves money, yes, but I know my own son, he's not that bad. But as for his sons, I can't say. Since Big Brother stepped down as general manager, the eldest nephew resigned, but the second and third nephews are still at the company. Which of the three do you think is most likely? I can't say for sure. Bingqing, find some time to hire a private investigator to check up on the three of them. All right. Mom, you have a mild concussion, you need to rest. Close your eyes and get some sleep. I'll stay with you today. Old Madame Wu was still a bit shaken and did feel she needed her son's company. Missing one day at work wouldn't matter. All right. Call the HR office, and if anything urgent comes up, call the nurses' station. Okay, I'll go now. Wu Bingqing headed toward the nurses' station. Old Madame Wu was indeed exhausted and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, the eldest son's family had already arrived at a new villa. This was the place Wu Mingbing had just rented. They'd be living here from now on. Wu Bingwen was full of emotion. I'm really lucky. The people who raised me, and the people I've raised, none of them have given up on me. His mother would give him company dividends next year, and his eldest son had rented a villa for him. Ming Guizhi was in a good mood. Your mom still cares about you. And your sons do too. But just now, you seem to forget someone. Wu Bingwen quickly put on a serious face. The woman I married hasn't given up on me either. I'm so happy today. Let's have some red wine to celebrate. His family all voiced their support. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of December 15th. Tomorrow would be Chu Xian's wedding to Mu Chenza. All of Chu Xian's close friends came by to help her get ready. Gao Meiyuan gave her a pair of silver bracelets and 100 yuan, a generous gift in those days. Miao Dakui gave her a pair of mandarin duck pillowcases. Mu Xing gave her a hand-knitted sweater and 50 yuan. Hua Daling and Widow Niu gave her 50 yuan. Zhang Feifei gave her a set of bedding. Miao Dakui and several of Fu Qing's sisters-in-law, who had made money with Chu Xian before, each gave 5 yuan. 5 yuan was no small sum, it could buy several kilos of pork. Long Jinxiu sent over a pair of jade bangles, along with 50 yuan from his cousin Lu Ning. Lu Dapeng and his mother came together. Not only did they repay the money they'd borrowed for house renovations, they also left Chu Xian 100 yuan as a wedding gift. After seeing off the last guests, Tian Shaoan started sewing a red waistband for Chu Xian. The wedding money was to be sewn into the red waistband, symbolizing pressing down good fortune. Xiao Xian, what about the 20,000 yuan your grandma and I gave you? Take it out so I can sew it in too. Chu Xian had never told her mother about lending money to the Wu family and replied calmly, I've put it in savings. Where's the passbook? We can sew that in too. The passbook is with Chunza. He's hiding it for me, so don't worry. It's in a secret place, no one will find it unless he tells them. That's not the same. I should have told you earlier to sew it into the waistband. It's not really appropriate to ask Chunza for the passbook now. How about this? I'll pick a couple of pieces of jewelry from your jewelry box to sew in. Mom, there's no need for jewelry. A few hundred yuan is enough. No, you have to have jewelry for your dowry. My daughter only gets married once, I can't cut corners. If you don't agree, I'll go to Chin's house and ask him for the 20,000 yuan passbook. Chu Xian had no choice but to give in. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. Pick out the jewelry. That's more like it. Tian Shaoan wanted to sew in a diamond necklace, but Chu Xian stopped her. Mom, I like gold. Let's use a gold necklace and a gold ring. Seeing her daughter's genuine preference for gold, Tian Shaoan agreed. As she sewed the gold jewelry into the waistband, she said, Xiao Xian, after you and Chinza get married and come back for the third-day visit, I'll be going abroad to help your dad. From what he says, we'll be living overseas for the long term. I wanted to discuss with you about taking Xiaofeng abroad for school. The education there is better, and it'll be easier to apply to a top 10 university in the world in the future. Chu Xian was caught off guard, but kept her tone calm. Mom, why are you only telling us now? That doesn't give Xiaofeng or me much time to think. Tian Shaoan looked apologetic. I only just made up my mind. I can't bear to leave you and Xiaofeng, but at least after you get married, Chinza will be there to take care of you. Otherwise, I'd want to take you abroad too. I asked Xiaofeng privately today, he said he'll listen to you. Chu Xian couldn't bear to part with Xiaofeng, but she also knew that the opportunity to study abroad was rare. Mom, I'm going to Xiaofeng's room for a bit. All right. Tian Shaoan knew her daughter was going to discuss things with her son. Watching her daughter's departing figure, she couldn't help but sigh. In the past, she hadn't been able to keep her children by her side because of her poor health. Now, she was fully capable of taking care of them. She had planned to settle down here long-term to make up for lost time with her children. She never expected Wu's company to suffer such heavy losses, nor that her husband would take over the business. She wanted to help her husband, but also look after her children. Truthfully, she was a little worried that Xiaofeng wouldn't want to leave with her. After all, it was Xiao Xian who had been there for him through the toughest times. Xiaofeng might prefer to stay with Xiao Xian. At this moment, Chu Xian was talking to her little brother. Xiaofeng, Mom just told me that after my 3-day return visit, she's going abroad to help Dad, and she wants to take you with her. What do you think? Xiaofeng looked conflicted. I haven't made up my mind. I want to be with Mom, but I also want to stay here in our little fishing village. If I stay, I get to see you and my friends every day. If I go with Mom, I get to see her every day. Chu Xian could tell her little brother had already formed a deep bond with their mother. He had grown up without a mother's love, and now that he finally had it, Chu Xian couldn't bear to see him separated from their mom again. She made up her mind. Is that the only thing you're worried about? Have you thought about whether you'll understand the language abroad? Or if you'll be able to adapt to life there? I haven't thought about the language. Mom told me that the schools abroad have better facilities, and I can learn more advanced knowledge and skills, so I can come back and give back to society. Chu Feng had no idea what language was spoken abroad, so he hadn't thought about it. Chu Xian gently patted his shoulder. In the long run, going abroad to study with Mom is a good choice. But when you get there, you'll have to overcome the language barrier first. At the beginning, it might feel hard and exhausting, but once you get used to it, you'll realize you can learn things there you'd never learn here. Chu Xian hadn't had much education herself, even over 2 lifetimes, but she'd heard about how hard people fought for the chance to study abroad. If it was something people competed for, it had to be a good thing. Chu Feng's eyes reddened. Sis, are you hoping I'll go study abroad? That's right. The chance to study abroad is rare. Dad took over Wu's company and contributed taxes to the local area, which is why you have this opportunity to go abroad and enroll in school. But don't worry, we'll always be your support here. If, after a year, you still can't adapt, you can always come back. How does that sound? That's what Chu Xian said, but in her heart, she felt awful. She really couldn't bear to part with her little brother. She worried he wouldn't adapt abroad, that he'd be bullied, and that their parents would be too busy with the company to look after him. But for her brother's future, she had to say this. Chu Feng had always listened to Chu Xian. Sis, I'll do as you say. But I'll miss you. He hugged Chu Xian and started crying. His sister had helped him set up their own household, given him a life where he had enough to eat, clothes to wear, and could go to school. He hadn't even had the chance to properly repay her, and now he was going abroad with their mother. Chu Xian comforted him softly. Once you finish your studies abroad and come back to work, we'll be able to see each other often again. And every year, Mom and Dad will definitely bring you back to visit me, or your brother-in-law, and I will get the paperwork to visit you. Chu Feng gradually calmed down. Okay, I'll go abroad with Mom. Sis, you're getting married tomorrow, be happy always. I will. Let's go tell Mom your decision, alright? Okay. Soon, the two of them told Tian Shaoan about the decision. Tian Shaoan was so moved she kept wiping her tears. She wouldn't be able to see her daughter every day anymore, but at least she'd be with her son. Xiaofeng, ever the thoughtful one, took out his handkerchief to help his mom wipe her tears. Chu Xian didn't know much about the process of going abroad, but she knew it wasn't something you could just do overnight. Mom, it'll take about a month to process the paperwork, right? After calming down, Tian Shaoan said softly, actually, there's something I haven't told you too. When I first arrived here last month, Qinzhe suggested I help you both apply for passports. He wanted to take you abroad for a trip after the wedding. Chu Xian exclaimed, a trip abroad? Mom, why didn't you tell me earlier? She didn't have much money, there was no way she could afford a trip. Tian Shaoan replied gently, let me finish. Qinzhe wanted it to be a surprise for you too, so he asked me to keep it a secret. All the paperwork is already done. Once Xiaofeng gets abroad, he can apply for long-term residency. But at the beginning of this month, Qinzhe suddenly told me that something came up with the Mu family, so the trip is postponed until after the new year. The paperwork won't expire anyway. Chu Xian knew Qinzhe had postponed the trip because money was tight. That was the right call. They could travel once they'd saved up enough. I think it's not really appropriate to travel right after getting married anyway. Qinzhe, and I can wait until next year. We'll come visit you, Xiaofeng and Dad then. Alright. The three of them chatted for a while longer. Xiaofeng went back to his room to rest, and Tian Shaoan slept in Chu Xian's room. Tonight, she wanted to spend time with her daughter. Around 5:30 the next morning, there was a knock at the door, the sound of firecrackers, music, and lively commotion. Mu Chen's friend Min Yi was in charge of knocking. Auntie, open up. Xiaofeng, open up. The groom is here to pick up the bride. By now, Tian Shaoan was already dressed and sitting in the main room, entertaining Gao Meiwan, Mao Xing, and several other families. The table was set with wedding candies, fruit, sunflower seeds, and the like. Everyone chatted and snacked. Weddings here were all about having a big, lively crowd. Gao Meiwan and the others were here as Chu Xian's family, so of course they arrived earlier than Mu Chen's group. Chu Xian was already dressed in a bright red wool coat and red dress, sitting on the kang in her bedroom, waiting for Mu Chen's, with Miao Dakui keeping her company. Chu Feng led Erlang, San Lang, and the other kids to the courtyard gate. Through the crack, he called out, if you want to come in, hand over the lucky money. Mu Chen's pulled a dozen or so red envelopes from his suit pocket and stuffed them all into Min Yi's hands, signaling him to give them to the kids. Min Yi happily passed the red envelopes through the crack in the door. Chu Feng let Erlang and Sanling pick their red envelopes first. When he saw Lu Zhaodi was too shy to take any, he quickly put 2 in her hand. Lu Zhaodi blushed and thanked him. She still didn't know that Xiaofeng would be going abroad in a few days. Chu Feng was momentarily distracted. When Zhaodi found out he was leaving, would she cry? He knew Erlang and Sanling definitely would. His thoughts were interrupted by Erlang's shout, there are more red envelopes, Xiaofeng, hurry and grab them. Chu Feng went back to collecting red envelopes. He picked up more than a dozen in a row. Erlang and Sanling didn't compete with him, so he gave them a few more. Once everyone had their envelopes, they opened the gate. Mu Chen's led the group into the courtyard, and only then did Chu Feng notice that his brother-in-law had brought a photographer. The camera clicked away, as if film was free. He couldn't help but marvel, his brother-in-law really spared no expense for his sister. After greeting Chu Xian's family, Mu Chen's walked to her bedroom door. The door was tightly shut. He knocked. Xiao Xian, it's Chenza. I'm here to take you home. But what awaited him was a challenge. Inside, Miao Dakui's voice rang out. If you want to marry our Xiao Xian, you have to recite a love poem on the spot. You can recite one or make one up yourself. This was no challenge for Muchinza. He opened his mouth and recited smoothly, Xiaoxian, let me dedicate a poem to you. You are the sunshine, bringing me endless warmth. You are the ocean, giving me infinite acceptance. You are the earth, grounding me with unwavering stability. A blissful smile lit up Chuxian's face. Everyone listening burst into laughter and cheers. Our warm, accepting, and steady bride, hurry up and open the door for the groom. The groom can't wait any longer. Don't miss the lucky hour. Miao Dakui opened the door. Muchinza was the first to rush into Xiaoxian's bedroom. At a glance, he saw his beloved sitting upright on the Kong bed. Today, she was radiant, her eyes smiling and full of affection, her hair styled in a bridal updo, lips painted a rosy red that made her skin look even fairer and more delicate, her eyes brighter than ever, and her beauty simply breathtaking. She was even more beautiful and dazzling than before. His heart surged with emotion. With excitement and joy on his face, he stepped forward and took her hand. Xiaoxian, I've come to take you home. Chu Xian nodded slightly, smiling demurely. Muchinza reached out to pick her up, but Miao Dakui stopped him with a laugh. First, you have to find the bride's red shoes. Only after you find them and put them on her can you leave. Only then did Muchinza notice that Xiaoxian wasn't wearing shoes, just red socks. He glanced at Xiaoxian, as if asking, wife, where are your shoes hidden? Chu Xian didn't want to make things hard for him and looked toward the drawer. Muchinza immediately understood and quickly found a pair of red leather shoes in the drawer. Everyone cheered. Muchinza helped Xiaoxian put them on. Then he carried her to the main room to bid farewell to her mother. Xiaoxian gently patted his shoulder, signaling for him to put her down. Once she was steady, Muchinza and Chu Xian bowed to Tian Shaoan. Chu Feng stood to the side, his eyes filled with both joy and reluctance. Muchinza then declared, Mom, don't worry. Now that I'm marrying Xiaoxian, I'll treat her even better than before. Tian Shaoan trusted her daughter's judgment. Good. Even though she knew her son-in-law would treat her daughter well, her eyes still reddened with emotion, and she felt a pang of reluctance. The next time they met, her daughter would already be part of the Mu family. At that moment, Minnie spoke up at just the right time. Strike up the drums and blow the suona. The groom is taking the bride home. Music filled the air as Tian Shaoan placed the red bridal veil over Xiaoxian's head. Muchinza picked her up again and walked outside. A car was parked at the gate. Muchinza carefully settled her into the passenger seat. Actually, in this area, it was common for the groom to take the bride home by bicycle, but Muchinza wanted to give Xiaoxian an unforgettable wedding. He hired a wedding team and rented a car. No one in the Mu family objected, since he paid for the rental himself. He would be driving personally. Just then, Chuji burst out from the crowd, snapping photos with his camera. After he finished, he shouted, Muchinza, you don't have a driver's license. Driving without a license, I'm going to report you. Wang Dipin walked over and slapped Chuji on the back. Chuji, get out of the way. Chinza has a license. He got it through the factory our village runs, I can vouch for him. Chuji stuck out his neck and said, I don't believe it. You're close with his family, of course you'd take his side. Wang Dipin turned to Muchinza. Do you have your license on you? Show everyone. Of course. Muchinza pulled his license from his pocket. Everyone could clearly see it had his name on it. Chuji was dumbfounded. He'd wanted to embarrass Muchinza on his wedding day, but ended up making a fool of himself instead. Everyone looked at Chuji with strange expressions. Tian Shaoan saw Chuji's behavior too. She thought to herself that before she left the country, she'd have to teach Chuji a lesson. But she didn't want to spoil her daughter and son-in-law's lucky hour, so she let it go for now. Muchinza and Chu Xian thought the same. The crowd pushed Chuji aside and followed behind the car. Muchinza deliberately drove slowly, wanting the villagers to envy him and Xiaoxian a little longer. At exactly 6:26, Muchinza stopped the car, timed perfectly, and carried Chu Xian into the Mu house. A red carpet was laid out in the courtyard. Muchinza gently set her down. Once she was steady, Muchinza nodded to Minnie. Under Min Yi's guidance, the wedding ceremony began. Will the groom's parents please take their seats? Once Mu Qinlao and his wife were seated, Min Yi continued cheerfully. First, bow to your friends and family. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza bowed to their guests. Second, bow to your parents. They turned to their parents and bowed. Third, bow to each other as husband and wife. Facing each other, Chu Xian and Mu Chenza bowed. Escort the bride to the bridal chamber. The sound of firecrackers, drums, and other instruments filled the air. The ceremony was simple, but by village standards, it was one of the grandest weddings. Mu Chenza picked up Chu Xian again and carried her into the bridal chamber. He set her down on the kang bed and lifted her veil. His wife looked more and more alluring. If it weren't for all the eyes watching from outside, he would have devoured her right then and there. With a face full of affection, he said, Xiao Xian, sit here in the bridal chamber for a while. I'll go out and entertain the guests. The banquet started in the morning and lasted until noon. In the morning, they served pastries, seeds, tea, and wedding candies. The real feast with meat dishes came at noon. Round tables filled every room and the yard, except the bridal chamber. Friends and family sat around the tables, eating and chatting in a lively atmosphere. Tian Shaoen and the bride's family were brought over by Fu Qing and Mu Chenfu and arranged at the VIP tables inside. The Mu family had people assigned to look after the bride's family. Sitting in the bridal chamber, Chu Xian listened to the lively sounds outside and looked at the festive decorations inside, feeling incredibly happy. Chenza had arranged everything just the way she liked. Having been reborn and marrying Chenza again, she was determined to cherish him. She would also give him children. In her previous life, she hadn't been able to have children, partly due to health reasons, partly because they rarely shared a bed. This time, their relationship was strong, so children would surely come soon. Half an hour later, Fu Qing brought 2 women of good fortune to deliver dumplings to Chu Xian. Here, women of good fortune meant women with a husband, a son, and a daughter. Chu Xian took a bite of a dumpling. It's raw. She immediately spat it into a spittoon. Fu Qing and the others teased her, of course it's raw. Try the dumplings from the other auntie. Chu Xian took another bite. Still raw. She spat it out again. Everyone laughed. That's exactly right. It has to be raw. That way Chenza will work hard and Xiao Xian will have lots of children. Eating raw dumplings and saying they're raw is symbolic of having children. Chu Xian did want to have lots of kids, but being teased like this made her blush to the tips of her ears. In her previous life, someone had also brought her dumplings, but not knowing the custom, she bit into one, spat it out onto the person, and scolded them harshly. Actually, Grandma Gao had given her a paper listing all the wedding customs, but she hadn't read it and tossed it aside after Grandma Gao left. This time, several elders had told her about the raw dumpling custom in advance, so she handled it gracefully. She left a good impression on everyone. After seeing the women out, her gaze fell on the drawer. Inside were pastries she and Chenza had put there the day before. She'd gotten up early, was too excited to eat much breakfast, and was now a bit hungry. Just as she was about to open the drawer for a snack, someone pushed the door open. It was Lu Zhaodi. Zhaodi, did you need something? Lu Zhaodi was holding a bulging cloth bag. Sister Xian, Brother Chenza asked me to bring this over for you. I'll head out now. She stuffed it into Chu Xian's arms, stuck out her tongue with a smile, and ran out. The cloth bag was still warm to the touch. She opened it and looked inside. Inside were a lunchbox, a water bottle with a straw, and a card. The card was written in Mu Chenza's handwriting. Xiao Xian, have a few little pastries to fill your stomach first. Love, yours A. She opened the lunchbox to find bite-sized pastries inside. The water bottle had a straw. She had no idea where Chenza had managed to find it. She couldn't help but marvel at how thoughtful he was. This way, she could eat and drink without smudging her lipstick. Chu Xian picked up a pastry and popped it into her mouth. It was filled with sea cucumber, shrimp, and pork. Delicious. She ate 3 in a row, then took a sip of water through the straw. The water was just the right temperature. After eating 3 more and drinking some water, She closed the lunchbox, put it back in the cloth bag, and hid it in the cabinet. She put the card in the drawer. The water bottle she left on the table. Feeling bored, she studied the design on the bottle, the backs of two cartoon characters, a little boy and girl gazing at the stars and moon together. The bottle was red. It looked like it was imported. Before long, Fu Qing knocked and came in. Xiaoxian, I came to keep you company and chat for a bit. According to local wedding traditions, Xu Xian had to sit on the king, heated brick bed, for 2 hours. This had two meanings: to highlight the status of the bride in the new home, and to ensure an auspicious start for a smooth married life. Counting from when she first sat down, more than 50 minutes had passed, just over an hour to go. The Kong was warm and comfortable, the temperature just right. Sister-in-law, it's lively outside, isn't it? A lot of people came. That's right. I counted, there must be about 100 people, 10 tables or so. That's twice as many as when your big brother and I got married. Xiaoxian, it's all thanks to you helping the village set up the grilled fish snack factory. Lots of people came because of you. And they're generous with their gifts, no less than 5 yuan each. In these times, even 50 cents or a yuan would have been acceptable as a gift. Xu Xian hadn't expected to be so popular. They didn't just come for me, they came for the Mu family too. Sister-in-law, you and Mom have the best reputation in the village. Everyone wants to use this chance to get closer to our family. Fu Qing grinned from ear to ear. Is my reputation really that good? Of course. In my eyes, you're the best sister-in-law in the world. Fu Qing waved her hands in protest. Don't flatter me like that. I'm still far from being the best. But I'll keep working at it. Oh, by the way, Xiaoxian, you haven't been out to the tidal flats these past few days, so I've been going. The harvest has been pretty good. Each of us can get over 100 yuan. The money's with Mom, and she'll split it between us after things settle down. Xu Xian really hadn't had time to go lately. You're amazing, sister-in-law. You've worked so hard, I almost feel bad taking a share. You have to take your share. With such a good spot for gathering seafood, of course, I have to work hard. As long as I can earn and save money, I'm not afraid of hard work. But, Xiaoxian, I've noticed something. My luck isn't as good as yours. Whenever we go together, we always get a bigger haul. When I go alone, I still fill my basket, but the catch doesn't sell for as much. So don't feel bad, I'm hoping to catch some of your good luck. Maybe we just happen to get luckier when we go together. You never know with these things. You've really been lucky this year, making money with the grilled fish workshop, getting big red envelopes when you found your relatives, and now getting married. Your luck is only getting better. Then I'll share half my luck with you. Xu Xian placed her hand on Fu Qing's, teasing her. Fu Qing knew she was joking. Then let's high-five so I can receive it. Okay. The two of them actually high-fived, laughing and playing around. With someone to chat with, the hour passed quickly. Fu Qing asked considerately, do you need to use the bathroom? I'll go with you. Xu Xian nodded. Just then, Mu Chenza pushed the door open, looking cheerful. Sister-in-law, thanks for keeping Xiaoxian company. I'm free now, I can take her to the bathroom. Fu Qing teased, free now? More like you've been watching the clock for her sitting time to be up so you could come. I'll go help out in the kitchen. No need to play third wheel here. She dashed off to the kitchen. Mu Chenza happily accompanied his bride to the bathroom. When they returned to the bridal room, he brought her a basin of warm water to wash her hands. After she finished, Mu Chenza was just about to ask for a little reward when he caught sight of a few kids peeking in the window. He had to give up. Xu Xian was the most relaxed person in the house that morning. All she had to do was stay in the bridal room and, when the banquet started at noon, go out with her husband to toast the guests. Zay, where did you get this water bottle? Mu Chenza smiled, a little proud. I had someone buy it from the city, it's imported. Do you like it? Of course. And I love those little pastries too. Who made them? I did. I was too excited to sleep last night, so I wanted to make something for you myself. Before I went to pick you up this morning, I packed them in the lunchbox and kept it warm in a basin of hot water. Say, you're so thoughtful. Mu Chenza whispered in her ear, tonight you'll have to reward me properly. Xu Xian blushed but nodded. Go on, you should greet the guests. All right. Muchinza gave her a few more reminders before heading out to entertain the relatives and friends. With only the bride left in the room, the children outside grew bolder. They knocked on the door. Chu Xian called softly, "Come in." 5 or 6 kids squeezed into the bridal room. "The bride is so pretty. When I grow up, I want to marry a wife as pretty as Auntie. There are so many quilts, must be 10 or more. The curtains in this room are so nice." Chu Xian listened to their innocent chatter, smiling as she reached under the bedding and pulled out 2 handfuls of candies and peanuts. "Here, you can share these." The kids' eyes went wide with delight. They hadn't expected so many treats hidden under the bedding. They all thanked her. The 2 oldest took the candy and peanuts and led the others out, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Chu Xian lifted the bedding and picked up the candies from the kang so they wouldn't melt and put them on the table. The kang was warm, so peanuts were fine, but candies might melt. After sorting through the candies, she picked out a big white rabbit milk candy and popped it into her mouth. She had to eat one of her and Chinza's wedding candies. So sweet. After the candy, she took a sip of water from the bottle with the straw. Tian Shaoen, taking a bathroom break, peeked into the bridal room through the window. According to tradition, she couldn't enter the bridal room today. Even though she had a new husband now, she couldn't escape the fact that her first husband had passed away. Here, if she entered the bridal room, it would be considered unlucky for the newlyweds. She didn't really believe in these things, but for the sake of her daughter and son-in-law's future happiness, she was willing to follow the custom. Chu Xian saw her mother and walked to the window, smiling. "Mom, did you need something?" Tian Shaoen beamed. "No, I just wanted to take a few more looks at my daughter as a bride. I'm off to the bathroom, then I'll go back to the banquet." "Okay." Chu Xian felt a warm glow in her heart. She watched her mother leave. Before long, Fu Qing rushed in. "Xiao Xian, we've got some unexpected guests. Old man Chu brought his Chiu Mei here to ask for wedding wine. They gave a gift of 100 yuan. Should we let them stay or send them away?" The Mu family still had to ask Chu Xian for her opinion. After all, Chu Ji and his father, old man Chu Dashan, didn't get along. The enemy of my enemy could be a friend, at least for now. Chu Ji had just done something disgusting, so letting old man Chu Dashan stay for the wedding banquet was a good way to annoy Chu Ji. Besides, who would say no to 100 yuan as a wedding gift? Chu Xian looked relaxed. "Sister-in-law, it's not like we can't afford to feed 2 more mouths. What do you think?" Fu Qing immediately understood what Chu Xian meant. "Exactly. Then let's have old man Chu and his Chiu Mei stay for the meal." She left with a smile. Soon, Fu Qing's voice rang out in the courtyard. "Uncle Chu, did you come today just to apologize on Chu Ji's behalf?" Chu Dashan replied angrily, "I'm here to celebrate the wedding. That unfilial son Chu Ji has nothing to do with me. He's a fool who doesn't know what's what. Causing trouble on Chenza and Xiaoshuan's wedding day, doesn't he deserve a beating? If I'd been there, I'd have kicked him out myself." Everyone cheered. Old man Chu is right. When you see Chu Ji, make sure to kick him a few times first. "So when are you marrying your Chiu Mei?" Chu Dashan replied gleefully, "After the new year, I'll officially bring her home. I hope you'll all come and support us, have a drink at our wedding." No one really wanted to go to his wedding, so they just gave a few perfunctory responses. The Mu family arranged seats for Chu Dashan and Widow Chiu at a round table outside the courtyard. It was a prominent spot. Chu Ji hadn't even reached the Mu house yet, but from a distance, he could already see his father and Widow Chiu eating snacks. He was furious. He was at odds with Chu Xian and Mu Chenza, but his father insisted on cozying up to the Mu family. Wasn't this a slap in his face? He stormed over, pointed at Chu Dashan and cursed, "You old bastard. My mother hates Chu Xian the most, and you still come to her wedding. Just wait till my mother comes out, she won't let you off." Chu Dashan popped a candied fruit into his mouth and said disdainfully, "Don't mention your mother to me. I've thought it through, whoever I want to get along with, I will. Keep yapping and I'll kick you over. Just thinking about how you're not my real son makes me sick." Chu Ji's leg injury hadn't fully healed, and he'd left his cane at home. Now, provoked by Chu Dashan, his legs started trembling. My mother never said I wasn't your son. How can you say that? That's because your mother isn't sure if you're really my son. Now get lost. You're not welcome here. Chuji raised his hand, about to slap Chu Dashin. But Chu Dashin dodged and slapped him back, then kicked him several times. Chuji was knocked to the ground. Everyone just watched the spectacle, no one stepped in. In the end, it was Feng Shui who came over and carried Chuji away. Wang Dipin walked over, looking at Chu Dashin with approval. If you disciplined him like this earlier, maybe he'd have turned out better. Chu Dashin sighed. Feng Chunhua never let me discipline him before. Now it's too late anyway. I don't consider him my son anymore. He paused, his eyes darting around, then lowered his voice and changed the subject. Village chief, about that plot of land I talked to you about. How's the village committee's discussion going? Wang Dipin replied in a neutral tone. It didn't pass. Chu Dashin looked disappointed. Is it really that hard to get a plot of land approved? Wang Dipin deliberately raised his voice. Everyone wants land near Chu Xian's mother's place. The village committee decided to draw lots. The date will be announced over the loudspeaker. A little while later, Fu Qing told Chu Xian what had happened outside the gate. Chu Xian knew Chu Dashin well. He would never bother with pointless socializing. He must have an ulterior motive for coming to the wedding and giving 100 yuan as a gift. 100 yuan just for a meal and some wine? That didn't seem worth it. He must want to buy land near her mother's house. If he doesn't get it in the lottery, will he try to buy her mother's courtyard next? Did he also think that courtyard was a feng shui treasure? Right now, Chu Xian was definitely not willing to sell. Soon, Mu Chenza came to fetch Chu Xian to go out and toast the guests. Chu Xian didn't have time to keep pondering Chu Dashin's motives. Mu Chenza took her hand and led her out of the bridal room. There were 4 round tables set up in the courtyard, a few more outside, and some inside the house. It looked like there were more than 10 tables. Apparently, even more guests had arrived. Other than the honored guests from Xiaoshuan's mother's side, who were seated inside, everyone else sat according to when they arrived. Arrive early, sit inside. Arrive a bit later, sit in the courtyard. Arrive latest, sit outside the courtyard. Just then Long Jinxiao, dressed in a suit, walked up to the Mu house. Chu Dashin recognized him at once. He quickly ducked under the table, pretending to tie his shoes. Widow Chiu couldn't help but whisper, Dashin, what are you doing? Chu Dashin gestured for her to be quiet. Don't say my name. The one-eyed dragon is here. So what if he is? Why are you afraid of him? Widow Chiu looked puzzled. Chu Dashin made up an excuse. He once brought people to my house and tried to take my valuables. That's why I'm scared of him. Widow Chiu scoffed, that's it? I heard Chu Xian used to owe him money. He's probably here to collect a debt. Debts have their owners. You don't need to be afraid. Chu Dashin stayed hidden under the table. Chu Xian's rich now. She's long since paid him back. These days, the one-eyed dragon and Chu Xian's family get along great. Did you offend the one-eyed dragon or something? Seeing he couldn't hide it, Chu Dashin whispered in her ear, sort of. The 100 yuan I gave as a wedding gift to Chu Xian was money I got for trading jade from his factory. I feel guilty seeing him. Widow Chiu's eyes widened in shock. She whispered back, Dashin, you're something else. Tell me, how did you get jade from his factory? Chu Dashin confessed in a low voice. Xiao Dogwang stole it at night and asked me to sell it. I got 100 yuan as a middleman's fee. Wasn't Xiao Dogwang wanted by the police? How come you're mixed up with him? That's all been cleared up. I testified for him, proved that Feng Chunhua framed him, and that nothing was stolen from my house. For that, I got 500 yuan as a reward from his family. You're really something. While the two were whispering, Long Jinxiao had already entered the Mu house to record his gift. At that moment, Mu Chenza and Chu Xian were still inside toasting guests, unaware he had arrived. Chu Dashin let out a long sigh of relief, so long as Long Jinxiao wasn't here for him. He immediately sat up straight and kept eating. Some of the guests knew that Long Jinxiao did business with the Wu family, so they weren't surprised to see him. When others asked, they helped explain. Long Jinxiao looked at the gift ledger. The name before his was Chu Dashin. He was planning to find Chu Dashin after the banquet anyway. His former subordinates had told him that Chu Dashan once sold a piece of jade that looked a lot like one of the pieces missing from the jade factory warehouse. Long Jinxiu hadn't reported it to the security team because he didn't believe someone like Chu Dashan could steal from the jade factory. He figured it was better to have a private chat with him. A few threats would do, no need for violence. 90% chance Chu Dashan would spill the truth. After signing the ledger, Mu Chenfu greeted him warmly. "Director Long, we've reserved a seat for you in the honored guest's room. Let me take you over." Long Jinxia smiled. "Thank you, but there's no need. I'll go over myself in a bit. I want to sit with Chu Dashan for a while and have a chat. You go ahead and take care of things." Mu Chenfu was left puzzled. How come Chu Dashan not only gave a wedding gift, but also caught Director Long's attention? Mu Chenfu didn't ask any more questions, respecting Long Jinxiao's wishes. He watched as Long Jinxiao headed out to the round table in the courtyard to find Chu Dashan. At that moment, Chu Dashan was happily munching on wedding pastries, thoroughly enjoying himself. It was as if he was determined to eat back the value of his wedding gift. He didn't notice Long Jinxiao coming up behind him. "Chu Dashan, you're eating so much now, will you still have room for the banquet later?" Chu Dashan didn't recognize Long Jinxiao's voice at first. He replied while stuffing pastries into his mouth, "Of course I'll have room. Don't be fooled by my age, I can eat plenty." Just as he finished speaking, another guest at the table greeted someone behind him. "Hello, Director Long. Are you joining us at this table? There's an empty seat here." Long Jinxiao replied politely, "Thank you, but a friend saved me a seat. I just came over to have a word with Chu Dashan." Chu Dashan let out a startled, nearly choking. He quickly took a sip of tea to wash it down, barely avoiding disaster. He turned around, and sure enough, it was Long Jinxiao. He immediately sat up straight, not daring to look at him. It was too late to hide under the table now. After a bout of coughing, he finally turned back and saw Long Jinxiao still there. Bracing himself, he asked, "Director Long, is there something you need?" Long Jinxiao placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes carrying a hint of threat. "That's right. Should we talk here, or somewhere more private?" Chu Dashan was starting to suspect Long Jinxiao knew something. "Let's go over there." Long Jinxiao walked toward a secluded spot, and Chu Dashan followed, putting on a show of confidence as if to say to everyone, "Look, Director Long is personally seeking me out for a chat." In reality, he was nervous, worried that if he said the wrong thing, Long Jinxiao's men would deal with him once he got home. When they reached a quiet spot, Long Jinxiu didn't speak right away. Instead, he looked Chu Dashan up and down, making him feel uneasy. "Director Long, if you have something to say, please go ahead." Long Jinxiao finally spoke. "I heard you sold a piece of jade?" Chu Dashan's leg twitched and his hands started to shake. So he really did know. He deeply regretted not listening to Qiu Daguang. Qiu Daguang had told him to sell it in the city, but he wanted to save trouble and sold it in the county instead. Now he realized Director Long had eyes everywhere, both in the county and the town. He tried to make excuses, but Long Jinxiao cut him off. "Chu Dashan, I'll give you one chance. Today is Xiao Xian and Chin's wedding. I don't want any bloodshed, you understand." Chu Dashan had no choice but to give up on lying and tell the truth. "It was Qiu Daguang who asked me to sell it. I sold the jade for 600 yuan, and he gave me 100 as a runner's fee. He also said he'd ask me to sell another piece sometime. And the 100 yuan runner's fee? I gave it as a wedding gift to the Mu family. You're really generous, aren't you?" Chu Dashan didn't dare reveal his real motives and instead said something nice. "I just felt I hadn't treated Xiao Xian well in the past, so I wanted to use this opportunity to make it up to her." Long Jinxiao could tell Chu Dashan had other reasons, but didn't call him out. "You should make it up to her. But when you get to the security team, that 100 yuan runner's fee needs to be handed in." "I'll hand it in. I promise. Or, you don't have to hand it in. If you help me catch Qiu Daguang and get evidence of him stealing jade, that 100 yuan will be a reward." Chu Dashan feigned surprise. "So the jade was stolen by Qiu Daguang? If I'd known, I'd never have helped him sell it." Long Jinxiao had expected this. "Just tell me, will you help catch Qiu Daguang or not?" Chu Dashan swore up and down, "I'll help. I definitely will." good. When Xiao Daguang contacts you again, call me immediately. Okay. Long Junxiu patted Chu Dashan on the shoulder in a good mood, nearly making him lose his balance from fright. Chu Dashan staggered, barely managing to stay upright. Long Junxiu watched him head back to the banquet. When Chu Dashan sat back down next to Widow Chiu, the others at the table asked, "What did Director Long want with you?" Chu Dashan might be timid around Long Junxiu, but in front of these people, he was bold and lied without blinking. Director Long saw me attending Xiaoxian and Chen's wedding and giving 100 yuan as a gift. He was really pleased and praised me, telling me to keep it up and stay in touch. Everyone teased him, getting Director Long's approval impressive. Maybe Director Long will give you a job as a gatekeeper. Stay close with Xiaoxian and the Mu family, and you'll have good days ahead. Chu Dashan nodded repeatedly. Even Widow Chiu believed him. Dashan, maybe you really will land a job as a security guard at the Jade Factory. I hear the pay's good. Chu Dashan chuckled. I'll try my best. That's what he said, but inside he thought, if I can avoid getting beaten up, I'll be lucky. A job? I wouldn't dare dream of it. He knew that if Long Junxiu wanted to rough him up, there were countless ways to do it without leaving any evidence. Long Junxiu headed to the VIP room. He was happy to be seated at the same table as Tian Shaoen. The food and drinks were all served. Mu Chenza and Chu Xian came over together to toast him. They called him Uncle Long with every toast, making him feel delighted. He truly saw Xiaoxian as a niece and Chenza as a nephew-in-law. He drank heartily and offered his blessings. Everyone was happy for Xiaoxian. No one could have imagined that the former debt collector would become a guest of the bride's family, someone who'd have her back in the future. Mu Chenza and Chu Xian continued to toast the guests. After going around to more than a dozen tables, it was over an hour later. Saying they weren't tired would be a lie. Chu Xian's arm was sore, and her stomach was starting to growl again. Mu Chenza was hungry too. Luckily, Qin Mahua had already set aside food for the two of them. Everything served at the banquet was saved for them. They ate quickly, and soon guests began to take their leave. No matter how tired they were, proper etiquette had to be observed. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that all the guests had left. Tian Shaoen and Chu Feng also left, reluctant to go so soon, but wanting to let Xiaoxian rest, so they decided it was best to head home early. Qin Mahua knew Chu Xian was exhausted and shooed her back to the bridal room to rest. Chu Xian really was tired and didn't refuse. She thanked her mother-in-law and went to the bridal room. Today, over 130 people had come, including more than 20 children. She didn't have to toast the kids, but every adult needed a toast. That meant Chu Xian had raised her glass over 100 times. Some guests who liked a lively atmosphere would chat a bit before drinking, which meant holding the glass even longer and making her arm ache more. Chu Xian felt that at weddings, it was the bride and groom who got the most tired. In her previous life, she hadn't been this exhausted. She'd gotten angry over eating raw dumplings and hadn't gone out to toast at all. Back then, Feng Chunhua had backed her up, saying if she didn't want to toast, she didn't have to. This time, though her arm was sore from all the toasting, she was happy. Just as she took off her shoes and coat, ready to lie down for a nap, Mu Chenza came in. "Wife, you've worked hard today. Let me massage your arms." Even as a man, his arms were sore, let alone his wife's. Chu Xian stretched out her arms. "Zay, you've worked hard too. I'll give you a massage later." That sounded great to Mu Chenza, who looked forward to it. He thoughtfully massaged his wife's arms and then her legs. Just as it was his turn to enjoy the benefits, Qin Mahua's voice came from outside the door. "Xiaozhe, could you return the car first?" The rental car was charged by the hour. Qin Mahua felt that Xiaozhe and his wife were so lovey-dovey that they could stay holed up in their bedroom for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Might as well return the car early, then come back and enjoy their time together. Mu Chenza called out toward the door, "Got it, Mom." After speaking, he looked longingly at Chu Xian, a smile tugging at his lips. "Want to come with me to return the car?" Chu Xian could tell he didn't want to be apart from her for even a moment. Her arms and legs felt much better now. "Sure. Let's go to the county together to return the car." Muchinza was as happy as a child. Thank you, wifey. He planted a loud kiss on her forehead. Chu Xian blushed and smiled. Let me massage your arms before we go. Otherwise, they'll get even more sore when you're holding the steering wheel. She placed her hands gently on both of Muchinza's arms. Muchinza looked blissful. My wife is the best. Xiao Xian, marrying you must be the blessing I earned over 8 lifetimes. Chu Xian's hands paused, and she said softly, maybe it's because I owed you too much in my past life, so I married you in this one to pay you back. Muchinza pulled her into a gentle hug and teased, then I should thank you for owing me so much last time. This life, you have to make it up to me. Chu Xian thought to herself, I'll definitely make it up to you. But she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she changed the subject. Zay, marrying you is the luckiest thing that's happened to me in this life. I'll love you, care for you, cherish you, and take good care of your family too. Before she could finish, Muchinza kissed her. My lipstick. I'll wipe it off for you. Muchinza took a clean handkerchief from his pocket. Chu Xian simply washed off her lipstick with water from the kettle and dried her lips with the handkerchief. Muchinza didn't want to waste his wife's kindness. In the kitchen, Qin Mahua was tidying up, looking helpless. Xiao Zhe had agreed so readily, but half an hour had already passed and he still hadn't come out. Had he fallen asleep, or was he just being lovey-dovey with his wife? She wanted to sneak a peek through the window, but felt too embarrassed. That would be no different from eavesdropping. Just as she was hesitating about whether to call them again, Chinza and Xiao Xian walked out of the bridal room hand in hand. Muchinza spoke gently, Mom, I'm taking Xiao Xian with me to the county to return the car. Qin Mahua noticed Xiao Xian's lipstick was gone, and her lips looked a bit swollen. She immediately guessed what her son had just done. She didn't say anything. She just smiled and reminded them to put the bicycle in the trunk so they could ride it back after returning the car. Half an hour later, Muchinza was riding the bike with Chu Xian through the streets of the county. They made a beautiful sight. As they passed a secluded alley, Chu Xian suddenly spotted a familiar figure climbing over a wall. Xiao Zhe, that's Qiu Dogwang. Muchinza saw him too, and his first thought was that this guy was up to no good. He stopped the bike. Xiao Xian, you ride to the police station and report it. I'll keep an eye on him. Chu Xian was about to agree, but then saw Qiu Dogwang climbing back over the wall. Qiu Dogwang glanced at the two of them, a playful look in his eyes. You two don't think I'm breaking and entering, do you? I just rented this courtyard and forgot my keys, so I had to climb over. If you don't believe me, you can ask the neighbors. Muchinza actually knocked on a neighbor's door. An old lady answered. Who are you looking for? Muchinza politely asked, Ma'am, could you tell me if this Qiu Dogwang is renting the courtyard next door? The old lady smiled. Yes, he's renting next door. Dogwang's a good guy. Just the other day, I locked myself out, and he climbed over the wall to get my keys for me. His wife is really pretty too. Qiu Dogwang looked proud. That's right, my wife is beautiful, she's the flower of the county. The old lady slapped her knees. I'm still boiling medicine. Can't chat with you anymore. She closed the door. Chu Xian looked at Qiu Dogwang. Didn't your wife just go inside? And besides, Qi Hong doesn't deserve to be called the county's flower. Just then, a stylishly dressed woman in high heels walked over and took Qiu Dogwang's arm. Dogwang, why did it take so long to get the keys? I'm in a hurry to go back to my mother's. Let's go. Qiu Dogwang patted her hand. Ran into a couple of old friends. Be good and wait for me up ahead. I'll just say a few words to them. All right then. The stylish woman glanced at Chu Xian's red wool coat. Dogwang, buy me a coat like that later. Qiu Dogwang agreed readily. No problem. The woman left, satisfied. Qiu Dogwang cupped his hands to Muchinza and Chu Xian. I have to thank you two for sending Qi Hong to jail. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to divorce her and meet my current wife. Chu Xian remembered that in her previous life, Qiu Dogwang and Qi Hong never divorced. This life, because she was reborn, things had changed. Would Qiu Dogwang still become a human trafficker? What's your wife's name? Qiu Dogwang. Her name is Kai Honglian. You don't know her? She's quite famous in the county. As soon as she heard the name, Chu Xian remembered from her previous life. Kai Honglian was the head of a child-stealing ring. Birds of a feather flocked together. Xiao Daguang, weren't you wanted by the police? How did you get off so easily? Xiao Daguang chuckled. I have to thank Feng Chenhua for getting in trouble. Plus, Xu Dashan put in a good word for me, so no one's after me anymore. Mu Chenza snorted. Xu Dashan put in a good word for you? I bet your family paid him plenty. Xiao Daguang neither confirmed nor denied it, just changed the subject. My wife's waiting. Gotta go. He hurried off. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza exchanged a glance. After walking their bike a bit further, Chu Xian finally spoke. Zay, if I told you Kai Honglian isn't a good person, would you believe me? Of course I'd believe you. What kind of decent woman would marry someone like Xiao Daguang? Can we ask Minnie to look into the two of them? I have a feeling Xiao Daguang is still up to his old tricks. Chu Xian didn't mention human trafficking. There was no evidence, and no one would believe her now anyway. Mu Chenza agreed immediately. All right, let's go home. Okay. Chu Xian had just gotten onto the back seat when she saw Xiao Huan riding over and greeted him. Brother Xiao. Mu Chenza stopped the bike and called out, Brother Xiao. Xiao Huan braked hard. What a coincidence. You two just finished your wedding banquet, and you're already out and about. Mu Chenza smiled. We came to return the car and take a stroll. Where are you headed? Xiao Huan scratched his head, hesitating whether to tell the truth. Thinking of his relationship with Uncle Long, he decided to be honest and lowered his voice. Chu Dashan said Xiao Daguang is living nearby, so I came to check. Xiao Daguang might have stolen some jade from our factory, but we don't have solid evidence yet. Chu Xian racked her brain but didn't remember Xiao Daguang stealing jade in her previous life. Maybe she just didn't know about it. Mu Chenza pointed in the direction of Xiao Daguang's house. He lives over there, first house in the alley. He just left with his wife. Xiao Huan scratched his head again. I have a favor to ask. Mu Chenza and Chu Xian said in unison, Go ahead. Could you two keep watch for me? I want to climb over the wall and see if I can find the jade. Mu Chenza was about to agree when Chu Xian quietly said, Brother Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, the jade isn't in that courtyard. Xiao Huan looked puzzled. Then where is it? Why wouldn't it be there? Of course, Chu Xian couldn't say it was because in her previous life, Xiao Daguang had confessed the location of his hidden valuables after he was caught. So she just made up a reason on the spot. Because Xiao Daguang is a thief himself, he knows how easy it is to climb over his own wall, so I figured he wouldn't hide anything valuable here. As for where he would hide it, I guessed it must be at his old house. There's a big black dog there. If anyone unfamiliar goes in, it'll bark like crazy. Xiao Huan gave Chu Xian a thumbs up. That's a spot-on analysis. I'll go report to Uncle Long right away. Thanks. He rode off on his bike. Mu Chenza looked at his wife with admiration. My wife is so smart. Chu Xian wanted to say, it's not that she's smart, she's just lived an extra life. But she couldn't say that. She just smiled. Wait until Brother Xiao really finds the jade, then you can praise me. Let's go home first. Okay. Mu Chenza pedaled Chu Xian home. At that moment, Tian Shaoan was at home packing her things. As she packed, she thought about how to teach Chuji a lesson he wouldn't forget. Chu Feng stood at the door, smiling. Mom, I want to go to Erling's house for a bit. Tian Shaoan saw her son's bulging pockets and guessed he wanted to leave some keepsakes for Lu Zhaodi and her brothers. Go ahead. But Chu Feng didn't rush out. Instead, he pointed at the bike in the yard. Mom, can I ride the bike out? Of course. Be careful on the road. Okay. Chu Feng happily rode off. When he arrived at the Lu house, he saw Laudi hanging up laundry, while Erling and Sanling were in the kitchen helping Aunt Mu clean carrot strips. They were prepping vegetables for tomorrow's fried meatballs. Chu Feng grinned. Aunt Mu, you're so hardworking. Zhaodi and her brothers are hardworking too. Your days will only get better and better. Could Zhaodi and her brothers take a break? I want to take them out for a bit. Mu Xing had just heard from Tian Shaoan that Chu Feng would also be going abroad, but hadn't told the three kids yet. Maybe it was better for Xiao Feng to tell them himself. Of course you can. Go have fun. Take as long as you want. Thank you, Aunt Mu. Chu Feng waved at Erling and Sanling and patted his pants pocket. Sanling thought Chu Feng was going to give them something tasty, so he quickly washed his hands and came out of the kitchen. Erling wanted to ride the bike, so he washed his hands too. Chu Feng smiled. You two help Jody finish hanging the laundry first, then the three of us will go out together. Okay. Erling and Sanling got right to it. With more hands, the work was done in no time. Erling did want to ride the bike, but he didn't dare say so in front of Aunt Moo. Once they were out the door, Erling finally spoke up. Xiao Feng, can I ride the bike for a bit? Chu Feng had secretly let him ride before and knew he could do it. No problem. You and Sanling take it slow. I'll chat with Jody. Erling thanked him excitedly. Sanling glanced at Chu Feng's pocket. Xiao Feng, so you weren't going to give us something to eat? Chu Feng immediately saw that Sanling wasn't interested in riding the bike. He just wanted a treat. Luckily, he'd come prepared. He pulled out a big handful of individually wrapped beef jerky and put some in both Erling and Sanling's pockets. Take your time, eat, and ride. Now Sanling was happy. Thanks, Xiao Feng. He munched on beef jerky as he ran after Erling. Once the two boys were out of sight and he'd made sure no one else was around, Chu Feng turned to Lu Xiaodi. He took a jade ring, about 2 centimeters in diameter, from another pocket. Xiaodi, this is a gift I saved up to buy for you. He tried to put it in her hand. But Xiaodi hid her hands behind her back. This is too expensive, I can't accept it. A trace of helplessness flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. To me, nothing is more precious than our friendship. In the future, I might not get another chance to give you something this valuable. Xiao Feng, are you leaving our village? That's right. After my sister's 3-day homecoming, I'll go abroad to study with my mom. I might only come back once a year after that. Jody was surprised. Going abroad was something she'd never even dared to dream of. Xiao Feng, I'm surprised and sad, but I'm happy for you too. You're the first person from our village to study abroad. I heard from Granny Gao that Uncle Mingyang's school has study abroad spots, and it's really competitive. I think Uncle Mingyang wants to go abroad for further studies after he graduates too. As she spoke, she took the jade ring. It was strung on a red cord. Jody's face lit up with a smile. Will you help me put it on? Chu Feng nodded vigorously and clumsily helped her put it around her neck. Jody's fingers brushed the jade. It was warm to the touch. This is warm jade. Chu Feng grinned. Yes, I picked it out just for you. In winter, it'll keep you warm. I really like it. Before you leave, I'll give you a keepsake too. That's great. I'm so happy. Jody tucked the jade under her shirt. Once you're abroad, if you have time, write to me. Give me your address then. Okay. Chu Feng felt a mix of emotions, partly sad, partly happy. He was happy he'd finally given Jody the gift he'd wanted to, but sad that he wouldn't see her for a long time. Jody tried hard not to cry. I'll study hard and try to get into college as soon as I can. Maybe I'll even get to study abroad too, and then I'll come find you. It's a long-term goal, but I'll keep working at it. Jody, I'll remember your goal. And if I can't get used to living abroad and have to transfer back, you can't laugh at me. I'd never laugh at you. I believe you'll overcome any difficulties and settle in quickly. To me, you're the best. Chu Feng blushed. Am I really as good as you say? Of course you are. You've grown from a boy who bullied the weak into a thoughtful, kind young man. I've seen all your changes. What you said reminds me of when I stole seafood from your house a few months ago, and you almost chased me with a cleaver. Back then, I thought you were fierce and not like a girl at all. Later, I realized that if you hadn't been strong, how could you have supported your family? That's right. Luckily, the hardest times are behind us. I'll always remember everyone who helped my family. I'll always be grateful too. Thank you for forgiving me for stealing your seafood and for being my friend. No need to thank me. At first, I only befriended you because of Sister Xian, but I never expected you'd become a better and better person. Xiao Feng, no matter if we see each other again or not, I'll always remember you. I'll go home and get your gift ready. You go play with Erling and Sanling. Before Chu Feng could reply, Lu Xiaodi ran off. Chu Feng had no idea that Xiaodi's face was covered in tears. He was just looking forward to his gift. About 10 minutes later, he found Erlang and Sanling and saw Chuji lying on the ground, clutching his knee and groaning. The bike tipped over beside him, its wheels still spinning. He looked at Erlang. What happened? Is Chuji trying to scam us again? Erlang leaned over and whispered into Chu Feng's ear, Xiaofeng, I hit him on purpose. Who told him to stir up trouble on the day Sister Xian and Brother Chenza are getting married? He deserved it. Don't worry, no one saw it, not even Sanling. He was too busy eating beef cubes at the time. Chu Feng was well aware of Chuji's knack for making false claims, and this time, he really had been hit. He whispered back, Erlang, thanks for standing up for my sister, but if anyone asks later, you can't admit you did it on purpose. Just say you didn't hit him. He's trying to scam us. Erlang grinned. That's what I was thinking too. But don't worry, if I ever accidentally hit someone with my bike in the future, I'll definitely take them to the hospital. Chuji is a special case. Good. Chu Feng walked over to Chuji. Chuji, stop pretending. Why are you moaning? Erlang told me he didn't even hit you. Get up already. Chuji kept clutching his knee. My knee is almost shattered by that brat Erlang, and you say I'm faking it? Come and look, everyone. I got hit. Who can take me to the hospital? Just then, villagers started gathering. Someone asked Sanling, did your brother really hit Chuji? Sanling hadn't seen anything. I was just focused on eating. I didn't notice. I only looked over when I heard the bike fall. By then, Chuji was already on the ground, and so were my brother and the bike. That's when Chu Feng realized Erlang had risked himself, no matter what. He shouldn't get himself hurt just to hit Chuji. He quickly whispered, Erlang, did you get hurt? Reminded by this, Erlang immediately clutched his shoulder with one hand and his hip with the other, coming up with a trick to deal with Chuji. I could have died from that fall. Chuji is so awful. He saw I was riding Xiaofeng's bike and jumped out to knock me over. I hit the ground hard. People noticed the dust on Erlang's clothes. And since Chuji had already done something bad that morning, a story that had spread throughout the fishing village, no one believed him now. They all sided with Erlang. Erlang, can you still walk? Hurry home and have your mom take you to the hospital for a checkup. Don't let Chuji off easy. Exactly. Chuji is such a jerk. Stop faking, Chuji. Get up. If you owe money, you'd better pay up later. Faced with everyone scolding, Chuji felt, for the first time, how much people disliked him. He was the one who got hit, but now he was being blamed as the troublemaker. Looking aggrieved, he protested, I'm innocent. Erlang really did hit me. My knee hurts so much. Before he could finish, people interrupted, stop lying. Your leg was already hurt before. Don't use your old injury to scam people. From now on, everyone should stay away from Chuji, or he'll try to scam you too. Chuji felt like even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name. Just then, Mu Chenza rode up with Chu Xian on the back of his bike. Hearing everyone accuse Chuji of scamming, Chu Xian stormed over to him. I haven't even settled the score with you for trying to ruin my wedding with Chenza. Are you looking for a beating? Get lost, as far as you can. Chuji stiffened his neck and said, I admit I tried to ruin your wedding, but I didn't hit Erlang. He hit me. Chu Xian caught a flicker of guilt in Xiaofeng's eyes. She knew her brother well. Looks like there was more to the story, and maybe Chuji wasn't at fault. Even so, she had no intention of letting Chuji clear his name. She sneered and whispered so only he could hear, if you don't leave now, I'll spill all your secrets. Chuji sneered back, sorry, but you can't threaten me anymore. My bedwetting problem is cured. Go ahead and tell everyone. Only then did Chu Xian realize why Chuji had dared to try and ruin her wedding. His bedwetting issue had been resolved. Mu Chenza parked the bike and walked over to Chuji, whispering, you think that's the only secret we have on you? Chuji immediately felt uneasy. What else do you have on me? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, but he definitely had things to hide. Mu Chenza whispered, you think no one knows about you flirting with Widow Chio's daughter? Widow Chio's daughter was married and had a temper. If she found out, she might kill Chuji. Chuji hadn't expected even this to be known. He asked nervously, how did you find out? The The truth was, Muchinza had run into Feng Shui on the way back, and Feng Shui had told him. But he couldn't say that, so he made something up. I happened to see you when I was delivering wedding invitations to the next village. Chuji forgot about his knee and scrambled up from the ground. Just my bad luck today. He tried to leave, but the crowd blocked his way. You have to pay Erlang's medical bills. That's right, leave the money. Chuji refused. There were no witnesses. He says I hit him. I say he knocked me over. Since we can't prove anything, let's just call it even. He limped away. People muttered behind him, he's really putting on a show. Some even deliberately mimicked his limp. Chuji didn't dare talk back. He was outnumbered. He told himself, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. He didn't realize he wasn't exactly a wise man in this situation. After the crowd dispersed, Chu Xian and Mu Chenze almost simultaneously turned to Erlang. Where did you get hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Erlang, Sanlang, and Xiaofeng all laughed at their synchronized concern. After the laughter, Erlang spoke up first. I just fell on my butt. It doesn't hurt anymore. I only pretended so Chuji wouldn't try to pin it on me. Chu Xian and Mu Chenze were still worried and insisted on taking him to the village clinic. Once they confirmed he was really fine, they were finally at ease. Xiaofeng's bike was also undamaged. Xiaofeng said goodbye to his sister and brother-in-law, then walked Erlang and Sanling home, pushing his bike. Mu Chenze gave Chu Xian a ride back to the Mu house. They didn't mention Erlang and Chuji again. After greeting the family, the two of them went to the bridal suite to change. There were still a few tables to host that evening, mainly to thank those who had helped out at the wedding banquet. Except for Min-Yi, who had something urgent, everyone else came. It was mostly Qin Mahua, Fu Qing's family, and a few families close to the Mu family. The Mu family's other relatives lived far away and had left after the midday banquet. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that the guests finally left. Mu Chenze had been looking forward to this wedding night for a long time. He personally prepared a big basin of steaming hot water for his bride. The rest of the Mu family was very considerate and didn't disturb them. They'd all been through this before and knew the couple would need hot water that night, so they prepared several thermoses in advance and then went to their own rooms to rest. Mu Chenze tidied up the peanuts and lotus seeds on the bed, made it up again, and told his wife he was going to the kitchen to bathe. The stove was still burning, making it nice and warm. Chu Xian took the opportunity to wash up in the bridal suite. With the heated brick bed, it wasn't cold at all. She put on her pajamas and lay on the bed, waiting for Chenze. Normally, men bathe faster than women, but after about 10 minutes, Chenze finally came in, his face flushed. Chu Xian spoke gently, "What took you so long? Did something unexpected happen?" Mu Chenze closed the door and quickly climbed onto the king bed. "It's nothing, I just took an extra bath, that's all." After saying that, he shyly turned his back to his wife, afraid she'd laugh at him. Chu Xian remembered that nothing like this had happened in her previous life. Back then, he'd only spent 10 minutes in the bath, and after getting on the bed, he wasn't shy at all, he didn't even touch her. They only truly got together after getting drunk once. After that, their married life became more of a routine. But in this life, he really fell in love with her. Maybe it was because Chu Xian, having lived an extra lifetime, understood. She gently patted his shoulder. "Say, you've had a long day. Let me give you a shoulder massage." Mu Chenze perked up instantly. "All right, thank you, wife. I'll give you a massage too in a bit." "Okay." As Chu Xian massaged his arm, she continued, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" "No plans. I just want to be with you. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. I've already decided I'll spend the next few days with you. We'll put off delivering the fish to the city for a while. Wherever you go, I'll go." Chu Xian successfully distracted him. She listened as he chatted away. Soon, Mu Chenze completely forgot about what had happened earlier. His thick-skinned, benefit-seeking side returned. On their wedding night, with such a beautiful moment, of course it couldn't go to waste. The next morning, when Chu Xian woke up, it was already 11 o'clock. You couldn't blame her for sleeping in, she hadn't truly fallen asleep until after 5 in the morning. It was as if her in-laws had already guessed how things would go for the newlyweds. No one called them for breakfast or made any noise. She glanced at the bedsheet. There were faint red marks. Thinking of last night, her face grew warm. Muchinza was still asleep. He seemed to be having a sweet dream, lips curled up, eyebrows relaxed. Looking at his sleeping face, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. He really was handsome, and the more you looked, the better he looked. Suddenly, she noticed his eyelashes fluttering. "Zay, are you pretending to sleep?" Muchinza burst out laughing, opened his eyes, and propped his head on his hand. "You saw through me. I've been awake for a while, just wanted to stay with you a bit longer." As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. Chu Xian looked at him with concern. "You must be starving. Don't you care about yourself?" "Skipping meals just to keep me company." Muchinza grinned. "Let's get up and eat together, okay?" "Of course." Chu Xian was about to change clothes when he stopped her. "Wait. What is it?" "Wife, I think you look even more beautiful than yesterday. There's a new charm in your eyes, so captivating." As he spoke, Muchinza couldn't help but swallow. His wife was just too alluring. She'd gone from a girl to a woman, and he loved her even more. Chu Xian looked at his face. "Seems like you've changed too." Muchinza looked curious. "Tell me, how have I changed?" "Your eyes. The way you look at me is even more passionate than before." "It was always passionate before, but I tried to hide it so I wouldn't scare you." As he spoke, Muchinza gently pulled her into his arms. "Wife, I love you. Love you so, so much." Chu Xian hugged him back. "Say, I love you too. Love you so, so much." Right after, both their stomachs growled at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed. They got up and changed. Muchinza dressed faster, fetched water from the kitchen for washing up, and called his wife over. Only then did Chu Xian notice that the basin they'd used last night had already been cleaned and placed in the corner. She didn't even need to ask. She knew her thoughtful husband had taken care of it. She felt so happy. The only thing she wasn't used to was that walking was a little uncomfortable. But she didn't want him to worry, so she kept quiet. After washing up, the two of them walked hand in hand into the main room, just in time for lunch. Fu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. She'd been a newlywed once, too, so she completely understood why the couple slept until noon. Qin Mahua acted like nothing was out of the ordinary. She didn't say much, just smiled and served each of them a steaming bowl of rice. Chu Xian felt a little embarrassed. "Mom, I got up late today. Let me make dinner tonight." Qin Mahua glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law, signaling her to answer. Fu Qing caught on and quickly said with a smile, "Xiao Xian, there's no need. In our family, the new bride doesn't have to cook or do chores for the first month. And the groom doesn't have to work either. He just stays home and keeps his wife company. After a month, he can go back to work." Chu Xian was stunned. That's not how it was in her previous life. To be precise, she'd enjoyed a month of not having to cook or do chores, but her husband hadn't stayed home to keep her company. Thinking about it, it was probably because of her own attitude back then. This time, she was determined to cherish this beautiful first month of marriage. No wonder Chinza had quietly helped her get a passport. Turns out the elders had given him a month off for their wedding. If they hadn't lent that 30,000 yuan to her father, they could have even gone abroad for their honeymoon. But she didn't regret lending the money. Besides, that 30,000 yuan was basically a gift from the Wu family in disguise. The 220,000 from selling amber, and that 30,000 would come back to her sooner or later. She wasn't worried at all. Seeing her lost in thought, Muchinza gently tugged her sleeve. "Xiao Xian, are you so happy you're in a daze?" Chu Xian snapped out of it and smiled brightly. "That's right, I'm just so happy. Thank you, Mom and Dad." Muchinla was warm and kind. "No need to thank us, we're all family." Qin Mahua beamed. "Your dad's right. We're family, no need for thanks. Now let's eat." Mu Chenfu, who hadn't spoken, was the first to pick up his chopsticks. As he ate, he said, "Xiaozhe, after lunch, come to my room for a bit." Chu Xian's first thought was that her brother-in-law wanted to give Chinza some private advice. But Mu Chinza didn't think much of it. Okay. He started picking out food for his wife. Chu Xian did the same for him. Qin Mahua and Mu Qinlao were used to it. Their eldest son often picked food for his wife, too. It was a tradition among the Mu men. Throughout the meal, Mu Qinze and Chu Xian showered everyone with dog food, public displays of affection. Not only did Mu Qinze put food in Chu Xian's bowl, he even fed her directly. Chu Xian only realized it was a bit much after she opened her mouth and ate it. She shot him a look, signaling him to stop. But he ignored her and kept doing it. He just wanted to feed his wife. Chu Xian thought her mother-in-law would stop him, but to her surprise, she just giggled and didn't say a word. Her father-in-law pretended not to see. Her brother and sister-in-law started picking food for each other, too. Watching this, Qin Mahua suddenly thought about building a new house and splitting up the family. There was enough space here, but not much privacy. Especially since her eldest daughter-in-law had been married for years and still wasn't pregnant, maybe living separately would help. After the meal, Mu Qinze took the initiative to clean up. The new bride didn't have to do chores, but the groom did. After washing the dishes, Mu Qinze went to his brother's room. They talked for half an hour before he returned to the wedding room, his face flushed. Chu Xian gently asked, "What did your brother say to you? Why do you look so hot?" Thinking of his brother's advice, Mu Qinze took her hand, apologized softly, and said, "Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. I was too selfish last night and didn't think about your feelings. You should lie down and rest." If it hadn't been for his brother's reminder, he would have kept pestering his wife until 5 in the morning again. Everything needs moderation, and this is no exception. As Chu Xian lay down on the heated brick bed, she teased, "As long as you realize where you were wrong, that's good enough. We agreed, you're going to behave tonight and get some proper rest. No more pestering me." Mu Qinze promised solemnly, "I swear I won't bother you. I'll make sure you get a good night's sleep." Chu Xian didn't believe him at all. After lying down, she covered her mouth and giggled. Mu Qinze whispered, "Wife, what are you laughing at? I'm just happy to have married you." Of course, I can't help but smile. "I don't think that's why you're laughing. You think I won't keep my word, don't you?" "That's right. If I break my promise, I'm a little puppy." Chu Xian kept giggling behind her hand. Mu Qinze glanced at the bedsheets. "You changed the sheets? Where's the set from last night?" Chu Xian pointed to the red basin under the table. Mu Qinze walked over, picked up the basin with a smile, and headed outside. "Wife, I'll go wash the sheets. You just rest." "Zay, I'm so lucky to have found such a caring and loving husband like you." Chu Xian didn't hold back her praise. Mu Qinze left the room grinning from ear to ear, humming a tune as he washed the sheets in the yard. That night, Mu Qinze realized just how unreliable his promise to his wife was. He was a young man full of energy, and with such a beautiful, gentle wife right there. The next day, Chu Xian dubbed Mu Qinze "Little Puppy." Today was their return visit to her family. Chu Xian put on a pink woolen jacket. Although Mu Qinze hadn't kept his promise last night, at least he hadn't kept her up too late. They were asleep before 10. Chu Xian got plenty of rest and felt great. After breakfast, Qin Mahua hung the prepared gifts on the bicycle's handlebars. Mu Qinze pedaled Chu Xian to her parents' house. After watching them leave, Qin Mahua whispered to Fu Qing, "Good thing Chen Fu talked to Zay yesterday, otherwise he would have kept her up until the middle of the night again." Fu Qing and her mother-in-law spoke freely, without a hint of embarrassment. From the sound of it, he really did tone it down. This is something Chen Fu had to talk to Qinze about. "We can't say anything to Xian, she's just joined the family and she's still shy. Not like me, I've long since developed a thick skin and always want mom to indulge me." Back in the day, Chen Fu and she had been the same way. If you weren't careful, it was always the woman who ended up sore. Qin Mahua replied kindly, "It's not like I always indulge you. You've had to put up with me too. Come inside, let me give you and Xian the money you earned from clam digging. When she gets back, you can give her her share." "Okay, thanks mom." "No need to thank me. You earned it fair and square. I'd never shortchange you, otherwise I'd be like that miser Zhou." In other families, if they haven't split up, even money the daughter-in-law earns has to be handed over to the family. We don't have that rule here. In the Mu family, The men were responsible for earning money, and whatever the women made was theirs to keep. Fu Qing really liked this about the family. 10 minutes later, Mu Chenze and Chu Xian arrived at her parents' house. Tian Shaoyun and Chu Feng greeted them warmly. Tian Shaoyun had already prepared handmade noodles, and there was hot water boiling on the stove. She quickly put the noodles in to cook. Her daughter was coming home today, and as her mother, she had to make noodles for her daughter and son-in-law, a symbol of a long and happy life. Even though the couple had just had breakfast, they ate another meal. Luckily, it was just a small bowl each. They finished everything. Before they could clear the table, Chu Feng rushed to wash the dishes. Tian Shaoyun called Chu Xian and Mu Chenze into the main room to talk. Xian, Zhe, tomorrow your dad and I will be leaving the village. Are you two planning to move back here and stay in this house? It was a good suggestion. Mu Chenze wanted to move back. They'd have more privacy that way. Besides, with the heated brick bed in this season, they wouldn't have to worry about the damp affecting their health. Once the weather warmed up, they could move back to the Mu house. But he looked to his wife for her opinion. Chu Xian, however, picked up on something else in her mother's words. Mom, is someone interested in renting our house? Tian Shaoyun nodded slightly. Several families asked about it yesterday. Who? Grandma Gao's family, Zhaodi's family, and Widow Qiu. Widow Qiu? Chu Dashan's fiancée. That's her. Chu Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Chu Dashan was so generous, giving us 100 yuan as a wedding gift. Turns out he's after our house. We absolutely can't rent it to Widow Qiu and him. I didn't really want to rent to her anyway, but Tian Shaoyun looked troubled. Chu Xian understood her dilemma. Grandma Gao and Zhaodi's families are both close to us. Renting to either one would be awkward. Tian Shaoyun nodded. Exactly. Both families want to rent our house because we have a baking oven. They want to make baked buns and flatbreads to sell in town. Plus, it's comfortable living here. If only one family had asked, and you and Chenze were willing, I'd just rent it out. Chu Xian looked at Mu Chenze. Why don't we make use of the house ourselves? Mu Chenze could tell his wife had thought of another way to make money. How do you want to use it? Just say the word, I'll support you. Chu Xian laughed and patted his hand. Let's start a bakery together. Mu Chenze replied warmly, I'm all for it, but we don't have any recipes. Chu Xian turned to Tian Shaoyun. Mom, when you go abroad, could you help us buy some bread recipes? Tian Shaoyun looked proud. Why buy them? I know more than a dozen bread recipes myself. Chu Xian and Mu Chenze both looked at her with admiration. Chu Feng, who had just finished washing the dishes, overheard and rushed in excitedly. Mom, why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known, I'd have asked you to bake bread for us. Tian Shaoyun looked puzzled. Do you really like bread that much? Last time I brought some from abroad, you didn't eat any, you gave it all away. I remember you said you didn't really like it. Chu Feng looked embarrassed. Actually, I just couldn't bear to eat it. I saved it for Zhao Di and her siblings. Tian Shaoyun sighed. All right then. When we're abroad, I'll bake bread for you every day. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Thanks, Mom. Mom, can we bake 2 batches today? My sister loves bread too. She didn't eat much before because she wanted to keep her figure and make a good impression on her husband. Now that she's married, she doesn't have to worry about that. He looked deliberately at Mu Chenze. Right, brother-in-law? Mu Chenze sat up straight. No matter if Xian is slim or plump, I love her all the same. She can eat whatever she wants. I support her. Chu Xian quickly explained with a smile, I didn't eat much bread before because I noticed Feng was secretly giving it to Zhao Di and her siblings, so I told him I was watching my figure and didn't eat bread. Only then did Chu Feng realize his sister had been sacrificing for him, saving most of the bread for him to give away. Actually, he just encouraged their mom to bake 2 batches so he could give more to Zhao Di's family. Tian Shaoyun thought things through carefully. Xian, instead of selling bread, why not sell the recipes? Chu Xian didn't hide her plan. Mom, here's what I'm thinking. We'll open a bakery first and let everyone see how popular it is. If the village committee wants to invest, I'll contribute the recipes as my share. If the business isn't as good as we hope, I'll sell the recipes to a pastry factory for cash. Tian Shaoan gave her a thumbs up. My daughter really is clever. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Anyone home? Chu Xian and the others immediately recognized the voice. It was Chu Dashan. Mu Chenze clenched his fists. I'll go ask him to leave. There's no way we're renting this house to him. Chu Dashan, standing outside the courtyard gate, heard everything loud and clear. Mu Chenze was not welcoming him. As Mu Chenze walked to the gate, Chu Dashan hurriedly put on a smile and explained his purpose. I'm not here to rent the house. I'm willing to pay 6,000 yuan to buy this courtyard. Chu Xian walked over to stand beside Mu Chenze, shooting Chu Dashan a provocative look. If you want to buy our courtyard, 60,000 yuan. She was deliberately raising the price. Chu Dashan was taken aback. 60,000 yuan. That's outrageous. He'd rather not buy it. He was about to say no, but then thought better of it. No, he needed to negotiate the price. Someone had told him there was something valuable buried under this house. If he'd known that earlier, he would never have agreed to let the old Chu family house be divided between Chu Xian and her brother, even if it killed him. And now, the ancestral house that had been passed down for generations had ended up in someone else's hands. Chu Dashan steadied himself. Xiao Chenze, I really do want to buy back this house. If I didn't have a few thousand yuan on hand, I wouldn't even consider it. These days, I keep dreaming of my father. He points at my nose and scolds me for being unfilial, demanding that I buy back the old house. Tian Shaoyun and Chu Feng also came over to the gate. Tian Shaoyun said coldly, this isn't the old house anymore. It's a brand new courtyard. It has nothing to do with your family. Chu Dashan was shameless. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? My parents lived here. I really want to buy it back. Can you lower the price a bit? But Chu Xian and the others stuck firmly to 60,000 yuan. Chu Dashan couldn't come up with that much money and had to leave. But he had successfully aroused Chu Xian and the others' suspicions. They began to wonder if there really was something valuable buried under the house. When they rebuilt the house, they had redone the foundation, but hadn't found anything valuable. But there were parts they hadn't dug up. Like the courtyard. Chu Xian had a feeling there was something buried under the cement in the courtyard. But just for a suspicion, it felt wasteful to tear up the cement. Mu Chenze suggested, since Chu Dashan is so fixated on this courtyard and can't buy it, he'll probably try to steal whatever's here. For the next while, let's come here during the day to bake bread, but go back to your parents' place at night, leaving him space to try something. I'll hire people to take turns watching him. As soon as there's any movement, we'll catch him red-handed. Everyone agreed. Tian Shaoan wrote out recipes for more than a dozen types of bread from memory. After looking them over, Chu Xian realized only 2 of them were seafood breads. If she wanted to make more varieties of seafood bread, she'd have to develop them herself. If you live by the mountains, you eat from the mountains. By the sea, you eat from the sea. She definitely needed to develop more seafood breads in the future. For now, the main products would be shrimp and crab cornbread and seaweed bread. They'd make a few of the other flavors as well. Tian Shaoan also offered some advice. You have to consider that bread doesn't keep for long. If you can solve that problem, I can help you sell it outside the province. As for overseas, let's not think about that for now. Your uncle's last business failed because of food exports. Actually, the food passed all the factory inspections, but there are some risks you just can't control. Chu Xian wasn't too confident. She felt that just breaking into the city market would be good enough. Alright, let's not think about overseas for now. As for the shelf life, if we don't add preservatives, it really is hard to keep bread fresh for long. But I don't want to add preservatives. Eating too much of that isn't good for you. Tian Shaoan wanted to persuade her daughter to add a small amount of preservatives to reduce the risk of customer complaints, but in the end, she didn't say it. Xiao, it's your decision. As for Mu Chenze and Chu Feng, they both listened to Chu Xian. After discussing, they divided up the work. Tian Shaoan would go explain to Gao Meiwan and Aunt Mao that they couldn't rent out the courtyard. Mu Chenze would be in charge of sourcing suitable flour and milk powder for baking. Chu Feng and Chu Xian went to the docks to buy live shrimp, crabs, and laver, seaweed. Laver is the raw material for making nori. Add oil, salt, and other seasonings, roast it, and you have nori. You can also add sesame seeds or crushed peanuts when roasting. Nori is crispy, uniquely fragrant, melts in your mouth, and is rich in calcium, potassium, iron, magnesium, and other nutrients. Suddenly, Chu Xian had another idea. Why not sell different flavors of nori along with the nori bread? Here, people only sun-dried labor to make soup. No one had ever roasted it for sale. If she hadn't seen the recipe for nori bread, she wouldn't have thought of it either. But nori is fragile, so they'd have to be careful during transport. Chu Feng looked apologetic. Sis, maybe I was being too optimistic. Some of the ingredients for bread aren't easy to find. I shouldn't have suggested we start baking today. It's your return visit day. You should be sitting with the family, eating and chatting. He hung his head. Chu Xian ruffled his hair. I just wanted to practice baking while Mom's here. Otherwise, once Mom and you go abroad, who will I ask if I have questions? No matter how many times I read the recipes, it's not the same as doing it myself. Bread doesn't keep long, so when we start selling, we'll have to sell out each day. It's not like roasted fish snacks, which can be stored. Sis, if the bread business doesn't work out, you can't cry about it, okay? Xiao Feng, you actually don't have much faith in the bread business, do you? No, but I have faith in you. So I'll support you. Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll try not to let you down. Actually, she felt that selling preservative-free bread was just like selling live seafood. The key was to deliver it to the customer as quickly as possible, at low temperatures. When the time came, she could go to the city with her husband's delivery truck to promote the bread. That would save on travel and shipping costs. After shopping, the siblings headed home. Not long after they got back, Tian Shaoan returned as well. Xiao Xian, Xiao Feng, I explained things to Grandma Gao and Aunt Mao. As soon as they heard you were starting a bakery, they immediately said they didn't want to rent our courtyard anymore. They want to join you instead. They both think the bread business will be great. They even said our house is a lucky place, and with your special knack for making money, anything you do will succeed. Chu Xian rubbed her forehead. Was everyone blindly worshipping her now? Mom, I'm not that confident. I just want to give it a try. Did you tell them what I said? That I don't plan to do this long term, just testing the waters. I told them. But they said even if it's just a trial, they want to try it with you. Well, all right then. But that means Grandma Gao won't be able to look after her shop, and Aunt Mao won't be able to make fried meatballs. Uncle Mingchen is looking after Grandma Gao's shop. His boat is already rented out. Aunt Mao's fried meatball business can be handed over to her family. Chu Xian hadn't expected that before the bakery even opened, she'd already have so many followers. She felt even more confident. Just then, the village loudspeaker blared, Chu Xian, come to the village office to take a phone call. Chu Xian. Chu Xian was puzzled. Who could be calling her? Could it be Dad, calling because he knew she was coming home today? But they didn't call Mom's name. She decided to go to the village office and find out. Riding her bike to save time, she soon arrived. Accountant Wen greeted her warmly and invited her into the office. Guess who just called for you? Chu Xian smiled. Was it a man or a woman? Accountant Wen replied quickly, a woman. Chu Xian thought long and hard, but still couldn't figure out who it was. Accountant Wen stopped keeping her in suspense. It's Xing Damei. She just called. At first she said she was looking for Chinza, but I told her he wasn't in the village right now. Then she said she wanted to talk to you. She'll probably call again soon. Just then, the phone rang. Chu Xian picked up and Xing Damei's voice came through. Is Chu Xian there? I still need to get back to the workshop to bake cookies, so I don't have much time. The team leader already urged me just now. She sounded anxious. Chu Xian quickly replied, this is she. What can I do for you? Xing Damei spoke rapidly. Muchinza called me earlier today. I've already found the ingredients he wanted. Just go to our factory and look for warehouse manager Liu. As for the price, it'll just be a little above cost to cover transportation. Great, thank you so much. Chu Xian hadn't expected Xing Damei to be so helpful. You and your husband owe me a meal. Xing Damei hung up before Chu Xian could respond. Chu Xian put down the receiver, thanked Accountant 1, rode her bike home to let Tian Shaoan know, then went to her in-laws to explain the situation and get some cash. She called her sister-in-law to come along to buy the ingredients. Since Mu Chenza had already taken the family bike, Fu Qing went to borrow one from Gao Meijuan's house. Chu Xian and her sister-in-law each rode a bike toward the county food factory. On the way, they ran into Mu Chenza. Chu Xian told him about Xing Damei finding the ingredients. So the three of them decided to go to the county food factory together to buy the supplies. Since it was so hard to find the ingredients for making bread, they decided to buy extra. When they got to the food factory and found warehouse manager Liu, they learned that the ingredients were originally intended for the factory's bread R&D, but the project had failed. In another month and a half, the ingredients would expire. So they sold them to Mu Chenza and the others at cost, plus a small transportation fee. Around 11 a.m., the three of them each carried several bags of ingredients back to Chu Xian's family home. After helping unload, Tian Shaoan checked the supplies carefully. "You really got everything. How much did it cost?" Chu Xian replied softly, "Altogether, it was 373.50 yuan. We bargained a bit and rounded down, so we actually paid 370. But these ingredients have to be used up within a month and a half, or they'll expire." Whether they could make their money back depended on how business went in the coming month. If things went badly, they'd be stuck with the ingredients. If things went well, they could ask manager Liu to help buy more and give him a tip for his trouble. Luckily, 370 yuan was an amount Chu Xian could afford to lose, so she didn't feel too much pressure. Tian Shaoan felt they should formally inform the in-laws about starting the bread business, since her daughter was already married. So she invited her in-laws over for lunch, planning to discuss it over the meal. Fortunately, Chu Xian had already mentioned it to her in-laws, and Qin Mahua and the others were very supportive. After lunch, Tian Shaoan taught them how to make bread. They followed the recipe, kneaded the dough, let it rise for 2 hours, then baked it. Preparing shrimp and fried meat was second nature to them. It was their first time baking seaweed, but with their experience grilling fish, it went smoothly. With so many people helping, kneading the dough wasn't hard, but thinking ahead, Tian Shaoan suggested they custom order a dough mixer. She sketched a simple design, and after Mu Chenza looked at it, he thought it was similar to mixers he'd seen before. He took the drawing and went out to find someone to build it. Gu Chonglin, who repaired boats for the Mu family, patted his chest and promised to finish it in 3 days, including labor and materials, for 200 yuan. After some bargaining, they settled on 190. Chu Xian went to the village factory and bought 100 yuan worth of charcoal. Since electric ovens were too expensive, they planned to use charcoal for baking. Besides, bread baked with charcoal would have a unique flavor. Many hands make light work. By a little after 6 p.m., the shrimp and crab bread and seaweed bread were out of the oven. The oven temperature was just right, the bread was a great success. The delicious aroma wafted for miles, drawing the whole village. Chu Xian generously cut the bread into small pieces for everyone to try. They set a tentative price of 0.5 yuan each. They baked over 220 loaves in 2 batches, each about the size of an adult's fist. About 20 were used for sampling. The rest sold out completely. A rough calculation showed total revenue of 100 yuan, with a net profit of 0.2 yuan per loaf, for a total profit of 40 yuan. But Chu Xian wasn't smug. She knew the villagers wouldn't buy every day. Today they were just curious. After the villagers left, Chu Xian wanted to bake 2 more batches to sell in the county and city the next morning, but her family persuaded her not to rush. She was newly married, after all, and shouldn't tire herself out. Chu Xian thought it over and agreed. The next day, Tian Shaoan and Chu Feng were flying to Beijing. Mu Chenza had rented a car to take them to the airport with his wife. Meanwhile, Xu Dashan heard about Chu Xian starting a bread workshop. His plans to rent or buy a yard had fallen through. There was only one option left. He hired a village cart and headed to the county. At the county gate, he slipped the driver, Old Chi, a yuan. "Wait here for me." Old Chi was happy to wait for money. "All right." 10 minutes later, Chu Dashin found Xiao Dogwang. I've got a business proposition for you. What kind of business? In a few days, I want you to break into Chu Xian's family's courtyard at night. I'll pay you 50 yuan. I'm good at picking locks. Just call me when you need me. So, you planning to steal something from her house? No, not stealing. I remember her house used to be your family's old place. Don't tell me your parents hid some treasure there. There's no treasure. I just want to cause them some trouble. They're opening a bread workshop, and I want to spice things up. Chu Dashin refused to reveal his true intentions, worried Xiao Dogwang would demand more if he knew. Seeing he couldn't get more out of him, Xiao Dogwang changed the subject. Can you help me sell another jade stone tomorrow? I'm afraid not. To tell you the truth, Long Jinxiao from the Jade Factory has his eye on you. He's waiting to catch you red-handed. Thanks for the heads up. At that moment, Long Jinxiao got a call. Uncle Long, Chu Dashin went to see Xiao Dogwang without telling us. Do you think he's tipping him off? Xiao Huan, did you find anything in the Qiu family's old house? Haven't been able to get in, their big dog is too fierce. Even if we feed it, it won't eat unless it's from a Qiu family member. Keep an eye on Xiao Dogwang. I'll handle the dog. Understood. After hanging up, Long Jinxiao changed clothes, grabbed a gift, and left the house. He went to Tian Xiaoyun's for dinner, then left with the Mu family. Only Mu Chenza and Chu Xian knew Uncle Long had business to discuss. The three of them lagged behind the others, speaking in low voices. Mu Chenza asked quietly, Uncle Long, are you planning to go into the Qiu family's old house yourself to look for the jade? Long Jinxiao nodded. Chu Xian racked her brain. After all, asking now would only make it seem like he didn't trust Xiao Xian. But he did trust her completely. He was just a little curious. He planned to ask her about it after everything was over. Mu Chenza whispered, Uncle Long, are you sure we shouldn't call the security team? Long Jinxiao shook his head lightly. We'll call them after we find the evidence. Otherwise, Chu Dashin and Xiao Dogwang might turn around and accuse us. Chu Xian muttered under her breath. Chu Dashin really can't be relied on. He says whatever suits the person he's talking to. Long Jinxiao didn't trust Chu Dashin either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had his men keep an eye on him. They chatted a bit more before splitting up. Before long, Long Jinxiao arrived at the Qiu family's old house. He took a mask out of his pocket and put it on, then pulled out a special stick of incense that looked like a cigarette and lit it. Moving quietly, he crept along the wall and tossed the incense into the courtyard. Xiao Huan had already confirmed the exact location of the doghouse, so Long Jinxiao's throw was spot on. The dog gave a low growl, then fell silent. A minute later, Long Jinxiao, wearing shoe covers, climbed over the wall into the yard. He saw the big black dog lying on the ground. The incense was pretty strong even with the mask on. He could still feel its effects. He quickly held his breath. He found the incense stick and deliberately held it near the dog's nose for a while. I overheard someone from the Qiu family talking about the hollow wall in the main room once when I was passing by. Just like how you overheard Qi Hong and her in-laws talking about the stolen phone lines. Mu Chenza took her hand, his face excited. We're both so lucky. We've accidentally learned a lot of their secrets. That's true. Chu Xian squeezed his hand and smiled gently. Let's get some rest. Mu Chenza playfully tapped her nose. I don't want to sleep yet. I want to go out and watch the excitement later. Chu Xian immediately understood. You really trust Uncle Long, huh? That's right. Once Uncle Long found the evidence, he'd definitely call the security team right away. Then the security team would surely rush over in the middle of the night. At that moment, Chu Feng and Tian Shaoan were still up because Chu Feng was planning to bake another batch of seafood bread. Half would be for his sister and the Mu family, the other half for the Zhaodi family. Seeing her son busy, Tian Shaoan joined in to help. In the early hours, when Long Jinxiao and his colleagues arrived near the Qiu family's old house with the security team, the smell of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. Their first thought was that it was Xiao Yun's bread. They'd heard everyone talking about baking bread the night before when they'd come over for dinner. They planned to ask Xiaoan for some bread to take home after they got the evidence of Qiu Dogwang's theft. When the security team knocked on the door, the big black dog started barking inside the yard. Long Jinxiu had put out the special incense and taken it with him when he left earlier. So it was normal for the dog to be awake now. It took a while for the old lady of the Chiu family, who'd been sleeping, to come out and open the door. She shouted irritably, "It's the middle of the night. Can't people get some sleep? Who is it?" Outside, Wei Cheng replied, "County security team. Open up. Your dog bit someone. We're here to deal with it." He said this on purpose, to avoid alerting anyone. They'd already divided up the tasks. Once inside, one of them would go straight to subdue the dog. The old lady was confused. "Our dog is always tied up. How could it bite someone? Think carefully. Has your big black dog ever gotten loose lately? Open the door and let the injured person identify it." "Fine. But if it really was my dog, I'm just a poor old lady. I can't afford to pay compensation." Unwillingly, she opened the door. As soon as she did, she saw something fly over her head and land right in front of the big black dog. A specially made metal net successfully trapped the dog. Someone from the security team kept an eye on the old lady, while others headed straight for the main hall. Soon, they dug out more than a dozen palm-sized jade stones from the hollow wall. The old lady trembled in fear. "I didn't hide these. I didn't know they were here." In fact, she did know, but refused to admit it. Xiao Dogwang had specifically told her, if the jade was ever found, just insist you know nothing. Wei Cheng said sternly, "We've just gotten a specially trained wool dog at our station. It can sniff out who put these here. The jade stones have the thief's scent on them." The old lady thought to herself, "It's over. Dogwang's going to jail for sure. Better for her, an old lady, to take the fall. I stole them. I confess. I took them from the jade factory." Long Jinxiu sneered, "You have bound feet. The footprints left by the thief are a man's." In fact, there were no such footprints. He was just saying that on purpose. The old lady was so nervous she didn't know what to say. Just then, some villagers who'd heard the commotion came over to watch the excitement. Among them were Mu Chenze and Chu Xian. The security team wouldn't let them inside, but allowed them to watch from outside. Everyone peered through the courtyard gate and the main hall door, watching as the jade stones were loaded into a special box. There was a buzz of discussion. "These jade stones must be worth at least several dozen yuan each, right? I heard everything at the jade factory is valuable. These must be worth at least 100 each. This pile must be worth several thousand." To satisfy everyone's curiosity, and to make sure Qiu Dogwang got the punishment he deserved, Long Jinxiu called out loudly, "To tell you the truth, these are the most valuable jade stones from the factory, worth a total of 20,000 yuan. Luckily, we found them tonight, or I, as the factory director, would have to resign in disgrace." The crowd buzzed again. 20,000. That's a huge sum. Qiu Dogwang's going to jail for life, isn't he? If not for life, at least 10 years. Thieves like that should be locked up forever. Where's Qiu Dogwang? Did he run off? With the security team here, how could he get away? 10 minutes later, the security team carried off the sealed box of jade stones. The crowd dispersed after watching the excitement, leaving only Mu Chenze, Chu Xian, and Long Jinxiu. Long Jinxiu wasn't worried about the jade. The security team would follow procedure and return it to the factory, and his colleagues were with them, so nothing could go wrong. He took a deep breath, savoring the smell. "That bread smells amazing. I'd love to have a few pieces." He said this on purpose. He knew the Mu couple would invite him over for bread. Chu Xian also took a deep breath. "I want some fresh bread too. I bet my mom and Xiaofeng are still up." Mu Chenze was tempted as well. "Let's go." A few minutes later, the three of them walked into Chu Xian's family home. Tian Shaoan and Chu Feng were still up, baking bread. It would be ready in another minute. The three of them had arrived at just the right time. After chatting briefly about finding the jade, the bread came out of the oven. Freshly baked bread smelled especially good. At that moment, Long Jinxiu felt especially happy. Maybe years later, he'd still remember coming to Xiaoyun's house for a midnight snack. Shaoan was leaving for abroad the next day, and he really wanted to see her off. But he was afraid Wu Bingqing would be upset if he found out. In the end, he decided not to go. but he still wanted to give Xiaoyan something, which he had in his pocket. He was embarrassed to take it out in front of the younger folks. After eating 3 seafood rolls in a row, he finally mustered up the courage and said, "Xiaoyan, can I talk to you alone for a minute?" Everyone was sitting in the kitchen, eating bread. Tian Xiaoyan pointed to the main room and replied gently, "Let's talk in there." Long Jinxiao nodded eagerly. He was thrilled to have a chance to chat with Xiaoyan alone. He put down his bread and hurried toward the main room. Tian Xiaoyan smiled and said a quick word to Chu Xian and the others before following him. Chu Xian and the others, understanding the situation, stayed in the kitchen, savoring their bread slowly. They all trusted Uncle Long's character. Once inside the main room, Long Jinxiao closed the courtyard door and took out a long wooden box from his pocket, opening it. Inside was half a ginseng root. Long Jinxiao looked apologetic. "Xiaoyan, I managed to get my hands on 100-year-old ginseng. Coincidentally, Dr. Zheng needed some too, and he's done me favors in the past, so I gave him half. This half is for you to take abroad, just in case you need it." He handed it over. Tian Xiaoyan accepted it gratefully. 100-year-old ginseng is rare, money can't buy it. It's a stroke of luck, and it could save my life in a critical moment. Thank you. The key was that Dr. Zheng had said eating a little ginseng every month would benefit her health. Since she was going abroad, Dr. Zheng had prepared a lot of herbal pills for her in advance, enough for 3 months. After finishing those, she'd need to stop the medicine for a while, then come back for a checkup and a new prescription. Long Jinxiao had already heard all this from Dr. Zheng. But life is unpredictable. If Xiaoyun's business overseas didn't go well, she might not be able to return on time for her checkups. So he did everything he could to get the 100-year-old ginseng. He also managed to find a life-saving medicine. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. "Xiaoyan, there are 2 life-saving pills in here. Take them with you, just in case." He placed it in Tian Xiaoyun's hand. Tian Xiaoyan knew Long Jinxiao well. If he said it was a life-saving medicine, it really was, and it must have cost a fortune. "Jinxiao, I'll accept the medicine. This time, I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word." Long Jinxiao smiled lightly. "It's not you who owes me a favor, it's your husband. I'll collect from him later." "Deal." "Xiaoyan, don't leave the life-saving pills for Xiao Xian and the others. I can get more for them if needed. You won't be able to buy this medicine abroad, no matter how much you pay." "I understand. I'll definitely take the ginseng and the pills with me. I plan to live a long, long life, don't worry." "Good. If you run into any trouble overseas, just call me. If I can help, I absolutely will." Tian Xiaoyan nodded, her eyes growing red as she thanked him again. Long Jinxiao's eyes reddened too. "You must take care of yourself. You finally came back to rest and recover, but now you have to go abroad to manage the company. Remember, wherever you are, your health comes first." "I know." Tian Xiaoyan understood her own condition. She couldn't overwork herself, but handling the company's daily affairs was still manageable. Long Jinxiao didn't say more. He packed over 20 loaves of bread into a cloth bag and took his leave. After seeing Long Jinxiao off, Tian Xiaoyan opened the small medicine bottle and took a sniff. She'd taken this kind of pill before. Her husband had once managed to get her one. It really could save her life in a critical moment. Muchenza and Chu Xian left with more than 30 loaves of bread. The rest would be given to Zhaodi by Chu Feng in the morning. Back at the Mu house, Muchenza and Chu Xian washed up and went to bed. When they woke again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Luckily, Tian Xiaoyan and Chu Feng's flight was at 9 that night, so there was still time. The car had already been delivered, and Aunt Qin was in charge of receiving it. After a quick breakfast, Muchenza drove with Chu Xian to pick up his mother-in-law and Xiao Feng. He noticed both of them had dark circles under their eyes, as if they hadn't slept well. 10 minutes later, with the luggage packed, the 4 of them set off for Beijing. Tian Xiaoyan rubbed her wrist and drew in a sharp breath. Xu Feng asked quietly, "Does your wrist still hurt? When we pass the county hospital, let's have Dr. Zhang take a look." "Okay." Tian Xiaoyan felt her wrist was too weak to use. If she didn't get a massage, she wouldn't be able to carry her luggage. Chu Xian looked puzzled. Mom, did you hurt your wrist baking bread? Tian Shaoan smiled. No, I heard it hitting someone. Chu Xian was surprised. Huh? Who did you hit? Did someone break into our house after we left last night? Chu Feng looked proud. No one broke in. Early this morning, Mom and I went out and ambushed Chu Ji. We put a sack over his head and gave him a good beating. Chu Xian never expected her mom and Xiao Feng to do something like that. He was out in the middle of the night? Chu Feng grinned. Mom worked with Feng Shui. Last night, Feng Shui took Chu Ji to the county to gamble, and they didn't get back until early morning. Feng Shui made up an excuse to go back to the county for something, leaving Chu Ji alone in their village. Mom and I hid in advance, and when we saw him, we put a sack over his head and beat him up. We ran off right after no one saw us. Tian Shaoan looked very satisfied. It felt so good to beat him up. Who told him to bully my kids before? Who gave him the nerve to try to ruin my daughter's wedding? He deserved it. Before I go abroad, I had only one wish, to give him a good beating. Chu Xian gave her mom a thumbs up. Mu Chenza praised them as he drove. Mom, Xiao Feng, you two are amazing. I've wanted to beat him up for ages, just never got the chance. Next time, I'll do it myself. Chu Xian said softly. Mom and Xiao Feng already did it. Let's not push our luck, leave the rest to Feng Shui. There were risks to beating someone up. If they got caught and ended up with a criminal record, it wouldn't be worth it. Mu Chenza listened to his wife. All right then. Xiao Feng, did you deliver the bread to Zhaodi's family? Chu Feng grinned. I did. I brought more than 10 loaves for us to eat on the road, too. He couldn't help reaching into his backpack. Inside was a hand-knitted wool panda that Zhaodi had made for him. Zhaodi had never seen a real panda. She'd knitted it based on a photo she'd bought. At that moment, Lu Zhaodi was sitting in her living room, crying over the dozens of loaves of bread. She hadn't expected Xiao Feng to bake bread for her overnight. She knew that from now on, the gap between her and Xiao Feng would only grow wider. Maybe this was the first and last time he'd bake bread for her. She picked up a loaf and took a bite. It was fragrant and delicious. Her heart felt sweet, but there was a hint of bitterness too. After finishing one loaf, she clenched her fists and made up her mind. Within 3 years, she would finish her elementary school studies, get into middle school and high school, and go to college. One day, she would study abroad. Only then could she have something in common with Xiao Feng. At the county hospital, Mu Chenza registered his mother-in-law to see Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang examined Tian Xiaoyun's wrist and quickly fixed it. Tian Shaoan was deeply impressed and insisted on leaving Dr. Zhang some bread before saying goodbye. That evening, after 7 o'clock, Chu Xian and the others arrived at Beijing Airport. They found a place to eat dinner, then watched Tian Shaoan and Chu Feng enter the departure lounge. Only after their plane took off did the two of them head toward the parking lot. Just then, a man stopped them. Excuse me, are you Mu Chenza and Chu Xian? He was very polite. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked quite handsome, and was well-dressed. Mu Chenza and Chu Xian exchanged glances. In a city as unfamiliar as Beijing, how did someone know who they were? Mu Chenza replied politely, "That's right, but my wife and I don't know you." The newcomer smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Yuan Hang." As soon as they heard the name, Mu Chenza and Chu Xian immediately understood why he was here. He was definitely here about Yuan Tian. Mu Chenza got straight to the point. "Mr. Yuan, if you have something to say, please go ahead." Yuan Hang pointed to a nearby cafe. "How about we sit over there and talk?" Mu Chenza glanced at his wife. Seeing that she had no objections, he agreed. All right. They entered the cafe and chose a quiet corner. Yuan Hang ordered 3 cups of coffee. Mu Chenza had never had coffee before. Chu Xian hadn't tried it in this life, but she had in her previous one. In her past life, whenever she had money, it either went to Feng Chunhua or was spent shopping. She'd bought plenty of coffee before. Worried that Mu Chenza wouldn't like the taste, she added 2 sugar cubes to his cup. Yuan Hang noticed how Chu Xian knew how to drink coffee and couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. As he stirred his coffee, he said, "When I heard you two were coming to the capital, I waited at the airport early. I just wanted to sit down and talk with you about Feng Chunhua and Liangshi. He didn't hide the fact that he'd had someone look into their travel plans. Seeing that the couple didn't respond, he continued, "Please rest assured, Yuan Tian and I don't get along. I'm only concerned she'll drain the Yuan family dry, so I wanted to learn more from you." Mu Chenza understood what Yuan Hang wanted to know. Yuan Tian might be the daughter of Feng Chunhua and Liangshi, but you'll have to verify that yourself. I've heard you can do kinship tests abroad. Liangshi may be dead, but I'm sure the authorities kept some of his hair or something similar. Whether you can get it depends on your abilities. If you really can't, you could do a sibling test between you and her. But for that, you'd first need to prove you're your father's biological son. That wouldn't be easy, since Yuan Hang's father had already passed away. Yuan Hang could only try to get some of Liangshi and Feng Chunhua's hair, then Yuan Tian's, and send them abroad for testing. Thank you for telling me all this. Honestly, I've never understood why Yuan Tian always sides with outsiders, insisting on supporting her useless mother and her half-brother. Mu Chenza was about to say something when Chu Xian squeezed his hand. Some things couldn't be said just yet. After all, they didn't know Yuan Hang's character well enough. Whether Chu Ji is her half-brother or full brother, no one can say for sure right now. Currently, Chu Dashan keeps insisting that Chu Ji isn't his son, but rather Feng Chunhua and Liangshi's. Yuan Hang shook his head helplessly. It's precisely because Chu Dashan refuses to acknowledge Chu Ji that Yuan Tian takes care of him. Do you think Chu Dashan is stupid or clever? Mu Chenza imitated Yuan Hang, gently stirring his coffee with a small spoon. You mean, Chu Dashan deliberately refuses to acknowledge Chu Ji so that Yuan Tian will take care of him? It's possible. Yuan Hang set his spoon aside, picked up his coffee, took a sip, and continued, "From what I know about Yuan Tian, she'd never do anything that doesn't benefit her. If she's willing to look after Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji, it means they're useful to her. But I just can't figure out what value those two have enough for her to risk draining the Yuan family dry." Chu Xian, who had been silent until now, asked softly, "You've mentioned twice that Yuan Tian wants to drain the Yuan family. I'd like to know what exactly she's done." Yuan Hang answered without hesitation. "A few deals she arranged. She delivered the goods after just receiving a deposit, and the buyers still haven't paid in full. My people found out she's been making private deals with those buyers. On the books, the Yuan family is missing over 600,000, but secretly, she might be making 600,000 herself. Of course, she'll only get the money once those buyers sell the jade and such." Chu Xian's expression remained calm. It seems she needs a lot of money for something big. As for what, I can't guess. Maybe Feng Chunhua's biological son didn't die all those years ago and grew up in another family. The one who needs the money might not be Yuan Tian, but that person. Her words gave Yuan Hang a new idea. "It was worth waiting for you too. Talking to you is better than reading 10 years worth of books. I'll have someone keep an eye on Yuan Tian and see who she contacts." Chu Xian reminded him, Liangshi is dead, and Feng Chunhua is locked up, so for now, no one may contact Yuan Tian. She's probably trying to get money ready for the future. If you want to keep tabs on her, you might have to watch her for 3 to 5 years. Thanks for the tip. If you ever need anything, you can call this number. Yuan Hang handed them a business card. Chu Xian suddenly remembered what Uncle Long had said. Yuan family's carving skills were top-notch. "If you manage to kick Yuan Tian out of your family's company, my husband and I can introduce you to a big business opportunity. Deal. If I succeed, I'll contact you both right away." Yuan Hang didn't ask for their contact information, since he already had the number for the Nanu village office. The couple didn't offer their contact info either, knowing he could reach them if needed. The three of them quietly finished their coffee and left the cafe. Mu Chenza drove Chu Xian home. Yuan Hang got into his own car and headed to the company's carving department. That evening, several craftsmen were working overtime. As long as he kept the technical and sales staff on his side, he wouldn't have to worry about Yuan Tian causing trouble. Tonight, he planned to discuss profit sharing with the craftsmen, and first thing tomorrow, he'd have someone try to get Liangshi's hair. Over an hour later, as Mu Chenza was driving, he said, "Honey, I find coffee really keeps you awake." "I'm not sleepy at all." Chu Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at him with concern. Once we're out of the capital, let's find a county inn to stay at. You've already been driving for over 8 hours today, you're too tired. I'm young, I'm not afraid of being tired. Besides, I miss our wedding house. I want to rest properly once we're home. If you get tired, let me drive. Don't forget, I have a license too. They'd both gotten their licenses through the village run factory. If it weren't for worrying that Chuji would accuse them of driving without a license, they wouldn't have bothered getting one so soon. I'm really not tired. Once we get to our city, I'll let you drive. Muchinza couldn't bear to let his wife drive long distances. She wasn't familiar with the roads, and it was hard on the eyes. Once they reached Ding City, where the roads were familiar, he'd let her drive. At his insistence, Chu Xian agreed. Muchinza continued, "Honey, when you held my hand during the talk with Yuan Hang, was it to remind me not to mention that Feng Chuanhua's biological son might be in Haisher?" "That's right. Let Yuan Hang investigate first. He might find something different." Telling him directly would only limit his initiative, and it would also reveal our capabilities. When you said you'd introduce him to a big business opportunity, is that about cooperating with Uncle Long and our parents? Yes. Uncle Long needs the Yuan family's carving skills, and our parents need top-quality jade. Maybe we'll all make a fortune together. But first, he has to be able to kick Yuan Tian out of the Yuan company. Muchinza raised his eyebrows. Once the kinship test results come out, even if he's not that capable, he'll still be able to get rid of Yuan Tian. Do you think the kinship test will go smoothly? Chu Xian had a feeling things wouldn't go smoothly. Still, she hoped Yuan Hang would handle it. Uncle Long's people could keep an eye on things from the shadows. Maybe they'd get some unexpected results. Muchinza looked excited. Maybe Feng Chuanhua's eldest son will try to stop Yuan Hang. Then we'll find the real grandparents without lifting a finger. That's what I was thinking too. Oh right, Xiao Xian, you seem to know a lot about coffee. Did our mom teach you? Our mom doesn't drink coffee. How could she teach me? I just happened to read about it in a book before. Chu Xian lied without batting an eye. Whatever she said, Muchinza believed. On the way back, they stopped twice to rest. By a little after 5 in the morning, they finally made it back to the county town. They knocked on the car owner's gate, returned the car, and paid up. After finding somewhere for breakfast, they went to the security team to confirm that Xiu Dogwang had been arrested, then took the bus back to the township and a horse cart back to the village. By the time they got home, it was around 7. They greeted the family and went to catch up on sleep. When Chu Xian woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Chinza was still asleep. Chu Xian changed clothes and quietly slipped out of the bedroom. Feeling a bit hungry, she headed to the kitchen to look for food. Qin Mahua heard the noise and came in, smiling. "Xiao Xian, I saved you some hand-pulled noodles. I'll cook them for you. Go wash up first." "Thanks, Mom." No need to be polite with family. Is Chinza still asleep? Yeah. He's exhausted. Let him sleep a bit more. All right. Qin Mahua quickly added firewood to the stove. There was already water in the pot, just not boiling yet. Soon enough, it was ready, and she put in the noodles. By the time Chu Xian finished washing up, the noodles were done, topped with a savory mushroom and diced meat sauce. Chu Xian sat at the little wooden table in the kitchen, blowing on her noodles as she ate. "Smells amazing. Mom, have you had lunch yet?" Qin Mahua smiled kindly. "Already ate. Your sister-in-law and I also had hand-pulled noodles." Chu Xian swallowed a mouthful. "Didn't have the seafood bread? It only keeps for 3 days. We should eat it soon. Your dad and big brother went out to sea today and took half of it. The rest I put in the living room drawer for you. Let's eat it together. Later I'll go to my mom's place to make dough, and tonight we'll bake 2 more batches. Tomorrow we can take them to the county to sell. If they don't sell, we'll just have more bread at home." Qin Mahua tapped her forehead lightly. "How did I not think of that? I was just thinking the bread was rare and wanted to save it for you, totally forgetting that we'll never run out of bread again. When your sister-in-law gets back, I'll eat with her." "What's she up to?" "She went to the county to sign up for some tutoring class. She wants to get a technical secondary school diploma." "Xiao Xian, do you and Xiaoza want to sign up for tutoring too?" Chu Xian hadn't had much schooling in either of her two lives, and suddenly felt a strong urge to take the college entrance exam. But first, she'd have to relearn junior high material and get into high school. If Chinza signs up, I'll sign up too. Qin Mahua was delighted. If Xiaoza hears that, he'll definitely sign up. If you two really want to study hard, I can take over the bread workshop. I didn't go to school much, but I know knowledge can change your fate. Chu Xian knew she could trust her mother-in-law. Mom, whether we sign up or not, I'll write down the bread recipes for you. Qin Mahua replied solemnly, I won't let you down. Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Just then, the village loudspeaker blared. Chu Xian, come to the village office to take a phone call. Chu Xian quickly finished her noodles and rode her bike to the village office. It was probably her mom calling to say they'd arrived safely. She hadn't been there long when the phone rang. Chu Xian picked up. Hello. Xiao Xian, it's me. It was her mother's voice. Mom, did you and Xiaofeng arrive safely? We did. Your dad picked us up. You and Chinza must be exhausted. We're young, we've already recovered. But are you okay? Not too tired. I am a bit tired. Xiaofeng was great, his first time flying, and he didn't get airsick. He took care of me the whole way. Mom, do you get airsick? That's right. But it was much better than last time I came back to China. This time I just felt a bit dizzy. Last time I was throwing up nonstop. Must be the Chinese medicine working. Maybe after you finish those herbal pills in 3 months, you won't get airsick at all when you come back. I think so too. Xiaofeng wants to talk to you. Tian Shaoan handed the phone to her son. Big sis, flying is awesome. Xu Feng's voice was full of excitement. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Chu Xian then rode her bike to her mother's place to knead and proof the dough. Half an hour later, she rode back to her in-laws with a basket of big shrimp and crabs. Her sister-in-law arrived right after, also on a bike. Now the family had 2 bikes, one from the Mu family, and one Chu Xian had brought. But Chu Xian was thinking about buying a tricycle. She wanted to have a custom-made mobile glass display case for the tricycle, perfect for selling fragrant bread. She'd have to discuss it with her husband first, then talk to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. After greeting her sister-in-law, she was about to call her mother-in-law to help pick crab meat. But her sister-in-law volunteered, Xiao Xian, I'll do it. Mom was worried you two didn't sleep well last night, so she's probably catching up on rest now. Only then did Chu Xian realize that her late-night drive to the capital had kept her mother-in-law up, worried all night. She felt a pang of guilt. She also remembered how, in her previous life, Chinza had gotten into an accident driving a truck. She reminded herself again not to let her husband drive unless absolutely necessary. Even if he did, she'd have to check the car thoroughly. So much had changed in this life, but without Liang Shi, she couldn't be sure someone else wouldn't try something. Chu Xian thanked her sister-in-law and got to work. An hour and a half later, they'd picked out all the crab meat and shrimp. Chu Xian was about to take it to her mother's. By now the dough should be ready. Fu Qing stopped her. Xiao Xian, let me give you your share from the last seafood catch. I'll go get the money. Give it to me tonight, no rush. Sis, are you going to rest or come with me to learn how to bake bread? Fu Qing was touched by how open Xiao Xian was. Xiao Xian, aren't you afraid I'll learn your bread baking skills and compete with you someday? Chu Xian smiled. Not at all. We're family. If you really master it, I'll be happy for you. Fu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Xian, you're so good to me. Even better than my own sister. Hearing the words own sister, Chu Xian suddenly remembered that around this time in her previous life, Fu Qing's sister, Fu Ping, had done something shocking. Fu Ping had taken a liking to a young man from Haishi. He was staying at a guest house, and Fu Ping, thinking no one knew her, brazenly knocked on his door and secretly drugged him. When the drug took effect, the young man put her through the ringer, even alerting the security team. In the end, Fu Ping was detained, and the young man was found innocent. Because of this, the Fu family couldn't hold their heads up for a long time. If she remembered right, it was right around these days. Chu Xian didn't want her sister-in-law's family to be shamed by Fu Ping, and even more, she didn't want Fu Ping to go down the wrong path. Sis, could you ask your sister to come help me for a few days? She can stay at my mom's place. I'll pay her 3 yuan a day. Besides picking crab and shrimp, I'll teach her to bake bread for free. Not only would they teach you how to bake bread, but they'd also provide food, lodging, and a salary. Where else could you find such a good deal? Fu Qing immediately agreed on her sister's behalf. No need to ask her, I can make the decision. I'll have her come over first thing tomorrow morning. Chu Xian was worried that something might come up if they waited. Let's not wait until tomorrow, have her come over right now. She can get familiar with the place first. All right, I'll go get her now. Fu Qing happily rode off on her bicycle. Just then, Mu Chenza came out of the bedroom, looking completely refreshed. Wife, are you going to bake bread? Wait for me, I'll go with you. Chu Xian replied gently, yes, I'm heading over now. The dough is already proofed. If I don't go soon, it'll overrise. Take your time washing up and eat something before you come. There are some hand-pulled noodles your mom left for you in the kitchen. Just cook them yourself. The sauce is in the cupboard. Hearing his wife's instructions, Mu Chenza smiled. Okay. Be careful and ride slowly, all right? I will. Chu Xian rode off with the ingredients. If it weren't for the fact that the dough was ready, she would have cooked the noodles for Chenza herself. Half an hour later, just as Chu Xian was putting all the seafood bread dough into the oven, Mu Chenza walked in. Wife, I'm going to fetch some water. Chu Xian glanced at the water vat. It was indeed running low. Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Chenza picked up the carrying pole and buckets. It's not hard at all. I'm happy to work for our family. Chu Xian walked over and said softly, I'll make sure to reward you tonight. Hearing that, Mu Chenza worked even harder. He not only filled both big water vats, but also cleaned the house inside and out. Just as he put down the cleaning rag and was about to have a private chat with his wife, there was a knock at the door. Come in. He opened the gate to see Fu Qing and Fu Ping standing outside, carrying their luggage. Fu Ping greeted them politely. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, second brother Mu. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza smiled and invited them in. Fu Ping was 19 this year, with a pretty face and a tall figure. Chu Xian really couldn't imagine how such a good-looking girl could have schemed against a young man from Haishur in her past life. This time, by keeping her at home baking bread, she wouldn't meet that young man, and the same mistakes could be avoided. After giving Fu Ping a brief introduction, Chu Xian arranged for her to stay in the room that Tian Shaoan used to live in. Fu Qing and her sister followed Chu Xian to learn how to control the oven temperature. Mu Chenza, with nothing to do, went to the dock to help his father and older brother unload the fish. By the time he returned, the fragrant bread was coming out of the oven. Villagers, drawn by the smell, came to buy bread. Nowadays, many people worked at the village-run dried fish factory, so life was much better than before. They were willing to spend 50 cents on a loaf of bread. In less than half an hour, half the bread was sold. Chu Xian realized there wouldn't be enough to sell at the county town tomorrow, so she decided to make another batch of dough and asked Chenza to go to the dock to buy crabs and prawns. She also had him ask around about second-hand tricycles. Of course, Chenza took her words to heart. After buying the seafood, he went to the village office to call a friend and ask about tricycles. As luck would have it, his friend had one available. Chu Xian taught the Fu sisters how to knead dough, and they learned very earnestly. When Mu Chenza returned with the ingredients, they helped pick out crab meat and shrimp. Qin Mahua came by to deliver dinner and stayed to help as well. Everyone was busy until 9 at night. 2 batches of bread came out of the oven before they finally finished. Fu Qing volunteered to stay and keep Fu Ping company. After all, it was a standalone house. What if something happened? Back home, after washing up and returning to the bedroom, Mu Chenza finally voiced his doubts. Xiao Xian, didn't you say you wanted to give Chu Dashan a chance to break in and steal? Why did you suddenly have sister-in-law's little sister move in? Is there some special reason? Chu Xian couldn't say it was to save a wayward girl, so she used a reason she'd prepared in advance. Sister-in-law only has this one sister. I just want to help out. Aren't you afraid she'll learn the skills and go off on her own? I'm not worried. If she does, I won't blame her. Because Chu Xian knew Fu Ping's personality, she'd lose interest quickly. If she lasted half a month, that would be impressive. Fu Ping was the type who never stuck with any job for long. She was like this in her past life, too. Chu Xian just needed to make sure Fu Ping didn't have any contact with that young man from Haisher for the time being. Still, she planned to find time to ask around at the county guest house. She was curious what that guy looked like to make Fu Ping fall so hard. Mu Chenza gently took his wife's hand. "Silly wife, what am I going to do with you?" Chu Xian snuggled into his arms. "So, what if I'm silly?" Silly people have their own kind of luck. With his wife being so affectionate, Mu Chenza naturally wasn't going to let such a good opportunity go to waste. The next morning, Mu Chenza got up full of energy, while Chu Xian, feeling a bit sore, wanted to stay in bed. Mu Chenza felt sorry for her. "Wife, you rest at home. I'll go sell bread in the county town." Chu Xian forced herself up and waved her hand. "No, I want to go with you. It's our first day selling bread in the county. I want to see how things go for myself." "All right, just make sure to dress warmly." "You too." As she spoke, Chu Xian took a new cotton-padded jacket out of the wardrobe for her husband. It was bright red and festive. Qin Mahua had sewn it herself. The stitching was tight and the fabric comfortable. Mu Chenza stretched out his arms. "Wife, help me put it on." "No problem." Chu Xian smiled as she helped him dress. After buttoning him up, Mu Chenza took a red cotton jacket out of the wardrobe for her. "Wife, you have to match with me." "Okay." She let her husband help her put it on. They each put a thin jacket over their cotton coats to make it easier to do business. If they got seafood or oil on themselves, they'd only have to wash the outer jacket. After breakfast, they said goodbye to Qin Mahua and got ready to leave by bike. Qin Mahua stopped Xiao Xian and asked in a low voice, "Are you two going to sign up for the tutoring class in the county today?" Chu Xian apologized. "Mom, I was so busy yesterday I forgot. I'll talk it over with Chenza in a bit. Take the registration fee with you first." Qin Mahua stuffed a wad of money into Chu Xian's hand. This was money from the family to pay for their tutoring classes. Chu Xian felt bad taking it and quickly tried to give it back. "Mom, Chenza and I have money. Don't worry." In the end, Qin Mahua couldn't win against Chu Xian. Mu Chenza and Chu Xian left on one bicycle, planning to buy a second-hand tricycle today. They brought plenty of money. After stopping by her mother's house, Chu Xian paid Fu Qing and Fu Ping their wages for yesterday, 3 yuan each, then gave them money to buy crabs and prawns, asking her sister-in-law to get them from the dock. Fu Ping stayed home to knead and proof the dough. They baked 2 batches at noon. The bread was packed into a clean big basket and a carrying basket. The carrying basket was hung on the handlebars. Chu Xian carried the big basket on her back, and Mu Chenza rode the bike with her as his passenger. Luckily, the bread wasn't too heavy, the bike could handle it. When they got to the county town, they headed straight for the market. They arrived late, so they could only set up in a corner. As soon as they opened the basket, the smell of fresh bread wafted out. It attracted quite a few people at the market. But as soon as people heard that each loaf was 50 cents, they hesitated. Everyone thought it was a bit expensive. They looked, but didn't buy. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza exchanged glances. People in the county town were even less willing to spend money than those in the village. Chu Xian compared the wages at the village-run factory with those at the county factory, and it turned out the village factory actually paid better. Just then, a woman tried to haggle. "Can you make it cheaper? How about 3 for a yuan?" Chu Xian replied warmly, "Big sister, the ingredients for these baked breads are really hard to come by. Some are even imported. Honestly, I only make a few cents profit on each one. Once I run out of ingredients, you won't be able to get such delicious bread anymore. I can't lower the price, but you're welcome to try a sample." As she spoke, Chu Xian took a small knife and a plate from her basket, slicing a bread into a dozen pieces for everyone to taste. Everyone who tried it was full of praise. "So tasty. Delicious. This is the best bread I've ever had. Looks like you've had bread before." "This is my first time." The seafood bread was so good, people wanted more after just one bite. She'd successfully whetted everyone's appetite. "I'll take one." "I want one too." "I'll buy 2. Give me a discount." Chu Xian glanced at her basket, which still had some seaweed she'd baked the day before. She'd originally planned to sell it separately for 1 cent a sheet, but since it was her first day doing business in the county, it wouldn't hurt to give some away. Listen up, everyone. Buy 2 breads and get a crispy, delicious sheet of seaweed free. Buy 3 breads, get 2 sheets. And so on. Muchinza played along, using tongs to take a sheet of seaweed from the basket, placing it on a plate and snipping it into small pieces. Everyone can have a taste. Seaweed is 1 cent a sheet, buy 50 and get 1 free. It was everyone's first time seeing seaweed, so they all tried it. Tastes a bit like laver. Better than laver, crispy and fragrant. I'll take 50 sheets. I want 10. I want bread. Gradually, more and more people crowded around Chu Xian's stall. After half an hour, all the seaweed was sold out, and there were about 60 shrimp and crab breads left. The seaweed bread had sold out first, since it was bigger and more popular than the shrimp and crab ones. Just then, another customer approached, a skinny old man. I heard you get free seaweed with bread. Give me 10 breads, and I get 9 sheets of seaweed, right? Chu Xian smiled. That was the deal, but the seaweeds all sold out. If you buy 10 breads, I can give you a 10-cent discount. How's that? The old man waved his hand. No, I want the seaweed. I'm only buying the bread because there's no other choice. I really just want the seaweed. It was the first time Chu Xian had met someone so obsessed with seaweed. Grandpa, how about this? Tomorrow, when I set up my stall, I'll deliver the seaweed to your door. How's that? The old man snorted. That's no good. Just because I want seaweed today doesn't mean I'll want it tomorrow. Do you have any left at home? No, I'll have to bake some fresh. Then I'll go home with you too and wait for you to bake it. I want to order 5,000 sheets of seaweed. 5,000 sheets, that's 50 yuan. Chu Xian could net a profit of 30 yuan. No problem. Once we finish selling the rest of the bread, you can come to my house and watch us bake the seaweed fresh. We can do white sesame, black sesame, or peanut flavor, your choice. The old man was so happy he was practically dancing. Muchinza whispered to Chu Xian, is this old guy all there? Chu Xian trusted her instincts and shook her head slightly, indicating he was fine. Muchinza always trusted his wife, so he didn't object. Still, he was cautious. Grandpa, you don't sound like a local. The old man glared. Who says I'm not? My father was from here. I might have been born elsewhere, but I consider myself a local. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and sell the bread so we can go bake seaweed. Muchinza was left speechless. Chu Xian covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. The old man looked resigned, then started hawking, come buy some bread. Fragrant shrimp and crab bread, don't miss out. Made with fresh shrimp and live crab straight from the sea, delicious and savory. His sales pitch went on and on, leaving Chu Xian and Muchinza a bit stunned. With his help, the bread sold out in less than half an hour. When he heard the couple was going to buy a second-hand tricycle nearby, he even borrowed a folding stool, saying he'd use it in the tricycle bed later. Muchinza had no temper left to deal with such a sociable old man. After buying the tricycle, they gave the old man a ride back to the village, along with the basket and tray in the back. The old man didn't mind the squeeze, smiling all the way, clearly in a great mood. Chu Xian rode her bicycle alongside. They didn't speak on the way back. Only when they entered Nanyu village did the old man speak up. The laver you use for baking seaweed must be top quality, or I won't pay. Muchinza's first thought was, is this old man here to cause trouble? If the seaweed didn't meet his standards, wouldn't all their effort be wasted? But Chu Xian didn't see it that way. No problem. If you're not satisfied, you don't have to take it. I'll just eat it myself. The old man nodded approvingly at her straightforwardness. You've got what it takes for business. Let me tell you, as long as this batch of seaweed meets the standard, your family's going to make a fortune. Chu Xian sensed something unusual. Are you some big boss from a foreign trade company? The old man gave the tricycle bed a pat. Not quite a big boss. At most, I'm the big boss's father. Chu Xian burst out laughing. Then I'd better bake some really good seaweed. Can't miss out on such a big client. The old man put on a serious face. Don't let me down. Only then did Muchinza realize his wife might have stumbled upon a gold mine. Good thing he'd listened to her and hadn't said anything rude to the old man. At first, he really thought the old man was a bit off, but now he understood why the old man was so obsessed with seaweed. When they got to Chu Xian's mother's house, Muchinza made tea for the old man. Chu Xian rode the tricycle to the dock to buy laver. Li Tong's family also bought laver, so supply wasn't an issue. She bought up all the laver from Li Tong's family and then bought the best quality from other vendors. Back home, Chu Xian and her team put on work clothes, masks, hats, and rubber gloves, and started washing the laver. When it comes to food, hygiene is a must. The old man sat in the main room, sipping tea and watching. But he didn't go into the kitchen, at least he had some professional ethics. He couldn't steal the seaweed roasting technique. After more than 2 hours, the white sesame seaweed was ready. The old man picked up a sheet and started eating heartily. Delicious. So tasty. But it's a bit hard to eat. Each sheet is as big as a palm and crumbles easily. If you cut it into long strips, it'd be easier to eat. Chu Xian thought it was a good suggestion. Sure, I'll cut it right away. 5,000 sheets of seaweed quickly became 15,000 strips. Once she finished cutting, the old man laughed and tried a few pieces. Yes, this is just right. Tasty and not wasteful. Pack up 5,000 strips for me. But since each strip is a third the size of the original, I can only pay 17 yuan. Muchinza was speechless. Originally, we could have sold it for 50 yuan, making a pure profit of 30. But now, we can only sell it for 17 yuan, barely making just over 10 yuan in profit. That's a huge difference. Chu Xian could tell her husband was upset and gently patted the back of his hand. I said earlier, if this gentleman doesn't want to buy, I'll just keep it for myself. With that, she turned to the old man, smiling. I'll wrap it up for you right away. Chu Xian fetched a basket, lined it with a clean white cloth, and placed the seaweed inside. Once she'd finished packing, the old man finally pulled 17 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Chu Xian. Count it. Chu Xian quickly counted the money. I owe you 30 cents in change. The old man waved his hand. No need. Just help me call a carriage. No problem. Chu Xian was about to go out on her bike, but Fu Qing stopped her. I'll go. He rode out. Chu Xian handed a few pieces of seaweed to the old man. There's plenty of seaweed, eat as much as you like. The old man nodded in satisfaction and started munching away. She then handed some seaweed to Muchinza and Fu Ping as well. Everyone ate seaweed, drank water, and waited for the carriage together. During this time, the old man introduced himself. His surname was Gu, given name Jiren. About 10 minutes later, Uncle Chi arrived with the carriage and took Gu Jiren away. As Fu Qing tidied up the yard, he muttered, Gu Jiren, what a funny name. That old man's personality really matches his name, stubborn as a mule. Only recognizes 5,000 sheets. Muchinza shook his head helplessly. If we do business with him again, we'll have to sign a contract first, specifying the size and even the weight of the seaweed. Otherwise, he'll take advantage of us again. Chu Xian smiled. I don't think he's trying to take advantage of us. I actually feel like he's teaching us how to do business with big companies. Let's all get some rest tonight. We'll get back to work tomorrow. Fu Qing hesitated. Chu Xian guessed what she wanted to say. Sister-in-law, do you have something to do tomorrow and can't come help? She was tactful about it. She knew her sister-in-law wanted to go clam digging. After all, clam digging paid better than baking bread at home. Fu Qing nodded a little sheepishly. Yeah, I know your business is just getting started, and I should be helping out, but... Chu Xian smiled. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll go talk to Grandma Gao and Aunt Mu in a bit. They'll come help tomorrow, so you can go do your thing. That's great. Once everything was tidied up, Fu Qing gave her sister a few reminders before leaving. Tonight, Qin Mahua would stay over to keep Fu Ping company. Because Muchinza and his wife were heading to the county seat soon to sign up for tutoring classes. Qin Mahua was thinking of discussing with Mu Qinlao about staying here more often to help manage the bakery. After all, besides selling bread, Xiao Xian and the others also had to attend tutoring classes. Fu Qing went clam digging every day, but she also attended tutoring classes. With all three of the younger generation so motivated, Chin Mahua was happy to help, no matter how tiring it was. Meanwhile, Gu Jiren had already returned to the county guest house and was on the phone with his son. Son, I've sent you 5,000 sheets of seaweed samples. Once you get them, have someone taste them. I think the quality is pretty good. Did your people manage to buy seaweed in other coastal cities? Oh, they did? Good, then you can compare. Around 4 p.m., Mu Chinza and his wife successfully registered for tutoring classes in the county. Classes started that very night, from 7 to 9 p.m. Fu Qing would be attending too. The three of them could go together. Luckily, they had bicycles. It took about 30 minutes to ride from the county to the village. After 10 p.m., the three of them returned home. They washed up quickly and went to their rooms. And just like that, the day was over. The next morning at 7, Mu Chinza and his wife got up, had breakfast, and headed to the bakery. One of them rode a tricycle loaded with goods, the other rode a bicycle, both heading to the county. Chin Mahua, along with Lin Ping, Gao Meiwan, and Mu Xing, stayed home to prepare baking ingredients and such. They planned to bake 6 batches today. Tomorrow, Chinza and Xiao Xian would go to the city to see if they could find a distributor. When they got to the county, Mu Chinza and his wife set up their stall to sell bread and seaweed. They hadn't even started selling when they ran into Gu Jiren again. Gu Jiren bought 2 seaweed buns for breakfast. While eating, he said, "Have you two thought about getting formal? You need all the proper business licenses if you want to make it big, right?" Chu Xian smiled gratefully. "Thank you for the advice. If there's really a big business opportunity, our village-run factory will step in. My bakery is basically the R&D department for the factory. If I come up with a new product that sells well, the factory will start producing it." Gu Jiren swallowed a bite of bread. "Do you have shares in the village factory?" Chu Xian didn't hide it. "That's right." Mu Chinza added proudly, "The factory's grilled fish snacks were invented by my wife. Without her, there wouldn't be a village factory. She contributed the secret recipe as her share, helped design the factory, and even handled sales." He went on and on about Chu Xian's achievements. After listening, Gu Jiren gave Chu Xian a thumbs up. "You're really smart. Good. Can you give me a sample of your grilled fish snack?" Chu Xian was straightforward. "No problem. Our factory has a sales point at the train station, and it's close by. I'll go get some samples right now." Gu Jiren chuckled. "I'll wait right here." "All right." Chu Xian then whispered to Mu Chinza, "Zay, chat with this gentleman a bit more. Maybe you can sell some of our other seafood products." Mu Chinza always listened to his wife. "No problem." Chu Xian rode her bike to the train station. She arrived quickly. Miao Dakui was at the shop. Business was slow at the moment, so when she saw Chu Xian, she greeted her warmly. "Xiao Xian, are you just passing by or here for something?" Chu Xian beamed. "I'm here on purpose. There's an old gentleman who wants to try our factory's grilled fish snacks. He might be a big client. His son owns a trading company." Miao Dakui was overjoyed. "That's great. I'll pack some samples right away. How about a gene of each?" "Half a gene of each is enough. We have both with and without fish bones, right? Pack a bit of every flavor." "No problem." The factory's internal rules allowed sales staff to provide up to 5 gene of free samples to clients each month. Miao Dakui hadn't used any of her quota this month, not because she was stingy, but because she hadn't found any potential clients. Now she finally had one. She quickly packed 6 bags, each labeled with the flavor and whether it had fish bones. Chu Xian didn't linger and left with the samples. Not long after she left, Wang Mingchen arrived at the shop. Miao Dakui excitedly told him that Xiao Xian might bring in a big client for the factory. Wang Mingchen was thrilled. He knew that when Xiao Xian got involved, she was worth 3 people. If she landed a big client, not only would she get a bonus, but so would he and his wife. "Dakui, we really need to treat Xiao Xian and Chenza even better. The big clients they brought in at the start, those orders keep growing every month." "Of course. You have no idea. Workers in the county all want to pull strings to get into our factory because of the good benefits. Luckily, the factory only hires people with village household registration. Otherwise, Dad's office would be overrun. True. But today, a man with a powerful background came to see Dad in person. What did they talk about? Dad wouldn't let me listen. He insisted I come watch the shop. Why didn't you pretend to leave and sneak back to listen? I'll just ask Dad when I get home. You think Dad will tell us? At this moment, Chu Xian had already returned to her stall, placing 6 sample packs of grilled fish fillets into Gu Jiren's hands. Gu Jiren couldn't wait to tear open a pack of the original flavor and tried a small piece. Tastes great. He immediately ate another piece. The more he ate, the more he wanted. Half a pound of grilled fish fillets was gone in less than 20 minutes. Chu Xian looked at him with concern. Sir, you should eat less. Too much will upset your stomach. Gu Jiren let out a satisfied burp. I really did eat a bit too much. First time I've ever had such a big breakfast, 2 buns and half a pound of grilled fish fillets. I won't need lunch today. I'll go send the other samples to my son. If he didn't send them off soon, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't eat them all himself. He turned and left. Chu Xian called after him, about how long will it take to hear back? Gu Jiren didn't look back, but his voice was loud and clear. You'll definitely hear something before I leave your county. Chu Xian immediately whispered to Mu Chenza, Did you find out where he's staying? Mu Chenza replied quietly, He's in room 106 at the county guest house. He also said if we have any tasty, easy-to-store seafood, we can send him some samples. How about we grill some small yellow croaker for him to try? I have a secret recipe. I can make them crispy, even the bones are delicious. Mu Chenza was surprised. When did you learn to grill small yellow croaker? I've never seen it. He'd never eaten small yellow croaker before. If he ate croaker at all, it had to be at least half a pound, the big ones. He always thought the small ones didn't have enough meat, barely enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. But if it was grilled by his wife, no matter how small, he'd love it. Chu Xian said proudly, I know how to grill all sorts of things. You'll find out and get to taste them all in time. In her previous life, Chu Xian was a foodie and a bit lazy. She had money and had bought grilled yellow croaker from abroad. She'd seen the ingredient list and memorized it. Later, when she couldn't buy it anymore, she recited the ingredient list to Qin Mahua and asked her to grill it. At first, Qin Mahua disliked her attitude and refused. So Chu Xian threatened that if she couldn't get the same taste, she'd spend a lot of money to have someone bring it from overseas. Qin Mahua, not wanting her son's money wasted, reluctantly tried. After many failed attempts, she finally mastered the method for crispy grilled yellow croaker. Chu Xian memorized the method. Now, in this life, it was finally useful. She planned to use this secret recipe for grilled small yellow croaker to bring wealth to the Mu family, as a small way to repay them. Mu Chenza looked blissful. Being able to eat yellow croaker grilled by my wife's own hands, what a joy. Just then, a customer came to buy bread. The two of them greeted the customer warmly. Their stall was right next to the market, so everyone coming to buy groceries would glance at the bread. Mu Chenza cut open a loaf for people to sample. A customer from yesterday's market instantly recognized the couple. She knew the bread was delicious and that there were free gifts with purchase. She tasted a piece. It was just as good as yesterday. She bought 6 loaves in one go, saying there was one for each family member. Chu Xian gave her 18 small sheets of seaweed as a gift, which made her very happy. Yesterday, buying 6 loaves only got you 5 large sheets of seaweed, which was about 15 small sheets. When she got home, she told her neighbors all about it. Soon, all the neighbors came to Chu Xian's stall to buy bread. Bread was a real rarity in the county. You could occasionally buy it at the supply and marketing cooperative, but even then, it wasn't as tasty as Chu Xian's. After sending off a wave of customers, they were just about to have a sip of water to moisten their throats. A familiar figure appeared. It was Zhang Feifei. Xiao Xian, it really is you. Zhang Feifei got straight to the point, smiling. Can you wholesale your bread? I'd like to sell it alongside the grilled fish fillets. Chu Xian handed her one. You're willing to sell it without even tasting it? Go on, try one. Of course I have to try. Thanks. Zhang Feifei took it and ate it in a few bites. So good. I want to sell it. This bread doesn't have any preservatives. The shelf life is at most 3 days. Are you sure you want to sell it? If you can't sell it in 48 hours, it won't be fresh and you'll have to eat it yourself. Chu Xian handed her another one, but this time Zhang Feifei didn't take it. She hadn't expected the shelf life to be so short. Why is it that bread from other places can last a month or even longer? Chu Xian explained softly, they add preservatives or use other preservation techniques. With my current abilities, I haven't mastered any preservation methods, and I don't want to add preservatives, so I can only make small batches and sell out each day. Actually, Chu Xian's original plan was to let food factories see how popular her bread was and its potential, so she could either sell the recipe or become a shareholder. Someone would eventually develop preservation technology. She didn't need to worry about that. Zhang Feifei had planned to wholesale 100 loaves at a time, but now she immediately cut that number by several times. Xiao Xian, I'll start by wholesaling 20 a day and see how it goes. Can you supply me? No problem. But when you sell to customers, remember to remind them to eat it the same day. Don't keep it overnight or it'll spoil. I'll print a code on each loaf. For example, 12 means the month, and the numbers after are the day. Chu Xian patiently explained to Zhang Feifei, holding a loaf as she spoke. After she finished, Zhang Feifei immediately bought 20 loaves wholesale, paid on the spot, and said if they sold well, she'd come back for more tomorrow. The wholesale price was 40 cents each. This way, Chu Xian only made a net profit of 10 cents per loaf. Mu Chenze was puzzled. After Zhang Feifei left, he voiced his doubts. Wife, we put in all this time and effort and only make 10 cents, while Zhang Feifei just has to sell the bread and also makes 10 cents. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem worth it. Why not set the wholesale price at 45 cents? Chu Xian sighed. Zhang Feifei has trouble getting around. If I can help, I will. If it were anyone else, I'd definitely set it at 45 cents. What if she tells others? How will we do business then? I should catch up to her and ask her to keep it a secret. Mu Chenze wanted to chase after her on his bike, but Chu Xian stopped him. Don't. If you say that, she'll know I'm giving her special treatment and will insist on paying the extra 5 cents. Then how could I help her? I don't think she'll tell anyone the wholesale price. And it's just 20 loaves, not much money lost. What if her business really takes off and she covers the whole county? Would you still give her this price? If she's really that capable, then yes, I'd still give her this price. All right then. He'd said what he needed to. If his wife wanted to give Zhang Feifei a lower price, so be it. Chu Xian knew Mu Chenze was thinking about their future business. Say, I'm sorry. This is our family's business, and I didn't discuss it with you before giving Zhang Feifei a lower price. Mu Chenze patted her shoulder. I know my wife is the kindest person. I'm not angry, and I support you giving her a lower price. I just wanted to warn you in advance, if her business really grows, don't regret today's decision. I definitely won't regret it. Besides, you know my plan. I'm not going to sell bread forever. Once I sell the recipe or become a shareholder. Before she could finish, Sheng Damei came running over, out of breath. Finally found you too. Our director Lu selling you bread ingredients has been found out by the factory leadership. Sheng Damei was panting heavily, and when she got to this point, she couldn't get another word out. Chu Xian quickly handed her a water bottle. Sheng Damei took it and was about to drink straight from the mouth of the bottle. Mu Chenze immediately called out, "Drink without touching the bottle. Don't put your mouth on it." After all, that was the water bottle he and his wife used. Chu Xian hadn't thought much of it at first, but after Mu Chenze said that, she started to regret handing it over. But since Sheng Damei was already holding the bottle, Chu Xian couldn't really say anything else. Worst case, she'd just give it a thorough wash at home. Sheng Damei looked a bit speechless, but still followed Mu Chenze's instructions and drank a few sips without touching the bottle. After all, she couldn't afford to offend him. Gulp, gulp, she swallowed, and just as she finished, Mu Chenze's voice sounded again. Your factory leaders know about this, right? Are they expecting us to return the ingredients? Once you've sold them to us, there's no reason to take them back. Sheng Damei had drunk a bit too quickly and coughed a few times before answering. That's not it. Our factory leaders not only know that Director Lu sold you the bread ingredients, They also heard you baked delicious seafood bread. They asked me to invite you to the factory to discuss business. The factory director said if I can bring you in, I'll get a merit, a raise, and a promotion to team leader. If I can't, Director Lu will be demoted. Chu Xian asked softly, so if we make a bread deal with your factory director, Director Lu gets promoted? Xing Damei scratched her head. I don't know about that. All I know is I'll get promoted. If I do, I'll treat you both to dinner. Chu Xian and Mu Chenze exchanged a glance. Xing Damei was straightforward, just a few words and she laid everything out. Mu Chenze realized the food factory's director was very eager to work with Xiao Xian. He whispered, "Wife, it's up to you. If you want to go, we'll go. If you don't, we won't." Chu Xian smiled. Of course we should go for such a good opportunity. But we have to finish selling our bread first. I'll help you sell. Xing Damei immediately started shouting, "Delicious seafood bread. Today is the last day for the lowest price. Prices go up tomorrow. Come and buy, everyone." Chu Xian was astonished and whispered, "When did I say the price would go up tomorrow?" Xing Damei, you can't lie just to sell the bread faster. Xing Damei explained quietly, I'm not lying. If today's deal goes through, you won't be selling bread here anymore. If our factory sells it, with packaging and preservation costs, it'll definitely be more than 50 cents each. Chu Xian hadn't expected Xing Damei, who was usually a bit slow, to be so clever when it came to business. With Xing Damei's last day, lowest price, marketing tactic, they sold out of bread in less than an hour, with only a few dozen sheets of seaweed left. Chu Xian handed them to Xing Damei. These are for you. Xing Damei, always a foodie, immediately accepted. Thanks. She started munching away. Mu Chenze took Chu Xian on the tricycle, while Xing Damei rode Chu Xian's bicycle, and they headed toward the food factory. Chu Xian really underestimated Xing Damei's appetite. Even riding a bike didn't stop her from eating seaweed. She ate all the way there, and by the time they reached the factory gate, she'd finished it all, even the bits stuck to her teeth. Director Lu was standing at the gate, looking out. When he saw Xing Damei bringing the Mu Chenze couple, he clapped and stomped his feet in delight. He felt hopeful for a promotion and a raise. He greeted them warmly and personally led them to the meeting room. Soon, the new factory director, Do Daong, arrived with 2 loaves of bread. These were bought by his family from Chu Xian's stall yesterday. He tasted them. They were delicious. Today, he brought 6 to the factory for the other leaders to try. For had already been eaten, he couldn't bear to give away the last 2. He briefly explained why he'd invited the Mu Chenze couple. He wanted to buy Chu Xian's recipes. Not just the seafood bread recipe, but any other bread recipes she had. He'd buy as many as she was willing to sell. 500 yuan per recipe. Of course, there was another option. Chu Xian could invest the recipes as shares and receive 1% of bread sales as dividends. Chu Xian said she'd have to think it over. Actually, she was leaning toward investing the recipes as shares, but she wanted to discuss it with Grandpa Wang first. After all, her original intention was to benefit the village-run factory and help Grandpa Wang build up his achievements. Unless the village factory and Grandpa Wang didn't want the recipes, she wouldn't invest them in the food factory. Mu Chenze was tempted, but since his wife wanted to think it over, that's what they'd do. So, the 2 of them rode home from the factory. Director Lu was worried they wouldn't agree to work with the factory, but there was nothing he could do. He could only pin his hopes on Xing Damei. Xing Damei said she'd visit Mu Chenze's parents in the village that night and bring her brother along to help persuade them. Director Do Daong was very pleased with Xing Damei's attitude. Xing Damei would work on the Mu family, while he would focus on Wang Dipin. Actually, he'd heard of Chu Xian before. Chu Xian had a very good relationship with Wang Dipin's family. He guessed that the reason Chu Xian hadn't agreed on the spot was because she wanted to save the recipe for Wang Dipin's grilled fish factory. Chu Xian's family's old fish roasting oven could bake bread, and the factory's oven could do the same. Wang Dipin's side had a natural advantage. Do Daong and his secretary each got on a bicycle and headed toward Nanyu village. When the Mu Chenze couple returned to the bread-baking yard, they had just put 2 batches in the oven. Chu Xian called Gao Meiwan aside. Granny Wang, I want to know if Grandpa Wang is interested in the seafood bread. Gao Meiwan was excited. Of course he's interested, Xiao Xian. Are you thinking of investing the recipe as shares? I'll talk to Grandpa Wang tonight. Chu Xian looked serious. Could you ask him now? Gao Meiwan was sharp. Did someone try to buy your seafood bread recipe? Not just these 2 recipes, they want to buy all 10+ recipes I have. Or invest them for a share of the profits. Gao Meiwan stamped her foot. I'll get Grandpa Wang right now. He was planning to think it over for a few more days, but today he has to make a decision. Such a good business opportunity couldn't go to another factory. Chu Xian sighed. I know what Grandpa Wang is worried about. He's concerned our village factory can't handle the preservation technology. We'll discuss it when we meet. When it came to preservation, the food factory had the advantage. All right. Gao Meiwan hurried home. No one was there. She checked her watch, it was already noon. Normally, he'd be home for lunch by now. She got on her bike and headed to the village factory. What she didn't know was that Do Daong had arrived ahead of her and was already in the meeting room negotiating with Wang Dipin. When Gao Meiwan tried to enter the meeting room, Accountant Wen stopped her. You can't go in. The village chief is meeting with people from the county. Gao Meiwan looked puzzled. Who? The food factory director. Isn't that your ex-father-in-law? You all know each other. I'll just say a few words and be out. It's not my ex-father-in-law. It's the new director, Do Daong. Gao Meiwan muttered, a new food factory director? Could it be he wants to buy Xiao Xian's recipe? Or is he here to persuade Dipin to give up the bread business? What should we do? Gao Meiwan was worried that the village-run factory would get the short end of the stick, but she couldn't just barge into the meeting room. So she quietly asked Accountant Wen to go into the meeting and pass a few words to Wang Dipin. Accountant Wen realized the urgency of the situation. He had to act fast, or else Wang Dipin might get talked into something by Do Daong. In business, there's no shortage of schemes and trickery. If you're not careful, a big deal can slip right through your fingers. Using the excuse of refilling tea, he carried a thermos into the meeting room. While pouring water, he whispered to Wang Dipin, Director Do wants to buy Xiao Xuan's bread recipes. Xiao Xian is considering our village factory first and hasn't agreed to anything yet. Luckily, the reminder came just in time. Earlier, Do Daong had asked him to act as a go-between and persuade Xiao Xian to contribute a dozen or so bread recipes as shares in the county food factory. He'd almost agreed without a second thought. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in Xiao Xuan's bread recipes, but since Do Daong had brought up the proposal first, and given their relationship, it was hard for him to say he was also considering it. Now, hearing that Xiao Xian was prioritizing the village factory, he felt he really ought to push for it. Otherwise, he'd be letting down Xiao Xuan's goodwill toward the village factory. After Accountant Wen left the meeting room, Wang Dipin turned to Do Daong with an apologetic smile. Daong, to be honest, Xiao Xian started baking bread to pave the way for our village factory. If sales go well, she plans to contribute the recipes as shares in our factory. Do Daong smiled. I know Chu Xian has a strong sense of collective honor and always thinks of your village, but you should also think about her. If she joins our factory, she'll definitely earn more than at yours. And why's that? I think our factory could earn more than yours. In terms of total product sales, maybe we can't beat you, but when it comes to new bread products, I can say with confidence that our sales will be 10 to 20 times higher than yours. Let me explain. First, we have a base of potential bread customers. Second, we have short-term food preservation technology. Third, we have channels for purchasing bread ingredients. You know how scarce supplies are these days. As both a factory director and village head, you're well aware. These 3 reasons left Wang Dipin feeling outmatched. What's more, he wanted Xiao Xian to earn the highest dividends possible, and the county food factory was clearly the best option. Daong, you make a good point. May I ask what dividend your factory is offering Xiao Xian? Seeing that Wang Dipin was softening, Do Daong tried to contain his excitement and replied calmly, 1% of bread sales revenue. Wang Dipin pushed for more on Chu Xian's behalf. If you can make it 1.5%, I'll help persuade her. Do Daong looked troubled. That's a bit difficult. I can only promise to try my best. After all, it's not just up to me, I have to consult with the other deputy directors. Wang Dipin chuckled. I know the bread recipes Xiaoxian developed have a profit margin of at least 40%. Before he could finish, Dou Deong quickly corrected him. It's not that high. Xiaoxian only sells bread in our county, so there's no packaging, testing, shipping, or travel costs. Our factory will be selling nationwide, and all those expenses add up. If we can keep profits around 30%, that's already good, and that's not even counting labor, electricity, charcoal, water, and so on. I run a factory too, so I understand all that. But don't you set your own prices? Anyway, if you can offer Xiaoxian 1.5%, that's not asking too much. Think it over and let me know. Wang Dipin stood up, ready to see the guest out. Dou Deong was worried that if things dragged on, other county food factories might hear about the bread and approach Chu Xian with a better offer. Then all his efforts would be for nothing. How about this? I won't go back to think it over. I'll call the other directors right now. If they agree, you can help me persuade Chu Xian tonight. If not, we'll discuss other options. Alright. Use my office phone. There's no extension, so you don't have to worry about anyone overhearing. Thank you. After leaving the meeting room, Wang Dipin told accountant when to take Dou Deong to his office to make the call. Accountant Wen immediately did as told. This gave Wang Dipin and Gao Meiwan a chance to talk. Gao Meiwan lowered her voice. We can't let Dou Deong have the bread recipes. Xiaoxian is doing this for our factory. Don't let her down. Wang Dipin sighed. Of course I want our factory to have a dozen new bread products, but the timing just isn't right. Dou Deong's factory has all the advantages, timing, location, and people. We only have the people part. Gao Meiwan was surprised. I get why they have timing and location, but how do both factories have people? We have the people advantage when it comes to the bread recipes, but Dou Deong's side has it in sales and procurement. And there's something else I haven't told you. Someone came to see me this morning, suggesting we turn our grilled fish factory into a comprehensive dried seafood factory. He said our location is perfect for it. I'm still considering it. Who was it? You don't need to know for now. It's confidential. Alright. I suggest you find time to discuss it with Xiaoxian. She always has good ideas. Okay. Once Dou Deong finishes his call and we talk, I'll go find Xiaoxian. Alright, I'll go update Xiaoxian. Meiwan, if Dou Deong's factory offers Xiaoxian a good dividend, I hope you'll also encourage her to contribute the recipes to the county food factory. If she joins our factory, she won't get as much. I understand. Not long after Gao Meiwan left, Dou Deong finished his call. He walked up to Wang Dipin and said enthusiastically, Dipin, all our deputy directors agreed to raise the dividend for Xiaoxian, but the highest we can go is 1.3% of sales revenue. Then I won't help persuade her. Wait, don't be so quick, let me finish. Go ahead. Our factory doesn't have skilled workers for picking crab meat, shrimp, or roasting seaweed, but yours does. If you can persuade Chu Xian, we'll source all our seafood ingredients for the bread from your factory. Xiaoxian can also get a percentage of those sales as a dividend. That was a pretty good offer. But he still needed to check with Xiaoxian. I can't decide for her. I'll let her know. Dipin, I'd like to tag along to Chu Xian's place for a cup of tea. Before he could finish, Wang Dipin smiled and refused. I need to talk to Xiaoxian alone. Just wait patiently here in the meeting room for a bit. Don't worry. I'll do my best to deliver what I promised you. To be honest, the director of the neighboring county's food factory is also asking about Chu Xian. Just like you said, Xiaoxian is someone who cares about the collective. She's from our county, no one else can poach her. And even if they do, we'll get her back. With those words, Dou Deong felt much more at ease. He finally relaxed and went to the meeting room to wait for news. However, after Wang Dipin left, Dou Deong quietly instructed his secretary to go find out how much the director of the neighboring county's food factory was offering. The secretary knew it would probably be impossible to find out, but still went to try. When Wang Dipin arrived at Chu Xian's house, he found that she already had guests. He didn't go into the main room, but instead called Gao Meiwan out to the courtyard gate to talk. Who's in the main room talking with Xiaoxian and Chenze? Gao Meiwan replied in a low voice, It's Qin Sifeng. He's the younger brother of Qin Xiahong, the one who was turned into a vegetable by someone. Is he here on business or personal matters? Should be personal. That's good. Qin Xiafeng is the director of the neighboring county's food factory. Do Deong thinks he's here to snatch the bread recipe. When he came in, he smelled the bread and even asked Xiao Xian a few questions. He probably hasn't thought about buying the recipe yet, but he might after he goes back. Should we give him a hint? Let him bid against Do Deong. Let's leave it to Xiao Xian to decide. You can ask her about it in a bit. All right. At that moment, Qin Xiafeng was talking with Chu Xian. My sister woke up once yesterday, but then fell asleep again. She said that even though she hasn't been able to respond these past days, she knew it was you who saved her. When she delivered Feng Chuanhua's baby, she clearly remembered that the child had a red butterfly-shaped birthmark on his left shoulder. She wrote it in her diary. After she collapsed in a pool of blood that day, she saw the killer take her diary. If it hadn't been for Feng Ti climbing over the wall and startling the killer would have stabbed her again. And thanks to you for calling for help in time. Did Dr. Qin say who the killer was? She didn't see the face. The person was wearing a mask. Judging by the build my sister described, it should be Liang Shi. Please don't tell anyone that my sister woke up. Just say I was here on a business trip and dropped by to thank you. I understand. This was a way to protect both Qin Xiahong and Chu Xian. Otherwise, the man with the red butterfly birthmark on his left shoulder would stop at nothing to silence Dr. Qin and Chu Xian. With this clue, Chu Xian believed she would eventually find her biological grandparents. Qin Xiafeng didn't stay long. He got up to leave, and Chu Xian saw him out. Gao Meian came over and quietly asked, Xiao Xian, about the bread recipe, should we remind Director Qin? He's from the neighboring county's food factory. Chu Xian subtly waved her off. Before Qin Xiafeng arrived, Gao Meian had already briefly mentioned Wang Dipin's idea to her. She understood what Gao Meian was getting at. But right now, she couldn't have too much contact with the Qin family to avoid bringing them unnecessary trouble. She was already very grateful that Qin Xiafeng came in person to deliver the news. She couldn't drag him into a bidding war with Do Deong just for her own benefit. Gao Meian respected Chu Xian's wishes and said no more. After Qin Xiafeng left, he waited for a carriage at the village entrance. In fact, when he smelled the bread, he'd wanted to propose a collaboration with Chu Xian, but quickly dismissed the idea. For the safety of both families, it was best to have no further contact. He felt that the man with the butterfly birthmark was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, Wang Dipin was discussing the bread recipe partnership with the county food factory with Chu Xian. Chu Xian knew Wang Dipin was looking out for her, wanting her to earn more dividends. As for whether she should insist on a 1.5% dividend from the county food factory, or take 1.3% plus a 1.5% dividend from the grilled fish snack factory, it was up to her. In the end, Chu Xian chose the latter. Wang Dipin immediately had someone inform Do Deong. Do Deong hurried to Chu Xian's house. On the way, his secretary reported what he'd found out. Qin Xiafeng came for personal reasons. Chu Xian once saved his sister. He was here on a business trip and dropped by to thank her. To thank her? He must have smelled the bread. Just because he didn't think of the recipe now doesn't mean he won't once he's back in the neighboring county. We have to sign the partnership agreement with Chu Xian today. Yes, sir. Did you bring the draft agreement? Yes. The secretary patted the briefcase in his hand. Only then did Do Deong feel reassured as he headed to Chu Xian's house. Once there, the signing went very smoothly. Chu Xian handed over more than a dozen bread recipes to Do Deong and told him that any new products she developed in the future would also be provided to their factory. This was exactly what Do Deong wanted. He also bought all the bread and bread ingredients from Chu Xian's home. Tonight, he planned to have the workers work overtime to learn how to bake bread. Having the recipe wasn't enough. They needed on-site guidance from Chu Xian and her team. They agreed that after Chu Xian and Mu Chunzi finished class at 9 p.m., he would send someone to pick them up. After sending Do Deong off, Wang Dipin returned to the factory and had accountant draft a dividend agreement. The agreement stated that Chu Xian would teach the workers how to bake seaweed, and since it was thanks to her that they could supply the county food factory, she would receive 1.5% of the sales from that portion as a dividend. He called a meeting of all middle management and above to discuss the agreement. In the end, everyone agreed. And so, Chu Xian signed another dividend agreement with the grilled fish snack factory. Do Daong worked very efficiently. After returning to the county food factory, he immediately called Wang Dipin to place an order, starting with a small amount of crab meat and shrimp, but a large quantity of seaweed. He wanted to make not only seaweed bread, but also seaweed biscuits, seaweed pies. Wang Dipin sent someone to invite Chu Xian over to guide the workers in baking seaweed. They needed to master the cleaning technique, oven temperature, baking time, and method. Fortunately, they could use the grilled fish snack factory's ovens. As for picking crab meat and shrimp, that could be left to the workers who cleaned fish. When the workers heard about the overtime, they were delighted. Everyone wanted to earn extra pay. Mu Chenza accompanied Chu Xian as she guided the workers until 6 p.m., then went home for dinner. They let Mu Chenfu know in advance that they wouldn't be able to go home with his wife tonight. Mu Chenfu decided to take Fu Qing to the county on his bike and would wait outside the tutoring center for her. When his wife finished class, he'd take her home. After dinner, Mu Chenza got ready to take Xiao Xian to the county on his bike. Wait a second. I've been so busy I forgot to check on Fu Ping. I need her to keep helping me. Starting tomorrow, we'll be baking small yellow croaker fish. Take me to my mother's place first, so I can give her some instructions before we go. All right. When they arrived at her mother's house, they found the gate locked. They opened the door with a key and saw the house was tidy and clean, and Fu Ping's bedding was gone. They went back to the Mu family and asked Qin Mahua to fetch Fu Ping back. She'd need to help bake small yellow croaker fish tomorrow and keep the business going. Qin Mahua readily agreed. Only then did they set off for the county. Before 9 p.m., Do Deyong's secretary was already waiting outside the tutoring center. As soon as he saw Mu Chenza and his wife come out, he immediately invited them to the food factory. Do Daong was an impatient man, and with the workers all fired up, he insisted that Chu Xian stay up all night to teach them how to make more than a dozen kinds of bread. There was plenty of tea and midnight snacks. Even herbal tea for soothing the throat had been prepared. It wasn't until the next morning that Chu Xian and Mu Chenza finally made it home. Qin Mahua greeted them apologetically. Xiao Xian, I couldn't get hold of Fu Ping last night. Her family said she went to the county to see some friends and stayed there overnight. I've left a message with her family. When she comes back, they'll send her over. Have you two eaten? There's food in the kitchen. Chu Xian's heart sank. She was worried Fu Ping had already met that young man from Haisher and was about to drug him. In her previous life, the drugging had happened during the day. She had to hurry back to the county to find Fu Ping. But she couldn't say this directly to her family. She forced herself to stay calm. Mom, it's fine. Chenza and I already had breakfast. We'll go catch up on some sleep. Maybe by the time we wake up, Fu Ping will be back. There's no rush on the grilled yellow croaker business. Mu Chenza couldn't help but yawn. Seeing her son about to fall asleep, Qin Mahua didn't say any more. She watched her son and daughter-in-law head to their room, then went to the kitchen to start preparing dumplings for lunch. Mu Chenza was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. He greeted his wife and collapsed into bed. Once Chu Xian confirmed he was asleep, she quietly slipped out. She went into the kitchen and said softly, Mom, I left my keys at the county food factory. I need to bike back and get them. She lied without batting an eye. Qin Mahua didn't suspect a thing, but she felt sorry for Xiao Xian. You've been up all night, just rest first and go get them later. Or let Xiaozhe go. He's already asleep. I can manage. Mom, I'm heading out. Chu Xian was about to get her bike when Qin Mahua stopped her. I'll go get them for you. You go rest. Chu Xian smiled. You don't know exactly where they are, and besides, they might not let you in at the factory. I'll go. Qin Mahua realized she had a point and didn't insist. She watched Xiao Xian leave. Half an hour later, Chu Xian arrived near the county guest house. As luck would have it, she ran right into Fu Ping. Fu Ping looked flustered, her hand in her pants pocket. Sis-in-law, what are you doing here? Chu Xian suspected she had the drug in her pocket, so she feigned surprise. You're here too? I left my keys at the food factory, and I got tired biking, so I stopped to walk a bit. Fu Ping was most afraid of running into someone she knew while doing this. I'm just passing by too. I stayed at my classmate's last night and was about to catch the bus home. Chu Xian didn't plan to expose her directly. Really? Well, you're lucky you ran into me. You can save the bus fare. I'll give you a ride home. No need. I like taking the bus. Sis-in-law, you should go find your keys. Fu Ping had met a young man from Haishur last night and was instantly smitten. Today, she'd worked up the courage to come find him. She couldn't let all her efforts go to waste. Chu Xian could tell Fu Ping was trying to get rid of her. Fu Ping, I still need your help. Starting tomorrow, I'm planning to sell grilled yellow croaker. No problem. I'll definitely be there first thing tomorrow morning. Fu Ping couldn't wait for Chu Xian to leave. But Chu Xian refused to cooperate. I'll wait with you for the bus. Once you get on, I'll go. I just don't feel comfortable leaving you here alone. Fu Ping didn't know how to respond, so she reluctantly stood at the bus stop with Chu Xian. A few minutes passed and the bus didn't come, but Fu Ping thought of a way to slip away. Clutching her stomach, she said, Oh, my stomach hurts. Xianjia, I need to use the restroom in the guest house. Before Chu Xian could reply, she darted into the guest house. Chu Xian realized Fu Ping was trying to ditch her. She quickly locked her bike and followed. But she was a step too late. Inside the guest house, Fu Ping was nowhere to be seen. Chu Xian went to the front desk to ask. A young woman with a ponytail just ran in here. Do you know which room she went to? I'm her friend. The staff pointed to the left and replied politely. She said she needed to use our restroom and rushed in. You can go check. If she didn't bring tissue, you can help her out. Thank you. Chu Xian ran into the women's restroom. But Fu Ping wasn't there. She had no choice but to return to the front desk. Comrade, I have another friend from Haishur, a young man. Which room is he in? You'll need to tell me his name so I can check. Chu Xian racked her brains. What was the name of the young man Fu Ping had liked in her previous life? She thought it was the same surname as hers, Chu something. Chu Chuanbei or Chu Chuanen. His name is Chu Chuanen. The staff frowned. There's no such name in the register. Chu Xian quickly corrected herself. Sorry, that was his nickname. His ID says Chu Chuanbei. The staff's frown relaxed. Chu Chuanbei. Yes, that name's here. Room 203, second floor. The stairs are at the end. Chu Xian thanked her and ran upstairs. Soon, she was outside room 203. She could hear voices inside. Why are you locking the door? No need to be so nervous. I just want to talk to you alone. Chuanbei, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Fu Ping, we barely know each other. Sorry, I can't agree to be your boyfriend. I know we haven't known each other long, but I really like you. But I don't like you. Please leave. I'll leave if you want, but let's have a farewell drink, just tea instead of wine. 1 cup and I'll go. It'll be closure for my feelings. What if I refuse? Chu Chuanbei moved toward the door, trying to unlock it. Stop. Fu Ping quickly blocked him. If you open that door, I'll scream and say you assaulted me. Everyone in the guest house will come running. I'm not asking much, just 1 cup of tea as a send-off. I promise, after that, I'll never bother you again. Fine. You pour the water. There's an enamel mug on the nightstand and a lunchbox. I'll use the mug, you use the lunchbox. No problem. But you have to wait by the window or I'll worry you'll open the door. All right. Chu Chuanbei walked to the window, turning his back to Fu Ping. Fu Ping felt her chance had come. As long as she put the powder in the water, Chu Chuanbei would be hers. Chu Xian couldn't take it anymore. She banged on the door, loud and urgent. Fu Ping jumped in fright, and the enamel mug she'd just picked up fell to the floor with a clang. Chu Chuanbei quickly picked up the mug, distressed. I just bought this mug, and now you've chipped off a big piece of enamel. How careless. I'll go open the door. Fu Ping threatened in a low voice, don't open it. Or I'll scream and say you assaulted me. Just get rid of whoever's outside through the door. Chu Chuanbei looked at her with disgust. Is threatening me all you know how to do? Fu Ping snatched the mug from him. I can also pour water for you. Now hurry up and get rid of whoever's outside. Chu Chuanbei sensed this was his chance. While she was supposedly pouring water, he quickly unlatched the door and tried to run out. There just happened to be someone knocking at the door. Perfect. They could vouch that he hadn't tried to take advantage of Fu Ping. But before his hand even touched the door, Fu Ping slapped it away. Only then did he realize Fu Ping hadn't gone to pour water at all. She'd been right behind him the whole time. Fu Ping threatened him in a low voice again. If you don't want me to scream and accuse you of assault, then get rid of whoever's outside the door. Chu Chuanbei nodded helplessly and called out, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm trying to catch up on some rest. Whatever it is, can we talk this afternoon? Chu Xian, guessing that he was being threatened by Fu Ping, kept knocking and deliberately used a man's voice. There's a call for you at the front desk. Please come down to answer it. The caller said it's very important. Fu Ping shot Chu Chuanbei a threatening look. Chu Chuanbei, resigned, called out, I'm really too tired. Tell them to call back this afternoon. And stop knocking on my door. All right then. Chu Xian pretended to walk away. Chu Chuanbei hated being threatened. He glanced at Fu Ping, and a wicked thought crossed his mind. This silly girl likes me, doesn't she? Should I trick her into sleeping with me and then dump her as payback for threatening me? Maybe I'll give her one more chance. If, after a few more drinks, she still won't leave, then she can't blame me for being bad. Just as Fu Ping and Chu Chuanbei were about to toast with water instead of wine, there was another knock at the door. Chu Xian, still using a man's voice, shouted anxiously, Fire. There's a fire. Get downstairs, quick. And then she ran off. There was no one else in the rooms on the second floor. Chu Xian's shout wouldn't scare anyone else. As soon as Fu Ping heard fire, she stopped trying to block Chu Chuanbei from opening the door. Saving her own life was more important. As for the enamel mug with the drugged drink, she just knocked it over. In no time, they'd both run down to the lobby. When they asked the front desk, they found out someone had played a prank. At that moment, Chu Xian was standing by her bicycle outside, looking toward the lobby. She froze when she saw the man beside Fu Ping. He actually looked a bit like Liangshi. He was about 18 or 19. Could he be Liangshi's son? But she was sure this young man wasn't Feng Chunhua's son. Because after giving birth to Chu Ji, Feng Chunhua had lost the ability to have more children. Chu Xian quickly composed herself, ran into the lobby, grabbed Fu Ping, and said, Finally done in the bathroom? Hurry up, the bus is here, let's get back to town. Fu Ping knew there was no hope of drugging Chu Chuanbei now, so she let Chu Xian drag her to the bus stop. When the bus arrived, Chu Xian pushed her on board. Only after watching the bus drive away did Chu Xian return to the guest house entrance and start unlocking her bike. At that moment, Chu Chuanbei was standing in the lobby, deep in thought. Today, he'd been unexpectedly confessed to and threatened by Fu Ping, and then, out of nowhere, someone had come to his rescue. This business trip was turning out to be quite interesting. He'd also noticed Chu Xian. He suspected that the fire warning had been arranged by her. Did she see through Fu Ping's intentions toward him? Did she deliberately intervene? Should he go thank her? Thinking this, his feet carried him outside almost unconsciously. He stopped in front of Chu Xian. Did you hire someone to yell fire and get me out of that situation? Chu Xian hadn't planned to take credit for her good deed. But since he'd come over, she changed her mind. That's right. It was me. Chu Chuanbei looked puzzled. Why did you help me? Because I couldn't just stand by and watch Fu Ping ruin her reputation over you. What do you mean? I didn't do anything to her. That's only because you didn't get the chance. In her previous life, Fu Ping had drugged him, given him the opportunity, and he'd ruined her, then even sent her to jail. Wasn't that taking advantage and then playing the victim? Fu Ping was at fault, but Chu Chuanbei wasn't blameless either. Actually, at the time, Fu Ping could have turned the tables and accused him of assault, but for the sake of his future, she gave up that chance. Fu Ping was a fool. Chu Xian hoped that in this life, Fu Ping would wake up and truly let go of this man. Chu Chuanbei felt ashamed by Chu Xian's words. In fact, back in the room, for a moment, He'd considered making Fu Ping write a statement promising she was willingly with him. Then, after sleeping with her, he'd just leave. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He hadn't expected Chu Xian to see right through him. "What's your name?" Chu Xian rolled her eyes at him. "No need for you to know. Just stay away from Fu Ping from now on." Chu Chuanbei wasn't angry. Instead, he found himself interested in Chu Xian. "You're quite an interesting girl." Even with dark circles under her eyes, he still found her face attractive. Chu Xian sneered. "I'm not a girl. I'm a married woman." She'd already unlocked her bike. She rode off. Chu Chuanbei looked disappointed. For the first time, he'd met a woman he was drawn to only to find out she was married. He didn't look away until Chu Xian's figure disappeared from view. Chu Xian didn't go straight home. Instead, she found a public phone booth and called Minnie. She told him she'd met a young man in the county from Haishur who looked like Liang Shi and was named Chu Chuanbei. Minnie immediately said he'd personally investigate this man. Only then did Chu Xian feel at ease and ride home. When she got home, sleepiness hit her. She greeted her mother-in-law, went into her bedroom, and fell fast asleep. Meanwhile, Fu Ping was wandering around town. She still hadn't given up. The man she wanted, she had to get him. She planned to buy another packet of powder and go back to the county to finish what she hadn't managed before. An hour later, with a new packet of powder, she went back to the guest house. While the receptionist wasn't looking, she snuck up to the second floor, only to find room 203 locked. She had no choice but to go downstairs and ask the receptionist. "The guest in room 203, where did he go?" "He just checked out and left." "Where to?" "I think he went back to Haishur." Fu Ping hurried outside and flagged down a rickshaw. "Quick! To the train station." She didn't know that after she left, Chu Chuanbei had gone to the front desk, handed the receptionist 10 yuan, and said, "Well done." The receptionist took the money. "Thank you," then led him to a room on the third floor. When Fu Ping got to the train station, of course, she didn't find Chu Chuanbei. She returned, disappointed. The next morning, Fu Ping went to Chu Xian's family home to keep working with her and earning money. She planned to save up enough to go to Haishur and look for Chu Chuanbei. It was the first time she'd liked a man. As long as he wasn't married, she'd keep chasing him. Chu Xian noticed a trace of melancholy in Fu Ping's eyes that hadn't been there before. When no one else was around, she asked, "Fu Ping, what's wrong? Do you have a secret crush?" Fu Ping didn't want to tell anyone her secret. "No. I just want to make more money and travel, see more of the world." Hearing this, Chu Xian immediately understood Fu Ping wanted to save up to go to Haishur and look for Chu Chuanbei. She needed to find a way to help Fu Ping get over him as soon as possible. "Fu Ping, yesterday when you were in the guest house bathroom, I was waiting outside, right? I overheard some guests downstairs talking about the man in room 203. They said he brought another man to his room last night and made such a racket they couldn't sleep. If it happens again tonight, they're going to call the security team." The world really is full of surprises. Fu Ping muttered under her breath, "Room 203? Wasn't that Chu Chuanbei? Such a good-looking man, and he doesn't like women? He brought a man to his room? I can't believe I like someone like that. No way. I absolutely can't like someone like that. I must have been blind." Chu Xian caught the change in Fu Ping's expression and guessed she was wavering. Now was the time to talk to her sister-in-law and arrange a match for Fu Ping as soon as possible. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Is Chu Xian home?" Fu Ping immediately recognized Chu Chuanbei's voice. Hadn't he left? Chu Xian recognized his voice too and felt a little awkward. Had he overheard their conversation just now? Fu Ping blurted out, "Chu Chuanbei, do you really like men?" Chu Chuanbei had overheard her conversation with Chu Xian and looked over at Chu Xian. Chu Xian coughed to ease the awkwardness. She'd made it up just to get Fu Ping to give up. Still, she glared at Chu Chuanbei with righteous indignation, as if warning him, "If you don't like Fu Ping, then stop leading her on." In Chu Chuanbei's eyes, this was oddly attractive. He thought Chu Xian looked even better today without her dark circles. "Well, as she wishes then." He turned to Fu Ping and pretended to be embarrassed. I hope you can keep this a secret for me. That was as good as admitting it. Fu Ping ran back to her room in tears. Chu Xian gestured for Chu Chuanbei to leave. Chu Chuanbei pretended not to notice. Aren't you going to ask why I came to your village? Or why I'm looking for you? Chu Xian didn't bother to be polite. Not interested. I actually came all this way to discuss a big business deal with you, Chu Chuanbei said, playing to her interests. At the mention of business, Chu Xian perked up. What kind of business? Chu Chuanbei put on a serious face. I heard your roasted seaweed is crispy and delicious, and you're good at developing new products. So I wanted to ask if you could make a tougher seaweed sheet. If it passes inspection, I plan to export it. Chu Xian didn't want to tell him that with a slight adjustment to the process, the crispy seaweed wouldn't shatter at the slightest touch and would become more resilient when in contact with water or rice. I'll give it a try, but I'm not covering the inspection fee. No problem, I'll cover the inspection costs. What I need is seaweed that can wrap rice without breaking, stays intact, and doesn't crack in the middle when cut with a knife. I tried your seaweed before, but it was too crispy, it broke as soon as I rolled rice in it. When did you buy my seaweed? I had a friend buy it for me. What's your relationship with Gu Jiren? Competitors. I know he bought 5,000 sheets of seaweed from you. I also know that when you cut your roasted seaweed from large sheets into smaller ones, about half of them crack. I'll work on that. If I succeed, how much do you plan to order? Chu Xian was already calculating in her mind. She wanted to keep this big client for the village factory. Just as Chu Chuanbei was about to say how much he wanted, Fu Ping suddenly rushed out, pointed at Chu Chuanbei's nose, and shouted, "We're not doing business with you. You have a character problem. Get out. Leave." Chu Chuanbei wasn't one to back down. You're not the boss, so your words don't count. You have no right to kick me out. My preferences have nothing to do with my character. Watch your language. Fu Ping threatened, you'd better watch your attitude. Or I'll tell everyone you like men. Chu Chuanbei's mood soured. This woman was threatening him again. Oh, you're threatening me? He stepped closer and whispered in her ear, if you threaten me again, I'll tell your family about you trying to drug me and put me in your enamel tub. Let's see if you or your family can show your faces after that. That successfully shut Fu Ping up. With Chu Xian's persuasion, Fu Ping went back to her room to cool off, looking completely deflated. Chu Chuanbei pointed to the main room, putting on a serious face. Aren't you going to invite me in for tea? I'm a potential big client, after all. Just then, Muchinza walked through the gate with a warm smile. Big client, please, have a seat in the main room. He winked at his wife, signaling her to go get busy. He'd handle this guest. Chu Xian understood and went into the kitchen. Li Tong would be coming soon to deliver yellow croaker, so she needed to prepare some utensils. She'd already told Muchinza last night to have Minnie look into Chu Chuanbei. Muchinza hadn't expected Chu Chuanbei to show up on his own. His first reaction was that this guy wasn't here for business, he was interested in Xiao Xian. Never underestimate a man's intuition. Even though Chu Chuanbei hid it well, Muchinza still saw through him. Chu Chuanbei sat down on the sofa by the coffee table. You're Chu Xian's husband? That's right. Muchinza handed him a cup of black tea. Seems like my wife never told you her name. Did she need to? Your wife is famous in the county. Just a little asking around and I found out. But your name, hardly anyone knows it. Is this what they call a strong woman and a weak man? Muchinza caught the sarcasm but wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled proudly. I'm luckier than most men. My wife likes earning money to support me. Jealous. Chu Chuanbei sucked in a breath. Is that even possible? Don't you have any ambition? My ambition is to make my wife happy. She said she's happy to support me for life, and I get to make all the big and small decisions at home. As long as I'm willing to spend her money, she's thrilled. Chu Chuanbei listened with a face full of envy, jealousy, and regret. He cursed himself for not coming to this little fishing village sooner and meeting Chu Xian. He was very confident in his looks. If he'd met her before Muchinza, he was sure he could have married her. He quickly adjusted his mood. All right, enough about your wife. Let's talk business. Muchinza gestured for him to go ahead. Chu Chuanbei tapped his fingers on the table. If you and Chu Xian can produce seaweed that meets my requirements by December 31st this year, we'll sign a contract. If you can't do it in time, I'll find another partner. He'd chosen Chu Xian because she'd piqued his interest. Since she was already married, he wouldn't break up a couple, but he was curious to see just how capable she was. Mu Chenza kindly reminded him, if we sign a contract, it won't be my wife signing with you, but our village factory with your company. No problem. As long as the factory uses her seaweed process, my company will sign. Mu Chenza looked him up and down. You look about 18 or 19. Do you really have that much authority in your company? Xu Chuanbei replied proudly, well, my dad's the boss. All I have to do is give him a heads up. Of course, like I said, only if it meets export standards. Leave your contact info. No problem. Xu Chuanbei pulled a small, fancy notebook from his pocket, took out a pen, and wrote down his phone number. He tore out the page and handed it to Mu Chenza. Mu Chenza took it and memorized the number carefully. Xu Chuanbei stood up. I don't need your contact info for now. Once Chu Xian succeeds, just call this number. He was about to leave when he saw Li Tong coming over with a cart full of yellow croaker. Xu Chuanbei wrinkled his nose in disdain. What can you possibly make with such tiny fish? He covered his nose, complaining about the fishy smell. Mu Chenza deliberately said, seaweed smells fishy too, but in my wife's hands, it turns into a delicacy. What's she planning to make? Crispy roasted yellow croaker. Roasting them with the guts in? No, we remove the heads and guts. The rest is the best part. To be honest, we're planning to roast them and send some to Gujiren to try. The moment he heard his competitor wanted to try the crispy yellow croaker, Xu Chuanbei was immediately interested. Will it be ready today? Of course. Xu Chuanbei sat back down on the sofa. Then I'm not leaving. I'll stay for a meal and take some crispy yellow croaker samples back to Haishur. Who knows, you might land a big order. Mu Chenza pointed to the kitchen. Samples are no problem, but if you want to stay for a meal, you'll need my wife's permission. Xu Chuanbei looked puzzled. Didn't you say you make all the big and small decisions at home? Why do you still need to ask your wife? Mu Chenza looked around the courtyard with a smile. Because this is my wife's family home, not her in-laws. Naturally, my wife has the final say. You'll have to ask her yourself. He actually knew his wife well. He guessed she would refuse Xu Chuanbei. He just wanted to see Xu Chuanbei's helplessness when Xiao Xian turned him down. At that moment, Xu Xian was busy directing Li Tong to unload fish in the yard, so she hadn't caught what her husband and Xu Chuanbei were talking about. Xu Chuanbei waited patiently. He only spoke after Xu Xian had seen Li Tong off. Xu Xian, I'm interested in your crispy yellow croaker. I'd like to stay and wait for a sample. Would it be possible to have a meal here at your family's place? Xu Xian refused without hesitation. It smells strongly of fish here right now, and it'll get even worse when we start cleaning them soon. You're one of our biggest clients, so we'll have the factory director personally host you at the village-run plant. Xu Chuanbei felt a bit disappointed, but he had to admit she had a point. All right then. Xu Xian turned to Mu Chenza. Zay, could you please take Boss Chu to the factory? And on your way, ask Aunt Mao and Grandma Gao to come help clean the fish. Just tell them we're launching a new product. Mu Chenza immediately did as told. After seeing the two men off, Xu Xian called Fu Ping out to help clean the fish. Fu Ping had already composed herself. I'm going to clean and roast as many fish as I can and make money off that neither male nor female Xu Chuanbei. To avoid giving herself away, Xu Xian reminded her, he's probably into both men and women. That's even more disgusting. No matter which woman he marries, he'll only bring her misery. Fu Ping silently cursed herself for ever having feelings for him. Seeing how much Fu Ping now disliked Xu Chuanbei, Xu Xian felt reassured. This lifetime, Fu Ping wouldn't repeat her past mistakes. And Xu Xian herself ended up with an unexpected gain. At noon, Wang Dipin warmly hosted Xu Chuanbei in the village canteen. He'd even asked the canteen chef to prepare several specialty dishes. Wang Dipin, Mu Chenza, and Wang Mingchen all accompanied him. Xu Chuanbei was very satisfied with the meal. A little after 2 p.m., he left with over 6 jin of crispy yellow croaker. To keep them from getting damp, Xu Xian had specially wrapped them in clean packaging paper and included several packs of desiccant. The yellow croaker was crispy enough to eat bones and all. There were several flavors: spicy, cumin, numbing spicy, 5-spice, sweet, and original. Muchinza took all the different flavors of roasted yellow croaker and biked to the county guest house to find Gu Jiren. Unfortunately, he couldn't find him. After asking the staff, he learned that Gu Jiren had checked out the day before. He'd left a message saying he had an urgent matter and had to leave, but if there were any good seafood products, they could be mailed to an out-of-province address. Muchinza sent the package to the address as instructed. All he could do now was wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of December. The village loudspeaker blared, "Chu Xian, please come to the village office to take a phone call." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian biked over. She hadn't waited long at the office before the phone rang. Chu Xian answered. "Hello." It was Chu Feng's voice on the line. "Sis, I'm in 4th grade overseas now. Other than still struggling with the language, I've adapted well. I'm always the fastest in the class at math, and I get everything right." Chu Feng chatted away on the phone. Chu Xian felt very reassured listening to him. They talked about their lives, and then Tian Shaoan took the phone. "Xian, your dad and I are doing well with the jade business here. We're about to order another batch. Do you have time to help us pick some out?" Chu Xian replied softly, "I have time." "Mom, which pieces from the last batch sold the best?" "They all sold well. We've already made our money back. This time, we're planning to order 200,000 yuan worth of jade." "All right." They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Just as Chu Xian was about to leave, the phone rang again. She answered. "Hello." Gu Jiren's voice came through the receiver. Why does this voice sound so much like Chu Xian's? Am I hearing things? "Uncle Gu, you're not mistaken. It's me. Is there something you need?" "It's about the seaweed. The deal might fall through, unless you can make crispy, hollow, cylindrical seaweed rolls. Otherwise, my son's company won't work with your village factory." Chu Xian quickly tried to persuade him. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to develop it as soon as possible. It's very difficult, you know. They break easily. Several factories have tried and failed. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. By the way, did you receive the crispy roasted yellow croaker my husband sent you?" "I did. There were a few packs of desiccant inside, which kept the fish crispy. The flavors are all good. My son's company wants to buy some." "How much per ton?" Chu Xian had already calculated the price. 1 jin of yellow croaker yields about 3 liang of roasted fish. The price depends on the size. With the heads removed, those 10 to 15 centimeters long are 6,600 yuan per ton. The 5 to 10 centimeters ones are 5,600 yuan per ton. Is that price with packaging? Yes. That's acceptable. I'll urge my son to sign the contract with your factory as soon as possible. Thank you. If you really want to thank me, hurry up and develop the seaweed rolls. Will do. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Chu Xian took out Chu Chuanbei's phone number from her pocket and told accountant when she was making a business call, so it wouldn't be charged. A man answered quickly. It wasn't Chu Chuanbei's voice. "Hello, who's this?" Chu Xian replied politely, "Hello. May I speak to Chu Chuanbei?" "He's not here. He's on a business trip." "When will he be back?" "No idea. Could you please leave him a message?" "I'm busy." Before Chu Xian could finish, the other party hung up. Chu Xian was speechless, feeling like the person who answered had a grudge against Chu Chuanbei. She went home and told her husband about the phone calls. Muchinza took her on his bike toward the jade factory. They'd pick out jade today, everything else could wait. Passing by a public phone booth, Muchinza made a call to Min Yi. "Brother Yi, have you found anything on Chu Chuanbei?" Min Yi's voice came through. "It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Come to the city when you have time, and we'll talk in person." "All right." After hanging up, he immediately reported to his wife. They decided to go see Min Yi the next day and take the chance to stroll around the city. They hadn't done that since getting married. When they arrived at the jade factory, Xiao Huan greeted them warmly. Long Jinxiu was away on business. Xiao Huan was Long Jinxiao's trusted assistant and could be relied upon. Chu Xian asked him to help pick out jade. But Xiao Huan insisted that Uncle Long had specifically instructed him that any jade ordered by Wu Bingqing's company had to be handled personally by him. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza had no choice but to leave empty-handed. After seeing them off, Xiao Huan received a call from Long Jinxiu. Uncle Long, the Wu family's company wants to order another 200,000 yuan worth of jade. Chenza and Xian came to pick out pieces, but I didn't dare help them. I didn't want to risk our factory's reputation. Long Jinxiu wasn't angry at all. In fact, he praised Xiao Huan. I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll bring you something tasty when I get back. When will you be back? The day after tomorrow. All right, I'll call the village office for Chenza and the others later. Oh, and I met someone who looks a lot like Liang Shi. His name is Chu Tian. Pass that on to them. Will do. Xiao Huan asked curiously, how old is Chu Tian? Where is he from? Long Jinxiu's voice came through. He looks to be in his 40s, seems to be from Haishi. We haven't found out the details yet. Let Xiao Xian know about this first, see if she can find out more through her contacts. Half an hour later, Xiao Huan called the village office where Chu Xian and Mu Chenza lived. Unfortunately, neither Chu Xian nor Mu Chenza were home. At that moment, the two of them were already on their way to the county seat, planning to leave their bicycles at the bike storage and take the bus into the city to look for Minnie. Over an hour later, they walked into Minnie's office. Minnie took out a manila envelope and handed it to Mu Chenza. Take a look. This Liang Shi is quite the womanizer. Chu Chuanbei is his biological son, and his current father already knows about it. Chu Xian couldn't help but ask, how did you find out? Minnie explained patiently, strictly speaking, I didn't find this out myself. 20 years ago, Liang Shi had an affair with Chu Chuanbei's mother, and they've kept in touch over the years. The woman kept love letters Liang Shi wrote to her, and her current husband found them. I happened to ask a classmate in Haishi to look into Chu Chuanbei, and that's when I found out he's already been kicked out of the Chu family. Only then did Chu Xian understand why, when she called to look for Chu Chuanbei, the man who answered the phone was so rude. It turned out the truth about the fake young master had come out. All that good food and drink they gave him at the village factory was wasted. Mu Chenza and his wife carefully examined the documents in the envelope. Inside was a photo of Chu Chuanbei's adoptive father, Chu Jinlin, who didn't look like Liang Shi or Feng Chunhua. Still, Chu Xian asked, does Chu Jinlin have any birthmarks or anything like that? Min Yi shook his head lightly. I really don't know. But I do know that Chu Chuanbei has a red birthmark on his left calf. Chu Chuanbei's age and the location of his birthmark didn't match Feng Chunhua's eldest son. Chu Xian looked at Min Yi. Could you ask your classmate to check if Chu Jinlin has any birthmarks? Min Yi agreed without hesitation. No problem. Does Feng Chunhua's eldest son have a birthmark? Chu Xian glanced at Mu Chenza. She had already told him everything Qin Xifeng had said. Mu Chenza nodded at Chu Xian, signaling that Min Yi was absolutely trustworthy. Chu Xian nudged Mu Chenza. It's not that I don't trust Brother Min, I'm just worried someone might overhear. You tell him. All right. Mu Chenza looked around the office. Even though he was sure no one else was there, he still stepped forward and whispered in Min Yi's ear. After hearing it, Min Yi immediately understood Mu Chenza's caution. So, Qin Xiahong had woken up. With this clue about the red butterfly-shaped birthmark, it should be easier to find the person. After discussing business, Mu Chenza and his wife invited Min Yi to dinner, but he politely declined. He still had other work to do. The couple didn't insist and took their leave. They wandered around the city until 4:30 in the afternoon, bought some gifts for their family, and then took the bus back to the county seat. At the bike storage, they paid and retrieved their bikes. As they were riding near the city gate, they ran into Accountant One, who was in town on business. Accountant One immediately remembered he needed to give Chu Xian and Mu Chenza a message. A young man named Xiao Huan is looking for you too, it's urgent. They thanked Accountant One and rode toward the jade factory. At the factory gate, the guard told them Xiao Huan had already left for the day. Only then did they realize they had no idea where Xiao Huan lived. They decided to try their luck at Uncle Long's shop. When they got there, they found Ge Shiming, also known as Gudan, cleaning up and getting ready to close. They asked him where Xiao Huan lived. Gu Shiming scratched his head and said he didn't know either. Usually, when Uncle Long needed Xiao Huan, he would stay in the back courtyard here. Otherwise, he'd go home, but Gu Shiming didn't know where that was. He'd asked Xiao Huan before, but Xiao Huan had warned him not to pry into things he shouldn't know. After that, Gu Shiming never asked again. Mu Qinzhe and his wife had no choice but to leave. When they reached the entrance to the village, they saw Xiao Huan standing there, looking around. Mu Qinzhe braked, and Chu Xian got off the back seat steadily. Xiao Huan looked anxious. Finally, I've found you too. Uncle Long asked me to pass on a message. There's a man named Xu Tian from Haisher in his 40s who looks a lot like Liang Shi. That's all we know for now. Mu Qinzhe grabbed Xiao Huan's hand. Brother Xiao, this news is just in time. Come, have dinner at my place. Xiao Xian, and I don't have tutoring tonight. Xiao Huan waved him off with a smile. No need, I have a date tonight. Chu Xian apologized. Brother Xiao, sorry for making you late for your date just to deliver this message. Next time, let me treat you and your date to dinner. Sure. At the mention of his date, the anxiety on Xiao Huan's face was replaced by a gentle smile. By the way, Uncle Long will be back in a day or two. I'll call you both as soon as he returns. Great. After watching Xiao Huan leave, Mu Qinzhe and his wife exchanged glances. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Maybe Chu Tian really was Feng Chuanhua's eldest son. After dropping his wife off at home, Mu Qinzhe went to the village office to make a phone call. The office phone no longer had an extension, so there was no worry about being overheard. Wang Dipin was on duty at the office that day. As soon as Mu Qinzhe said he needed the phone, Wang Dipin made way for him. Mu Qinzhe was alone in the office. Soon, he got through to Minnie. Mu Qinzhe told Minnie about Chu Tian. Minnie also felt that Chu Tian was likely the person they'd been searching for. After hanging up, Mu Qinzhe left the office. He knocked on the door of the office next door, where Wang Dipin was. Come in. Mu Qinzhe opened the door and went in. Grandpa Wang, Xiao Xian, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you about the order yet. Wang Dipin beamed. He loved hearing about orders. Tell me. Guzhir and Son will come in a few days to sign a purchase contract with our village factory, mainly for crispy small yellow croaker. What about the seaweed order? They'll sign that once Xiao Xian finishes developing the seaweed rolls. That'll be more work for Xiao Xian. When the time comes, just ask your Grandma Wang to help out. Will do. Any feedback from Boss Yuan or Boss Ho lately? Do they want crispy small yellow croaker? They just got back to me today. Each of them ordered 500 jin to try selling. They chatted for a while longer before Mu Qinzhe took his leave. When he got home, he saw a man approaching. Chu Chuanbei? What are you doing here? Chu Chuanbei's suit was in tatters, revealing the sweater underneath. His leather shoes were scuffed, and his face was scratched and bruised. He looked like he'd just been in a fight. I just found out where you live. Can you let me stay for a few days? You said before that you call the shots in your family. Mu Qinzhe was disgusted by the fact that he was Liang Shi's son, but he also felt that Chu Chuanbei was innocent. The blame lay with Liang Shi. And right now, he looked so pitiful. Mu Qinzhe softened. No problem. Come on in. His family didn't mind having another mouth to feed. Chu Chuanbei's eyes reddened. Aren't you going to ask why I'm in such a state? Mu Qinzhe looked back at him. He wouldn't say it, but he already knew. Even if I wanted to ask, I'd wait until you've had a good meal, a bath, and a change of clothes. These words moved Chu Chuanbei even more. He stopped hiding and, hanging his head, said softly, I'm no longer a rich second generation. My real father is a criminal. I can't help your village factory do big business anymore. Are you still willing to take me in? Mu Qinzhe's voice was firm. Of course we'll take you in. When Mu Qinzhe led Chu Chuanbei into the main room, Qin Mahua came over and greeted him warmly. We have a guest. Come sit at the table. Dinner's about to start. Mu Qinfu and Mu Qinlao also warmly invited him to sit. Fu Qing came in carrying dishes, saying boisterously, a guest at home means I get to eat well again. Whenever there's a guest, there are extra dishes. Chu Xian walked in from her bedroom, immediately recognizing Chu Chuanbei. Seeing that he wanted to say something, she cut him off. Let's eat first. She did feel bad for the village factory's lost meal, but she also sympathized with him. After all, he hadn't known his real father was Liangshi. Otherwise, he would have transferred his assets long ago, just like Yuan Tian. Tears welled up in Chu Chuanbei's eyes. He was dressed in rags, but the Mu family didn't look down on him. He couldn't help but think of his adoptive family. Because he wasn't Chu Jinlin's biological son, they had ruthlessly thrown him out. The people who used to dote on him had all turned on him in an instant. When he confronted his mother, she just left him with, "You're Liangshi's biological son, but Liangshi is already dead." Then she left without saying goodbye. Now he was all alone, never expecting the Mu family would take him in. He would never forget this kindness. He clenched his fists, looked up at the ceiling, and forced his tears back. During the meal, Chu Chuanbei was too embarrassed to take any meat, so Qin Mahua kept putting meat on his plate. He hadn't had a full meal in days. When he was kicked out, he only had a few dozen yuan on him. Now he was completely penniless. After dinner, Mu Chenze brought him a set of clean clothes and took him to the bathroom. The bathroom had its own stove, so it was especially warm when lit. After a hot bath, Mu Chenze took him to the guest room. Mu Qinlao had already lit the fire in the guest room's heated brick bed. Chu Chuanbei sat on the bed, touched the freshly laid bedding and quilt, and couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his face. Mu Chenze gently patted his shoulder in comfort. After crying, Chu Chuanbei took the initiative to talk about what had happened to him. "Growing up, my family spoiled me. I never suffered a bit. I didn't like studying, so they arranged a job for me. Business trips or not, performance didn't matter, I still got a good salary. But after I came back from here to Haishur last time, my dad suddenly told me he wasn't my real father." Mu Chenze pretended not to know. "How did he prove it?" "He showed me letters my mom had kept. They were all signed yours, sure. One letter said, 'Let's name our child Chuanbei. Even if he can't take my surname, I must name him.' Your mom was so careless? If she chose to hide it for 18 or 19 years, why keep such evidence?" My adoptive dad, asked her the same thing. She said it was because she loved my biological father and wanted to keep the evidence to show me when I was grown, so I could acknowledge my roots. So your adoptive dad must really hate your mom now? Yeah. He took that hatred out on me and kicked me out. He didn't kick your mom out? No. He said he'd spend his life wearing her down. But after I was kicked out, my mom found me, told me my biological father's name was Liangshi and that he was dead, then left without a word. Do you know anything about Liangshi? No. My adoptive dad said he was a criminal who did a lot of bad things. I look down on him. I won't acknowledge him. Mu Chenze couldn't help asking, "Do you hate your adoptive family?" Chu Chuanbei answered without hesitation, "I do. What happened back then had nothing to do with me, but I'm the one who suffered for it." Mu Chenze tried to persuade him, "You shouldn't hate them. Don't forget, your adoptive family gave you 18 good years. When they kicked you out, did you ever say you didn't acknowledge Liangshi, that you only recognized Chu Jinlin as your father?" Chu Chuanbei hung his head. "I didn't say anything like that. When they kicked me out, I didn't beg or say a word, just acted like I didn't care and could find somewhere else to go." Does Chu Jinlin have any other children? No. He had an accident a few years ago, and the doctor said he couldn't have more kids. Then there's still hope for you to reconcile with him. Chu Chuanbei looked resistant. If I did that, how would I be any different from a mangy dog? Mu Chenze had seen Chu Jinlin's file from Minnie and felt he was impulsive but sentimental. What if Chu Jinlin is waiting for you to come back? Maybe he kicked you out just to force your mom to give in, but she didn't. She just gave up completely. Chu Chuanbei looked awkward. The truth is out. I can't stay in the Chu family anymore. Even if I went back, what could I do? The rest of the family would just mock me. You could use Chu Jinlin's money to study abroad. You wouldn't have to see the rest of the family. I hate studying the most. Then go abroad to do business. But I don't speak a foreign language. You can learn. I told you I hate studying. Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Mu Chenze got tough. You're hopeless. You hate this, you hate that, look at yourself. Do you have the right to hate anything? When you're rich, then you can pick and choose. Whatever. If you don't want to seize the opportunity, you can just stay here and work as a hired hand. A hired hand. That's right. You can go out fishing with my dad and big brother every day. 5 yuan a day. Xu Chuanbei's eyes lit up, quickly doing the math. That's 150 yuan a month? Mu Chenze rolled his eyes. You're so naive. How many times a month do you think we can go out to sea? It depends on the weather. If it's bad, we might not go out at all. I'll go out with the boat tomorrow and try it out. Fine. But I'm warning you, once you're out at sea, if you get seasick, my dad and brother won't bring you back just for that. You'll have to tough it out. I've been on ships before. Never got seasick. Ships and fishing boats aren't the same. I think they're the same. If you say so, then get some sleep. We're heading out around 3 in the morning. Okay, I'm going to bed. Xu Chuanbei fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Mu Chenze sighed, washed up, and went back to the wedding room. He reported Xu Chuanbei's situation to his wife. Chu Xian also felt Xu Chuanbei should try to repair his relationship with Chu Jinlin. After more than 18 years of raising him, if Xu Chuanbei could just let it go, that would make him an ingrate. If Chu Jinlin refuses to take him back, fine. But what if he goes home and says he only recognizes Chu Jinlin as his father? Zay, you don't need to persuade him for now. Let him experience a few days of a fisherman's life first. Okay. Honey, why do you think Xu Chuanbei chose to come to our house? Could it be that he knows Liang Shi's arrest was related to us, and he's deliberately getting close? If that's the case, we can't let him stay long. While making the bed, Chu Xian said, he probably doesn't know. Mu Chenze helped her with the bedding, and they finished quickly. What if he does find out? He wouldn't poison our family, would he? I feel like his mother might do something like that, but he wouldn't. After all, he doesn't have any real feelings for Liang Shi. Mu Chenze trusted his wife's intuition and dropped the subject since there were more important things to do. The next morning, when Chu Xian woke up, the space beside her was empty. She called out for Chenze a few times, but no one answered. A short while later, her mother-in-law came over and said, Xiaozhe went to your family's courtyard early this morning. He said you're planning to work on seaweed rolls, so he went ahead to clean up. Chu Xian felt a warm glow in her heart. Her husband always thought ahead. Mom, has Chenze had breakfast yet? Not yet. Once you're up and washed, bring him some food. Okay. After getting ready, Chu Xian packed breakfast for 2 in a lunchbox and headed toward her family's courtyard. As she approached, she saw people digging foundations just 10 meters away. Everyone who drew lots for land in this area was starting to build new houses here. But with the weather getting colder, most people were just laying foundations. To finish the houses completely, they'd have to wait until spring next year. Everyone who saw Chu Xian greeted her warmly. She smiled and greeted them all in return. When she reached her family's courtyard, she saw Mu Chenze washing several large wooden tubs and baskets. Chu Xian called him over for breakfast. The moment he saw his wife, Mu Chenze felt inexplicably happy, his gaze full of tenderness. Chu Xian couldn't help but recall last night, her cheeks flushing red. She scolded herself. What are you thinking about in broad daylight? Mu Chenze seemed to guess what was on her mind and whispered, Wife, I wish the sun would set sooner. Chu Xian's face turned even redder. Now that Fu Ping was no longer helping out here, she'd signed up for a daytime prep class in the county at Chu Xian's urging, planning to take the college entrance exam next year. Chu Xian and her husband had to handle the seaweed roll experiment themselves. If they really got overwhelmed, they'd call Grandma Gao to help. As for Mu Xing, she didn't have time to help, since Wang Dipin had assigned her to the village factory to oversee the grilling of small yellow croaker and seaweed. After breakfast, the two of them got back to work. Mu Chenze had already boiled hot water for washing the tubs and baskets so their hands wouldn't freeze. Once everything was washed and set out to dry in the yard, Mu Chenze rode his tricycle to the village factory to pick up seaweed. For this seaweed roll project, they didn't have to worry about ingredients. The village factory provided everything. He loaded up as much as the tricycle could carry. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Dipin pulled him aside. Chenze, I heard your family took in Xu Chuanbei? Mu Chenze answered honestly, that's right. Something happened to his family? Yeah, something happened. Grandpa Wang, don't worry. The meal the factory gave him wasn't for nothing. Once he gets through this rough patch, he'll work with our factory again. Mu Chenza believed it wouldn't be long before Chu Chuanbei returned to his adoptive father. With Mu Chenza's reassurance, Wang Dipin felt much better and watched him leave. Back with his wife, as he unloaded the seaweed, he said, I bet right now that kid Chu Chuanbei is so seasick, he doesn't know which way is up. Chu Xian nodded in agreement, not optimistic about him either. At that moment, Chu Chuanbei was half lying in the boat cabin, face pale. Mu Chenfu, steering the boat, sighed, Why'd you come out here in this freezing weather? Isn't this just asking for trouble? You've practically thrown up your bile. Chu Chuanbei pulled his cotton coat tighter around himself and said weakly, I just wanted to make some money. Who knew I'd get this seasick? Ugh. Mu Chenfu quickly called out, Don't throw up in the cabin, do it outside. Chu Chuanbei fought the urge to vomit, stumbled out of the cabin, grabbed the railing, and threw up over the side. Just then, a wave hit the boat. He lost his balance and fell into the sea. Help! Help! Mu Qinlao, who was sorting the catch, heard the commotion and immediately shouted for his eldest son to stop the boat and rescue him. A little after 10:30 a.m., Chu Xian and Mu Chenza had just put the rolled seaweed into the oven when they heard Qin Mahua's anxious voice outside the gate. Xiaozhe, go home for a bit. I'll help out here. She walked into the yard as she spoke. Mu Chenza came out of the kitchen. Did something happen at home? Qin Mahua shook her head. Nothing happened at home, but that young man you took in had an accident. He got seasick and fell into the sea. Your big brother fished him out, but now he's running a fever. You'd better take him to the town or county hospital. If the fever gets worse, it could be serious. Mu Chenza looked worried. My dad and big brother got wet rescuing him. Are they okay? They're fine for now. I made ginger syrup with brown sugar for all three of them. Your dad and brother have already sweated it out, but that young man hasn't. He seems worse. You'd better hurry and take him to the hospital. Qin Mahua definitely didn't want anything bad to happen to a guest in their home. Xu Xian came out of the kitchen and nodded at Mu Chenza, signaling him to go quickly. Mu Chenza agreed and rode off on his tricycle. Qin Mahua and Xu Xian went back to the kitchen, each tending an oven. Once they'd added charcoal, they had nothing to do but chat. Xiao Xian, your big brother said that when Chu Chuanbei first got on the boat, he was fine and even helped sort the nets. But after the first net of fish came up, he started vomiting nonstop. Xu Xian guessed, maybe it was the fishy smell that triggered it. Whether it was seasickness or the smell, your big brother said he won't take him out on the boat again. It's not about the money, it's just too dangerous. Today was really close. He almost got eaten by a shark. I bet after this, he won't dare set foot on a fishing boat again. Xiao Xian, should I talk to the village chief about getting him a sales job at the factory? No need. We can't let him get too comfortable or he'll never leave. I heard he doesn't have a home anymore. If we don't take him in, where will he go? Let him go through some hardship here. Only then will he realize how good his old home was and learn to cherish it. Only when he truly learned to cherish it would Chu Jinlin take him back. Qin Mahua immediately understood Xu Xian's intention. Then once he's better, I'll ask the village chief to assign him to the fish cleaning job. Great idea. If he's sensitive to the smell of fish, let's make him even more sensitive. Only by facing setbacks here would he remember the good life he once had. At that moment, Mu Chenza was riding his tricycle, rushing the feverish and delirious Chu Chuanbei to the town hospital. He could vaguely hear him muttering, Stay away from me. It's a shark. I don't want to be eaten by a shark. Help! Help! Mu Chenza called out, The shark's gone. You're safe now. We're on land. I'm taking you to the hospital for a fever shot. Get some sleep and you'll be fine. He thought that would calm him down. But even after getting a fever shot at the hospital, Chu Chuanbei kept rambling, The shark's going to eat me. Help! Drive it away. Help! I don't want to die. Seeing this, the doctor found Mu Chenza and suggested, You should take him to the county hospital's psychiatric department for a checkup. Mu Chenza looked puzzled. Doctor, could you please explain in more detail? The patient was frightened, which caused his fever to persist. Even after a fever-reducing injection, it didn't help. So I suggest you take him to the county hospital's psychiatry department. It works quickly. Of course, you could also see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. The effect might be slower, but it can cure the root cause. Thank you. Just then, Chu Chuanbei started rambling again. Dad, I really regret not giving in to you. My surname is Chu, and it always will be. The doctor urged, hurry up and take him to the county hospital. All right. Mu Chenza didn't dare waste any time. He put the unconscious Chu Chuanbei on his tricycle and rushed to the county hospital of traditional Chinese medicine. Compared to Western medicine, he trusted Chinese medicine more. Luckily, Dr. Zhang didn't have any patients today, so there was no need to wait in line. Mu Chenza laid Chu Chuanbei on the examination bed. Chu Chuanbei was still muttering nonsense. My surname is Chu. I'll always be Chu Jinlin's son. Shark, stay away. Help. After a careful examination, Dr. Zhang quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Mu Chenza. Go get the medicine right away. Have the nurse in the pharmacy decoct it and you bring it back yourself. Don't worry about the patient. I'll take care of him. Mu Chenza took the prescription and saw that besides a few herbs, the words urgent were written on it. He ran out quickly. Dr. Zhang took out some silver needles, disinfected them, and began acupuncture on Chu Chuanbei. After a few needles, Chu Chuanbei stopped rambling and closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. When Mu Chenza returned with a bowl of herbal medicine, Dr. Zhang used a needle to wake Chu Chuanbei. Mu Chenza fed him the medicine spoon by spoon. After finishing the bowl, Chu Chuanbei fell asleep again. Mu Chenza felt his forehead. Still hot. Dr. Zhang reassured him, don't worry. I didn't use the fast-acting fever-reducing method. In cases like his, if the fever drops too quickly, it can leave after effects. Letting it subside slowly, combined with herbal medicine, will prevent any lasting problems. As he spoke, he wrote another prescription and handed it to Mu Chenza. Get these herbs and have him take them for 5 days, starting tonight. I guarantee he'll be lively and even healthier than before. Mu Chenza thanked Dr. Zhang and went to get the medicine. Afterward, he returned to Dr. Zhang's office. By then, 2 more patients had arrived, so Dr. Zhang was busy and just told Mu Chenza he could take the patient home. By this time, Chu Chuanbei had woken up. Mu Chenza didn't have to carry him anymore, just needed to help him walk. A little after 4 in the afternoon, Mu Chenza and Chu Chuanbei returned home. Neither of them had eaten lunch, and their stomachs were growling. Mu Chenfu and Mu Qinlao were napping in the house. Qin Mahua, Chu Xian, and Fu Qing were not home. Fortunately, there was food left for them in the kitchen. Tomato scrambled eggs, pork stewed with potatoes, and hand-pulled noodles. Mu Chenza cooked the noodles in the stove and heated the dishes on a small burner. Chu Chuanbei went to lie down on the heated brick bed. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza brought the food to Chu Chuanbei on a tray. Chu Chuanbei was fully awake now. Second brother Mu, thank you. I also want to thank Big Brother Mu and Uncle Mu. Without you all today, I'd be done for. Actually, he could swim, but after falling into the sea and seeing a shark approaching, his legs suddenly cramped. At that moment, he thought he was finished. It was Mu Chenfu who risked his life to save him, Mu Qinlao who steered the boat away from the shark, and Mu Chenza who carried him around seeking medical help. Mu Chenza looked apologetic. I shouldn't have used reverse psychology on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone out to sea with the fishing boat, let alone fallen in. It's not your fault. I was just trying to show off. This experience taught me my limits. After surviving today, I've thought a lot of things through. Once I'm better, I want to go back to Haishur. Mu Chenza was a little surprised. He thought Chu Chuanbei would need to go through more setbacks before returning to Haishur to find Chu Jinlin. Let's eat first. Okay. The 2 of them sat on the kang, eating around the small table. While eating, Chu Chuanbei broke out in a sweat. The fever finally subsided. After the meal, Chu Chuanbei wrote down a phone number for Mu Chenza and asked him to call Chu Jinlin. As for what to say, Mu Chenza could decide for himself. Mu Chenza gave him a reassuring look and took the dishes out. He got on his bicycle and headed to the village office. At the office, only Accountant Wen was there. Mu Chenza smiled. Accountant 1, I'd like to make a phone call. Accountant when needed to register it. Is it for work or personal business? Work calls were free, personal calls cost money. Muchinza hesitated. Right now, it's personal. But if I can get Chu Chuanbei's adoptive father to come pick him up, it'll become official business, because then our village factory might land a big order from his family. Accountant Wen thought for a moment. Well, in that case, I think, whether it works out or not, it should count as official business. Meaning he wouldn't charge him. Muchinza thanked him and picked up the phone. Accountant Wen tactfully stepped out to give him privacy. Soon, Muchinza dialed Xu Jinlin's number. A deep, serious voice answered, "Hello." Muchinza replied steadily and politely, "Hello, is this Xu Jinlin?" "Yes, who is this?" "I'm Muchinza. Today my family rescued Chu Chuanbei from the sea. He's had a high fever and has been rambling." He kept repeating a phone number and said, "Xu Jinlin is my real dad. I miss my dad, my grandparents. I want to go home." Did he say anything else? He also said his surname is Chu, and he'll always be your son. He said a lot, but I couldn't remember it all. On the other end, Xu Jinlin's voice was apologetic and anxious. "Is he still running a fever?" "We took him to a Chinese medicine doctor. The fever is subsiding, and he's asleep now. I'm calling you from the village office while I have the chance. I wanted to ask if you could send someone to pick up your son. He's been eating and staying at our place, and just today, the medical expenses alone were 40 or 50 yuan. My big brother and my dad nearly got eaten by a shark saving him. I'll send someone to bring him home. Tell me, did Chuanbei jump into the sea because he was upset?" Muchinza was about to say no, but Xu Jinlin continued, "I shouldn't have kicked him out just because I was angry with his mother. He called me dad for 18 years. Actually, I regretted it as soon as I sent him away. The kid is stubborn, he didn't say a single soft word, didn't take anything, just left with nothing. If Chu Chuanbei had taken some money from home, Xu Jinlin wouldn't feel so guilty. But because he took nothing, Xu Jinlin felt the boy had good character and hadn't been corrupted by Liangshi." Muchinza explained for Chu Chuanbei. He wanted to say something soft at the time, but couldn't get the words out. After all, he felt bad about his background. "But I know he remembers your 18 years of raising him. Even with a high fever, he kept saying he's your son. I'll have to trouble you and your family to look after him for a couple more days. Once I settle things with the family, I'll come pick him up myself. I'll be sure to thank you properly." "All right, I'll be waiting for your generous thanks. Here's my address. Nanyu Village, Lijian, Peng County, Ding City, Wen Province. My name is Muchinza." Muchinza was hoping that when Xu Jinlin came, he'd sign a big order with the village factory. Xu Jinlin readily agreed. "No problem. I've got the address. Thank you, Muchinza, and your family. See you in 2 days." After hanging up, Xu Jinlin didn't rush to tell his parents. Instead, he called his secretary over. "Secretary son, I remember you have a classmate in Dang City, Wen Province?" "Yes, President Chu. My classmate knows a lot of people there. Do you need him for something?" Xu Jinlin didn't fully believe what Muchinza had said. "Have your classmate go to Lijian in Peng County to check what Chu Chuanbei has experienced and what he said. Also, look into Muchinza from Nanyu Village, Lijian, Peng County. Be quick. I want results within a day and a half. Transfer 2,000 yuan to your classmate." "Yes." "Understood." The secretary left to handle the matter. Xu Jinlin took a photo out of the drawer. It was a childhood photo of Chu Chuanbei. Cute and handsome. He'd watched this child grow up. If this child truly cared about him and the family, even if he wasn't his biological son, he'd still acknowledge him. But if this child had colluded with Muchinza to deceive him, he'd have no choice but to give up on him, however painful that might be. The things he'd said to Muchinza were just pleasantries. Only after the truth was clear would he decide whether to fetch Chu Chuanbei. At that moment, Muchinza had already ridden his bike to Xiao Xian's mother's house. He saw his wife and mother sitting at the kitchen door, crunching on seaweed snacks. The seaweed rolls weren't perfectly shaped, but they were still crispy and delicious. After parking his bike and washing his hands, his wife handed him a few pieces of seaweed. "Try it." Instead of taking them, he opened his mouth, waiting to be fed. Chu Xian laughed and brought the seaweed to his mouth. Crunch, crunch, he finished in no time. Qin Mahua didn't want to be a third wheel. I'll go back and look after Chu Chuabai. You two finish up here and come back later. Without waiting for a reply, she rode off. Mu Chenza drank a bowl of water, then told his wife about the phone call with Chu Jinlin. After listening, Chu Xian smiled calmly. Chu Jinlin will definitely have someone investigate you and Chu Chuabai. Maybe you should have explained on the phone that Chu Chuabai didn't jump into the sea because he was suicidal. Mu Chenza smiled. Let Chu Chuabai explain it to him in person. If your guess is right and someone does investigate us, all the better. Why do you say that? Because Chu Chuabai really did say those things. The town doctor and Dr. Zhang at the county hospital both heard it. Plus, he had a persistent high fever, he couldn't have faked it. Even after getting an antipyretic shot at the town clinic, his fever didn't go down. So Chu Chuabai really does care about Chu Jinlin as his foster father, or he wouldn't have said those things. Exactly. Hopefully, once Chu Jinlin gets to the bottom of things, he'll come pick him up and maybe sign a big order with our village-run factory. We can't have saved him for nothing. Chu Xian agreed. She wasn't a saint, having saved the son of her enemy. She couldn't just expect nothing in return. When Chu Jinlin comes, we must seize the chance to pitch our factory's products. Right. Should we give Grandpa Wang a heads up? Yes, so he can be mentally prepared. Okay. After dinner tonight, let's go to his house together. Chu Xian agreed. Afterward, the two of them cleaned up the grill and kitchen, then left with a bag of broken seaweed rolls. As soon as they got home, Chu Chuabai ran out of the bedroom to greet Mu Chenza. So, what did my dad know, my foster father say? Mu Chenza replied seriously. He said he'll come pick you up in 2 days. 2 days? Not tomorrow. Chu Chuabai gave a wry smile. He'll definitely have someone investigate what really happened. I was prepared for this from the start. Mu Chenza comforted him. You have to understand, he's so wealthy. He needs to be sure his future heir truly sees him as a father before he can be at ease. Chu Chuabai forced a smile. I get it. Second brother Mu, what did you tell him? Mu Chenza was honest. I didn't say much, just told him what you said when you were delirious with fever and urged him to come get you soon, saying you're eating and living at my house and basically acted like I couldn't wait to get rid of you. That way, when he comes, I can talk to him purely about business. Chu Chuabai gave Mu Chenza a thumbs up. You really get him. He only talks business with people outside the family, never about feelings. Mu Chenza didn't say that he knew this, because he'd had someone look into it. He just casually explained, that's because he's a businessman. In business, it's all about interests, not feelings. But you're different, you're not a businessman, so I won't talk interests with you. As for feelings, if you want to remember my kindness, fine, if not, I won't mind. Taking you in wasn't because I wanted anything from you, just sympathy. Chu Chuabai hadn't expected Mu Chenza to say that. Even knowing you don't want anything from me, I'll still remember what you and your family have done for me. I can't promise you anything now, but in the future. Before he could finish, Chu Xian cut him off. When you have money and ability in the future, you don't need to give us anything. If you really want to thank us, just help others in need when you can, and pass on this kindness. Chu Chuabai's eyes turned red. To be honest, no one's ever taught me that before. This is the first time I've heard of this way of showing gratitude. Mu Chenza patted him on the shoulder. You're a grown man, don't get teary-eyed so easily. It's cold out, go inside. Okay. Chu Chuabai went back inside. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza went to their bedroom to change clothes. After changing, they went to the kitchen to help with dinner. Fu Qing and Qin Mahua were already busy. When they saw the couple come in, they almost spoke in unison. Xiao Xian, go rest in your room. Meaning Chenza should stay and help. Chu Xian couldn't help but exchange a glance with her husband. Mu Chenza gently nudged his wife. Be good, go read for a while. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Chu Xian smiled happily and went to the bedroom. Qin Mahua teased her youngest son with a smile. If Xiao Xian wants to help in the kitchen, why didn't you stop her? Mu Chenza grinned mischievously. My wife just wants to help me out in the kitchen. What can I say? I married a good wife. He deliberately raised his voice, clearly for Chu Xian to hear. Chu Xian did hear it. Her husband would seize any chance to show off. It really is crucial for a man to marry the right wife. With a good one, every day is happy. With the wrong one, every day is miserable. Chu Chuabai heard it too, and looked on with envy. He no longer had any improper thoughts about Chu Xian, but now he had a standard for his future wife. He wanted someone just like Chu Xian. In the blink of an eye, it was January 2nd. That day, Chu Jinlin was listening to his secretary's report. President Chu, my classmate has confirmed that Chuabai did fall into the sea. The Mu family told everyone he went out to sea to earn money, got seasick and vomited, and was swept into the sea by a wave. They didn't mention anything about him being suicidal. Also, he had a persistent high fever. The town clinic's doctor said he was rambling a lot. What stood out was him talking about sharks, calling for help, saying his surname is Chu, calling for his dad, and saying he regretted not giving in. The county hospital's doctor also confirmed he was talking nonsense, saying things like he's Chu Jinlin's son, he misses his dad, grandpa, grandma, and wants to go home. Hearing this, a flash of excitement crossed Chu Jinlin's eyes. Raising that kid all these years wasn't for nothing. Did you find out about Muchinza? Yes, I did. I've written everything I found on these pages. Would you like to read them, or should I summarize? Give them to me. The secretary immediately handed over more than 10 pages, densely filled with notes about what happened to Chu Chuabai in Peng County and information on Muchinza. Chu Jinlin read them all, memorized the contents, and then burned the pages. His eyes were resolute. Drive me to Nanyu village. Oh, and bring the company seal. The secretary looked surprised. Why bring the company seal? But he didn't dare ask. Yes, sir. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Chu Jinlin's car pulled up in front of Muchinza's house. Chu Chuabai, who had been peering out the window from inside, immediately recognized his father's car. He let out a cheer. My dad's here to pick me up. He dashed out the door to greet him. Dad, I'm so happy to see you again. His voice was filled with the excitement and joy of being reunited after a loss. He rushed over and hugged Chu Jinlin tightly, tears streaming down his face. Hearing the commotion, the Mu family members also came out into the courtyard one after another. They warmly invited Chu Jinlin inside. The secretary, acting as the driver, knew his role well. He quickly handed the gifts they'd brought to the Mu family. Chu Jinlin was ushered into the main room. The Mu family worked together seamlessly. Some served tea, some made conversation, others went to the kitchen to cook. Chu Jinlin had already gone through the information the secretary had dug up. He realized that Muchinza had deliberately acted concerned about money over the phone, hoping to get him to come sooner. But getting him to pick up Chu Chuanbei early was only part of it. The real goal was to get him to sign a big order with the village-run factory. So, with a smile, Chu Jinlin said to Muchinza, "Let me put your mind at ease first. I brought the company seal with me. But for now, could I have a moment alone to talk with my son?" Muchinza was a smart man. He quickly pointed to Chu Chuanbei's bedroom. "Of course. Take your time in there. I'll call you when dinner's ready." Chu Jinlin thanked him, greeted the rest of the Mu family, and then put his arm around Chu Chuanbei's shoulders as they walked into the bedroom. Once inside, Chu Jinlin sat on the Kong bed, and Chu Chuanbei immediately knelt down. "Dad, thank you for still accepting me." His eyes were full of gratitude, his voice full of longing. Chu Jinlin quickly helped him up. "Son, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have blamed you for someone else's mistakes. When I calmed down and thought about it, I realized you're the most innocent and the one who's been hurt the most. You've suffered a lot this time. Come home with me. Let's be a family again, all right?" Overcome with emotion, Chu Chuanbei hugged Chu Jinlin again. "Yes, Dad, we're a family always." Chu Jinlin raised his hand, wanting to feel his son's forehead, but couldn't reach because of the hug. He said gently, "Let go for a second. Let me check your temperature." Chu Chuanbei let go. As soon as Chu Jinlin's hand touched his forehead, Chu Chuanbei's tears started flowing again. "Whenever I was sick before, you'd always check my temperature like this. You used to say your hand was a thermometer. You could tell exactly how many degrees it was with just a touch. Hearing this, Chu Jinlin was flooded with familiar feelings. This son, though not his biological child, was the one he'd raised with his own hands. Every moment of his son's growth flashed before his eyes. That evening, Wang Dipin and Wang Mingchen also came to the Mu house to have dinner with Chu Jinlin. After dinner, they saw the Wang father and son off. Chu Jinlin and his son went out for a walk to help digest, with the secretary following at a distance. Only then did Qin Mahua get a chance to look over the gifts Chu Jinlin had brought. There were 6 items in total: 2 whole dried ginseng roots, 2 buckets of honey, 2 boxes of donkey hide gelatin cakes, 2 bottles of famous Haisher liquor, 2 boxes of tea, and 2 bags of fruit. The ginseng was the most valuable. Mu Chenza estimated each root at about 1,000 yuan. Roughly calculated, the 6 items together were worth around 2,600 yuan. In those days, that was a generous gift. The next day, accompanied by Wang Dipin and Mu Chenza, Chu Jinlin toured the village-run factory and signed a big order. 5 tons of grilled fish bone fillets and 10 tons of crispy grilled yellow croaker. He paid the deposit on the spot. He didn't order any seaweed, but said if they developed new products, they could send samples to him. As for Mu Chenza's commission, Wang Dipin calculated it as 5% of the sales revenue. That was a very high commission. But they agreed that for future orders of new products, Chu Jinlin would only pay a 1.5% commission. Mu Chenza agreed immediately. After all, that was the standard policy for the factory: high commissions for landing big clients at first, then reduced rates for follow-up orders. This encouraged salespeople to keep finding new customers. Besides, Mu Chenza wasn't an official salesperson at the factory. He was a part-timer. Getting the same commission as a full employee was already a good deal. Xu Xian was also very happy, since she'd get a share of the dividends too. She was a technical partner, so as long as the factory made sales, she'd get a cut. The more sales, the bigger her share. Chu Jinlin planned to leave the next day. Qin Mahua arranged for Mu Chenza to prepare a return gift for Chu Jinlin. Mu Chenza picked out 2 boxes each of dried sea cucumber and dried abalone, 2 large mackerel, 2 boxes of ribbon fish, 2 big packs of dried seaweed, and 2 bags of dried shrimp. All of Chu Jinlin's favorites. This was thanks to the information provided by Minnie. A little after 3 in the afternoon, Chu Jinlin wanted to take Chu Chuanbei to the county bathhouse for a proper bath. Mu Chenza saw this as his chance to check if Chu Jinlin had a birthmark. He cracked a few jokes and went along with Chu Jinlin's car. At the bathhouse, Mu Chenza discreetly observed Chu Jinlin. Around 6 in the evening, they returned to Nanyu village. Mu Chenza went back to the wedding house and quietly reported to his wife. Xiaoxian, Chu Jinlin doesn't have a red birthmark. Chu Chuanbei has one on his leg. Maybe all of Liangshi's sons have red birthmarks, just in different places. Who knows? By the way, should we ask Chu Jinlin about this person, Chu Tian? Maybe Chu Jinlin knew Chu Tian. That could save them a lot of time. But Mu Chenza was worried. Better not. We don't want to tip anyone off. Let's wait for Min Yi's news. Chu Xian agreed in the end. The next day, Chu Jinlin and the other 2 drove off. Not long after, the village loudspeaker blared, "Mu Chenza, come to the village office to take a call." Mu Chenza rode his bike to the office. 10 minutes later, he returned home, picked up his wife, and headed to the jade factory. On the way, Mu Chenza pedaled especially fast, eager to get there as soon as possible. Slow down," his wife said. Mu Chenza replied as he pedaled, "Uncle Long said he has important news to tell us in person. I think he's found out about Chu Tian. Maybe it's something else. Safety first." "All right, you're right." Mu Chenza slowed down. Just then, a black sedan coming toward them stopped. The passenger window rolled down, and Gu Jiren stuck his head out. "What a coincidence. Are you 2 here to pick us up?" Mu Chenza and his wife exchanged a glance. Another big client had arrived. They couldn't just ignore him. Mu Chenza turned to Gu Jiren and said warmly, "What a coincidence. My wife and I are really lucky today." Gu Jiren pointed to the back seat. "That's my son, President Gu. For business matters, talk to him." Mu Chenza, get in the car. Let your wife take the bike home. Chu Xian winked at Mu Chenza with a smile. Although Mu Chenza really wanted to meet with Uncle Long right away, he understood his wife's look. Entertaining big clients came first. All right. He opened the door and got in the back seat. Chu Xian watched their car drive off before riding her bike to the jade factory. 10 minutes later, she met Uncle Long. With just the two of them in the meeting room, Chu Xian couldn't wait any longer. Uncle Long, did you find out about Chu Tian? Uncle Long's one healthy eye gleamed with excitement. That's right. Not only did I find out Chu Tian's background, I even managed to get into the bathhouse with him. Chu Xian clapped her hands in delight. Uncle Long, tell me everything. Does he have a red butterfly-shaped birthmark? He does. Heaven helps those who help themselves. We really found him. Xiao Xian, don't get too excited just yet. Let me finish. Don't tell me the birthmark's in the wrong place? That's right. Chu Tian's red butterfly birthmark is on the upper part of his right arm. Chu Xian's mood instantly plummeted. That damned Liang Shi, did he have all those sons just to help Feng Chuanhua's eldest son cover his tracks? Xiao Xian, don't you think there's a pattern here? A pattern? Chu Xian muttered. Liang Shi only has kids with women married to men surnamed Chu. Does he have a grudge against the Chu family or something? Uncle Long chuckled. That's what I thought too, so I dug deeper into Chu Tian's family. Turns out, Chu Tian's grandfather had a feud with Liang Shi's father. They fought, and Liang Shi lost his dad when he was 10. Because of that, Liang Shi held a grudge. After making money out of town, he came back to Haishi and seduced Chu Tian's mother. After Chu Tian was born, he left some money and never visited them again. Of course, what I found might not be the whole truth. Chu Xian was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Uncle Long, something about this just feels off. I feel the same, but I can't quite put my finger on it. That's why I called you and Chenza over to discuss. By the way, where's Chenza? Chenza had something come up at the last minute and couldn't make it. Chu Xian picked up a pen and paper and started drawing a relationship chart. Finally, she tapped Liang Shi's name and continued, Uncle Long, I know what's wrong. Liang Shi is clearly playing a long game. He wouldn't have kids with his enemy's wife just for revenge. Maybe Chu Tian is his chosen successor. The less contact, the more suspicious it is. For all we know, they've been in touch secretly. If Liang Shi hadn't picked a successor, he wouldn't have died so easily. Don't forget what kind of person he was. Uncle Long disagreed. I've considered that, but Chu Tian looks a lot like Liang Shi. If Liang Shi chose him as his heir, wouldn't that be too risky? The authorities could easily make the connection. But what if, on the surface, Chu Tian's life has no overlap with Liang Shi at all? That wouldn't arouse suspicion. Chenza already asked his classmate to look into Chu Tian. Maybe we'll find more clues. By the way, Uncle Long, how much background info do you have on Chu Tian? Long Jinxiu handed over a manila envelope and said kindly, it's all in here. Take a look. Chu Xian took it, opened it, and pulled out a stack of documents to read carefully. After more than 10 minutes, her eyes landed on the page about Chu Tian's wife, Feng Tianjiao. In her previous life, she'd seen Feng Tianjiao's name in newspapers and on wanted posters. She was wanted for human trafficking. But Feng Tianjiao had escaped abroad, changed her appearance, and assumed a new identity. Uncle Long, this information you found is really important. Can I have all of it? I want to get it to someone who can actually use it. No problem. Do you want to pick out the jade pieces first, or deliver the documents? I'll pick the jade first. One day won't make a difference. Chu Xian took a simple cloth pouch from her pocket and put the envelope inside. All right. I'll go with you to the sample room. Last time your mom came to pick, a lot of the pieces weren't finished, so she had to choose from pictures. This time is different. I learned from last time and had a batch of samples made specially. Chu Xian gave him a thumbs up. Your work efficiency is second to none. Uncle Long laughed heartily. If there's big money to be made, my efficiency has to be high. As they chatted, the two of them entered the sample room. They spent the whole day picking out pieces and had lunch at the jade factory. As dusk fell, Mu Chenza rode over, had dinner with Uncle Long, and then took Chu Xian home. After watching them leave, Uncle Long instructed Xiao Huan to start making the jade pieces Chu Xian had chosen. As for the payment, Tian Shaoan had already wired a 30,000 yuan deposit. Xiao Huan got right to work. On the way home, it was already completely dark, but that didn't stop Mu Chenza from reporting the day's events to his wife. They each rode their own bike. Xiao Xian, today Mr. Goose signed a contract with the village factory for 20 tons of crispy yellow croaker. But he has a small request. He wants to go night fishing with the village fishing boats. Grandpa Wang's family is providing the boat, and I'm supposed to host Mr. Gu and his group on board. So I'll have to ask for your permission to be out tonight. Chu Xian was a bit speechless. In this freezing weather, Mr. Gu wants to go night fishing? Isn't he afraid of catching a cold? Couldn't you guys talk him out of it? We tried, but Mr. Gu said he grew up in the coldest province in the country and isn't afraid of the cold. His favorite thing is winter fishing. Well, all right then. Just make sure you stay warm and be careful. I will. Who else is going? Uncle Mingchen and Lu Dapeng are going too. The factory canteen is preparing the late-night snacks. Xiao Xian, stop your bike for a second. Using the flashlight tied to his handlebars, Mu Chenza spotted a large rock up ahead. Chu Xian quickly braked. What's wrong? Mu Chenza replied in a low voice, there's a big rock up ahead. It wasn't there earlier. Chu Xian instinctively moved closer to Mu Chenza. Could someone have put it there on purpose, planning to do something bad? Mu Chenza turned his handlebars so the flashlight could shine at different angles. That's possible. He carefully surveyed the surroundings. There were woods on both sides. Chu Xian thought of the documents she was carrying. She couldn't let them be stolen. She whispered to Mu Chenza, I'm carrying Chu Tian's documents. Could this be aimed at us? Mu Chenza comforted her softly, don't be so nervous, honey. I checked, there's no one nearby. A gust of north wind blew, making Chu Xian shiver. Chenza, do you remember Zhang Qiu and his gang? Of course I remember, but they wouldn't dare try anything like that again. They really wouldn't. But I'm worried someone else might be hired to do the same thing. If any bad guys show up, I'll hold them off while you ride to the county security team for help. As he said this, Mu Chenza looked around again, but still didn't see anyone. If someone was hiding deep in the woods, he wouldn't be able to spot them quickly. Just then, a group of people rode up behind them. When Mu Chenza saw who it was, his worry turned to relief. Xiao Xian, it's Wei Chang and his team. With more people, even if there were bad guys in the woods, there was nothing to fear. Chu Xian felt a surge of relief. Perfect timing. Mu Chenza greeted them, Comrade Wei, where are you all headed? Wei Chang recognized Mu Chenza's voice. Just our usual night patrol. Mu Chenza pointed at the woods on purpose. Do you usually have people patrol the woods? There's a big rock on the road tonight that wasn't there before. Not sure if someone's trying to block cars or rob bikes. Wei Chang was always alert. I'll take my team to check it out. You two head home. Mu Chenza looked at Chu Xian, as if asking whether they should leave or go check it out too. Chu Xian really wanted to know if someone was targeting her again. If they followed, maybe they could help out. Let's go take a look, shall we? Mu Chenza had just grunted in response when Wei Chang's stern voice rang out. You two, don't make things more complicated here. Go home now. If anything happens, I'll call you. Mu Chenza knew that Wei Chang wasn't looking down on him. He was saying this on purpose to keep him and Xiao Xian out of danger. After all, Wei Chang knew what he was capable of. With Wei Chang insisting, Mu Chenza and his wife had no choice but to leave. A little after 11 p.m., Wang Mingchen came to the Mu house to call Mu Chenza out. They needed to get to the fishing boat early to make some preparations. Lu Dapeng was in charge of accompanying Boss Gu. At the moment, Boss Gu, his father Gu Jiren, and their driver were staying at the county guest house. Soon, Lu Dapeng would ride with Boss Gu to the dock. When Mu Chenza and Wang Mingchen arrived at the dock, they spotted Li Tong and went over to chat. Boss Li, you're still not home this late? Li Tong pointed out toward the sea. I'm waiting for a fishing boat. It's coming back from the deep sea tonight. Should be bringing in some rare catches. No harm in waiting a bit longer. He was hoping to buy up the boat's hull and make a tidy profit reselling it. Wang Mingchen teased, Boss Li, you should be thanking Chenza. If he hadn't introduced you to the deep-sea fishing boat owner, You'd never have the chance to get your hands on these rare goods. Li Tong didn't mind at all. Not only am I thankful, I'm truly grateful. Mu Chenza patted Wang Mingchen on the shoulder. Don't give me the credit. It's fate and mutual benefit between Boss Li and the boat owner. They chatted a bit more before Li Tong watched them board the fishing boat. As soon as he turned away, a vendor at a nearby stall sneered, "What's there to be so grateful for? It's not like you'll always get to work with them. They're only selling to you until the end of the month. After that, won't the boat owner just sell to Mu Chenza? What's this, picking up scraps? Taking what Mu Chenza doesn't want?" Li Tong snorted. Trying to sow discord? I'm not falling for it. Even if I'm just picking up leftovers until the end of the month, I'm still happy. With that, he ignored the vendor. The vendor spat thickly to the side, grinding his teeth in hatred for Mu Chenza. If it weren't for Mu Chenza, the deep-sea boat owner would have worked with him instead. Now, everything was going to Li Tong. By now, Mu Chenza and Wang Mingchen were already aboard. This fishing boat was one of the few large hybrid steelwood motorized vessels in the area, also known as a trawler-type large boat or offshore fishing vessel. It had over 250 horsepower, a capacity of about 40 tons, and could withstand winds up to force 8 or 9. To buy this boat, Grandpa Wang's family had to tighten their belts through the first half of last year. Only after a good fishing season in the second half did things start to improve. If Wang Mingchen hadn't preferred working sales at the village-run factory, he wouldn't have rented the boat out. Tonight, the person piloting the boat was the current renter. Boss Gu and his party were only allowed on board because Wang Mingchen agreed to waive 2 days' rent for the renter. For big clients like Boss Gu, Wang Mingchen was willing to invest. After all, Boss Gu had only ordered crispy roasted yellow croaker, not the roasted fish fillets. Plus, Mu Chenza had offered that if they could get Boss Gu to sign a contract for the roasted fish fillets, all the commission would go to Wang Mingchen and Lu Dapeng. Naturally, Wang Mingchen was giving it his all, and Lu Dapeng was even more eager. As Mu Chenza tidied up the fishing lines, he asked, "Where are you planning to take Boss Gu for deep-sea fishing?" Choosing the right spot was crucial for a good catch. If they didn't catch anything worthwhile all night, Boss Gu would be disappointed, and Wang Mingchen's deal would fall through. Wang Mingchen knew the best place for deep-sea fishing was, of course, the open ocean. The water out there was typically over 200 meters deep, a haven for many fish species. Boss Gu wanted to fish in deep waters because he'd heard that out there, sandbars, seaweed, and reefs rarely got in the way, and you could catch big fish. But Boss Gu is a beginner. In the end, Wang Mingchen made up his mind. Let's go near the island. The water's pretty deep there, and it's a good spot for a beginner like Boss Gu. There's also the ocean trench, which is great for big fish, and I know where it is, but the terrain's too tricky for a newbie. Alright, let's head for the island, then. If we get tired of staying on the boat, we can always go ashore and hunt for sea ducks or bird eggs. Once they'd agreed, Wang Mingchen went to the wheelhouse to tell the captain where they'd be heading tonight. Before long, the village factory chef arrived, carrying food containers balanced on a pole and a thermal lunchbox in hand. This was their meal for after they set out. Wang Mingchen opened one of the containers and caught the aroma of freshly steamed sea cucumber and meat buns, still piping hot, at least 60 or 70 of them. He called Mu Chenza over to eat a few while they were hot. Mu Chenza didn't stand on ceremony and grabbed 2 buns to eat. Wang Mingchen opened another container. Inside were cold dishes, freshly boiled duck eggs, sweet potatoes, and utensils. He didn't even need to open the lunchbox to know it was abalone porridge. He thanked the chef and pulled a box of tea leaves from his pocket, slipping it into the chef's hand. The chef looked embarrassed. "I can't accept this. Your dad already paid me overtime." Wang Mingchen smiled warmly. "My dad is my dad, I'm me. I know you don't smoke or drink, just love tea. We'll be needing your help a lot more in the future. I got this just for you. Go home and get some rest." The chef did love tea. "Well, I'll gladly accept it then." Mu Chenza chimed in, "Take it. You have to." The chef chuckled and left happily. Wang Mingchen headed to the wheelhouse to deliver some steamed buns. From this, Mu Chenza could tell that Wang Mingchen not only understood how to get along with people, but was also capable and independent, not relying on his father, but on himself. After finishing 2 buns and 2 duck eggs, Muchinza went to the cabin to pour some hot water. There were 6 simple bunks inside. Wang Mingchen walked in and couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time since I slept here. Back when Wang Mingchen and his crew went out to sea, they'd be gone for days, resting here when they got tired. He had a love-hate relationship with offshore fishing. He loved the income, but hated the danger and exhaustion. Muchinza sat down on a bunk. I'm not a fan of these cramped beds either. I prefer the Kang at home. That's why I'd rather go to the city to sell goods than go out to sea with my dad and brother. Your dad and brother seem to have no problem with it. Yeah, they can sleep anywhere, just lie down and they're out. Just then, Lu Dapeng's voice came from outside. Mingchen. Chinza. Boss Gu is here. Coming. Let's give him a warm welcome. Wang Mingchen dashed out. Muchinza quickly took a few sips of water, set down his cup, and followed. Soon, Boss Gu and his group were all aboard. Wang Mingchen invited them to sit in the cabin. He served them abalone porridge from the thermal lunchbox. On a chilly night, a hot bowl of abalone porridge as a midnight snack was just perfect. While they were enjoying their porridge, Wang Mingchen quietly asked Lu Dapeng, "Did you mention the roasted fish fillets to Boss Gu?" Lu Dapeng looked helpless. I did, but he said he'd think about it when he got back. He just won't commit. When we get to the fishing spot, let him have some fun first, then we'll bring it up again. I've got the contract with me. Whether we succeed or not, it's up to us. Chinza doesn't want a commission, so we can't count on him. We still need his help. Don't forget his wife gets a share of the profits. He dotes on her, he'll help us out. Just then, Muchinza called out, Dapeng, Boss Gu is asking for you. Lu Dapeng perked up. Could it be time to sign the contract? Coming. Lu Dapeng ran into the cabin, excitement written all over his face. He greeted President Gu politely. President Gu, you wanted to see me? President Gu pointed at the abalone porridge, then at Gu Jiren, looking a bit embarrassed. My father would like another bowl. Is there any left? In all his years attending business banquets, Lu Dapeng had never seen anyone ask for a second bowl of abalone porridge. Everyone always got just one. Honestly, he didn't want to make this request, but he had no choice. His father had finished his bowl in just a few bites and had been nagging him about it ever since. Lu Dapeng was secretly relieved that he and Wang Mingchen hadn't eaten theirs yet. There were still 2 or 3 servings left in the insulated lunchbox. Yes, there is. I'll get another bowl for old Master Gu right away. He quickly ladled out a bowl and handed it to Gu Jiren. Here you go, old Master Gu. Gu Jiren took it with a cheerful smile. Just call me Grandpa Gu, like Xiaoxian and Chinza do. Lu Dapeng immediately obliged. All right, Grandpa Gu. There's still more in the lunchbox. If you finish this one, I'll get you another. Great, thank you. I'll definitely go for a third bowl. Gu Jiren drank the porridge with great satisfaction. President Gu could only shake his head helplessly, feeling a little apologetic towards Lu Dapeng. He knew the lunchbox only held so much. Everyone on the boat was lucky to get a bowl each. Yet his father was going for a third. That meant taking someone else's share. Dad, take it easy on the abalone porridge. Save some room for grilled fish. Didn't you say you wanted to eat the fish you caught yourself? Gu Jiren finished his bowl with a slurp. That's right, but it doesn't stop me from enjoying this. Fresh abalone porridge is just delicious. The frozen or dried abalone you used to buy can't compare to this. Give me another bowl. Lu Dapeng enthusiastically took the empty bowl, filled it again, and handed it back to Gu Jiren. Gu Jiren didn't hesitate to dig in. President Gu knew better than to try and stop his father, so he simply looked away. He suspected his father was doing this on purpose, just because he hadn't agreed to order grilled fish snacks from the factory. His father was deliberately going against him. The more he tried to get his father to eat less porridge, the more his father insisted on having more. In his view, the domestic market for grilled fish snacks was already dominated by others. He didn't want to force his way in. As for the overseas market, there were risks, since there were no established standards for grilled fish snacks abroad. Sometimes, having standards is a form of protection. Without them, there are too many pitfalls. He was only able to order grilled yellow croaker because he'd already sent samples for testing, and they fully met the relevant foreign standards. He'd also consulted experts and learned that the standards for grilled yellow croaker abroad didn't apply to grilled fish snacks. He got up and went out to the deck to enjoy the night view. The boat was already sailing on the sea, the sails swaying gently in the wind. Dressed warmly, he didn't feel cold. Muchinza walked over to join him. President Gu, is the reason you won't consider our village factory's grilled fish snacks because there are no relevant overseas standards? President Gu was surprised at Muchinza's insight. That's right. What if I order the snacks and as soon as they arrive overseas, new standards come out and they fail inspection? Do I ship them back or destroy them on the spot? I can't afford that risk. I know your father-in-law's company suffered a big setback overseas with food products. Otherwise, the Wu family's company would be helping your factory sell grilled fish snacks. Muchinza looked impressed. President Gu, you're really well informed. President Gu gazed out at the sea, modestly replying, just happened to know a few people. Muchinza continued to persuade him. You're not planning to develop the domestic market for premium packaged grilled fish snacks? Premium packaged grilled fish snacks? Yuan Yueban and Boss Ho have already taken over the western and northern markets, and your factory's sales have opened up the northwest and northeast. The eastern, southern, and southeastern markets are even more competitive. They already have grilled fish snacks, just with a slightly different flavor than yours. As for the southwest, I'll never go there in my life. No need to persuade me further. I'm not considering ordering grilled fish snacks for now, unless overseas standards come out and your samples pass inspection. Then I'll come sign a contract. From his words, Muchinza picked up on I'll never go to the southwest in my life. Clearly, President Gu could develop the southwest market for premium packaged grilled fish snacks, but chose not to. I'm off today, and to save the unit some phone expenses, I thought I'd drop by your house to tell you in person what I found in the woods last night. Xu Xian looked curious. Tell me. Last night, there really were traces of 3 people moving around in the woods. You and Muchinza should be extra careful these days. I heard you two go to night classes in the county a few times a week. If the wrong people figure out your routine, it could be dangerous. Wei Cheng had some idea why Xu Xian tended to attract trouble. He hadn't expected that even after Liang Shi's death, someone else would take over. Xu Xian was grateful. Thank you for the warning. You and your colleagues should be careful too. If it weren't for you last night, those people might have succeeded in attacking me and Chinza. We're all from the same town, no need to be so polite. Wei Cheng was about to leave, then remembered something. Why are you alone today? Chinza's not with you. Xu Xian replied calmly, he's busy and couldn't come. I'm planning to leave my bike at the county, then take the bus to the city to meet a friend. Don't worry, it's daytime, nothing will happen. That's not necessarily true. Didn't Liang Shi try to kill you in broad daylight? How about this? Since I'm off today, I'll go with you to the city. You just cover my bus fare, okay? Xu Xian firmly refused. In the end, Wei Cheng couldn't change her mind and could only watch as she rode away. Xu Xian didn't want Wei Cheng to get dragged into this. She made it to the county's bike storage without incident, locked up her bike, took the claim ticket, and went to the bus stop. When the bus arrived, she found a window seat. Right after, a man wearing a hat and a scarf covering his mouth and nose got on. He sat in the seat right behind Xu Xian. Xu Xian was focused on the cloth bag in her hands and didn't notice him. Half an hour later, 3 burly men, also wearing hats and scarves over their faces, boarded the bus. The weather was cold, so wearing hats and scarves wouldn't arouse suspicion from most people. But Xu Xian was a little wary of the 3 men. After all, Wei Cheng had just told her that there were traces of 3 people moving around in the woods last night. She couldn't help but grip the cloth bag in her hand more tightly. She silently wished the driver would speed up so they could get to the city sooner. Her heart was beating faster. She deeply regretted not disguising herself better before leaving home. At the same time, she prayed quietly that the 3 men who got on the bus weren't the same bad guys from last night. One of the burly men sat in the front passenger seat. After another 10 minutes or so, the bus passed by a patch of woods. Once past these woods, They'd reach the city soon. When no one was paying attention, Chu Xian quietly took the documents out of her cloth bag and slipped them under the seat in front of her. Suddenly, the man in the front passenger seat leaned toward the driver, pulled out a knife, and threatened, "Stop the bus. Stop right now or I'll kill you." The driver slammed on the brakes. Many passengers cried out in alarm. Because of the sudden stop, the man with the knife lurched forward and slammed his head into the windshield, knocking himself out. The other two burly men, their faces wrapped in scarves, exchanged glances. One of them rushed to the driver's seat, pressing his knife to the driver's neck. "You got a death wish? How dare you hurt my buddy?" The driver trembled in fear. "And no, I didn't dare. I just did what he told me, hit the brakes." The other burly man headed straight for Chu Xian, also holding a knife. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the documents Long Jinxiu gave you." Chu Xian feigned ignorance, trying to stall for time. "What documents? I don't know what you're talking about. I just ordered some jade from him." "Are you talking about jade documents? Cut the crap. Don't think we don't know. We've got people in the jade factory. We saw Long Jinxiu give you a manila envelope with our own eyes. Isn't it in that cloth bag you're holding? Hand it over. I know you know some moves, but the other passengers don't. If you don't give it to me, I'll start stabbing passengers. Or the ticket collector, if you prefer." Faced with the threat, the ticket collector and the passengers couldn't stay calm. "Just give it to them. Don't let them stab us. This is all your fault for getting us involved. How unlucky to end up on the same bus as you, Jinx." Amid the chaos, Chu Xian heard a very low but familiar voice behind her. "Don't worry. Take them down one by one." It was Wei Chong. Chu Xian repeated the words in her mind. "Take them down one by one?" She immediately had an idea. Even though she heard those unpleasant words, Chu Xian still didn't want others to get hurt because of her. "Fine, I'll give you the documents. Just don't hurt innocent people." She grabbed the cloth bag, quickly opened the window, and tossed it outside. "The documents aren't with me anymore. If you want them, go get them." The two burly men exchanged glances. One continued to control the driver, while the other cursed and got off the bus. The north wind outside was fierce. The bag Chu Xian had thrown out got caught on a tree branch, and the man jumped several times but couldn't reach it. Chu Xian closed the window and glanced at the door. Her seat was a single seat, right in line with the door. While the bad guy's attention was outside, she quietly hooked the document envelope from under the front seat with her feet, bringing it within easy reach. She pulled out the documents, pushed them back under the seat with her foot, and kept only the empty envelope in her hand. She coughed twice on purpose, then gave a mocking smile to the man controlling the driver. "Your partner's a bit slow. The documents are right here." She then glanced at Wei Chong behind her. "Comrade, can I borrow a light?" Wei Chang played along perfectly, pulling a box of matches from his pocket. He quickly struck a match. Chu Xian held the envelope over the flame. "Don't burn it, or I'll kill the driver." Chu Xian smiled apologetically. "Sorry, you're too late. It's already burning." The man controlling the driver rushed over in a panic. His job was to deliver the documents in the envelope to his employer, untouched. If the documents were burned, he wouldn't get paid. He swung his knife at Chu Xian, trying to snatch the envelope. As Chu Xian threw the burning envelope at the bad guy, Wei Chong made his move. With one kick, he knocked the knife out of the man's hand, then subdued him and handcuffed him, using the scarf around his neck to gag him. Chu Xian quickly stomped out the flames on the envelope. Otherwise, it could have started a fire. At that moment, the thug who'd knocked himself out woke up. He grabbed his knife and tried to take control of the driver again, not realizing the driver's toolbox was right next to his right hand. Before he could see what the driver grabbed, he was hit with a wrench, and his knife was knocked away. Wei Chong came over and subdued him in one move, not giving him a chance to warn his accomplice. There was rope in the driver's toolbox, which they used to tie up the bad guys. The man outside, still trying to reach the bag in the tree, sensed something was wrong and looked back at the bus. Because of the lighting, he couldn't see what was happening inside. He gave up on the bag and ran back to the bus. As soon as he got on, Before he could see what was going on, Wei Chang subdued him too. Only then did Chu Xian pick up the documents from the floor. The passengers all praised Wei Chang, and no one blamed Chu Xian anymore. Wei Chang revealed his identity, and the driver and passengers all cooperated, agreeing to drive straight to the city's public security bureau. Over an hour later, after giving her statement, Chu Xian went in Min Yi's office for tea. After what happened today, Chu Xian suddenly had a reason to persuade Min Yi and the others to investigate Fang Tianjiao. Brother Min, it was only after those three tried to steal the documents that I realized something. Among the documents I brought, there's a page about Chu Tian's wife, Fang Tianjiao. She's a housewife, but she goes out of town every 3 months. That doesn't make sense. She might be up to something shady. I suggest you look into her. Min Yi fully agreed with Chu Xian's deduction. I'll report it to the higher-ups. Did those three confess? They did. The three of them had been hired by someone from Haishur. They didn't know the person's name or appearance, only that they got a deposit to do the job, and would get the rest of the money at a designated location after it was done. They had followed Long Jinxiao all the way here. They realized Long Jinxiao was skilled in martial arts, and everyone around him could fight, so they bribed a worker at the Jade Factory. From that worker, they learned that Long Jinxiao had already handed the documents to Chu Xian. They'd planned to rob Chu Xian on her way home last night. Unfortunately, they ran into Wei Chang and his patrol, so they had to give up. Today, the worker they'd bribed found out Chu Xian was heading to the city and called them, so they got on the bus halfway. Their employer's instructions were to bring back the documents Long Jinxiao had found, untouched. As for the name of the worker they bribed, the three had already confessed. Wei Chang had already called his colleagues to arrest the worker. Min Yi looked over the files on Chu Tian and his family, learning that Chu Tian was Liang Shi's son. He went to report to his superiors, suggesting they contact Haishur to jointly investigate Chu Tian and Fang Tianjiao. Min Yi's colleague, Xian Dashui, needed to take the suspects to Peng County, so he applied for a car and offered to give Wei Chang and Chu Xian a ride back. On the way back, Chu Xian finally got a chance to thank Wei Chang. If it hadn't been for him, she would definitely have been hurt today. Chu Xian was truly grateful to him. Since her rebirth, Wei Chang had already saved her several times. When they reached the place in the county where she kept her bicycle, Chu Xian got out. She waved goodbye, watching as Xian Dashui's car drove away. She didn't know that as soon as she got out, Xian Dashui started gossiping. Wei Chang, you've got something going on, haven't you? Better spill it. Wei Chang pretended to be calm. What do you mean? Got any evidence? Commander Xian laughed heartily. I called your workplace earlier. Your colleague happened to mention you're off today. Yet, instead of resting, you spent your day off protecting Chu Xian. There's definitely something going on with you. You like Chu Xian, don't you? But she's a married woman. Wei Chang did have feelings for Chu Xian, but he would never admit it. It's not like that. I would never fall for a married woman. Here's what happened. I know Chu Xian and her husband, so I'm somewhat familiar with their situation. Plus, I found some clues last night, so I decided to quietly follow them today and see if I'd get lucky. Turns out, I really did catch something. By the way, did you help explain to my unit why the people I arrested ended up at your place? Is an explanation even necessary? The three of them were committing crimes in our jurisdiction. Besides, you're off duty today. Don't worry, your boss won't blame you. In fact, he might even praise you for dumping this tricky case on us. What do you mean? I mean the case isn't over yet. We'll need to keep investigating. What a headache. By the way, are you interested in transferring back to the city? My mother lives in the town. I want to stay close to her. All right then. Just pretend I never brought it up. Chu Xian rode her bicycle toward the tutoring center. She'd been busy last night and forgot to ask for leave from her tutor. The teacher was working today as well. She went to make up for her absence and see if there was a way to catch up on last night's lesson. When she arrived, she apologized to the teacher, explaining she'd been busy with work and couldn't make it the previous night, and asked for leave. The teacher understood the challenges of working students and didn't make things difficult for Chu Xian. She found time to help Chu Xian catch up on the missed lesson and assign some homework. As for Mu Chen's missed lesson, Chu Xian would help him make it up. After thanking the teacher, Chu Xian took her leave. On her way past the department store, she ran into someone she knew. Shang Damei spotted Chu Xian and greeted her warmly. Sister-in-law Xian. What a coincidence. I still haven't properly thanked you and your husband. Have you had lunch yet? Let me treat you. Faced with Shang Damei's enthusiasm, Chu Xian felt a bit awkward but replied politely, maybe another time. I have something to do today. Really? Don't be so polite with me. I just got a promotion and a raise. Shang Damei was truly grateful to Chu Xian. Because Chu Xian invested in their food factory with her bread recipe, the factory manager promoted Shang Damei to head of the bread team, and her salary doubled. Chu Xian smiled. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Next time we're free, let's get your brother and Chenza together and have a meal, more people, more fun. We can eat at your brother's place or go out, whatever you prefer. No problem. I'll check with my brother whether he wants to eat at home or out, and then I'll set a time with you and your husband. Great. I'll be off then. Just as Chu Xian was about to ride away, Shang Damei suddenly remembered something. Wait. I heard from the factory manager that they'll be delivering your dividends in the next few days, and they want to discuss some new product ideas with you. Thanks for letting me know. Chu Xian waved with a smile and rode off. After meeting Shang Damei this time, Chu Xian felt she'd changed somehow. She didn't seem as annoying as before. When Chu Xian got home, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Qin Mahua had saved lunch for her. As soon as she saw Chu Xian come in, she went to the kitchen to heat up the food. Soon, Chu Xian was enjoying a hot meal and soup, feeling grateful for her mother-in-law's thoughtfulness as she ate. After Chu Xian finished eating, Qin Mahua finally mentioned the sea fishing trip with Boss Gu. Chenza went sea fishing with Boss Gu, and he's still not back? Staying up all night, won't he need to catch up on sleep when he gets home? Grandpa Wang's boat can go far out to sea. Maybe they sailed a long way and can't get back quickly. Maybe that Boss Gu is really into it and wants to stay out at sea for a couple of days. I should have packed some food for Chenza to take on the boat. He insisted the factory canteen would provide something, but nothing beats a home-packed meal. Chu Xian wasn't sure what kind of person Boss Gu was either. At that moment, Boss Gu, who had just woken up in the cabin, stepped onto the deck to breathe in the fresh air. Wang Mingchen was by his side. Boss Gu, it's not as comfortable resting on a boat as on land. Sorry for the inconvenience. Boss Gu looked excited. I don't feel inconvenienced at all. Your boat is great, the cabin's warm, and we had a good catch last night. In a bit, let's check out that nearby island and see if we can grill some seafood. Grill seafood? No problem at all. I've grilled seafood, sea ducks, sea duck eggs, and bird eggs on that island with Chenza and the others before. Every time I go out to sea, I bring some barbecue seasoning. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head over now. I can't wait for a barbecue. All right. Naturally, Wang Mingchen would do everything he could to fulfill Boss Gu's wishes. When Mu Chenza heard the news, he immediately realized there was little chance of going home that night. Entertaining Boss Gu and his team could help the village factory secure bigger orders, but it meant another night away from his wife. He missed her dearly. Once they reached the island, Wang Mingchen and Lu Dapeng accompanied Boss Gu and his driver, while Mu Chenza was assigned to accompany Gu Jiren. Gu Jiren wanted to collect bird eggs, so Mu Chenza took him right away. Mu Chenza was familiar with the island and knew exactly where to find bird eggs. When Gu Jiren happily collected a dozen or so bird eggs, Mu Chenza casually asked, Grandpa Gu, does your son have some kind of misunderstanding about the Southwest market? Gu Jiren carefully put the eggs in his pocket. The Southwest market? His ex-wife works at a trading company over there. Even with a knife to his throat, he wouldn't go develop that market. Mu Chenza hadn't expected that to be the reason. Grandpa Gu, do you have your former daughter-in-law's contact information? What for? Trying to play matchmaker? I'm telling you, those two will never get back together. Don't ask me why, because I won't tell you. And don't you dare tell anyone else about this. I'll keep it secret. I'm not trying to play Cupid. I just want to help the village factory expand into the Southwest market. We need to develop that market eventually. I can give you her contact info, but don't tell my son I gave it to you. Of course. If he asks, I'll say I got it from a friend. Gu Jiren chuckled. I like how clever you are. Honestly, I'm pretty annoyed my son refuses to buy your village factory's grilled fish chips and roasted seaweed. I think those products have real potential, but he always has some excuse. By the way, how's your wife's seaweed roll project coming along? Muchinza thought about how fragile the seaweed rolls were and felt a headache coming on. They're still not up to standard. My family has eaten a ton of broken seaweed rolls these past few days. Let me tell you something, no one else has managed to develop them successfully yet, either. There's still a chance. Muchinza understood that developing a new product was a race against time. Whoever succeeded first would have the advantage. Grandpa Gu, you're from a big city and have a broad perspective. Do you have any advice or suggestions for the future development of our village factory? Gu Jiren looked out at the sea. I don't have much advice or suggestions for your factory. Then he turned back to Muchinza, looking him in the eye. But I do have a few words of advice for you and your wife. Want to hear them? Please, go ahead. Muchinza looked like he was all ears. Gu Jiren half-joked, half-serious. If you help me find another 10 or so sea duck eggs, I'll tell you. Muchinza already had a good grasp of old Gu's temperament. Though he could be a bit willful, he was a kind old man. I know this place well. 10 eggs? No problem, even 20 is doable. Come with me. Gu Jiren happily followed along. Did you bring a cloth bag? My pockets won't be able to hold them all. Bird eggs were small enough to just barely fit in a pocket. But sea duck eggs were much bigger. You needed a cloth bag for those. He didn't have much experience, so he hadn't thought to bring a bag. But he trusted Muchinza would be prepared. Sure enough, Muchinza pulled a neatly folded cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Gu Jiren. Here, this is for you. Gu Jiren chuckled. It's not about how expensive a gift is, but whether it comes at the right time. I like this gift. I'll gladly accept it. Wild ducks like to build nests. A few minutes later, Muchinza stopped in front of a tree, pointed to a nest in the branches, and said, There are 2 wild duck eggs up there. Old Gu, wild ducks are social creatures. There'll be more nests around here. You pick these 2 first, and we'll keep looking. All right. Gu Jiren was as happy as a child, quickly gathering the eggs. He gently placed them in the cloth bag. With a bit of experience now, he started looking specifically for nests in the branches. Half an hour later, his bag was already filled with over 20 sea duck eggs. Muchinza took out his second cloth bag and casually picked up another 10 or so eggs. He was better at finding them than Gu Jiren. Not only could he spot nests in the branches, he could also find them hidden in the grass on the ground. He even managed to catch 2 wild ducks while he was at it. Gu Jiren looked on enviously. Muchinza tied up the ducks with a piece of string from his pocket and handed one to Gu Jiren. Here, this one's for you. Gu Jiren happily accepted it. Since you're being so generous, I won't keep you in suspense. My advice is, whenever you and your wife come up with a new product, you should apply for a patent as soon as possible. Muchinza didn't fully understand what a patent was, but he knew Gu Jiren was knowledgeable and his advice was worth listening to. Thank you for the suggestion. Not only should we patent new products, but even the ones already in production should be patented. You're a quick learner, aren't you? Muchinza accepted the compliment without a hint of modesty. I have to be. Otherwise, how would I have managed to marry Xiaoxian? Gu Jiren gave him a thumbs up. Xiaoxian really is a rare find. I've been to a lot of places, and women as capable as her are few and far between. You've struck gold, kid. I know. The two chatted as they gathered firewood. Once they had a bundle, Muchinza tied it up, slung it over his back, and called old Gu to head to the beach. When they got there, they saw Wang Mingchen unloading 2 buckets and a carrying pole from the fishing boat. Gu Jiren pointed at him. Going to fetch water? Is there really fresh water on this island? Wang Mingchen grinned, showing his white teeth. That's right. Gu Jiren looked incredulous. We're surrounded by the sea, how could there be fresh water? Boss Gu came over and asked the same question. Wang Mingchen scratched his head and looked at Muchinza. You explain. I'm not good at this. Muchinza nodded and explained generously. I actually consulted a geology professor about this. He said the geography here is unique, forming a natural underground water circulation system. There's a lot of rainfall, and the coral reef rock has great permeability and water storage capacity. After his explanation, Boss Gu and his father were both impressed, saying the trip was well worth it and eager to see the freshwater source. Wang Mingchen took them to see the freshwater points. There were several on the island. They patiently checked out each one. Over an hour later, they were enjoying grilled seafood, roast duck, and roasted eggs. After eating, they played on the island until dark before returning to the fishing boat. Boss Gu is in high spirits, planning to go night fishing and head back the next day. Gu Jiren agreed. Wang Mingchen and the others were happy to keep them company. It was past 10 at night when Chu Xian finished washing up and returned to her room. She hadn't told her family about the danger she'd faced that day. She'd gone to her tutoring class as usual that night, and Mu Chenfu had picked her and Fu Qing up. Lying on the heated brick bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She used to think that with Liang Shi, the murderer, gone, her husband's family wouldn't be dragged into trouble. But now it seemed Liang Shi had left behind some backup plans. She hoped Minnie could find evidence of Feng Tianjiao and Chu Tian's crimes. Chu Tian probably knew who Feng Chuanhua's eldest son was, or he wouldn't have been able to take over from Liang Shi. Yuan Tian probably knew too. As for Feng Chuanhua, maybe she really didn't know. She even suspected that, years ago, Liang Shi had children just to raise successors for her criminal activities. At this point, she felt that whether or not she acknowledged her biological grandparents didn't matter. Finding Feng Chuanhua's eldest son as soon as possible was the real priority. She drifted off to sleep in a daze. The next morning, after breakfast, Chu Xian went to her parents' courtyard to work on seaweed rolls. Fu Qing was supposed to go clam digging and couldn't help. Qin Mahua had to return to her own family for a bit, so she asked Gao Meiwan to help Xiao Xian. Gao Meiwan agreed without hesitation. When Chu Xian saw Gao Meiwan, she learned her mother-in-law had gone back to her maiden home. From her memories of her previous life, she knew that this month, her uncle would ask her mother-in-law for a second loan. He'd already borrowed money once before, and her mother-in-law hadn't told anyone in the family. Chu Xian pretended not to know. It looked like her mother-in-law still didn't plan to tell anyone this time. Chu Xian decided to keep playing dumb. But Fu Qing was more alert this time. She didn't go clam digging, but quietly followed Qin Mahua. Qin Mahua didn't notice her eldest daughter-in-law. When she got to her family's home and saw her younger brother Qin Chao, she took 5,000 yuan in cash out of her bag. Little brother, count it. Qin Chao looked grateful. Sis, thank you. This is a real lifesaver. He licked his finger and started counting the money. Soon, he finished. It's 5,000, all right. Sis, once I make some money, I'll pay you back right away, along with what I owe from last time. Your husband doesn't know about this, does he? Not just your brother-in-law, no one else in the family knows either. Don't let it slip. I've got things to do, so I won't stay. Qin Mahua came and went in a hurry. She didn't notice Fu Qing outside the courtyard wall. Once Qin Mahua had left, Fu Qing rode a borrowed bike back to the village by a shortcut. The bike belonged to Accountant Wen, so she needed to return it. Her clam-digging tools were still in Accountant Wen's office. After returning the bike, she grabbed her tools and headed to her secret clam-digging spot. She hesitated, wondering if she should talk to Chu Xian about this. Her mother-in-law shouldn't be secretly lending money to the Qin family. This time it was 5,000 yuan, and who knew how much she'd lent before. At that time, 5,000 yuan was a huge sum. It could build 6 or 7 brick houses with courtyards, or buy 2 jobs in the county. If you put it in the bank, the interest would be considerable. But lending it to the Qin family? Who knew when they'd pay it back? If the Qin family's business succeeded, fine. But if they lost money? Thinking of this, Fu Qing turned back. She really wasn't in the mood for clam digging today. She needed to talk to Xiao Xian and get her opinion. 10 minutes later, she arrived at Xiao Xuan's house. She knocked, greeted Gao Meiwan, and pulled Xiao Xian aside to talk. Xiao Xian, our mom secretly lent our uncle 5,000 yuan, and it's not the first time. She didn't discuss it with anyone. I'm really worried that if his business fails, our family's money will be gone. I wanted to hear what you think. Chu Xian hadn't expected her sister-in-law to discover her mother-in-law's secret. There was no way to play dumb anymore. Sister-in-law, I think we should wait for Mom to bring it up herself. Fu Qing looked anxious. If we wait for Mom to say something, it might be too late. What if Uncle loses money in his business? Wouldn't our family's money be gone for good? So you want to force Mom to ask for the money back today? Not force. Just talk it over with her and ask her to get the money back. Sister-in-law, have you ever thought about why Mom kept it a secret from the family when she lent money to Uncle? She was afraid we'd disagree, obviously. Who would agree to lend out so much money all at once? I think there's another reason. What reason? Mom believes Uncle can succeed. Fu Qing couldn't help but purse her lips. Xiao Xian, do you really think Uncle can succeed? She clearly didn't have much faith. But Chu Xian, with memories from her past life, knew that Uncle Qin Chao would indeed succeed. Thinking of Qin Chao, Chu Xian felt a pang of guilt. In her previous life, Qin Chao and Qin Mahua were very close. After Qin Mahua died of a heart attack triggered by family troubles, Qin Chao couldn't take it and went mad, ending up in a mental hospital. Sister-in-law, I believe in Uncle's abilities. He'll succeed. Fu Qing had always trusted Chu Xian's judgment. If you and Mom both believe in Uncle, then I'll trust him too. We'll wait for Mom to bring it up herself. With that settled, Fu Qing said her goodbyes and left. On her way to the secret spot by the sea, Fu Qing suddenly realized that Xiao Xian was so clever. She must have known about Mom lending money to Uncle long ago, just never said anything. She was secretly glad she hadn't rushed to confront her mother-in-law, but had come to discuss it with Xiao Xian first. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to get along with her mother-in-law in the future. A little after 1 p.m., Gao Meiyuan hurried out of Xiao Xian's yard. If she didn't leave soon, she'd have to eat more seaweed rolls. She'd had too many these past couple of days and her stomach needed a break. Chu Xian and Qin Mahua looked at the big iron tray of cracked seaweed rolls and sighed. They'd failed again. They hadn't even eaten lunch. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Is Chu Xian home? Chu Xian recognized Dou Deyong's voice and quickly composed herself, greeting him with a smile. I'm here. Please come in. Qin Mahua also put on a welcoming face and invited Dou Deyong and his secretary inside. As Dou Deyong entered the yard, his gaze fell on the seaweed rolls outside the kitchen. Working on a new product? Chu Xian smiled wryly. Yes. A big client wants seaweed rolls, but I just can't get them right. They either crack badly or fall apart at the slightest touch. Dou Deyong encouraged her, keep at it. If you manage to make them, I'll introduce you to the client. Thank you in advance. As they spoke, they entered the main room. Chu Xian busied herself making tea, while Qin Mahua brought out snacks and washed fruit for their guests. Dou Deyong didn't stop them. He wanted a proper talk with Chu Xian, and a few cups of tea were a must. His secretary, quick on the uptake, took the teapot from Chu Xian. Let me do it. You sit and talk with our director. Seeing that Dou Deyong had business to discuss, Chu Xian didn't refuse. They sat face to face at the table. Director Dou, what brings you here? Director Dou took a thick stack of bills, all in 10 yuan notes, out of his briefcase. This is your dividend up to December 31st of last year, 498 yuan and 36 cents. The factory rounded it up to 500. Please count it. He handed the money to Chu Xian. Chu Xian quickly counted it. It's exactly 500. You didn't come all this way just to deliver the dividend, did you? Dou Deyong's stern face broke into a smile. Of course not. The dividend is secondary. Mainly, I wanted to discuss new bread products with you. While you're working on the seaweed rolls, could you also try baking some new types of bread? Sheng Damei had already given Chu Xian a heads up. Chu Xian was prepared. No problem. What flavors does the client prefer? Savory, sweet, or spicy? Dou Deyong was open to all flavors. The clients like all kinds. Tastes vary across the country, so the more options, the better. All right. I'll develop one new product for each of the 3 flavors and aim to have them ready by the end of the month. That's fantastic. Do Daong had expected it would take 3 months to get 3 new products. Chu Xian's answer was a wonderful surprise. With business done, Do Daong finished his tea and took his leave. He and his secretary each rode a bicycle back. On the way, Do Daong couldn't help but sigh. Before I came, I was prepared to pester Chu Xian for half a day to get her to agree to develop new products within 3 months. I never expected she'd agree right away. I'm really impressed. The secretary laughed. You really found a treasure for our factory. Bread sales were now astonishing the factory leaders. The two chatted as they rode back. Meanwhile, Qin Mahua was praising Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, you're amazing. Xiao Zhe is so lucky to have married you. And our family is lucky to have you as a daughter-in-law. Chu Xian put the 500 yuan in Qin Mahua's hands. Mom, without your and Dad's support, Chinza and I couldn't have made money so quickly. This first bread dividend must go to you and Dad. Qin Mahua refused. This is you and Xiao Zhe's hard work. I can't take it. If you don't take it, I won't dare ask you to help me test new products again. Please, just take it. Unable to win the argument, Qin Mahua accepted the money, but she didn't plan to spend it. Instead, she'd save it for Xiao Xian in case of emergencies. They reheated some food, ate a quick meal, and continued washing seaweed and adjusting their process. Just then, the village loudspeaker blared, Chu Xian, come to the village office to take a phone call. Chu Xian rode off on her bike. At the village office, the phone rang shortly after she arrived. She picked up. Hello. It was Tian Xiaoan on the other end. Xiao Xian, have you picked out the jade pieces? Yes. Uncle Long needs about half a month to get them ready. All right. How are things going for you these days? Chu Xian didn't want her mother to worry, so she only shared good news. Everything's great. I just got a 500 yuan bread dividend. Chinza and I also helped the village factory land a big order for baked yellow croaker. According to Manager Gu, the samples passed international standards. Mom, does your company want to stock some? Crispy yellow croaker? I think we have standards for that here. Let me check. If it meets our requirements, I'll definitely order a batch. That's great. Oh, and Xiao Xian, you might want to consider developing canned crispy fish. People here love it. Okay. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Chu Xian rode back to her family's yard, parked her bike, and ran into the kitchen, grabbing Qin Mahua's hand. Mom, there's a money-making opportunity right in front of you. Do you want to grab it? Qin Mahua was stunned for a moment, then delighted. Tell me all about it. Mom, your crispy fish is so delicious, even the bones just melt in your mouth. Have you ever thought about selling it all over the country or even abroad? Qin Mahua stared in shock. Sell it all over the country? And even abroad? But didn't you say there aren't any standards for grilled fish snacks and it's easy to get tripped up? That's different. There are standards for canned fish. As long as your crispy fish meets the standards for canned fish, we can sell it overseas. Qin Mahua was a bit incredulous. Crispy fish and canned fish, are they the same? Canned fish is considered a high-end product. Chu Xian smiled patiently. If you put your crispy fish into cans, it's canned fish. Will that work? How will we know if we don't try? I'll contact a canning factory. You make a batch first, seal it up for a few days, and I'll send it for testing. With Chu Xian's encouragement, Qin Mahua was eager to give it a try. All right. What kind of fish should we use? She could make several types of crispy fish. Chu Xian suggested small yellow croaker, ribbonfish, and sardines are all good. Then let's make crispy fish with all 3 kinds. Great. And don't forget to remind Dad not to sell those 3 types of fish when he catches them, but to save them for making crispy fish. Got it. Xian, when should we start making the crispy fish? I'll go talk to Grandpa Wang first and ask him to help contact the fruit canning factory so we can sort out the packaging. Once that's settled, we'll start making the crispy fish. All right, I'll follow your lead. Qin Mahua hadn't even started selling crispy fish yet, but she was already grinning from ear to ear. She knew Xian was reliable. This would definitely work. Qin Mahua kept washing seaweed while Chu Xian rode her bike to find Wang Dipin. At that moment, Wang Dipin had just finished inspecting the workshop. The workers were full of energy. Every time they heard there was no overtime that night, they'd actually be disappointed. They wished they could work overtime every day to earn more money. As Wang Dipin walked to his office, he was thinking about how to expand production capacity. He had just entered his office and hadn't even made tea yet when there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Chu Xian entered with a smile. "Grandpa Wang, do you know anyone at the fruit canning factory?" Wang Dipin smiled kindly and pointed to the sofa. "Have a seat and let's talk." Chu Xian waved her hand with a smile. "No need, it'll just take a minute. I have to get back to baking seaweed rolls soon. I know the factory manager at the fruit canning plant. What do you need me to do? Could you ask them to help us can a batch of crispy fish? I want to send it abroad to my mom to see if it meets the overseas canned fish standards. Of course, I'll also have it tested domestically." "Crispy fish? Canned fish." Wang Dipin slapped his hands together, excitedly pacing around the office. "Why didn't I think of this before? Xian, how about we set up a canned fish production line at our factory? Your grandma's crispy fish is famous in our village. Let her join as a shareholder with her recipe. What do you think?" Chu Xian nodded with a smile. "That's a great idea. Actually, I didn't mention setting up a production line at first because I was worried the investment would be too big and you wouldn't agree. That's why I thought I'd just ask you to help contact the canning factory. I was the one who helped the fruit canning factory get their production line up and running. I know the ropes." "That's wonderful. But we should still contact the canning factory first, have them help us can a batch, send it to my mom, and after it passes inspection, then we can set up our own production line." "No need to wait for your mom's results. As long as it passes domestic testing, we'll get the production line going." "Grandpa Wang, don't you need to have a meeting to discuss setting up the production line?" "Of course, but no one will object." "Why not?" "Because someone came to me before, hoping I'd turn our factory into a model for seafood products. I had a meeting with the other managers and asked them to come up with a plan, but nothing's come of it yet. But canned fish, this is definitely doable. We can make sardines, ribbon fish, yellow croaker, even octopus into canned products. I'm confident our canned fish will sell all over the country and even abroad." With Wang Dipin so motivated, Chu Xian had nothing to worry about. That very day, Wang Dipin contacted the fruit canning factory manager to see if they'd take on the packaging job. It was the first time the canning factory had done outside packaging, but for Wang Dipin's sake, they immediately agreed. They arranged for Chu Xian to bring the crispy fish to the factory the next evening for canning, with workers staying late to help. If they went during the day, it would disrupt the factory's own production. Chu Xian brought the news back to Qin Mahua. Qin Mahua was so happy she danced with joy. A little after 3 p.m., she ran to the dock to wait for Mu Qin Lao and the others. Soon, Fu Qing arrived at the dock with her catch. Qin Mahua whispered to her about the canned fish plan, and Fu Qing immediately perked up. She forgot all about the 5,000 yuan her mother-in-law had lent to the Qin family. If her mother-in-law's business took off, 5,000 would be nothing. She could earn tens of thousands. As soon as her family's boat docked, she told them to bring all the ribbon fish, sardines, and yellow croaker home for crispy fish. Coincidentally, today's catch was mostly those 3 types, with a few Spanish mackerel and octopus. They sold the mackerel and octopus and split the rest. Half went to Chu Xian's mother's house, the other half to the Mu family. Both kitchens would be busy the next day. Today, they'd just clean and gut the fish. Qin Mahua, Fu Qing, Mu Chenfu, and Mu Qinlao worked at home. Chu Xian called Gao Meiwan to help at her mother's house. More people stayed at the Mu house because they'd be hosting Gao Meijuan's family for dinner. 2 hours later, Chu Xian and Gao Meiwan had cleaned all the fish. It was several degrees below zero in the yard, so there was no worry about the fish spoiling. All the fish were placed in wooden tubs, covered with wooden lids, and weighed down with big stones. No need to worry about stray cats stealing them. Once everything was ready, Gao Meiwan and Chu Xian locked up and headed to the Mu house. Mu Qinlao would go invite Wang Dipin and Miao Dakui, so Gao Meiwan didn't need to go home to call them. As they walked, Gao Meiwan chatted, "Mingchen and Chenza should be back tonight, right? It's so cold. What's gotten that Mr. Gu interested in winter sea fishing?" Chu Xian smiled helplessly. I heard Mr. Gu grew up in the coldest province and really misses winter fishing. It's cold here, but compared to where he grew up, this is warm. Who knows, maybe Chinza and the others are freezing more than Mr. Gu. Xian, you make a good point. Do you think Mr. Gu will order our grilled fish snacks when he gets back? If he wants to open up the Southwest market, he'll definitely order. Unless he doesn't want to capture that market. What if he really doesn't want it? Wouldn't Mingchen and Chinza have frozen for nothing? They definitely won't have frozen for nothing. If Mr. Gu comes back and doesn't order the grilled fish, I'll talk to him myself. How will you talk to him? You can't sell him canned fish that hasn't even been made yet, can you? I'm thinking about it. Grandma Gao, if Mr. Gu doesn't order the grilled fish, we'll have to find a way to keep him here another day, let him try the crispy fish, and take a sample of the canned fish with him. Gao Meiwan racked her brains. How can we get President Gu to stay just one more day? Other than the sea and seafood, there's really nothing special here to attract people. Chu Xian, however, had an idea. Can you get in touch with Uncle Mingchen? I remember your boat has a radio. We can contact them within a certain range. If they're too far, it won't work. We haven't been able to reach them these past couple of days. After dinner, why don't you ask Grandpa Wang to try contacting the boat again? Maybe they're on their way back now and closer to us, so we might get through. Ask about their situation. If President Gu still refuses to order the grilled fish fillets, have them think of a way to stay out an extra day. That's a good idea. Gao Meiwan had faith in her son and Mu Chinza. They could definitely pull it off. After dinner, Chu Xian, Fu Qing, and Mu Chenfu hurried out on their bikes to attend their evening classes in town. They were already used to their busy daily routine. Even in the cold winter, going to town for lessons didn't feel tiring. In fact, compared to working, studying felt much easier. Mu Chenfu and Fu Qing shared a bike, while Chu Xian rode her own. When they arrived at the tutoring center, Mu Chenfu went to chat with the security guard and warm up a bit. After class, he would pick up Fu Qing and Chu Xian to head home. Mu Chenfu was already on friendly terms with the security guard, and since he often brought some snacks or side dishes, the guard was always very welcoming. Meanwhile, Wang Dipin had managed to get in touch with Wang Mingchen and learned that President Gu had made his position clear. He wouldn't place an order for grilled fish fillets until international standards were established. So Wang Dipin instructed his son to find a way to stay out for another day. The village factory was planning to launch a new product, but it needed time to prepare. This new product already had international standards, and if President Gu liked it, he would likely place an order. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingchen was instantly motivated. Staying out an extra day was no problem for him. He immediately went to find Gu Jiren. Uncle Gu, we'll be passing by that island we stopped at before. Do you want to dock and spend another day there tomorrow? Whether or not they stopped was up to Wang Mingchen. Before, he'd worried that Gu Jiren might want to stay another day on the island, which would delay his return home to his wife. Now he was hoping Gu Jiren would be interested. The island was huge and Gu Jiren hadn't finished exploring it. As soon as he heard the suggestion, he was delighted and said, "Let me go discuss it with my son." He quickly found his son and told him about the idea. President Gu was a filial son, and he himself was also interested in exploring the island further. He agreed immediately. He was even considering developing the island, but needed to investigate more. Around 10 p.m., Chu Xian and the others returned home. Qin Mahua immediately told them that Chenza and the others wouldn't be back until early the day after tomorrow. Chu Xian instantly understood. President Gu had refused to order the grilled fish fillets. Getting the canned fish ready on schedule was now crucial. The next morning, Mu Qinlao and Mu Chenfu didn't go out to sea. They stayed home to help Qin Mahua. Chu Xian didn't work on seaweed rolls anymore. Making crispy fish was the top priority today. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the first batch of canned fish was sealed by a little after 9 p.m. The village factory's tractor hauled over 500 cans of fish to the testing agency. Wang Dipin had already contacted the agency in advance. They would run tests overnight and issue a report. Everyone played their part, and things went very smoothly. After the samples were taken, the remaining canned fish was brought back to the factory. Qin Mahua's crispy fish, when stored properly, could last 6 months. She had experience with that. With the factory's canning technology, a shelf life of 1 or 2 years shouldn't be a problem. But the factory only dared to claim a 6-month shelf life for now. As for 1 or 2 years, that would require actual samples stored that long and passing inspection before they could make it official. A little after 3 a.m., accountant Wen brought back the test report. All items had passed. Everyone who'd stayed up waiting for the results cheered. Just then, someone came to report that President Gu and his group were almost at the dock. Wang Dipin personally led a team to greet them and arranged for them to have a late-night meal at the village canteen. The highlight was, of course, the canned fish, along with dumplings, hand-pulled noodles, and steamed buns. After tasting the canned fish, President Gu and Gu Jiren were full of praise. Wang Dipin took the opportunity to present the test report. President Gu, this canned fish meets both domestic and international standards. Would you like to place an order? If you do, you'll be our factory's very first customer for this new product. President Gu read the report carefully, paused at the date, then checked the production date on the can. It was indeed a brand new product. He could see Wang Dipin's sincerity and said heartily, "Order." "Of course I'll order. Coming to your Nanyu village was truly worth it. I'll start with 30,000 cans, and if sales go well, I'll order more." Striking while the iron was hot, Wang Dipin had already prepared a draft contract, a pre-order contract, with delivery within 3 months. Before leaving, President Gu requested to take more than 50 cans with him, saying he wanted to send them abroad for further testing. Wang Dipin naturally agreed. President Gu had urgent business and needed to return to his company overnight. The driver had slept on the boat, so driving at night was no problem. After seeing them off, Wang Dipin signed a profit-sharing agreement with Qin Mahua for the recipe and production process. Qin Mahua would receive 1.5% of the canned fish sales revenue, but she would also be responsible for developing new canned fish products. Qin Mahua signed and stamped her fingerprint without hesitation. She'd never imagined she could earn dividends at her age. As for the sales commission, Mu Chinza, Wang Mingchen, and Lu Dapeng would split it among the 3 of them. The first order would earn them a 5% commission, and future orders from President Gu would get them 1.5%. For new customers they developed, the first order would still earn a 5% commission. After several exhausting days, the 3 of them felt it was all worth it. Once they caught up on sleep, they planned to start finding new clients. Chu Xian was happy for them and didn't complain about not getting a share of the profits or commission from the canned fish. She knew she'd soon get a commission too. Once her mother's side received and approved the samples, they'd place a large order. Back home, Qin Mahua was so excited she couldn't sleep. She pulled Mu Qinlao aside to chat. "Old man, I never thought the crispy fish recipe my mother passed down would be so valuable. Luckily, I listened to her and never shared it outside. Otherwise, how could I have gotten a stake in the factory for the recipe and process?" Mu Qinlao was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open, but he still tried to be supportive. "That's right, Mahua. Your mother really was our family's lucky star. We're all benefiting from her. It's not just my mother, we're also lucky to have Xiaoxian. If it weren't for her suggestion, no one would have thought that crispy fish could become canned fish." They chatted until nearly dawn before finally going to sleep. The whole family didn't wake up until almost noon. After a simple lunch, Chu Xian and Mu Chinza set out on a tricycle. They were going to the village factory to pick up some canned fish to send abroad. "Xiaoxian, should we contact Xu Chuanbei? See if his father's company wants to order canned fish." "Let's do it. How about this? You go pick up the canned fish, and I'll call him from the village office." "Okay." At the village office, she quickly dialed Xu Chuanbei's number. But the person who answered wasn't Xu Chuanbei. "Hello, who is this?" "I'm looking for Xu Chuanbei." An impatient voice replied, "There's no one by that name at this company anymore." Chu Xian was stunned. Just a few days ago, Xu Chuanbei and his adoptive father had reconciled. How could he suddenly be gone? "That's impossible." "Why? Did something happen?" A voice on the other end of the phone grew even more impatient. "Why so many questions?" "Little girl, I'm telling you for your own good, stay away from Chu Chuanbei. He's not some respectable young master. He's just an adopted son. You think the Chu family's fortune will go to him? Not a chance. Don't call here looking for him again. I can't be bothered to explain anymore. Chu Xian's first reaction was that whoever was on the phone clearly didn't get along with Chu Chuanbei. After hanging up, she hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone again, this time dialing Chu Jinlin directly. He picked up quickly. Hello, Mr. Chu. This is Chu Xian from the Nanyu Village Grilled Fish Fillet Factory. Chu Jinlin's voice was stern. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? We've developed a new canned fish product at our factory. I'd like to send you some samples to try and get your feedback. Would that be all right? Chu Xian spoke politely and didn't try to use Chu Chuanbei's name to curry favor, which put Chu Jinlin at ease. No problem. Send them over. Here's the address, write it down. Chu Xian quickly jotted down the address. Before Chu Jinlin could hang up, she hurriedly said, Uncle Chu, now that we've finished talking business, I'd like to discuss something personal. Her change in address made Chu Jinlin chuckle. You really do keep business and personal matters separate. Go ahead. Is Chu Chuanbei still in Haisher? No, he's in Beijing at a friend's place. I've arranged for him to go abroad. He's waiting for the paperwork. Your relatives can't accept him? It's not that. They just say some unpleasant things, and Chuanbei doesn't want to be the target of everyone's criticism. Going abroad for further studies is better for him. I understand. Thank you for telling me. If you're able to reach him, could you ask him to give me a call? No problem. An hour later, Chu Xian and Mu Chenze each sent out their canned fish samples. Just as they were about to leave, they ran into Wei Chang on patrol. Mu Chenze greeted him first. His wife had already told him about how Wei Chang had saved her. Comrade Wei, thank you again for saving my wife. Wei Chang waved it off with a smile. No need to thank me, it's my job. By the way, I heard that the person who hired those 3 thugs has been found. It wasn't Chu Tian or Fang Tianjiao, but Chu Tian's eldest brother, Chu Jing. He wanted to get Chu Tian and his wife's information without lifting a finger, but he picked the wrong people to mess with. Chu Jing isn't too bright, and the guys he hired weren't either. This time, your wife and I got lucky and caught them without a scratch. Next time, if it's a different employer, we might not be so lucky. Mu Chenze understood the warning in Wei Chang's words. I'll be more vigilant. Good. I'll be off then. Wei Chang waved and continued his patrol. Mu Chenze loaded Chu Xian onto the tricycle and headed toward the department store. They bought 2 pieces of fabric. Then, from the supply and marketing cooperative, they bought some eggs and other nutritious foods. They went to town to visit Wei Chang's elderly mother. She refused to accept the gifts, but the couple insisted on leaving them before departing. Back in the village, the 2 continued working on developing seaweed rolls. Qin Mahua wasn't home. She was at the village-run factory teaching others how to make crispy fish. She'd already signed the profit-sharing agreement and was now responsible for training a few apprentices. Wang Dipin had already contacted a manufacturer of canned food production lines. When the factory was built, they'd added an extra workshop, which was perfect for the new production line. But it would take at least a month to install everything. Fortunately, the contract with General Manager Gu allowed 3 months for delivery, so they had enough time. Around 3 p.m., the village loudspeaker blared, Chu Xian, please come to the village office to take a phone call. The villagers couldn't help but joke, we should start a ranking for who gets the most phone calls. I bet Chu Xian would be number 1. That's right. Chu Xian first, Mu Chenze second, and then the salespeople from the factory. On the way, Chu Xian overheard the teasing but wasn't upset. Instead, she smiled and said, the more calls I get, the more business our village factory has. The better the factory does, the more all of us villagers will benefit. Everyone wanted in on the benefits. Then we hope you get even more phone calls. Some gossipy types went straight to Wang Dipin to ask what benefits villagers could expect if the factory made money. Wang Dipin had already thought about this. Since the factory used collective village land, they could distribute goods or cash to villagers in the future. He let slip a hint, and everyone left satisfied. Chu Xian had barely arrived at the village office when the phone rang. She answered. Hello. Chu Chuanbei's voice came through. Chu Xian, what did you need me for? You changed locations without even letting me know? I got scolded by someone because of it. You mean Chu Yu, right? He's in charge of answering calls at the company. He hates my guts. Why does he hate you? If it weren't for me, he could have been adopted by my dad and gotten his hands on my dad's money. He sees me as an obstacle. But anyway, what did you want to talk to me about today? I was hoping you could help get your dad's company to order our factory's new canned fish, but since you're not there, I called your dad's office directly. In the future, you don't need to go through me, just contact my dad directly. As long as your factory's products are good, he'll definitely place orders. All right. Which country are you going to for further studies? Country A. My mom's over there. I'll give you her contact info and address. Look her up when you get there. That's great. Chu Xian gave him Tian Xiaoyun's address, and Chu Chuanbei carefully wrote it down. After returning to Mu Chenze, she told him all about the call. Mu Chenze couldn't help but sigh. Adversity really does change people. Back then, Chu Chuanbei was dead set against going abroad, said he couldn't speak a foreign language, and didn't like studying. But after what happened with the sea, his mindset changed quickly. Yeah, he knows how to seize opportunities. If he missed this one, he might have spent his whole life in Haisher under Chu Jinlin's protection. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was mid-January. Tonight, there was an exam at the tutoring class. Fu Qing, Xu Xian, and Mu Chenze were all at home studying hard. The test would cover first-year high school material. Mu Chenze was doing well and was helping Chu Xian and Fu Ping with the questions. Chu Xian could follow along. Fu Qing was completely lost and so anxious she started to cry. I feel like all my time at the tutoring class was wasted. I've forgotten everything I learned. How am I supposed to take the college entrance exam next year? Chu Xian handed her a handkerchief and rested her chin in her hands. I feel like I wasted my time too. First-year high school is so hard. There's no way I'll pass next year. Neither of them had finished junior high and were relying on self-study, so keeping up with high school courses was really tough. Mu Chenze comforted them. Just calm down and learn as much as you can. No one's saying you absolutely have to get into college next year. Relax, don't overthink it. Qin Mahua came in with a plate of cut fruit. Xiaozhe's right, just take it easy and learn at your own pace. She set down the fruit, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Mu Chenze noticed. Mom, is there something important you want to tell us? Qin Mahua looked apologetic. It's not that important. I'll wait until your dad and big brother get home to tell you all together. With that, she turned and left. Fu Qing whispered to Chu Xian, do you think she's going to admit she was wrong? About lending money to her brother. Chu Xian rubbed her temples, remembering what had happened on this day in her previous life, and shook her head. I don't think so. We'll know when Dad and Big Brother get back. Let's just be patient and keep studying. Fu Qing tapped her book a few times inside. All right, back to studying. Around 10 o'clock at night, Chu Xian, Mu Chenze, Fu Qing, and Mu Chenfu had just stepped through the door when they saw Mu Qinlao standing in the courtyard, smoking. It was rare to see Mu Qinlao smoke. Everyone knew what that meant. He was facing a tough decision. Mu Qinlao saw them too and took the initiative to ask, how did your exams go? Fu Qing sighed. Chenze did well. Xiao Xian and I totally messed up. By messed up, she meant they did really poorly. Mu Qinlao stubbed out his cigarette and pointed toward the main room. Come inside. I need to talk to you all about something. Mu Chenfu yawned. Dad, can it wait until tomorrow? We have to go out to sea early in the morning. Let's get some rest. This has to be discussed tonight. Mu Qinlao called toward the bedroom. Mahua, come to the main room. Qin Mahua walked in, her eyes red. She'd clearly just been crying. Once everyone was seated, Mu Qinlao spoke, barely containing his frustration. Your mother wants to lend 20,000 yuan to your uncle. Do you all agree or not? I need an answer tonight. Chu Xian rubbed her forehead. So it really was about this. This had happened in her previous life too. Back then, she was the first to object. Her eldest brother and sister-in-law had also voiced their opposition after she spoke up. Mu Qinlao was against it as well. Only Mu Chinza and Qin Mahua supported lending the money to Qin Chao. The minority yielded to the majority, and in the end, they didn't lend Qin Chao the money. Qin Chao had to take out a high-interest loan. He did end up making money, but he also paid a lot in interest, otherwise, he would have earned even more. Later, after Qin Chao became successful, he treated the Mu family well, mostly because Qin Mahua had secretly helped him out before. This time, the amount was too large for Qin Mahua to cover herself, so she had to bring it up with the family. Seeing everyone silent, Mu Qinlao slapped the table. "I'll say it first, I'm against it." Chu Xian and Mu Chinza exchanged a glance. Mu Chinza whispered to his wife, "I'll go with whatever you decide." Chu Xian felt a pang of emotion. In her last life, he'd gone against her on this, but this time, he was fully on her side. Fu Qing and Mu Chenfu also exchanged looks and whispered to each other, deciding to hear what Xiao Xian thought first. The couple both turned to look at Chu Xian. Qin Mahua looked at her too. Mu Qinlao, seeing everyone's eyes on Chu Xian, also turned to her. Suddenly, Chu Xian felt the weight of responsibility land squarely on her shoulders. She cleared her throat to break the awkward silence. "Dad, Mom, can you tell us why Uncle needs to borrow 20,000 yuan? Qin Mahua answered softly. He met a professor and learned abalone farming techniques. He needs some upfront investment. He says he can make the money back in a year. Chu Xian looked impressed. Uncle really is something. Abalone farming is a great way to make money. We should support him. The helplessness on Qin Mahua's face was replaced by excitement. Her second daughter-in-law was on her side. Xiao Xian, I only know there's money to be made, but I can't explain how. If you know, can you tell the family? Chu Xian didn't actually know much about abalone farming, but she remembered from her previous life that the first people to get into it all made a fortune. I can't explain the details, but I've heard from some business owners that if you can farm abalone, you'll definitely make money. Mu Qinlao suddenly interjected, but what if they all die and we lose money? When would your uncle pay us back? We're saving up to buy a better fishing boat. There's plenty of seafood in the sea, why bother with farming? Mu Chinza smiled. Dad, I think we should lend Uncle the money. You know how much abalone sells for, and you also know how rare it is to catch some when we go out to sea. It's all luck. Sometimes we only get a few in 10 days or half a month. But with farming, you can have as many as you want. Seeing that Chinza and Xiao Xian were both in favor, Mu Chenfu and his wife spoke up too. We both agree to lend Uncle the money. Qin Mahua quickly added, I agree too. Mu Qinlao, seeing no one on his side, was annoyed. Abalone takes at least 3 years to mature. This talk of making the money back in a year is just a scam. But Chu Xian had seen abalone farmed and harvested in 9 months to a year in her previous life. Dad, I heard farmed abalone grows faster than wild ones. Some can be harvested in just 9 months. Mu Chinza chimed in, that's right, I've heard that too. He hadn't really heard that, he just wanted to back up his wife. Mu Qinlao was left speechless. In the end, the minority yielded to the majority, and the family agreed to lend Qin Chao 20,000 yuan. In reality, Qin Mahua didn't have the full amount. She wanted to use this opportunity to cover the money she'd already secretly lent him twice before. This time, Qin Chao only needed to borrow 13,000 yuan. Qin Mahua had exactly 13,000 left. After the discussion, everyone was ready to go to bed. Mu Qinlao grumbled, I'm taking tomorrow off. Not going out to sea. He was upset that the money he'd worked so hard for was being lent to his wife's family. Qin Mahua understood. It's cold now, just rest at home. I'll take care of the household expenses. The village chief said the dividend from the first batch of canned fish orders will be paid to me in the next couple of days. Mu Qinlao couldn't help but scoff. That's just the deposit for the canned fish. The production line isn't even set up yet, and you think you're getting a dividend? Dream on. Even if he dares to give it, you can't take it. That would be undermining the village factory. At the very least, you have to wait until the first batch of canned fish is delivered to General Manager Gu's company before you get a dividend. Chu Xian stepped in to smooth things over. How about this? Chinza and I will put in 3,000 yuan for Uncle, so Mom will still have 3,000 left for household expenses. Fu Qing quickly added, Chen Fu and I will put in 2,000 for uncle too, so mom will have some left over. Faced with two such thoughtful daughters-in-law, Qin Mahua was moved to tears. I'll tell your uncle that it's fine if he forgets my kindness, but he must never forget what his two nieces-in-law have done for him. Seeing his daughters-in-law willing to help, Mu Qinlao's mood improved. On second thought, I guess I'll go out to sea tomorrow after all. The atmosphere in the house lightened. The next morning, after Chu Xian and Mu Chenza got up, they didn't see Mu Qinlao or Mu Chenfu. They guessed the two had already gone out to sea. Qin Mahua wasn't home either. Fu Qing was in the kitchen, getting ready to bring breakfast to the main room. Mu Chenza and his wife went over to help. Soon, the three of them were sitting around the wooden table, eating egg pancakes with pickles and millet porridge. Fu Qing was in a good mood, chatting as she ate. Mom took uncle to the county to get the money and buy supplies for the farm. They probably won't be back until noon. Chu Xian took a sip of porridge. Sister-in-law, later Chenza and I are going to mom's place to keep making seaweed rolls. Are you going to the shore today, or do you have other plans? The new year was only half a month away. They had to start preparing. Fu Qing quickly swallowed a bite of pancake. Even if I have other things to do, I won't miss going to the shore. The harvest isn't as good as before, but I can still make decent money. Neither the cold nor the busy days could dampen Fu Qing's enthusiasm for gathering seafood. Chu Xian suddenly remembered how fragile the seaweed rolls were and changed her mind. Forget it. No seaweed rolls today. I'll go to the shore with you. Mu Chenza had always followed his wife's lead. Then I'll go too. Chu Xian shot him an approving smile. Fu Qing was overjoyed. That's great. You two have such good luck. Maybe we'll hit the jackpot today. Let's hope so. But we shouldn't get our hopes up too high. Her words brought Fu Qing back down to earth. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. It was better to keep a calm mind. After breakfast, they finished up their chores at home before leisurely getting ready to head out. They arrived at their secret clamming spot around 10:30, just in time for low tide. The cold sea breeze, heavy with moisture, hit them as soon as they arrived. Chu Xian hadn't been out clamming for over a month and felt a bit out of practice. But as soon as she saw the countless razor clam holes dotting the beach, she snapped right back into the groove. Fu Qing saw them too and clapped her hands excitedly. See, I told you two are lucky. I'm really benefiting from your luck today. I haven't seen this many razor clam holes in ages. Good thing I always bring some salt. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza had brought salt as well. Sis-in-law, you're so prepared. Let's get to work. Let's do it. They sprinkled salt, and the razor clams popped out. The three of them were quick and accurate, grabbing every single one. After more than an hour, they'd filled 3 large baskets to the brim. Mu Chenza wandered over to a tide pool. There wasn't much of value there, but there was plenty of kelp. He hadn't had steamed buns with seaweed in ages, so he decided to gather some. He pulled a few fine mesh bags from his pocket. Kelp has many benefits. It can neutralize harmful substances in the intestines, prevent blood clotting, boost the activity of lipase in the blood, and thus lower blood fat. Besides kelp, there was also some laver, nori. Mu Chenza gathered it all. Soon, all 6 mesh bags were full. Chu Xian walked over and glanced at the laver in the bags. I heard laver can be farmed too. Didn't Uncle know a professor who's an expert in aquaculture? Maybe he could ask about it. If we could farm laver, our village factory would buy it all. Great idea. The tide's coming in, should we head back? Let's go. Those 3 baskets of razor clams could fetch at least 300 yuan at the dock. No matter how many people came along, the money was always split 50-50 between Fu Qing and Chu Xian. Mu Chenza hadn't been to the city to sell seafood in a month. Tonight, an ocean-going fishing boat was docking, so he planned to try his luck. If he could get some premium seafood, he'd hire a car to take it to the city and bring the razor clams too. He could make an extra 100 yuan that way. He discussed it with his wife. Xiaoxian, I want to go to the dock early tomorrow morning to buy some high-end seafood. Before he could finish, Chu Xian smiled and interrupted, I want to go too. We can sell the razor clams in the city. Fu Qing was delighted when she heard this. If we can sell the razor clams in the city, we'll make a lot more. We'll just deduct the car fare before splitting the rest. Muchinza said generously, no need for car fare between family. You and Xiaoxian can just split it 50-50. Fu Qing felt a bit embarrassed. Chinza, you did a lot of the work today. Maybe next time your big brother can come help out too. She'd never brought her husband to this spot before. She felt she should get Chinza and his wife's approval before bringing him. Xu Xian exchanged a glance with her husband and they both nodded. With days like today, having one more person meant one more basket of razor clams. Razor clams weren't available every day. If you could catch them 3 or 4 days a month, you were already lucky. Tomorrow's low tide would be even later, so as long as Fu Qing told Muchinfu to come ashore earlier, it would work. The 3 of them headed back to shore. Just as they were about to leave, a sea duck flew by. Muchinza was quick as lightning and caught it, tying it up with a thin rope. It was a female. Fu Qing and Xu Xian immediately started searching nearby for a sea duck nest, hoping to find some eggs. Sure enough, they found a dozen or so. On the way home, they discussed how to eat the sea duck eggs. Should they fry them or make salted duck eggs? Salted sea duck eggs have a bright, oily yolk, so pretty and delicious. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Xu Xian suddenly thought about raising sea ducks. Chinza, ask uncle about how to farm sea ducks when you get a chance. Muchinza smiled. Will do. Put the kelp on top of the razor clams so the villagers don't see them. Xu Xian didn't mind. Even if we run into villagers, it's fine. Just say you bought them from a nearby village. If anyone has fresh razor clams to sell, you'll buy them and take them to the city at night. Fu Qing gave Xu Xian a thumbs up. Xiaoxian, you're so smart. Instead of hiding, let's just carry them home openly. We can even buy some more razor clams and let Chinza make a little extra. Muchinza laughed. Sounds good. Let's do it. So they didn't bother hiding anything. As soon as they entered the village, they ran into some villagers. What have you 3 been up to? Where'd you get so many razor clams? Muchinza replied politely, bought them from a nearby village. If you have razor clams to sell, I'll buy them too, but only ones as big as a man's palm. 50 cents each. Please help spread the word. Tonight I'm taking abalone and sea cucumber to the city, so I can make a little extra on the side. Hearing the fair price, the villagers immediately agreed to help spread the word. After they got home, people really did come by to sell razor clams, though it was just a few at a time, 5 or 6 at most. In total, they collected another 50 or 60 razor clams. Xu Xian and Fu Qing went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Muchinza washed the kelp. He put the sea duck in an unused shed in the backyard. He planned to keep it for a while and see if it would lay eggs. If sea ducks could lay eggs in the cold by the sea, they'd surely lay even more in the warmth of a home. Fu Qing and Xu Xian picked out a plate of slightly smaller razor clams from the baskets, washed them, and stir-fried them. There was tofu and shrimp in the fridge, so they made a kelp, shrimp, and tofu soup. They also made stir-fried shredded potatoes and heated up some steamed buns. Just as lunch was served, Qin Mahua came into the yard, pushing her bicycle. I'm back. I have good news to share. Before she could finish, she saw all the razor clams in the yard. Where did these come from? Fu Qing was about to say they dug them up at the beach, but suddenly saw a shadow pass by the door. Mom, Chinza bought these from nearby and some from our own village too. The shadow flashed by again. This time, Fu Qing saw clearly who it was. It was Widow Qiu. Xu Dashan had always said he wanted to marry Widow Qiu, but still hadn't. Qin Mahua followed her daughter-in-law's gaze and saw Widow Qiu too. Qiu, are you here to sell razor clams? We're buying. She said it on purpose. Widow Qiu grinned sheepishly and rubbed her hands together. I didn't dig up any razor clams. I actually came to buy 20 or so to stir-fry at home. 50 cents each, how about it? Muchinza didn't give her any leeway. No way. I paid 50 cents each, so I have to sell them for at least a yuan each. So expensive? Can't you go cheaper? Widow Qiu was reluctant to part with her money. She didn't really want to eat them herself. Xu Dashan had sent her to buy them and insisted she come back with some. Muchinza waved her off. No can do. Widow Qiu gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll take 20. If Dashan didn't want them, I wouldn't buy them. She pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to Muchinza. Only then did Muchinza pick out the 20 biggest razor clams for her. Widow Chiu put them in a cloth bag and left. Qin Mahua couldn't help muttering, Chu Dashan really has money. It's like he has an endless supply. Where does it all come from? Chu Xian was curious too. She didn't believe Feng Chunhua had left Chu Dashan that much money. And Yuan Tian couldn't possibly be giving him money either. So who was it? Ever since Qiu Daguang was arrested, Chu Dashan hadn't come near Chu Xian's mother's house again. Fu Qing's voice interrupted Chu Xian's thoughts. Didn't you say you had good news to share, Mom? Qin Mahua's face was full of joy. That's right. Let's go inside and talk about it over dinner. If they didn't hurry up, the food would get cold. They sat around the table, chatting as they ate. Your uncle said he can't just borrow this money for nothing. When he makes a profit in the future, he wants to give our family a share, 10% of the net profit. Muchinza took a bite of razor clam. The taste was delicious, and he couldn't stop eating, so he didn't say anything. Instead, Fu Qing and Chu Xian exchanged glances. How could they take a share of the profits from their own family? Qin Mahua pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. Your uncle insisted I bring this back. She handed it to Fu Qing. Fu Qing unfolded it and slid it over to Chu Xian so they could read it together. They quickly finished reading. The gist was, Qin Chao borrowed money from the Mu family. If he lost money, he'd pay it back himself. If he made money, he'd give the Mu family 10% of the net profit. Chu Xian and Fu Qing finally decided to firmly refuse any share of the profits. They only wanted the principal back. Qin Mahua couldn't do anything about their decision and said she'd wait for Mu Qinlao to come home and ask his opinion. After lunch, Qin Mahua cleaned up the dishes. Chu Xian and Fu Qing each went back to their rooms to rest, while Muchinza sorted the razor clams. The largest ones were put in a separate basket. They could fetch a better price. The smaller ones were kept for the family to eat or sold at a lower price. At that moment, Widow Chiu was at Chu Dashan's house, stir-frying razor clams for him. Chu Dashan munched on sunflower seeds as he chatted. The razor clams you bought are really big. You sure know how to pick them. Widow Chiu winced at the expense. A whole yuan for each one. Couldn't he have given us the biggest ones for less? We're all villagers. How could Muchinza have the nerve to charge so much? Chu Dashan cracked a seed and popped it into Widow Chiu's mouth. Chiu, you don't get it. Clams this size would sell for at least 1.2 or 1.3 yuan each in town. Muchinza's price to us is very fair. But he only paid 0.5 yuan each to buy them. We can't dig up clams this big on our village's beach, so he buys them at 0.5 yuan each. But these are clearly sourced from elsewhere, probably at least 0.8 yuan each. Don't feel bad, we're not getting ripped off. In a few days, you won't be able to buy clams this good even if you have the money. Chu Dashan looked delighted. Widow Chiu still didn't get it. Wouldn't it be better to buy some pork belly with the money? Why insist on buying razor clams? 20 yuan, that's enough to cover a poor family's living expenses for a month. She secretly cursed Chu Dashan for being wasteful. Even if you have money, you can't just spend it like this. She said tactfully, Dashan, neither of us has any income. We're living off our savings, and the money will run out soon. What will we do then? Chu Dashan reassured her, don't worry. We won't have to worry about food or drink. Widow Chiu was very curious. Dashan, tell me, do you have a way to make money? Maybe I can invest too. Chu Dashan looked mysterious. Just spend my money. Don't worry about where it comes from. Is it not from a proper source? What are you thinking? Of course it's proper. Someone gave it to me willingly. Someone else? Feng Chunhua. Chu Dashan's eyes darted around, and he simply nodded to avoid more questions. That's right. It's her. So Feng Chunhua is a money tree. Should we go visit her sometime? Better not. We might make her so mad she coughs up blood. All right then. As they spoke, the stir-fried clams were ready. Chu Dashan sniffed the aroma, his mouth watering. They gathered around the stove, blowing on the food as they ate. After eating one clam, Widow Chiu sighed. When Feng Chunhua gets out, I won't get to enjoy this anymore, will I? Chu Dashan popped another clam in his mouth. Why not? When she's out, you can still keep me company. I see now, you never planned to marry me. You're just stringing me along, wanting me to stay with you without any status. When Feng Chunhua gets out, you'll remarry her, won't you? I won't. Absolutely not. Her heart isn't with me anymore. There's no need to get back together. But isn't the money you're spending from her? If she doesn't want anything from you, why would she give you money? That question stumped Chu Dashin. Because the money he was spending now didn't actually come from Feng Chunhua. One lie needs many more to cover it up. He forced himself to keep lying. She gave me the money as compensation. Don't forget, I was cuckolded for decades. Widow Chiu actually believed this. So when will you marry me? After the new year, in spring. You're not lying this time? Absolutely not. Oh, by the way, Dashin, why haven't you been eyeing Chu Xian's mother's house lately? I remember before. Eat. Let's eat. Chu Dashin quickly changed the subject, not wanting to talk about that. Xiao Daguang had already been arrested, so he couldn't get into Chu Xian's mother's yard. But how was he going to explain that to that person? What a headache. He couldn't buy Chu Xian's family's house, so he tried to buy the land next door, but it was decided by drawing lots. He had bad luck and didn't get it. He tried to buy the land from the two families who did, but they refused to sell. Everyone thought that area was a feng shui treasure. Now, Chu Dashin's biggest worry was that person coming back to find him. At 7 p.m., Chu Xian, Mu Chenze, and Fu Qing went to the county for their tutoring class. They didn't bring Mu Chenfu today. Fu Qing wanted him to rest at home, since tomorrow he'd have to go out to sea and then go clamming with her. Tonight's lesson was going over the math test from yesterday. Mu Chenze got a perfect score. Chu Xian and Fu Qing both scored in the 60s. After reviewing the test, they immediately took a Chinese test. Afterwards, all three felt they'd done pretty well. The next few days of tutoring would be spent reviewing and taking tests. After 10 p.m., they returned home. Qin Mahua waited until they came in before saying softly, "Your dad doesn't agree to take a share of the profits either. He told me to return the profit-sharing agreement to your uncle first thing tomorrow." As she spoke, she took out the piece of paper. Mu Chenze remembered his wife's instructions and quickly said, "I'll take it to uncle after I get back from the city tomorrow." Qin Mahua felt sorry for her son. "You're so busy every day, let me do it." "Mom, I have something important to ask uncle about raising seafood. Xiao Xian and I have some ideas and want to see if they're feasible." "It's settled. Go get some rest." Mu Chenze didn't give Qin Mahua a chance to refuse. He snatched the paper from her and put it in his own pocket. Qin Mahua wanted to ask more, but seeing how tired her son was after a long day, she kept quiet. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Lying down, Chu Xian couldn't help but say, "I think there's something off about Chu Dashin. He seems to have endless money." Back when Feng Chunhua was around, she'd sometimes sell her gold jewelry, but he never did anything like that. Mu Chenze grunted in agreement. "Let's talk about it more tomorrow. For now, Xiao Xian I." At that moment, Chu Dashin was startled awake from his sleep by the sound of the door bolt moving. Widow Chiu was sleeping soundly beside him. He didn't dare wake her, afraid she'd see or hear something she shouldn't. Trembling, he got up and walked toward the door. As soon as his hand touched the door bolt, a low, hoarse voice came from outside. "No need to open the door." Chu Dashin trembled with fear. "All right, whatever you say. Is there anything you need me to do?" A voice full of dissatisfaction replied, "You can't even handle one thing, and you expect me to trust you with anything else? Useless." When Chu Dashin heard the word useless, anger surged inside him. He struggled to keep it in check. After all, the person outside was his meal ticket. He turned his anger into grievance. "I have my difficulties. I really can't get Chu Xian's family courtyard. She's asking for a sky-high price, tens of thousands. I can't afford it. Please try to understand my situation. I don't want to hear excuses." "Chu Dashin, you know what happens if you take money and don't get things done. You promised me a lifetime of financial security." "That's right. But only if you find a way to get what's in Chu Xian's family courtyard. I'll do my best to get it done as soon as possible. I'll give you 1 more month. If you can't do it, I'll cut off your living expenses. I'll destroy the property Feng Chunhua left you as well." "Destroy it?" "That's right." Making those courtyards disappear is just a matter of lighting a match. Chu Dashin shivered all over. Partly from the cold, partly from anger. He only returned to his Kang bed after the footsteps outside faded into the distance. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier there was something valuable in the old house? Only told me after I gave it to Chu Xian. What were you doing before? Now you're using this to threaten me. And only giving me a month. What am I supposed to do? Even if I risk my life, I can't get it. That courtyard is all concrete. If I try to break in, people will hear for sure. Maybe I should do the opposite? If I told Chu Xian the truth, would she take care of me in my old age?" He shook his head hard, dismissing the idea. He didn't believe for a second that Chu Xian would support him. He decided to take things day by day, lay back down, and went back to sleep. A little after 2 a.m., Muchinza put on his thick cotton coat and rode his bike to the dock. Tonight, an ocean fishing boat was returning, and Muchinza knew the owner well. The boat hadn't docked yet. Muchinza saw Lin Yong's truck waiting for work at the dock and went over to book the truck in advance. Lin Yong agreed right away. Ever since Muchinza stopped hiring his truck exclusively, Wang Dipin had been hiring him for deliveries. Wang Dipin had specifically mentioned that he'd heard from Muchinza that Lin Yong was a good guy, which was why he prioritized Lin Yong's truck. Whenever he didn't have to deliver for the village factory, Lin Yong would wait for work at the dock. So when Muchinza came to book him, Lin Yong was more than happy. When the fishing boat finally docked, Muchinza immediately bought 5,000 yuan worth of abalone and sea cucumber. Lin Yong and the boat crew helped Muchinza load the goods. After loading, Muchinza told Lin Yong to stop by his house and pick up the king razor clams. Lin Yong agreed without a word. If it had been another truck driver, they would have complained about the extra trip and the extra fuel. But Lin Yong never complained about anything. Muchinza liked his generosity, of course. He wouldn't take advantage of him for nothing. He'd find ways to make it up to him, like treating him to breakfast or giving him something else. While carrying a few baskets of king razor clams onto the truck, Muchinza also brought out a big bag of broken seaweed rolls from home and put it on the back seat. "Brother Lin, don't mind these. They're failed batches from my wife's seaweed roll experiments. They just look ugly, but the taste is fine. Take them home for your kids." Lin Yong had heard about Chu Xian's seaweed roll experiments and knew that even the failed ones would be delicious. "Then I won't be polite. Thanks a lot." Muchinza got into the passenger seat, smiling. "No need to thank me. I should be thanking you for coming to my house to pick up the king razor clams." Lin Yong started the truck and drove off slowly. "You're giving me a big bag of seaweed just for this? Then I should come to your house more often." He couldn't help but laugh. Muchinza laughed too. "I'll try to collect more king razor clams and other rare seafood every day, so you'll have to come to my house more often. I guarantee you'll have seaweed roll scraps to eat every day." "That sounds great." They chatted all the way to the city. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The delivery went smoothly. They sold all the abalone, sea cucumber, and king razor clams to Boss Ho. The king razor clams fetched 460 yuan, and the abalone and sea cucumber sold for 6,500 yuan, netting a profit of 1,960 yuan. Muchinza hadn't made any money for over a month, and even when he did, it was rare to make so much in one go. This was a great start. With just over 10 days left until the new year, Boss Ho's processing plant was shipping goods fast. He specifically told Muchinza that even if he delivered twice a day, the plant could handle it. Muchinza wanted to make a big profit before the new year, so he decided on the spot to make 2 deliveries to the city every day for the next 10 days or so. But on the return trip, he didn't want to come back with an empty truck. Wanting to make money together, he suggested to Lin Yong that they bring back New Year's goods to sell, splitting the profits 50-50. He'd put up the money, Lin Yong would provide the truck and manpower. If Lin Yong didn't have time to sell, his family could help. Lin Yong was deeply grateful and agreed without hesitation. They bought a large amount of vermicelli, peanuts, soybeans, lamb, ham, and other essentials at the city's farmers market. These were all must-haves for the new year. Back in the county, they sold half the goods at the big market. The rest they took to Lin Yong's house, where his family would sell them at the town market. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yong drove Mu Chinza back to Nanyu village. They agreed to meet at the dock again around 2 p.m. There would be more ocean fishing boats docking then. Lin Yong had already checked the schedule. He knew that if you wanted to get work, you had to know when the boats would come in. When they got to Mu Chinza's house, he watched Lin Yong drive away before checking his watch. It was 9:30 a.m. The courtyard gate was locked and no one was home, but luckily he had his key. He unlocked the door and went to the wedding room, where he saw a note from Xiaoxian. Say, I went with sister-in-law and mom to my family's courtyard to bake seaweed rolls and bread. We'll go to the beach around 10:30. There's food in the pot, eat, and then lock up and get some rest. We'll be back around 1 p.m. He carefully put the note away. He wasn't hungry at all, so he locked the courtyard, went to his room, took off his coat, and lay down to catch up on sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. He didn't know how long he'd slept before he was woken by knocking at the door. He glanced at his watch. It was 1:30 p.m. He quickly put on his coat and went to open the courtyard gate. His older brother, sister-in-law, Xiaoxian, and their parents all came in, each carrying a basket or net bag, their faces full of joy. The 5 big baskets were full of king razor clams, and the net bags held swimming crabs and sea snails. It was a bountiful harvest. Soon, villagers came to sell king razor clams. When they saw how many the Mu family had, they assumed they'd bought them from nearby villages. They managed to buy another big basket. Everyone knew that the king razor clam business only lasted a few days each year, just 3 or 4 days in a few months, when you could find so many. No one in the village was jealous, because they knew there were risks. Not everyone made money like the Mu family. Some tried to follow Mu Chinza's example and deliver high-end seafood to the city, but not only did they not make money, they lost everything. Just as Mu Chinza was about to tell his family he'd make another delivery to the city that afternoon, Chu Dashan's voice came from outside. Chinza, Xiaoxian, I have something to discuss with you too. Mu Chinza and Chu Xian exchanged glances, unable to guess why Chu Dashan had come. Could it be he'd managed to scrape together enough money to buy the courtyard? No way Chu Dashan had that kind of money, right? Mu Chinza glanced at his watch. There were still 30 minutes left before his appointment with Lin Yong. He looked at Chu Dashan with a serious expression. You have 15 minutes. Go to the main room, keep it short, and hurry up. Chu Dashan grunted in acknowledgement and quickly followed Mu Chinza and his wife into the main room. Qin Mahua and the others didn't follow, but they listened in from the corner. They were worried their son and daughter-in-law might suffer a loss. If anything sounded off, they'd rush in and deal with Chu Dashan right away. Chu Dashan closed the door to the main room, his face earnest. If I truly turn over a new leaf and even help you make a fortune, will you take care of me in my old age? At first, he'd been reluctant to humble himself before Chu Xian, but for the sake of his life and someone to care for him in old age, he had no choice. That man last night could burn down a yard. He could just as easily kill. He'd seen that man kill with his own eyes. Getting a new, reliable meal ticket was the best option. His words only made Chu Xian more certain there was some big secret at her family's old house. You can really change your ways? Chu Xian was skeptical. She couldn't help but feel that a leopard can't change its spots. Chu Dashan raised his hand as if swearing an oath. I absolutely can. I just want someone to rely on in my old age. I don't ask for anything else. Mu Chinza looked at Chu Xian and whispered, indicating he'd let her decide. Chu Xian patted her husband's hand, then turned to Chu Dashan. First, tell me, why did you fall out with Chu Ji? Chu Dashan gave an awkward smile. You're smart, you've probably guessed. Only if I break with Chu Ji will Yuan Tian care about him. That was Feng Chunhua's idea too. Chu Xian sneered. Feng Chunhua even schemes against her own daughter? Chu Dashan sighed. That's right. I want to break free from Feng Chunhua for good. I don't want those houses anymore. I just want to live out my old age in peace. Chu Xian was puzzled. What could have made the money-grubbing Chu Dashan give up those houses and come to her for support? I can promise to help you find an easy job with a monthly wage. But as long as you're healthy, you can't live and eat with us. During holidays, Chinza and I will give you a gift. If you get sick, we'll hire someone to care for you and pay your medical bills. When you're old and can't get around, we'll take care of your food and lodging. But only if you cut ties with Chuji for good. Chu Dashin was tempted. Cutting ties with Chuji is no problem. Foam Chuanhua's spoiled him rotten, he'll never support me. I don't count on him. The farther he goes, the better. What's this easy job you're talking about? Chu Xian smiled. How about being the gatekeeper at the village factory? Chu Dashin curled his lip, thinking the job wouldn't pay much. Watching the gate? How much is the wage? Chu Xian remembered Grandpa Wang mentioning the monthly wage for the factory gatekeeper. Right now, it's 30 yuan a month. As your years of service increase, your pay will go up. Chu Dashin muttered, that's not even enough for one meal of razor clams. Muchinza said deliberately, if you're family, you can eat all the seafood at home for free. There was something he didn't say. That's only if you help out around the house. No need to tell Chu Dashin too much for now. Better to coax him into spilling everything first. Chu Dashin was drawn in by the words, eat for free. Really? I can eat for free. Muchinza emphasized, only if you're family. Whether you are or not depends on your sincerity. Chu Dashin grinned. I'm sincere. Let's sign an agreement, okay? If I'm not sincere, you can tear it up anytime. Muchinza glanced at his watch again. I have to go to the wharf to pick up goods. Xiao Xian, call our parents in as witnesses. Later, Lin and I will come to pick up the razor clams. Okay. Chu Xian watched Muchinza leave the room. He grabbed 2 steamed buns from the kitchen for lunch and headed out. Muqin Lao and his wife came into the main room to serve as witnesses. Now, Chu Dashin felt much more at ease. Chu Xian briefly explained Chu Dashin's request. Muqin Lao and his wife said that as long as Chu Dashin truly changed, they didn't mind their second son and daughter-in-law supporting him. So, Chu Dashin and Chu Xian signed an agreement. The agreement stated that Chu Dashin would reveal the secret of Chu Xian's family home and identify the person who ordered him, while Chu Xian and Muchinza would help him find an easy job and support him in old age. Of course, the terms of support were also written into the agreement. Chu Xian had a hunch that the person behind Chu Dashin was likely connected to Liang Shi. Maybe they'd catch a big fish. Chu Dashin revealed that if they dug about 1.5 meters down in the center of the cement floor at Chu Xian's family home, they'd find 300 gold bars, probably of dubious origin, which should be handed in to the authorities. There'd be a reward for turning them in, and even more for catching the mastermind. He also knew a secret about the person behind it all. If they caught that person, it would be enough to make them disappear from the world. If not, both he and Chu Xian could be in danger. Chu Xian instantly realized that Chu Dashin was a clever man. He always knew how to make the smartest choice at the right time. In her previous life, Chu Dashin had never voluntarily sided with her. This time, seeing her abilities, he chose to come clean. She decided to give Chu Dashin a chance to change. If he didn't seize it, even with the agreement, she wouldn't let herself be led by the nose. There are many ways to provide for someone in old age. Not starving is one, being well-fed is another, being satisfied is another, and being satisfied and comfortable in every way is yet another. It all depended on Chu Dashin's behavior. Chu Xian had made up her mind. Once the gold bars were dug up, she'd use them as bait to catch a bigger fish. She'd have to discuss this carefully with Chinza and Minnie. She persuaded Chu Dashin to go home and wait for 2 days. They'd contact him then. Chu Dashin knew this couldn't be rushed. Before leaving, he took out 20 yuan to buy 20 razor clams. Chu Xian refused the money and gave him over 30 razor clams for free. Chu Dashin happily carried his bag of clams home, feeling he'd made the right choice. Not long after, Lin Yong's truck stopped outside the Mu house. The whole Mu family helped load the razor clams onto the truck. Muchinza pulled his wife aside, explained he hadn't had time to visit her uncle, and handed her the letter of guarantee from her uncle. He asked her to return it and, while she was at it, ask about seaweed farming techniques. Chu Xian readily agreed and quietly mentioned the clue Chu Dashin had provided. Muchinza said they'd discuss it in detail when he got back. There was no rush. Chu Xian nodded, then asked about today's earnings from the city. When she heard the net profit was over 1,900 yuan, she suggested to her in-laws that for the next 10 days, they shouldn't go out to sea but take turns delivering goods to the city with Chinza. Business was good before the new year, so they should make the most of it. After the holiday, high-end seafood sales would slump, and they'd have to rest for 2 or 3 months anyway. Her in-laws agreed it made sense and decided to have Mu Chenfu go with Mu Chinza to the city to make connections. Mu Chenfu was more than happy. He and his father hadn't caught much lately, just enough to break even. Delivering to the city made more money, meant a better new year, and let them save more. Now he was less and less interested in splitting up the family. His younger brother and wife were lucky and could lead the whole Mu family to prosperity. After the truck left, Fu Qing held Chu Xian's hand, grinning foolishly without saying a word. Chu Xian knew exactly why her sister-in-law was so happy. "Sis, wanna go with me to Uncle's house?" To return the guarantee letter. Fu Qing glanced at Qin Mahua, then at Mu Qinlao and smiled. "Best to bring Mom and Dad along too." Chu Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Mu Qinlao explained kindly, "Your sister-in-law is worried that you two can't represent the Mu family, so I'll write a note for you to take with you." Because of the issue of lending money to Qin Chao, he'd had a falling out with Qin Mahua. Now that he thought about it, both Xiao Xian and Fu Qing supported Qin Chao. How could he, as the brother-in-law, not support him? It just didn't make sense. So, when he saw the letter of commitment, he insisted on not taking any dividends. Now, of course, he supported sending the letter back. He quickly wrote the note and handed it to Fu Qing. Fu Qing opened the note and showed it to Xiao Xian. It read, "Qin Chao, my 2 daughters-in-law represent the opinions of your sister and me. Signed, Mu Qinlao." After lunch, Fu Qing and Chu Xian took a bag of pork ribs and a few pounds of large shrimp from the fridge, hung them on their bikes, and headed out. At home, only Qin Mahua and Mu Qinlao were left. Mu Qinlao took the initiative to say, "Mahua, I was being petty before. Don't hold it against me, okay? Let's not be upset anymore." Qin Mahua gently held her husband's hand. "I was at fault too. Your hands are covered in calluses and cracks, and all the money at home is earned by you and our 2 sons through hard work. At first, you didn't want to lend so much, and I shouldn't have cried in front of you or quarreled with you. Go soak your hands in hot water in the kitchen. I'll get the horse oil to rub on them." Seeing his wife care for him, all of Mu Qinlao's unhappiness melted away. "I'm a man, and so are our sons. It's our job to support the family." He took the wash basin, went into the kitchen, poured hot water, and soaked his hands. If the cracks on his hands weren't treated, they'd only get worse and be hard to heal. Soon, Qin Mahua came over with a small tube of horse oil and a towel. A few minutes later, she dried his hands and applied the horse oil. Just then, another villager came by to sell king razor clams. Qin Mahua told her husband to go rest. She'd handle the purchase. Mu Qinlao was indeed tired, so he obediently went to rest. The villagers couldn't help teasing, saying Mu Qinlao was a lucky man to have a wife who cared for him. Even though Mu Qinlao was already in the bedroom, he could still hear them. He drifted off to sleep in a good mood. Qin Mahua carefully checked the king razor clams the villager brought. The quality was above average, and the price was still 50 cents each. The villager didn't haggle and happily took the money and left. Meanwhile, Chu Dashan had already returned home and handed a bag of king razor clams to Widow Chiu. "Clean them up, we'll stir-fry them tonight." Widow Chiu was distressed about the money and stomped her foot. "There are over 30 here, that's more than 30 yuan. Dashan, no matter how much money you have, you can't spend it like this." Chu Dashan thought to himself, soon he'd be able to eat these rare seafoods even without money. But he couldn't say that aloud. There are only a few days with king razor clams. Besides, it's almost New Year's. Can't I eat something I like? His tone was a little unhappy. Widow Chiu quickly soothed him. "Of course you can. As long as you want to eat it, we'll buy it." Chu Dashan gave her a look of satisfaction. "By the way, do you want to work at the factory in our village?" Widow Chiu looked disgusted. "No way. There's nothing good there, just hard and dirty work. I'd rather stay home and cook for you." Suddenly, Chu Dashan became serious. If I don't have money anymore, would you still marry me and cook for me? Widow Chiu was more than 10 years younger than him. If she said she didn't care about his money, he wouldn't believe it. Widow Chiu's eyes flickered. I like you for who you are. Even if you have no money, I'd still marry you and take care of you. Saying nice things didn't cost her anything, so she was happy to say them. She thought to herself, yesterday he said he had endless money, and today he says he might not have any. Is he testing me? Chu Dashin caught her look inside. If I'm broke in the future and you leave me, I wouldn't blame you. Widow Chiu immediately became alert. Dashin, is something wrong? There is, but I can't tell you yet. I'll explain when the time is right. Is it because you couldn't buy Chu Xian's house and Feng Chunhua won't give you money anymore? She's locked up, can she still cut you off? Does she have helpers outside? Chu Dashin quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. Don't let Hua Daling next door hear, she's the village gossip. If this gets out, we'll both be in trouble. Widow Chiu whispered, are Feng Chunhua and her accomplices really that ruthless? That's right. How about I go beg Chu Xian to sell us the house? Begging won't help. Let's just see how things go. Chu Xian is smart. If you go beg her, she'll definitely think there's something valuable buried in the yard. If she digs it up, what's left for us? Then how about we dig a tunnel at night? Start from outside her family's yard wall. There's a patrol team in the village. With our skills, we get caught for sure and end up in jail. I'll think of something in the next couple of days. All right, when you have a plan, I'll help you carry it out. For Widow Chiu, fortune favors the bold. For Chu Dashin, this was all to set the stage for catching a big fish later. If you're going to act, you have to make it convincing. Around 4 in the afternoon, Chu Xian and Fu Qing returned home. They successfully returned the letter of commitment. Qin Chao didn't know how to farm seaweed, but said he'd go learn from an aquaculture professor tomorrow. Maybe he could bring back a technician to teach him how to raise abalone and seaweed at the same time. Once he learned, he'd teach the Mu family for free. By 6:30 in the evening, Mu Chenza and the others still hadn't returned. Chu Xian and Fu Qing didn't wait any longer and rode their bikes to the county seat. Tonight's cram school would cover the Chinese test paper and also have a foreign language test. When they got to class, Chu Xian first asked for leave for Mu Chenza. The reason was that he had to work overtime and would be late. The teacher understood. After the teacher finished going over the Chinese paper and was about to hand out the foreign language test, Mu Chenza rushed into the classroom. He apologized to the teacher. The teacher didn't mind and told him to sit down and take the test. Chu Xian handed Mu Chenza his study materials. After 10 o'clock, the 3 of them returned home. Qin Mahua was waiting in the main hall. When she heard them come in, she ran to the yard. Xiaoza, your big brother and your dad are already asleep. I just found out that the ocean-going fishing boat won't dock until around 7 tomorrow morning. You all get a good rest tonight. Mu Chenza was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. Okay, Mom, I'll go to bed first. He'd only caught up on 4 hours of sleep during the day and was so exhausted at night he had no appetite. He barely managed to finish the foreign language test. Luckily, starting tomorrow, his big brother would take turns with him going to the city. Go ahead. Xiao Xian, Xiao Qing, lock up the yard and come to the main hall. I'll settle up with you too. Fu Qing had been thinking about this and quickly parked her bike and locked the gate. Chu Xian whispered to Qin Mahua, Mom, give me a minute. She quickly ran to the kitchen, scooped hot water into a foot basin, and brought it to the bridal room for her husband to soak his feet. A daughter-in-law caring for her son made Qin Mahua happy. She patiently waited for Chu Xian in the main hall. Fu Qing also took the chance to peek into her bedroom. Her husband was sleeping soundly, so she quietly left. She and Chu Xian entered the main hall almost at the same time. Qin Mahua beamed. Guess how much money we made selling seafood today? Today, we went to the city and sold razor clams twice. Both batches were of great quality. Fu Qing did a quick calculation and figured we made over 1,000 yuan. Mom, did we make at least 1,000 yuan? Qin Mahua took out the account book, about to show Fu Qing, but then pulled it back. Xiao Xian, why don't you take a guess too? Chu Xian grinned. 1,050 yuan. Only then did Qin Mahua hand over the account book. You too, take a good look. Fu Qing and Chu Xian both reached for the book at the same time. Chu Xian quickly pulled her hand back. Sister-in-law, you look first. Fu Qing took the account book and placed it in front of Chu Xian. Let's look together. Written clearly in the account book, first batch of razor clams, 460 yuan. Second batch, 795 yuan. Total, 1,255 yuan. After subtracting 95 yuan for the cost of buying the razor clams, 1,165 yuan remained. Qin Mahua pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket and put it in Fu Qing's hand. This is 1,165 yuan. You two split it. Fu Qing hurriedly said, Mom, the profit from the razor clams we bought should go to the family. Chu Xian agreed. Sister-in-law is right. Qin Mahua smiled kindly. Your dad and I talked it over. The family only wants the cost back, not the profit. I'm tired, I'll go rest. You two take your time splitting the money. Fu Qing and Chu Xian thanked their mother-in-law and watched her head to her room before they started dividing the money. Each got 582.5 yuan. Afterward, Fu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Xian, I feel like I've been riding your luck these past couple of days. You really bring good fortune to our coastal foraging. In the past month or so, she'd gone out to the shore alone, but hadn't made nearly as much as she did today. Chu Xian covered her mouth and laughed. It's just luck. I always pick days with big tides and active currents, so there's naturally more seafood. Sister-in-law, I'm going back to help Chinzei with his foot bath. She turned and headed to the main room. Is that so? Fu Qing muttered to herself. I've gone out alone during big tides before, but only found clams and such, never razor clams. She turned off the lights in the main room, went to her room to get the foot basin, and headed to the kitchen to fetch hot water. The next morning at 6:30, Mu Chenfu quickly ate breakfast and went to the dock to meet Lin Yong. Today, Mu Chenza could sleep in and only needed to go to the dock in the afternoon to wait for the deep-sea fishing boat. Chu Xian got up but didn't wake him. After washing up and eating breakfast, she took some pork tenderloin from the fridge and headed out. She went to her parents' house to try making a new kind of bread. Around 9 a.m., Mu Chenza came over to help. Wife, what kind of bread are you planning to bake today? Chu Xian replied gently, pork floss bread, spicy, sweet, and sweet-salty, 3 flavors. She had already prepared the pork tenderloin, ginger, cooking wine, oyster sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, sugar, and other ingredients, planning to make the pork floss herself. By now, the pork was cooked and ready to be shredded. Mu Chenza arrived just in time to help. Chu Xian taught him how to shred the meat, and as he pounded the cooked pork with a thick rolling pin, they chatted. Wife, did Mom teach you how to make pork floss too? That's right. When we have time, we need to break up the cement in the middle of the yard. Chu Dashan said. They hadn't had time to discuss this yesterday, but now that no one else was around, Chu Xian told him in detail what Chu Dashan had mentioned. After hearing her out, Mu Chenza decided they'd break up the cement and dig for the gold bars that night. But making noise breaking up the cement might attract the patrol team. They planned to contact Minnie after they found the gold bars. Before they could finish discussing, there was a knock at the door. Mu Chenza kept pounding the pork. Chu Xian went to open the door. It was Aunt Li from next door, who was working on her house's foundation. Xiao Xian, can I borrow your shovel? I'll return it before 5 this afternoon. No problem, Aunt Li. I'll get it for you. Thank you. You're making food, and I'm covered in mud, so I won't come in. I'll wait at the door. Hearing this, Chu Xian knew Aunt Li was a considerate person. Soon, Chu Xian brought out the shovel and handed it to her. Aunt Li thanked her again, then asked, What's all that banging in your house? Are you tearing down the kitchen? Mu Chenza heard and deliberately ran to the kitchen door, waving the rolling pin. I'm pounding pork for pork floss. It'll take a few hours. My wife's making a new pork floss bread. Once it's ready, we'll treat you to some. Aunt Li waved her hands. No need to treat me. I'll come by some when it's ready. Great, you're welcome anytime. Mu Chenza went back to the kitchen to keep pounding the pork, and the banging resumed. Aunt Li said to Chu Xian, with all that pounding, you'll ruin the kitchen counter. If you're pounding on cement, put something down first. Thank you for the advice. I'll have Chinze move outside to pound the pork. No need to be so polite. I'll be off. Aunt Li left with the shovel. Chu Xian spread a blanket and some clean paper on the cement floor. Zay, if the kitchen counter really cracks, let's move outside to pound the pork. Mu Chenza immediately had an idea. He'd let Grandpa Wang know in advance not to have the village patrol come by that night. If anyone asked about the noise, they'd just say he and Xiao Xian were making pork floss bread all night, and pork floss takes a long time to pound. Anyway, the neighbors lived far enough away that the noise wouldn't bother them much. Around 11 a.m., Mu Chenza went to find Wang Dipin. Chu Xian took her gear and went to meet Fu Qing and Qin Mahua. Together, they headed to their secret spot by the sea. By the time they arrived, the tide was already going out. Some razor clam holes were visible, but clearly fewer than the past 2 days. Most likely, there'd be even fewer tomorrow, maybe none at all. The three of them were content with whatever they could catch. After an hour, each had half a basket full. It was getting hard to find razor clam holes on the beach. They headed toward a cluster of tidal pools. In one of the pools, they found a huge Spanish mackerel, about a meter long. Fu Qing exclaimed, "This is the biggest mackerel I've ever found while foraging." Qin Mahua beamed. "Even our fishing boat rarely catches one this big." Chu Xian had seen one before, but that was when the blue whale had sent it in with the waves. At this time of year, blue whales usually didn't come here. Still, she glanced out at the sea. No blue whale in sight. So this one wasn't a gift from the whale. She smiled. "Looks like we're pretty lucky today." The three of them worked together to get the big mackerel out of the pool and onto the beach. The other pools had some octopus, clams, oysters, and so on. They took it all. The mackerel weighed about 50 jin, 25 kilograms. Fu Qing volunteered to carry it. Chu Xian tried to take all the seafood from her sister-in-law's basket into her own, but Qin Mahua stopped her. "Half and half." But as she said it, Qin Mahua put more than half in her own basket and less in Chu Xian's. Chu Xian felt warm inside. Both her sister-in-law and mother-in-law always insisted on doing the heavy lifting, leaving her with the lightest load. "On the way back, I'll take turns carrying the big mackerel with my sister-in-law. Let's head back. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch some sea ducks in the bushes." Just as she finished speaking, a flock of sea ducks landed on the beach to feed. The three of them put down their baskets and crept closer. But today, the ducks were especially alert. Before they could get close, the ducks flew off. So, baskets on their backs, the three women headed back to shore, hoping to get lucky in the woods. Seeing that flock of sea ducks fly into the woods, the three of them, despite carrying heavy loads of seafood, still chased after them. But they didn't manage to catch any sea ducks. Instead, they found quite a few sea duck eggs. Each of the three women had a cloth bag, and each collected more than 20 eggs. They returned home with a full harvest. On the way back, Chu Xian suggested swapping baskets with Fu Qing, but Fu Qing flatly refused and hurried ahead. Chu Xian couldn't catch up at all. When they got home, they learned from Mu Chenza that he'd already spoken to Grandpa Wang, and tonight the village patrol wouldn't be going near the yard where they were baking bread. Mu Qinlao, who had stayed home all day, had only managed to collect a little over 60 king razor clams. A little after 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yong's truck stopped at the Mu family's door, and the family loaded the king razor clams, big mackerel, and other seafood onto the truck. After watching the truck leave, Chu Xian rode her bike to her mother's house to continue making pork floss. Pork floss keeps well, so she planned to make a bigger batch. At that moment, down at the dock, Chu Ji was leaning on his cane, chatting with Li Tong. "Hey, Boss Li. I just saw Mu Chenza, and you were still so polite to him? He's buying high-end seafood from the deep-sea fishing boat owners. Doesn't that mean he's stealing your business?" Li Tong looked Chu Ji up and down. He was dressed decently enough, but the things coming out of his mouth weren't so decent. There are plenty of people buying high-end seafood at the dock. Mu Chenza isn't the only one. That's not called stealing business. Buying high-end seafood takes a lot of investment and has high risks. If he can do it, it means he's got the means. Don't you have money, Chu Ji? If you're jealous, you can do it too. Chu Ji snapped his fingers. You know what? I actually am thinking about it. Leaning on his cane, he headed toward the deep-sea fishing boats docked at the pier. Li Tong muttered under his breath, "It's not that easy to sell high-end seafood in the city. Careful you don't lose your shirt." His words were carried away by the sea breeze, and Chuji didn't hear them. Right now, Chuji had 2,000 yuan in hand and was eager to make his money grow. Seeing so many fishmongers negotiating with the deep-sea boat owners about how much seafood to buy, Chuji became even more convinced this was a money-making opportunity. He remembered Muchinza was buying sea cucumbers and abalone, so he figured copying him couldn't go wrong. "Boss, give me 2,000 yuan's worth of abalone and sea cucumbers." He pulled 2 thick wads of cash from his pocket. No haggling, he paid cash and took the goods on the spot. Barrels of abalone and sea cucumbers were lined up on the dock, and only then did Chuji realize he'd forgotten to arrange a truck in advance. There were no trucks near the dock. He could only wait or go to the village office to call for one. With his bad leg, he wanted to ask someone to help him make the call. Looking around the dock, the only person he was familiar with was Li Tong. So he went over to Li Tong's stall. "Boss Li, could you help me call for a truck?" Li Tong pointed at his own stall. "I've got a lot of goods here to watch over, and besides, another fishing boat will be docking soon and I need to buy more seafood. I don't have time to help you call for a truck." Chuji pulled out 5 yuan. "I'll pay you a runner's fee. Even if you pay, I can't. Ask someone else." Faced with Li Tong's refusal, Chuji's face darkened. "I don't believe no one will help me make a call." He turned and walked toward the others. Just then, Sun Ren's wife, Ren Meihua, came over with her catch to sell. Chuji stopped her. "Help me go to the village office and call for a truck. I'll pay you a runner's fee." Ren Meihua glanced down at the bucket of seafood in her hand. "I don't want a runner's fee. If you buy this bucket of seafood for 10 yuan, I'll help you call for a truck." Chuji winced. "That bucket's all cheap stuff, worth at most 3 yuan. I'll give you 5. No deal. Don't forget, my husband has contacts for lots of truck drivers. If you asked someone else, even if they agreed to help, they wouldn't know any truck drivers' numbers." Ren Meihua was about to take her bucket to Li Tong's stall, so Chuji hurriedly stopped her. "Fine. 10 yuan. But the bucket stays with me. I'll return it after I sell all my seafood in the city and come back." "No problem." Ren Meihua took the 10 yuan from him, left the bucket, and walked off. Chuji shot Li Tong a provocative grin. "If you don't want the runner's fee, someone else will." Li Tong didn't get angry or even respond. Chuji waited and waited. After more than an hour, Ren Meihua finally returned. "Ren Meihua, what took you so long to make a call?" Ren Meihua, panting, said, "I couldn't reach anyone by phone, so I borrowed a bike and went to the town and the county to look for a truck. Couldn't find a single one. I've done all I can, you're on your own now." She turned and left. Chuji, leaning on his cane, couldn't catch up and shouted, "You didn't get it done. Give me my money back." Ren Meihua didn't stop. "In your dreams. That 10 yuan was for my seafood, not for running errands. I didn't even charge you a runner's fee." She walked farther and farther away. Chuji chased after her for a bit, but had to give up. When he returned to his seafood, he found that one of his barrels of abalone was missing more than half. "Who the hell stole my abalone? Shameless. If you've got the guts to do it, why not admit it?" He'd only looked away for a moment and got robbed. This made Chuji even more afraid to leave. Stuck there, unable to move, Chuji was both frustrated and angry, and kept cursing. "Whoever stole my abalone, listen up. May you die childless. Even if you have descendants, may they be born with no P." He cursed as nastily as he could. Everyone else at the dock pretended not to hear. Even though they knew who stole Chuji's abalone, no one said a word. Chuji cursed until he was tired, then suddenly thought of an idea. He patted his pocket and shouted, "Whoever tells me who stole my abalone, I'll give them 5 yuan. Everyone at the dock exchanged glances, but in the end, no one spoke up. After all, Chuji wasn't a good person. Chuji himself had stolen plenty of other people's seafood before and never admitted it. Just then, a truck pulled up near the dock. Several fishmongers rushed over to book it. Chuji wanted to as well, but if he left, he'd get robbed again. He could only watch as others booked the truck. Soon, the truck left with a full load of seafood. Chuji was starting to regret coming to buy seafood alone. He should have brought Feng Shui. He wanted to find someone to help him go to the village factory to call Feng Shui, but no one would go. He realized everyone was just waiting to see him lose money, wishing his sea cucumbers and abalone would rot at the dock. The more that was the case, the more determined he became to prove himself. He'd show everyone that Chuji could make money. Would a single truck really stump him? 10 minutes later, another truck pulled up at the dock. Chuji waved frantically. Over here. I'll pay extra. The driver got out, a bit embarrassed. Boss Lee already booked me in advance. If you want my truck, you'll have to wait until I get back from the city, at least 5 hours. Chuji shot Li Tong a jealous look. Boss Lee, can we share the truck? I'll pay half the fee. Li Tong smiled calmly. No. My goods fill the whole truck. You'll have to wait for another one. Chuji jabbed his cane into the ground. Stingy. Fine, I don't believe I can't get a truck. Li Tong didn't stoop to his level and called over the truck driver to help move the goods. Chuji, anxious and leaning on his crutch, paced around his buckets of abalone and sea cucumbers. The dock was much colder than home, and Chuji felt like he was frozen to the bone. Even if he was freezing stiff, he had to guard his goods with his life. After the truck Li Tong hired left, 3 more trucks arrived. These were all pre-booked shipments. A little after 6:30 in the evening, Muchinza returned to the village and came to the dock to ask about the arrival time of the deep-sea fishing boats. He found Chuji slumped over, dozing off as he guarded several buckets of abalone and sea cucumbers. The moment Chuji saw Muchinza, he perked up immediately. Muchinza, you're back. That's great. Where's the truck you hired? Where is it parked? He scanned the whole dock but didn't see any sign of a truck. His heart sank. On his way back from the city, Muchinza had run into Li Tong. Li Tong had casually mentioned something about Chuji. Muchinza had a rough idea of what was going on and had given Lin Yong a few instructions in advance, which Lin Yong agreed to follow. You mean Lin Yong? He went home for dinner. We agreed he'd come help me haul goods tomorrow. Is there something you need? He deliberately pretended not to know about Chuji's predicament. Chuji pleaded pitifully, could you please call Lin Yong for me and ask him to drive over and pick up my goods? I want to go to the city to sell these abalone and sea cucumbers. Muchinza shrugged. I can give you his contact info, but I won't make the call for you. Why not? You really have the nerve to ask why? Don't you remember what you did to me and Xiaoxian? You're lucky I'm even giving you his number. I know I was wrong before. I'll change, I promise. Please, just help me make the call. I don't care about my own losses, I'll accept it, but think about it, us fishermen, who could bear to see such high-end seafood go to waste? That would be an insult to the sea. Muchinza snorted coldly. Don't try to guilt-trip me. Giving you the contact info is already more than enough. Seeing he couldn't persuade Muchinza, Chuji had to settle for less. All right then, just give me the number. Muchinza recited the number, and Chuji did his best to memorize it. Not long after, Muchinza found out the arrival time of the next deep-sea fishing boat and left the dock. On his way home, he ran into Feng Shui. Feng Shui, where are you headed? Feng Shui scratched his head. I heard Chuji bought 2,000 yuan worth of high-end seafood at the dock but couldn't get a truck. He's been out in the cold all day, so I'm going to rescue him. Muchinza gave him a thumbs up. You're going at just the right time. Chuji is on the verge of a breakdown. Seeing you will be like seeing his own mother. Feng Shui chuckled. That's what I thought too. I'm off then. He headed toward the dock. In fact, Feng Shui had known about Chuji's situation all along and had deliberately stayed away from the dock. When Muchinza got home, he told Chu Xian about Chuji's sorry state at the dock, and Chu Xian laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Chuji totally deserved it. At that moment, Feng Shui had already arrived at the dock. As soon as Chuji saw Feng Shui, he hobbled over on his crutch and hugged him, sobbing, finally, I see a friendly face. Today has been so hard. Please help me find a truck, and I'll need you to come with me to the city to sell the goods. I'll split the profits with you 50-50. Feng Shui patted him on the back to comfort him. Stop crying or your face will crack from the cold. You came to the dock and didn't even tell me in advance. If I hadn't noticed you weren't home and went looking for you, were you planning to spend the night here? It's not that I didn't want to tell you, there was just no one to send a message for me. If I leave, these abalone and sea cucumbers will get stolen. I had to stay and guard them. No one to send a message? Why didn't you pay someone to run the errand? I tried, but no one would do it. Let's not talk about that now, let's find a truck. Hurry, or all this seafood will be ruined. All right, I'll go find a truck. Feng Shuai's mission as the savior was accomplished. As for how much money this batch of seafood would make, he didn't really care. Because he knew that even if there was money to be made, Chuji would never actually split half with him. He knew Chuji too well. In fact, he hoped Chuji would make money because if he did, he'd go gamble it away. Then Chuji would lose everything. Half an hour later, Feng Shui found a truck. It was Lin Yong's truck. Feng Shui worked at the Village Run factory, and Lin Yong often delivered goods for the factory, so they knew each other well. Lin Yong had already heard that the next deep-sea fishing boat wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning, so making this trip tonight wouldn't delay Muchin's business. 10 minutes later, all of Chuji's goods were loaded onto the truck. Feng Shui got into the passenger seat. Chuji climbed into the back seat and lay down. I'm exhausted. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Wake me up when we get to the city. Lin Yong got into the driver's seat and politely said, please pay 50% of the fare up front. That's 50 yuan. Chuji shot up. What? 50% is 50 yuan? So a trip to the city costs 100 now? Wasn't it 50 before? Lin Yong patiently explained, it's not just my price. All the truck drivers charge the same now. If you think it's too much, I can help you unload and move your goods back to the dock. But you'll have to pay for the labor. Chuji cursed silently. If he missed Lin Yong's truck, who knew when he'd find another? Fine, 100 it is. He reached into his pocket, only to find he didn't even have 100 yuan, not even 50. He only had about 10 yuan left. Chuji looked pleadingly at Feng Shui. Could you spot me 50 yuan? I'll pay you back after I sell the goods, plus give you a share of the profits. Feng Shui smiled. No problem. I'll pay. Since you're giving me a share, I'll cover the fare. He took out 10 yuan bills and handed them to Lin Yong. Only then did Lin Yong feel comfortable driving off. If Feng Shui hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have dared come. Chuji's reputation preceded him. Chuji lay down again. Soon, he was snoring. Lin Yong and Feng Shui chatted quietly. Manager Feng, where exactly are we delivering this load in the city? Feng Shui looked troubled. Chuji didn't say. Don't tell me he hasn't even found a buyer and is just blindly hauling it to the city? Very likely. In that case, we'll just have to run a stall at the city's farmer's market and sell it slowly. At that moment, Chuji mumbled in his sleep, let's just go to the farmer's market. Lin Yong and Feng Shui exchanged a glance. No need to ask, Chuji definitely hadn't lined up a buyer in advance. Feng Shui changed the subject. Brother Lin, are you still delivering goods for the village factory these days? Lin Yong didn't hide it. Director Wang said to prioritize Chinza's deliveries for now. Once Chinza stops going to the city, I'll go back to delivering for the factory. Our director is really open-minded. Yeah, he is. Over 2 hours later, they arrived at the city's farmer's market. Out of respect for Feng Shui, Lin Yong helped unload the goods and pointed out where to pay for a stall. After paying the rental fee, Chuji set up his stall. Lin Yong didn't leave right away, since Muchinza had told him in advance to pick up some goods from the market to bring back. The money for the goods was Muchinza's. Lin Yong just had to provide the labor and cover gas. After selling the goods back home, they'd split the profit 50-50. The goods they'd brought in yesterday had already sold out. For today's purchases, Muchinza had already made a list. Lin Yong just had to buy according to it. At that moment, Xu Xian and Muchinza were in her family's yard, pounding cooked meat. Muchinza pulled a wad of cash from his pocket. Xiao Xian, this is what I earned for us these past 2 days. Count it. Xu Xian put down the thick rolling pin in her hand and took the stack of money, curiosity shining in her eyes. Come on, tell me, how did you earn this? Muchinza grinned and pointed at the courtyard gate. Let me go lock up first. He didn't put down the rolling pin, just carried it with him as he walked toward the gate. As he reached the gate, he suddenly remembered Aunt Lee borrowing their shovel. Wife, did the Lee family return the shovel they borrowed? If they hadn't, he couldn't lock the gate, otherwise, he'd have to come back and open it again later. Chu Xian replied softly, they brought it back around 5 in the afternoon. Aunt Lee always keeps her word. That's good then. Mu Chenza quickly locked the courtyard gate. He returned to his wife, pride on his face. Lin and I went in together and bought a truckload of New Year's goods from the city. We sold half at the county market, and Lin's family helped sell the rest. We made a clear profit of 1,630 yuan, so we each get 815. I'm giving you 800, and I'll keep 15 for pocket money. But don't tell Mom about this. Chu Xian gave him a thumbs up. My husband really has a head for business. But honestly, we should still tell Mom. We're responsible for our own profits and losses. Do we still need to tell her? Of course we do. What if Mom hears from someone else that you and Lin are doing business together? How do you think she'll feel? And what about Big Brother and sister-in-law? Also, you should probably ask Big Brother if he wants to invest in this business. I'll tell Mom tomorrow. Actually, I already asked Big Brother privately if he wanted to invest in selling New Year's goods. He said he's too busy. After delivering goods every day, he has to help his father-in-law make fried snacks. This is the only time of year to make some extra money. Chu Xian slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering, in her previous life, every year around this time, the Fu family made fried snacks and Big Brother and sister-in-law would help out and earn some wages. Earlier, sister-in-law had said that no matter how busy she was, she'd still go to the tidal flats to collect seafood. Chu Xian hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now it made sense. After collecting seafood, sister-in-law would go help her family. Big Brother and sister-in-law were busier than she and Chinza every day. Tonight, they were supposed to go to the cram school for an exam, but most of the students there had jobs, and with the New Year rush, many had asked for leave to work overtime. The teacher had called ahead to let the village office know that evening classes would be suspended until after the New Year. That meant Mu Chinza and his wife had more time to make pork floss and to break up the cement floor and dig a hole. After finishing this batch of cooked meat, it would be around 10 at night. No one would be passing by then, so they could break up the cement. Tomorrow during the day, they'd cover the damaged floor with blankets, paper, and pork floss, and they'd also need to tell Chu Dashan to climb over the wall and spend the night here tomorrow, sneaking out again before dawn. If you're going to put on a show, you have to do it all the way. Of course, after digging up the gold bars, they'd have to make a batch of fake ones for Chu Dashan to hand over to the person behind the scenes. Thinking about making fake gold bars, Chu Xian felt a bit stumped. Mu Chinza seemed to sense what she was thinking. Xiao Xian, don't worry about the fake gold bars, I've got it covered. Chu Xian hugged him gently. Say, you really do know me. She kissed his cheek. Mu Chinza could never resist when his wife took the initiative. At their age, even if the sky fell, he'd still want his reward. The bedding here was clean, and they'd be staying the night. They'd even heated the Kang bed in advance, and there was hot water in the kitchen. 2 hours later, Chu Xian was so exhausted she fell asleep. Mu Chinza got up and went out to the courtyard to break up the cement. He'd prepared all the tools, hammer, pickaxe, everything. The banging didn't wake Chu Xian. More than 3 hours later, he really did dig something up. It was an old, battered wooden chest. He opened the lid and found another box inside, wrapped in oil paper. Mu Chinza unwrapped the oil paper and saw a leather case with a combination lock. He picked up the pickaxe, thinking to smash the lock. Then he suddenly remembered some cases Minnie had told him about and immediately gave up on the idea. If the lock broke and triggered an explosion, it could be deadly. Mu Chinza cleaned off the outside of the case before carrying it into the bedroom and waking Chu Xian. Chu Xian opened her eyes to see the leather case on the floor. Half asleep, she asked, Zay, when did we get a box like that? Mu Chinza smiled handsomely. I dug it up and cleaned it myself. Impressive, right? Chu Xian woke up instantly, looking at him with admiration. Amazing! You're incredible. I didn't help at all. Come sit down. Let me give you a massage. Breaking up concrete and digging holes was hard work. She knew Chinza must be exhausted. Muchinza basked in his wife's care. Let's do that later. I'll go fill in the hole first. You study the combination box, but don't try to force it open. I'm worried it might explode. Minnie told me about cases like this. Chu Xian's gaze fell on the snake-shaped pattern on the front of the leather case. Why did it feel so familiar? She'd seen this case in her previous life. She'd seen it in Feng Chuanhua's kitchen. Back then, Feng Chuanhua used it to hold corn cobs and firewood. Chu Xian didn't know the combination because Feng Chuanhua had never used the lock. The box was always stuffed with corn cobs and firewood, so it never closed all the way. She figured the gold bars inside had been taken out, and Feng Chuanhua, unwilling to throw away the box, used it as a container in the kitchen. But the numbers on the lock were always 1942. Chu Xian wanted to try it. She quickly got dressed and put on her shoes, walking over to the case. She reached for the lock, but Muchinza stopped her. Wife, take your time, don't touch the lock yet. Didn't you hear what I said? There could be explosives inside. Chu Xian's expression was calm. I know, Zay, don't worry, I'll be fine. I remember Feng Chuanhua once muttered in her sleep that the combination was 1942. Muchinza gripped her hand tightly. But what if it isn't? This box definitely didn't belong to Feng Chuanhua, or she wouldn't have given you the old house. What she said in her sleep could have been about another box. We can't take the risk. I'll fill in the hole and tidy up the yard. When it's light, I'll take the box to Min Yi and have him find a professional to open it. Chu Xian couldn't reveal her past life, and since 1942 was just a guess, she agreed to Muchinza's plan. All right, we'll let the professionals open it tomorrow. I'll help you fill in the hole. Muchinza was worried for his wife. No need. I can do it myself. You should rest a bit longer. Chu Xian patted his hand. You care about me, but I care about you too. It's just filling a hole, it won't tire me out. Besides, if you leave me alone with the box, aren't you afraid I'll give in to temptation and try the combination myself? Muchinza really was worried. Wife, bundle up and stand in the yard while I fill the hole. Chu Xian covered her mouth, laughing. I just like filling holes with you. Men and women working together makes the job easier. In the end, Muchinza couldn't win against Chu Xian, so the two of them filled the hole together with shovels. After a few shovelfuls, Chu Xian suddenly stopped. Should we dig around a bit more? Who knows, there might be other treasures. Muchinza had been so focused on retrieving the box just now that he hadn't thought about digging further. It wasn't until his wife reminded him that he realized they should keep going. Xiaoxian, let me do the digging. You stand aside and direct me. Just tell me where to dig, and I'll dig there. The pit was only big enough for one person to work in at a time. Chu Xian had no choice but to agree. All right. But if you get tired, you have to tell me, and I'll take over. Okay. Muchinza grabbed the shovel and jumped into the pit. The yard lights alone weren't enough to see clearly inside the hole, so Chu Xian fetched a flashlight. Wherever the flashlight shone, Muchinza dug. After another half hour, they unearthed a small wooden box. This box didn't have a combination lock, and it was already cracked open, revealing its contents. Muchinza placed it on the ground, and together with his wife, carefully examined what was inside. There were 2 pairs of jade bracelets, 6 gold necklaces, and 2 luminous pearls. Chu Xian and Muchinza exchanged a glance. They both felt there was still more underground, but if it was just the two of them digging, they'd be exhausted. Muchinza remembered Min Yi mentioning that experts could use special equipment to detect what was underground. Wife, what do you think of this? After sunrise, let's talk to Min Yi about catching the big fish first. Once the fish takes the bait and is caught, we'll have Min Yi contact some experts to come and check if there's anything else underground. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. As for the things they dug up, neither Chu Xian nor Muchinza intended to keep them, nor did they dare. There was no way those items had a clean origin. They quickly filled in the pit, replaced the cement blocks, and tidied up the surface dirt until it looked spotless. Then they covered the area with 2 thick blankets. It was impossible to tell the ground had ever been disturbed. Muchinza put the small wooden box into a cardboard box he hadn't been willing to sell before, and covered it with a tarpaulin. Chu Xian went to boil some hot water. After both of them showered and changed into clean clothes, They finally lay down to rest. Meanwhile, over at the city's farmers' market, Xu Ji and Feng Shui were hawking their goods. Come buy, everyone. Big abalone and sea cucumber, cheap sale. Cheap. 10 abalones for 4 yuan, 1 sea cucumber for 1 yuan. They'd been at their stall for several hours, but had only managed to sell 1 bucket of sea cucumbers and 2 buckets of abalone. Seeing that no one was buying, Chuji was feeling discouraged. Why does Muchinza sell out so fast while I've only sold 3 buckets in hours? Is there really that much difference in people's luck? Feng Shui encouraged him. The beginning is always the hardest. I heard when Muchinza first came to the city to sell, he had a rough time too. He almost got scammed out of 3,000 yuan. At least we haven't been cheated. As long as we take our time, we'll make our money back. What if we find out who Muchinza's customers are and try to steal his business? Lin Yang probably knows, right? We could pay him extra. I'd advise you to drop that idea. Lin Yang and Muchinza are on good terms. Not only will he not tell you, he'll probably go straight to Muchinza and tell him what you're up to. Then, if we ever want to hire Lin Yang's truck again, it'll be tough. The only reason he agreed to drive for us this time is because I work at the village factory. All right, fine. I won't ask. After sunrise, you keep manning the stall, and I'll go out looking for customers. If we find a big buyer, we could make a killing before the new year. Okay. After sunrise, I'll call the factory and ask for leave. Why ask for leave? When you call, just say you're in the city developing clients. That's a business trip. You should get a travel allowance and your salary. If you ask for leave, they'll dock your pay. Trust me, say you're developing clients. Feng Shui couldn't be bothered to argue, so he just replied, sure. The factory bosses weren't stupid. For a business trip, you have to file a report in advance and get it signed off by management. It's not something you can just do with a phone call. Unless you were already on a business trip the day before and couldn't come back to get approval, then you could call in to apply for a trip elsewhere. But he hadn't been on a business trip yesterday. Everyone at work knew that. Chushi didn't know any of this, but still liked to act like he did, trying to give orders. In Feng Shui's eyes, he was just a joke. A little after 5 in the morning, Boss Ho walked into the farmer's market. Feng Shui recognized him immediately. He hesitated, unsure whether to greet him. Not greeting him would be rude. But if he did, Chuji might latch on to Boss Ho. Chuji's batch of abalone and sea cucumber were just leftovers that others had picked over, nowhere near the quality of what Muchinza supplied to Boss Ho. He didn't want to cause trouble for Boss Ho, so before Boss Ho noticed him, Feng Shui made an excuse about needing the bathroom and left the stall. Left alone, Chuji half-heartedly hawked his goods. Abalone and sea cucumber, cheap sale. 10 abalones at wholesale price for yuan. Sea cucumbers, any size, just 1 yuan each. His shouting caught Boss Ho's attention. Boss Ho walked over to Chuji's stall and took a look. The quality was poor, much worse than what Muchinza supplied. Goods like these, if sold out of province, would only embarrass Wen province. Chuji didn't notice Boss Ho's disdain for his seafood and forced a smile. Boss, take a look at my abalone and sea cucumber, selling cheap. If you want a lot, I can make it even cheaper. Boss Ho replied politely, I don't need any right now. Then he turned to leave. Chuji immediately started cursing. Damn it, if you don't want to buy, why stand in front of my stall and waste my time? You look all high and mighty, but you can't even afford abalone and sea cucumber. What are you doing at the market? It was the first time Boss Ho had encountered a vendor who cursed at people for not buying. He wasn't about to let that slide. He stopped, turned, and pointed at Chuji. Who the hell are you cursing at? It's obvious you've never done business before. Judging people by their looks, huh? Say one more word and I'll knock your teeth out. This only made Chuji more shameless. Go ahead. Hit me. If you don't, you're a coward. He'd already decided, if this man dared lay a hand on him, Chuji would immediately play the victim. Boss Ho had seen all sorts of things before. He could tell right away he was dealing with a scoundrel, trying to provoke him into making the first move. No way. Why would I dirty my hands hitting a coward like you? He turned and walked to another stall. Deliberately, he strolled around, stopping here and there to look at goods and ask prices, as if nothing had happened. but he'd already made a mental note. He had plenty of ways to deal with troublemakers. In the end, he picked a stall selling ribbonfish, pulled out a wad of cash, and said, "I'll take the whole batch." Load it onto that blue truck outside. The vendor was thrilled. "Right away, I'll get it loaded." He took the money, counted it, and called his partners to help move the goods. Chuji was dumbfounded. Had he really misjudged that man? Was the guy he'd just cursed actually rich? There was no way to fix things now. He could only watch as a wealthy customer slipped away. Feng Shui, watching from a distance, saw the whole thing and sighed quietly. Chuji was hopeless. This batch of goods would probably rot in his hands. After Boss Ho left, Feng Shui returned to the stall. "After breakfast, I'll go look for customers. You stay here and watch the stall." He handed over a fried dough stick. Chuji took it, reflecting on his earlier behavior and realizing he had no talent for sales. All right. After breakfast, as Feng Shui passed by the market entrance, he overheard Boss Ho telling another man, "Let all the buyers know that cripple's abalone and sea cucumber screwed me over." Boss Ho was known in the city for his shrewdness. Any vendor who could trick him wouldn't bother dealing with other bosses. By noon, Chuji still hadn't sold much, just half a bucket of abalone and half a bucket of sea cucumber, here and there. Other stalls were bustling with crowds, but his was completely ignored. This made him seriously doubt his own abilities. Now he was exhausted, sleepy, and hungry. Just as he was about to give up, Feng Shui brought over a boss who wanted to buy up all his abalone and sea cucumber, but only offered 800 yuan for the lot. Chuji gritted his teeth and sold it. He felt that if he didn't sell now and cut his losses, he might not even get 800 yuan in the end. With 800 yuan, at least he could get by for a few months. Chuji was fairly generous to Feng Shui, counting out 130 yuan and handing it over. "You spent a lot of time helping me. I didn't make any money this time, so I'll cover the travel expenses. The extra 30 yuan is for your trouble and lost time." Feng Shui politely declined. "Come on, we're friends. Forget the extra money. Just treat me to a good meal sometime." He counted out the 30 yuan and slapped it back into Chuji's hand. Chuji was deeply moved. "You're even better to me than my own mother. I'll never forget you for as long as I live. Come on, let's go eat something good. I'm never doing this kind of business again. It's just too damn hard." Feng Shui comforted him a bit more before heading to the restaurant with him. After eating, Feng Shui deliberately led him past a place where gamblers hung out. Hearing people shout about winning again and again, Chuji couldn't hold himself back. Having lost money in business, he wanted to win it back here. He begged Feng Shui to go in with him. Feng Shui gave a token warning. Chuji didn't listen at all, dragging him inside. In less than 2 hours, Chuji lost all his money. He wanted to borrow more to keep playing, but Feng Shui stopped him. Chuji was frustrated. He didn't have a cent left, and even dinner was a problem. He decided to call Yuan Tian for money. Chuji told Feng Shui he was going to make a call and went to a public phone booth. He quickly got through to Yuan Tian. "Sis, it's me, Xiaoji." Yuan Tian was annoyed with him, but couldn't just ignore him. "What is it?" "Make it quick, I'm busy." Chuji got straight to the point. "Give me 5,000 yuan. Yuan Tian exploded. "I just gave you money not long ago." Before she could finish, Chuji hurriedly explained, "I got beaten up and had to go to the hospital again. That cost a lot. I didn't want to burden you, so I used the rest of the money to start a seafood business. It's my fault, I lost it all. I won't do anything this stupid again. Why don't you just lose your life while you're at it?" "No money." Yuan Tian hung up without mercy. Chuji refused to give up and called again, figuring if being nice didn't work, he'd try being tough. As soon as Yuan Tian picked up, Chuji threatened, "Today I'll take the train to Beijing to find you." Yuan Tian wanted to curse. Right now, she and Yuan Hang were in a crucial power struggle. She absolutely couldn't let Chuji mess things up. "Don't you dare come. I won't give you 5,000, but you can have 3,000. Take it or leave it." Chuji grinned. Threatening his sister was the only way to get money. "Deal. Thanks. If I don't get the money within a week, I'll still go to Beijing to find you. You won't have to wait a week. I'll send someone to deliver the money in person tomorrow." Give me your address. All right, here it is, write it down. After the call, Chuji walked back to Feng Shui, grinning. I've got the money, she'll send it over tomorrow. Feng Shui grew wary. Send it over? Is Yuan Tian sending someone to check up on you? If she finds out you lost it gambling, she'll never help you again. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know I lost it gambling. I'll just say I lost it all in business. That was exactly what Feng Shui wanted to hear. Right now, Chuji wasn't too deep into gambling yet. He couldn't let Yuan Tian find out. Otherwise, Yuan Tian would step in to straighten Chuji out. If that happened, and this crooked sapling was straightened, wouldn't all of Feng Shui's scheming be for nothing? Just as they were about to take the bus out of the city, a car drove by. Chuji immediately recognized the driver and passenger. That's Mu Chenze and Chu Xian. How come they're driving a car now? Feng Shui saw them too. Probably rented or borrowed. Even if their family had money, they'd buy a fishing boat, not a car. Chuji wanted to follow them, but his legs weren't up to it, so he gave up. Feng Shui even bought his return ticket for him. A few minutes later, Mu Chenze parked in front of the security team office, and Chu Xian got out alone. After explaining the situation to Min-Yi took it very seriously and reported to the higher-ups right away. With the leaders' coordination, they found the relevant experts. Min-Yi was in charge of delivering the suitcase and small wooden box. Not only did they have to open the boxes, but also examine whether there were any antiques inside. Of course, Chu Xian also provided the box's password, claiming she'd overheard Chun Hua mumbling in her sleep once, though she wasn't sure if it was correct. Mu Chenze and Chu Xian had other things to do, so they drove off. They returned the car in the county seat and took the bus back. By coincidence, they ended up on the same bus as Chu Ji and Feng Shui. Feng Shui didn't greet Mu Chenze and his wife. But Chu Ji was itching to provoke them. Mu Chenze, didn't you drive a car to the city? Why are you lowering yourself to take the bus now? Mu Chenze hadn't expected Chu Ji to spot them driving to the city. Chu Xian patted his hand lightly, signaling him not to get worked up. Mu Chenze immediately calmed down. I'll take whatever vehicle I want. No need to explain myself to someone like you. Chu Xian gave Chu Ji a cold smile. I heard you bought high-end seafood to sell in the city. Judging by how down and out you look, did you lose money? Chu Ji wasn't afraid of losing face. He was only afraid people didn't know he'd lost money in business. You guessed right, I lost it all. I'm flat broke now. Miserable, huh? Chu Xian cursed him inwardly for deserving it, but didn't say anything more to provoke him. Other passengers on the bus started gossiping. High-end seafood business isn't for just anyone. You've got to know your own limits. Look at this guy, lost money and still so happy. I don't know what he's so happy about. Chu Ji couldn't stand it and started cursing, hands on his hips. Shut up, all of you. Who are you to talk about me? I curse all your ancestors. Bunch of ungrateful jerks. A burly man shouted angrily, who are you calling jerks? Chu Ji had never known when to back down. I'm talking about you all, including you. What, you want to do something about it? I'm going to beat you up. The bus descended into chaos as Chu Ji was beaten black and blue. Mu Chenze and his wife sat in the back, watching coldly. Feng Shui shouted for them to stop, but kept his distance from the fight. No one tried to break it up, everyone thought Chu Ji had it coming. After the burly man finished, he got off the bus and left. Chu Ji clutched his mouth with one hand and his belly with the other, mumbling, call the security team. Help me report it. I want to get off. Feng Shui got off with him. The other passengers all said Chu Ji deserved it and that people should watch their mouths. Back in town, Mu Chenze and his wife took Grandpa Chi's horse cart back to the village. When they got home, Mu Qinlao pointed to the main room and whispered, Chu Dashan is here again. He won't leave until he sees you too. Mu Chenze and Chu Xian exchanged a glance, both more or less guessing why old Chu Dashan had come. Before the suitcase was opened, they couldn't say too much to Chu Dashan. When Mu Chenze and his wife walked into the main room, Chu Dashan was munching on an apple. Crunch, crunch. Seeing the two of them, Chu Dashan gave an embarrassed grin. It's been ages since I've had such good apples. I couldn't help myself so. He pointed at the apple cores in the spittoon. Chu Xian couldn't help but rub her forehead, 3 apple cores. Counting the one in Chu Dashan's hand, that made 4. Uncle Chu, it's not that I mind you eating apples, but you really shouldn't eat so many at once. Your stomach won't be able to handle it. Chu Dashan didn't care. I heard apples are good for your stomach. Eat more, and it's even better. Chu Xian didn't want to argue. Suit yourself. But don't blame me if you end up running to the outhouse later. Chu Dashan chuckled. I'll save this half for later, take it home, and eat it tonight. So, tell me, what should I do next? As he spoke, he slipped the remaining half apple into his jacket pocket. Muchinza said quietly, we can't tell you the next step until tonight at the earliest. Just go home and rest for a few hours. Chu Dashan stood up, grinning. All right, I'll come back tonight. If anyone asks, I'll just say I came to discuss buying your courtyard. You're asking 60,000, and I want to buy it for 6,000. Muchinza and his wife nodded in agreement. After seeing Chu Dashan out, Muchinza went to talk to Qin Mahua, while Chu Xian went back to the bedroom to rest. Qin Mahua was in the kitchen kneading dough, getting ready to steam some scallion oil pancakes. Muchinza washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. Mom, let me help with the dough. Qin Mahua waved him off. No need. You've been working all night, I can't bear to make you work more. So, what did you dig up? Muchinza leaned in and whispered in her ear. She stared at him in shock, not expecting that digging up a gold bar could bring unknown dangers. Thank goodness her son was cautious. Muchinza didn't want his mother to worry too much, so he quickly changed the subject. Mom, there's something I want to discuss. After I deliver the goods to the city, I want to partner with Lin Yong to buy some New Year's goods to sell back in the county. Before he could finish, Qin Mahua gently interrupted, whatever you make or lose, it's all yours. Mom, you really are the best mom in the world. I already asked Big Brother, he said he's going to help out at his father-in-law's place and doesn't have time to sell New Year's goods. Qin Mahua looked pleased. No matter what good thing came up, her youngest always thought of his big brother. He usually doesn't have time to help his father-in-law, so if he can help now, let him. Since you offered and he turned it down, if you make money in the future, he and your sister-in-law won't feel jealous. Big brother and sister-in-law would never be jealous. If I make money, they'll just be happy for me. That's right. They'll all be happy for you. After finishing the conversation, Qin Mahua shooed Muchinza off to rest. She knew digging was exhausting. If her son didn't want to talk about the details, she wouldn't push him. At that moment, Chu Dashan had already returned home. He went into the kitchen, took the half-eaten apple from his pocket, put it on the cutting board, and carefully cut off the bitten part. He put down the knife, picked up the half-apple, and went to the bedroom to find Widow Chiu. Xiaomei, I brought you half a big apple. Widow Chiu was knitting wool socks. Hearing there was a big apple to eat, she immediately put down her work and took it. Big apples like this are hard to come by. Where did you? I got it from Muchinza's house, brought it back especially for you. He probably bought it from the city. With this quality, sometimes you can't buy it even if you have money. Widow Chiu was about to eat the apple, but glanced at Chu Dashan. Dashan-ji, you eat first. Chu Dashan grinned. I already had some, you go ahead. Okay. Only then did Widow Chiu eat the apple, chatting as she did. If Muchinza is treating you to apples, does that mean your talk about buying their courtyard is going well? Not really. They won't lower the price. After dinner tonight, I'll go back and haggle. If an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, I don't believe I can't grind down their price. I support you. Dashan-ji, if we buy Chu Xian's family's courtyard, will we really get rich? We should. That courtyard has good feng shui. Chu Dashan didn't plan to tell her the truth. In his mind, women couldn't keep secrets. Widow Chiu pointed at the socks. These will be done soon. Wear them tonight when you go out. All right. Xiaomei, you're so good to me. That's what Chu Dashan said, but in his heart, he wondered if Xiaomei would still be so good to him when he ran out of money. Just then, the village office loudspeaker blared. Chu Dashan, come to the village office for a phone call. Chu Dashan felt uneasy, worried it was that person calling. But he couldn't not go. He said a quick goodbye to Widow Chiu and headed to the village office. He told himself, If it really was that person, he absolutely couldn't give himself away. He took several deep breaths outside the office before going in. He exchanged a few polite words with Li Lai, the young man who'd just started working there, then sat by the phone to wait. Within a minute, his stomach started to hurt. He needed the outhouse. "Shally, sorry. Do you have any toilet paper? My stomach's acting up." Li Lai was generous, handing him 3 sheets of toilet paper. "Go ahead. Thanks." 5 minutes later, Chu Dashin came out of the outhouse and rinsed his hands with water from the vat. Just as he walked back into the office, the phone rang. Chu Dashin hurried over to answer. Nervous inside, he tried to keep calm. "Hello." Feng Shuai's voice came through the line. "Chu Dashin, it's Feng Shui." Chu Dashin's heart immediately settled. Only then did he realize the new guy, Li Lai, didn't know Feng Shui. Otherwise, he would have told him who was calling as soon as he came in. "Oh, Feng Shui. What's up?" Chuji was beaten up and is in the county hospital. He urgently needs 200 yuan for hospital fees. Can you lend it to him? His sister will send the money tomorrow. "No. I have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he dies out there, I won't care." Chu Dashin hung up immediately. He turned to Li Lai and said politely, "You're new, so you might not know I've already severed ties with Chuji. In the future, if he or Feng Shui calls, you don't need to call me over." Li Lai looked apologetic. "Sorry about that. Made you come here for nothing and got you upset." Chu Dashin waved it off with a smile. "It's not your fault. After a while, you'll get to know everyone's situation in the village. I'll be off now." After Chu Dashin left, a strange smile flickered in Li Lai's eyes. He muttered under his breath, "That old guy really can be heartless," leaving Chuji to fend for himself. On his way home, Chu Dashin's heart suddenly started pounding. He cursed himself. Why get nervous when it wasn't even that person calling? He needed to catch that person as soon as possible. Around 4 in the afternoon, Mu Chenza went to the dock to collect high-end seafood, still hiring Lin Yong's truck. After delivering the goods in the city and checking the payment, Mu Chenza told Lin Yong to wait in the truck for a bit, then went to a public phone booth to contact Minnie. Minnie told him to meet at a courtyard in the suburbs to pick something up. He immediately guessed what it was. Mu Chenza knew Lin Yong was reliable, so he rode in Lin Yong's car. When they arrived at the house in the suburbs, Mu Chenza got out and knocked on the door. A stranger answered, handing him a large, sealed cardboard box. He took it. The man leaned in and whispered a few words to Mu Chenza, who nodded to show he understood. He placed the box in the back seat. Then he got in the back himself. He explained to Lin Yong on purpose, "There are glass items in the box. They're fragile. I'll sit in the back and hold on to it." As the box shifted, the clear clinking of glassware sounded right on cue. Lin Yong didn't suspect a thing and drove off. The drive back to the county town went smoothly. But once they entered the county, Chuji suddenly hobbled into the middle of the road on his crutch, blocking the car. Chuji stubbornly refused to let them pass. Mu Chenza glanced at the big box beside him. If he got out, he couldn't guarantee Chuji wouldn't rush to the back seat and open the box. He made up his mind, he absolutely couldn't let the box out of his sight. Chuji's face was bruised and swollen, his injuries so painful he had to lean on his crutch. After being beaten up on the bus, he reported it to the security team, then went to the hospital for treatment, only to find he needed 200 yuan for admission. Feng Shui offered to pay, but when he reached into his pocket, he realized his money had been stolen. Feng Shui tried calling Chu Dashin from the hospital to borrow money, but couldn't get any. Just now, Chuji got word from the security team that the man who beat him was too poor to pay for medical expenses and would rather be locked up. Chuji could only accept his bad luck and prepare to go home. He had no money and didn't want to walk, so when he spotted Lin Yong's car, he decided to hitch a ride. Feng Shui was too embarrassed to flag them down, but Chuji had no such qualms. Lin Yong looked at Mu Chenza. If they didn't let Chuji in, he wouldn't let them pass. Mu Chenza was anxious to get home and take care of some things, so he nodded in agreement. Chuji wanted to sit in the back, but Mu Chenza deliberately said, "I don't want to sit with you. Take the front seat." Chuji had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. As for Feng Shui, who was not far away, he made up an excuse and didn't get in. After getting in, Chuji couldn't sit still. His facial injuries didn't stop his mouth. Muchinza, what are you doing with that big box? Muchinza sneered, that's none of your business. If you want a free ride home, then shut up. Chuji was furious inside, but didn't dare say anything nasty. Instead, he turned to Lin Yong. Brother Lin, what time are we going to the dock tomorrow? Lin Yong didn't want to deal with him. I need to focus on driving. Why don't you close your eyes and rest for a bit? Chuji knew he wasn't welcome, and held in his frustration, but had to show off. Tomorrow I'll have money again. No one responded. He kept going. My sister said she's sending someone over tomorrow with 3,000 yuan for me. Jealous, aren't you? Still, no one responded. Chuji's attempt to show off fell flat, leaving him uncomfortable. He tapped his crutch against the car door, making all sorts of noise. Lin Yong felt bad for his car. Chuji, sit still or get out. Chuji had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Threatened by Lin Yong, he immediately behaved. As they neared Nanyu village, Lin Yong finally spoke again. Chinza, should I drop you off first or Chuji? Muchinza shot Chuji a look of disdain. I don't want him passing by my house. Drop him off first. Chuji grinned. Take me to the next village over. I'm staying at my aunt's place now. Lin Yong grunted in acknowledgement. When they reached the destination, Chuji got out without even a word of thanks and went straight inside. Driving toward Nanyu village, Lin Yong grumbled that Chuji has no manners at all, such a scoundrel. One of these days, if he annoys me, I'll beat him up. Muchinza consoled him. He's not worth getting angry over. Besides, if he really does get on your nerves, you can't hit him openly. But in private, you could always throw a sack over him and give him a good beating. Lin Yong burst out laughing. Exactly. Chuji deserves to get sacked and beaten. As they chatted, the truck arrived at Nanyu village. Muchinza said politely, Brother Lin, could you drop me off at my mother-in-law's place? My wife should be there baking bread. Lin Yong didn't hesitate. No problem. When the car stopped at the gate, Xu Xian heard the noise and came out. Chinza, ask Brother Lin to wait a moment and take a few samples of the new bread to try and give us some feedback. Lin Yong perked up at the mention of new bread. He'd heard Xu Xian's bread was delicious and started pulling out his wallet. Muchinza stopped him. Brother Lin, no need to pay. We want you and your family to try them and give us suggestions. It's free. The food factory will cover the cost. Lin Yong grinned. Count me in for any future taste tests. No problem. Soon, Lin Yong left with 6 loaves of bread. Muchinza carried the box into the bedroom. Xu Xian locked the gate and came in. Muchinza was unpacking the box. To keep up appearances, there really was a set of glassware inside. He took it out first. Xiao Xian, this set of glasses is a gift from Minnie. The leather suitcase needs to be buried in our yard. Xu Xian barely glanced at the glasses, her eyes fixed on the leather suitcase. It was the same one as before. Did you take out what was inside? Was it gold bars? I did. It really was gold bars, 300 of them. I heard they're from that batch stolen from the government a few years ago. Is the combination correct? It is. There was an explosive device inside, but the experts have already removed it. Can we open it and take a look? Of course. I'll put on gloves. Xu Xian immediately handed him a pair. Muchinza took them, put them on, and turned the combination lock. Soon, it opened. Inside, the gold bars were neatly stacked. After checking, he closed and locked the case. Zay, is Brother Min all set on his end? Everything's ready. There are people watching over here, and others secretly protecting Chu Dashan. Chu Dashan was a key witness. Nothing could happen to him. That's good. They spent over an hour burying the leather suitcase in the same spot they'd dug up before in the yard. Afterwards, they covered it with 2 thick blankets. Once everything was tidied up, they changed into clean clothes and locked up before leaving. As soon as they got home, Qin Mahua came over and pointed to the main room. Chu Dashan's here again, in our outhouse. He's been here 4 or 5 times already. Chu Dashan had no self-control. He'd eaten too many apples and spent the past few hours doing nothing but squatting in the outhouse. Muchinza and Chu Xian exchanged silent smiles. Afterwards, Muchinza pointed at the bedroom. Mom, you've had a long day. Go rest. All right. Qin Mahua knew her son didn't want her involved in certain things, so she went back to her room. Muchinza and Chu Xian finished washing and hanging up the laundry before they saw Chu Dashan come out of the outhouse, clutching his stomach. Muchinza fetched some warm water for him to wash his hands. He tried to refuse, but Muchinza shot him a look, and he complied immediately. After washing up, he sat in the kitchen to warm himself. Chu Xian went to the bedroom for some spare medicine, poured a bowl of water in the kitchen, and handed it to Chu Dashan. Drink this, and it'll stop the diarrhea. Chu Dashan thanked her weakly. After taking the medicine, he leaned against the stove, drifting off. Chu Xian asked quietly, Uncle Chu, do you think you'll still be able to climb the ladder and dig a hole in the yard tonight? Chu Dashan struggled to lift his hand and waved it weakly. No way. I can't climb the ladder. Look at me, I'm so feeble. If I try to climb, I'll probably fall before I even get into the yard. Digging a hole is out of the question. Chu Xian looked at Muchinza, as if asking, what should we do? Should we change the time? Muchinza shook his head slightly. It was already too late to change the plan. Right now, he couldn't contact Minnie. Chu Xian was about to lecture Chu Dashan, but he admitted his mistake first. I shouldn't have been so greedy today. Could you give me the key to that courtyard? I'll just go in through the door. Let's just say I stole the key, okay? If I can rest there for a few hours, I should have the strength to dig. Chu Xian and Muchinza couldn't think of a better solution. After taking his medicine, Chu Dashan stopped running to the outhouse and got ready to leave. Chu Xian stopped him. You probably haven't had dinner, have you? Wait here, I'll cook you some noodles. If it weren't for tonight's plan, she wouldn't bother with him. Chu Dashan looked grateful. Thank you. It was the first time Chu Xian had ever seen gratitude on his face, and she was just about to praise him. But Chu Dashan immediately added, could you make 3 poached eggs with the noodles? I need the nutrition. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile? Chu Xian pointed at his stomach. 3 eggs? Your stomach can't handle that. I'll make you 1. Chu Dashan knew when to stop. 1 is fine. As long as there's something. Muchinza clicked his tongue. I have to say, Uncle Chu, you really know how to adapt. Impressive. Chu Dashan was not modest at all. I think so too. Otherwise, Feng Chunhua would have finished me off long ago. While cooking the noodles, Chu Xian asked, so you figured out Feng Chunhua's secret early on? Chu Dashan looked proud. Of course. Don't forget, I'm her husband. You think I wouldn't know if she was a virgin? And the marks on her belly, obviously, she'd had a child before. Actually, the day after we got married, I confronted her about it. Guess what happened? Muchinza said patiently, Uncle Chu, can you not keep us in suspense? Just tell us. Chu Dashan chuckled. All right, I'll tell you. Back then, Feng Chunhua put a kitchen knife and a packet of rat poison in front of me and threatened me. She said if I ever revealed her secret, she'd either hack me to death or poison me. She also said she wouldn't spare my parents. So I had no choice but to keep quiet. Later, when she got pregnant, I was happy at first, but after the baby was born, I realized, based on the timing, the child couldn't be mine. As for the baby swap later, I knew a bit about it, but I just turned a blind eye. According to Chu Dashan, he'd rather raise an adopted son than raise the child of Feng Chunhua's lover. At first, he treated Chu Xian's biological father quite well. Before Chu Ji was born, Feng Chunhua allowed Chu Dashan to be good to the adopted son. But after Chu Ji was born, she wouldn't allow it anymore. After Chu Dashan's parents passed away, Feng Chunhua became even more domineering at home, and Chu Dashan could barely lift his head, let alone care for his eldest son. He could only sneak him some eggs now and then. Because of this, the eldest son remembered his kindness and was filial to him when he grew up. Chu Dashan was comforted by this, but unfortunately, fate was cruel, and his eldest son died young. Of course, Chu Xian didn't fully believe his story and planned to confirm it with her mother another day. All these years, Chu Dashin had hated Feng Chunhua but never dared show it. However, when it came to money, Feng Chunhua was generous with him, so he endured for decades. He'd planned to muddle through life like this, but never expected to witness a murder, nor that Feng Chunhua would be arrested, and that he'd be chosen as a pawn by the killer. That person said that if he could dig up 300 gold bars, he'd be guaranteed a comfortable, worry-free old age. But Chu Dashin was no fool. If he failed, that person would kill him to silence him. He cherished his life and wasn't ready to die, so he decided to take the risk. If Muchinza and his wife hadn't agreed to take care of him in his old age, he really wouldn't have known what to do. Luckily, they agreed. Once the noodles and egg were ready, Chu Dashin blew on them and started eating. So good. Xiao Mei's noodles never tasted this good. Huh? Wait a minute. Before we split the family, your noodles weren't this tasty. Chu Xian smiled and explained, I made them taste bad on purpose. Otherwise, would there have been any leftovers for me and Xiaofeng? Chu Dashin gave her a thumbs up. Smart girl. Muchinza wanted to get more information out of Chu Dashin, so he handed him a piece of ham. Try it with this ham, it's even better. Chu Dashin took it eagerly and took a big bite. Delicious. Muchinza pulled up a stool and sat across from him. Uncle Chu, I've always wondered, how could you stand by and let Feng Chunhua ruin Chuji? Chu Dashin slurped a few noodles, swallowed, and said, I'll be honest with you, Chuji really isn't my son. But Feng Chunhua always insisted he was your biological child. She thought he was. But actually, he's the son of a beggar. Chu Xian and Muchinza stared at him in shock. After finishing his meal, Chu Dashin continued, to tell you the truth, years ago, I went to a hospital out of town and found out I was infertile. I never told Feng Chunhua. Plus, I hated her, so I drugged her and let an old beggar take advantage. Muchinza asked curiously, what was the beggar's name? I forgot. He's dead. How did he die? He died of illness, collapsed at the hospital entrance. A kind doctor tried to save him, but couldn't. They chatted a bit longer before Chu Dashin left. Chu Xian and Muchinza locked the gate, washed up, and went to bed. But neither of them slept. They were both replaying everything Chu Dashin had just revealed. Chu Dashin's actions were a bit despicable, but when it came to Feng Chunhua, both Chu Xian and Muchinza couldn't help but feel satisfied. If Feng Chunhua ever found out Chuji was actually her son with a beggar, she'd probably want to kill Chu Dashin. This had to stay a secret. At that moment, Chu Dashin had already returned home. Before heading out to dig, he needed to let his Xiao Mei know. Xiao Mei, I have good news for you. What is it? Did you and Chu Xian come to an agreement? Are you buying the courtyard? No. I took advantage of their distraction and stole the key to Chu Xian's mother's courtyard. Look. Tonight, I'm going to dig for treasure there. Chu Dashin pulled the key from his pocket and waved it in front of Widow Qiu. Widow Qiu was overjoyed. Dashin, you're amazing! By the way, I heard Chu Xian baked a lot of pork floss bread today and had the village tractor driver deliver it to the county food factory. There's probably still some left in that courtyard. Let me come with you to hunt for treasure and maybe steal some bread while we're at it. Chu Dashin patted her hand lightly. What I'm doing tonight is very dangerous. If I get caught, I'll be thrown in jail. I can't drag you into this. Wait at home. If I don't get caught, I'll bring you some bread tomorrow. Dashin, I'm not afraid. Two people are better than one. We'll find the treasure faster together. Chu Dashin felt a bit puzzled. Normally, Xiao Mei was timid, so why was she insisting on joining him to steal something tonight? Was she really not afraid of being implicated by him? Or was it something else? A bad feeling lingered in his heart. If Xiao Mei had been sent by that man to keep an eye on him, tonight's plan would be ruined. Xiao Mei, I can't risk your future. You're more than 10 years younger than me. There's no need for you to take this risk with me. Listen to me. Just stay home and wait. But Widow Qiu was stubborn. I have to go with you. Chu Dashin decided to take a gamble and shoved the key into her hand. How about this? You go yourself. Smash the cement floor and dig. I'll wait at home for news. Listen, when you get to that courtyard, start breaking the cement in the middle. Dig down about 1.5 meters, and you should find the treasure. If you get caught, I'll find a way to save you. Widow Chio clutched the key, a bit nervous. I can't do it alone. I don't have the strength. What if I can't break the cement? Let's just go together. No. One of us needs to stay safe. Either I go or you go. Actually, let me go. You stay home and wait for news. I'll leave all my savings with you. If I get caught, use the money to bail me out. Dashin, how much do you have saved? Around 10,000 yuan. Wait a second, I'll get it for you. Soon, Chu Dashin handed her a bankbook and 2,000 yuan in cash. There's 8,600 yuan in the account. You know where I keep my ID. If 2,000 isn't enough, go to the bank and withdraw more. Widow Chio's hands trembled. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've held so much money. She handed the key back to Chu Dashin and continued, Dashin, be careful. It's okay if you don't find the treasure. What matters is not getting caught by the patrol. She gave him plenty of advice, and Chu Dashin could only listen patiently. But from the moment he started suspecting Widow Chio, he withdrew all his feelings for her. Once the plan was done, he intended to break up with her. Otherwise, sooner or later, something bad would happen. After resting at home for a bit, he grabbed a flashlight and slung a burlap sack over his shoulder. Inside the sack were a shovel and a hammer. He didn't know that, not long after he left, a figure slipped into his house. Widow Chio wasn't surprised at all. Chu Dashin got the key to that courtyard. He's going to dig for treasure tonight. Find a way to distract the patrol. No problem. Didn't I tell you to go with him? Why aren't you going? Chu Dashin wouldn't agree. He gave me a lot of money and said one of us has to stay safe. If he gets caught, I'm supposed to use the money to bail him out. Chu Dashin always leaves himself a way out. But he'd never guess you're working for me. That's right. Otherwise, someone as greedy as him would never leave me so much money. Chu Dashin really trusts you. Once he pulls this off, if you really want to run off with him, I'll let you go. Honestly, I don't have real feelings for him. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't even look at him. Really? I remember when you first got together, you didn't say that. Back then, Widow Chio said she liked Chu Dashin and would never spy on or harm him for anyone. But in the end, she lost to money. The man in front of her had used just 2,000 yuan to bring her over to his side. Widow Chio was in charge of watching Chu Dashin. The man tossed out, just wait at home. After I distract the patrol, I'll go keep an eye on Chu Dashin myself. Yes. Widow Chio watched him leave. She didn't know that, hidden in the shadows, Minyi's colleague had overheard the entire conversation and recognized the man. It was Li Lai, who had just started working in Nanyu village. About 10 minutes later, outside the gate of Chu Xian's family courtyard, Chu Dashin unlocked the gate with the key. He looked around to make sure no one was there before slipping inside and bolting the door. He took the hammer out of the sack and swung it at the cement floor a few times. Clang! Clang! He hadn't used much force, but he almost threw out his back. Li Lai, who was approaching the courtyard, heard the noise and secretly congratulated himself for distracting the patrol. Otherwise, if the patrol had heard, Chu Dashin would have been caught for sure. He walked another dozen steps, but didn't hear any more hammering. He cursed Chu Dashin for being useless, already taking a break after just a few swings. He planned to reveal his identity soon and help Chu Dashin dig up the gold bars. Suddenly, Wang Dipin's voice sounded behind him. Shaoli, I was just looking for you. The patrol said you came this way, so I came to check and here you are. Come with me to the village office. There's an emergency meeting tonight to discuss something important. Okay. Li Lai hadn't expected this twist, but now he was glad Chu Dashin wasn't hammering at that moment. He followed the village chief to the office. Chief Wang, can you give me a hint what the meeting's about? Wang Dipin acted mysterious. You'll find out soon enough. It's definitely a surprise. Really? I'm looking forward to it. By the way, how long will it take? 2 or 3 hours, probably. Li Lai did some quick math. By the time the meeting was over, Chu Dashin should have dug up the gold bars, right? At the office, the meeting began. Li Lai finally learned the topic, how to distribute the net profits from the village-run factory. It was the end of the year. After paying wages and bonuses, The factory still had 100,000 yuan in net profit. Some at the meeting wanted to distribute 10,000 yuan among the villagers. Some wanted to use it to buy New Year's goods for everyone. Some wanted to save it for next year as working capital. Others suggested donating it. Several proposals were put forward, each with its own merits. No consensus could be reached. Li Lai was getting a headache. At this rate, forget 2 hours, they could be there for 2 days and nights and He kept going. My sister said she's sending someone over tomorrow with 3,000 yuan for me. Jealous, aren't you? Still, no one responded. Chuji's attempt to show off fell flat, leaving him uncomfortable. He tapped his crutch against the car door, making all sorts of noise. Lin Yong felt bad for his car. Chuji, sit still or get out. Chuji had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Threatened by Lin Yong, he immediately behaved. As they neared Nanu village, Lin Yong finally spoke again. Chinza, should I drop you off? We both have space. Li Lai had no choice but to go in. The toilet was fairly clean, but he wasn't used to going with someone else, especially since he didn't really need to go and couldn't force anything out. Chief, I forgot my toilet paper. I'll just step out and get some. Wang Dipin grabbed him. Just use your stall. Don't be shy. I'll bring you some paper in a minute. Li Lai tried another excuse. To be honest, I'm not used to using the toilet with someone else. You're so fussy. Wang Dipin let go. Go get your paper. By the time you're back, I'll be done. Li Lai grunted and ran out. A meaningful smile played at the corner of Wang Dipin's mouth. When he finished and returned to the office, Li Lai was gone. Where's Li Lai? The accountant, Win, replied with a laugh. He came back for toilet paper, said he was going to his place to use the bathroom. He's not used to our communal toilets, afraid he'll fall in. Ha ha. Wang Dipin thought to himself, this is bad. Wang Dipin never expected Li Lai to be so bold, leaving such an important meeting without permission, just to go home and use the toilet. If Minnie hadn't warned him in advance, he might have actually believed that excuse. But given the special circumstances tonight, he wasn't going to call him out directly. Accountant 1, go to Li Lai's place right now and bring him back. No one's going home to rest tonight until we reach a decision. Accountant 1 was extremely efficient. He grabbed a flashlight and hurried out. To avoid suspicion, Li Lai really did go home and made a show of urgently needing the toilet. When Accountant 1 arrived, he heard the sounds of diarrhea, unaware that Li Lai was faking it with sound effects. Accountant 1 called toward the outhouse, Shaoli. The village chief sent me to get you. He's worried you'll use the toilet as an excuse to lock up and go to bed. The chief said nobody's going home until we settle things tonight. When you're done, come back with me, or I'll be in trouble. Li Lai cursed Wang Dipin under his breath, but said aloud, okay, sorry to trouble you. I'll be done soon. He was secretly glad he'd actually come home, otherwise, he might have blown his cover tonight. So, Li Lai returned to the village office. At that moment, Chu Dashan was moving cement blocks, preparing to dig a hole. He muttered to himself, this is exhausting. Even working on a riverboat wasn't this tiring. Acting out this whole charade is just too damn much. He was worried Widow Chio would come by soon, so he had to hurry or risk being found out. Freshly dug soil looks different from undisturbed earth. Widow Chio wasn't stupid. She'd spot it with a flashlight in no time. Even though he'd handed over his bankbook and cash for her to keep, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't come to supervise. He hadn't done hard labor in months, and after tonight, he felt like he'd be sick for days. He dug and dug and dug. By a little after 3 a.m., Li Lai finally finished the meeting. Wang Dipin was the last to leave the village office. He didn't look away until Li Lai's figure had disappeared from sight. Li Lai went home first, bolted the gate, changed clothes and shoes, then climbed over the wall and slipped out. He headed straight for Chu Xian's house. About 10 minutes later, he arrived. Even outside the gate, he could hear the sound of digging. He disguised his voice, making it hoarse. Chu Dashan, open up. Chu Dashan recognized the voice. He glanced at the dirt in the pit, freshly dug, and felt reassured. He climbed out and went to the gate. Who are you? It's me. The one who hired you to dig up the gold bars. Chu Dashin unlatched the door and saw Li Lai's face. You? How come it's you? Li Lai's expression was serious. That's right, it's me. You didn't look like this before. How come you look like Li Lai now? Plastic surgery. Looks better than before, right? Yeah, you're pretty handsome now. Good timing, too. I'm about dead from exhaustion. The wooden chest is almost out. Let's talk inside. Sure. Li Lai entered the courtyard. Chu Dashin was about to bolt the door, but hesitated. You're not going to kill me to keep me quiet, are you? Li Lai chuckled. I want to get away clean. Why would I kill you? No need to lock the door. Once I get the goods, I'm gone. Oh, and you didn't need to dig out the whole chest, just open the lid and take out the suitcase inside. Chu Dashin looked like he'd suffered a huge loss. Why didn't you say so earlier? I nearly killed myself digging. Li Lai quickly smashed open the already rotten chest lid and pulled out a leather suitcase. Let's go. Chu Dashin was surprised. Not digging any further? There might be more treasure. There is a bit more, but there's no time. Or, do you want to get caught? No way. I want to enjoy my retirement. Chu Dashin quickly stuffed the hammer and shovel into a burlap sack. He left with Li Lai. Before leaving, he made sure to lock the courtyard gate. Li Lai glanced back at him. You're careful, locking the gate will buy me at least 2 hours to get away. I'll wire you the money this time next month. Chu Dashin asked deliberately, You're quitting your job? Li Lai kept walking. That job in Nanu village was never really mine. What do you mean? Explain. I mean, my name isn't Li Lai. The real Li Lai is already dead. You killed him. That's right. I asked him to help me dig up the gold bars, but he wouldn't cooperate, so I took care of him. You, on the other hand, did as you were told. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well taken care of, cuckold king. How can you call me that? Feng Chuanhua's been cheating on you for decades, and you just put up with it. If I don't call you cuckold king, wouldn't that be unfair? I don't care. I never liked Feng Chuanhua anyway. You like Widow Chiao? Yeah. You know her too. Of course. I paid her 2,000 yuan to keep an eye on you. She did a good job. That two-faced woman. Just wait till I get home. I'll deal with her. By the way, there are gold bars in the suitcase, right? You owe me 3. To be honest, you can't spend those gold bars. They're all stamped with special marks. I'll have to melt them down and recast them. I suggest you just take cash or you'll bring trouble on yourself. Fine. Can you at least tell me your name? No. If all goes well, we'll never see each other again. You don't need to know my name. Li Lai usually wasn't this talkative, but tonight, having gotten the gold bars, he was in a good mood and couldn't help chatting more. He checked his watch by flashlight. It was about time to leave. Chu Dashin wanted to say something else, but Li Lai had already vanished into the night. About 10 minutes later, Chu Dashin avoided the patrol and returned home. The courtyard gate was ajar and opened with a push. Widow Chiao, who'd fallen asleep at the table, woke up instantly at the sound. Dashin, you're back? Chu Dashin didn't expose her. He needed a free pair of hands to massage his shoulders, back, and legs. Xiaomei, I'm back. Did you find the treasure? Nobody caught you, right? I'll tell you later. Boil some water for me first. I need a bath. After that, give me a massage. There's water in the stove already. You can bathe now. Great. Half an hour later, Chu Dashin finished bathing and changed into clean clothes. Widow Chiao massaged his arms and legs. As for Li Lai, Chu Dashin didn't need to worry. His part in the play was over. Before he knew it, Chu Dashin fell asleep. Widow Chiao looked helplessly at him. Weren't you going to tell me if you found the treasure? And now you just fall asleep. Seeing that Chu Dashin was sound asleep, she spoke without restraint. Dashin, I only found out tonight that the person who hired me is the same one who hired you to dig up the treasure. If I told you the truth, would you still marry me? But you lied to me too, didn't you? All that money you keep getting is from Li Lai, not Feng Chuanhua. With that, Widow Chiao packed her things, took Chu Dashin's ID, bankbook, and cash, and left before dawn. She didn't notice Chu Dashin's eyes briefly opening and closing. Chu Dashin woke up, but didn't stop her. He knew she couldn't get away, and his money and bankbook would come back to him untouched. As for Li Lai, he should have been caught by now, right? Let's hope there aren't any unexpected complications. When Widow Chiu reached the edge of the village, she suddenly felt afraid. Was she really going to take the money and run? Would she spend the rest of her life hiding and on the run? No, she couldn't do it. Greed had flared up in an instant, but so had her second thoughts. It still wasn't too late to go back to Chu Dashan's house. She hurriedly turned around and rushed back. The person tailing her didn't alert her in any way. 10 minutes later, just as Chu Dashan was about to fall back asleep, he heard the door open. He pretended to be asleep and listened as Widow Chiu let out a sigh. He quietly opened his eyes to observe her as she turned away. He saw her put the bank book and cash back into the drawer. Chu Dashan had to keep pretending, since he hadn't yet received word that Li Lai had been caught. A little after 9 in the morning, Li Lai boarded the train to Haishur. He had no idea that Min Yi and the others were tailing him. Li Lai had wanted to rent a car to Haishur, but unfortunately, the only car at the rental place had already been taken. At this time, Mu Chinza and his wife had just gotten up, washed, and were eating breakfast when Wang Dipin's voice sounded outside the courtyard gate. "Chinza, come out for a moment." He hadn't slept all night. After talking to Chinza, he needed to go home and catch up on sleep. Mu Chinza immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at his wife. "Xiao Xian, I think there's news." Xu Xian quickly swallowed her food. "Invite Grandpa Wang into the main room to talk." "Okay." As Mu Chinza walked toward the gate, he said, "Grandpa Wang, come inside and have a seat." Wang Dipin waved his hand quickly. "No need." He leaned in and whispered a few words to Mu Chinza, then left. A moment later, Mu Chinza returned to Xu Xian's side. There were only the two of them in the house, so he didn't need to hold back and relayed Grandpa Wang's words directly. Li Lai is a fraud. He took the leather suitcase, and Min Yi and the others are watching him. We need to play the long game and catch the bigger fish. In a bit, the two of us will go to the other courtyard and make a big fuss about someone digging there and report it to the security team. All right. Once they reported it openly, the experts could bring special equipment to investigate. Who knows, maybe they'd dig up more treasures in the yard. The two of them waited in anticipation. An hour later, news that someone had dug up Chu Xian's family courtyard spread through the village. By afternoon, experts had arrived to investigate. After more than 2 hours, they reached a conclusion. There were still several items around the area that had been dug up. Specialists came to continue the excavation. By a little after 6 in the evening, the unearthed items were laid out in boxes on the ground. There were 10 gold rings, 6 gold necklaces, 7 antiques. A crowd had gathered outside the courtyard to watch the excitement. Everyone was talking at once. How could Chu Xian be so foolish? If she'd just closed the gate and dug it up herself, her family would be rich now. Exactly. Now look, all these valuables have to be handed over. I feel bad for her. They definitely won't make her hand them over for nothing. There'll be a reward. How much could the reward be? Chu Xian is a smart person. She won't lose out. I bet the reward will be at least 1,000 yuan. Chu Xian and Mu Chinza exchanged a glance. No matter how many valuables were dug up, neither of them was tempted. After all, these items could be traced. They'd checked. The gold rings and necklaces all had engravings and serial numbers. As for the antiques, they were even more famous. Some had been listed as stolen goods in the newspapers a few years back. The experts took all the items away and paid people to help Chu Xian restore the courtyard ground. Because of this, the relevant authorities even went to visit Feng Chunhua and asked her about it. Feng Chunhua was nothing but shocked. Regret. Why had she given the old Chu family house to Chu Xian in the first place? Who had hidden those treasures there? It probably wasn't Liangshi, otherwise, before he died, he would have told her. He would have even scolded her when he found out Chu Xian had moved into the old house. Could it have been her eldest son, the one she'd never met? She'd missed him all these years, but never knew where he was. She'd finally waited for Liangshi to arrange a reunion, but then Liangshi was gone. All she could do was wait patiently for her eldest son to contact her. Now that so many treasures had been found, would her eldest son blame her for not taking care of the old Chu house? Her heart was a jumble of emotions. Thinking of this, she even resented Liangshi a little. Why hadn't he arranged for her to meet her son sooner? Missing her eldest son, she also thought of her younger son, Chuji. At this moment, Chuji was lying on the Kong, crying out in pain. After being beaten yesterday, his injuries hurt even more after a trip to the latrine. Feng Shui was at work, so his mother was at home taking care of Chuji. Chuji kept glancing out the window. "Auntie, hasn't anyone come to bring me money yet?" Feng's mother knew Feng Shui's long-term plans, so she was very polite to Chuji. "Not yet. Don't worry. Maybe something came up and delayed them. Even if you don't have money, Xiao Shui and I won't let you go hungry." Besides, Chuji had given them over 200 yuan for living expenses before. Chuji looked moved. "Auntie, you're so good to me. If it weren't for you these days, I don't know how miserable I'd be. When I have money, I'll make sure to repay you first." Feng's mother put on a kindly face. "If you find a wife soon, that's all the things I need. Xiao Shui is working overtime with clients tonight. He might not be home until after midnight. You don't have to wait up for him. Get some rest soon." "I'm not sleeping. I'll only sleep after my sister's people bring the money." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. "Is this Feng Shui's house?" Chuji perked up. "Could that be the money? I'll go take a look." Feng's mother hurried out. Soon, she brought a man in to see Chuji. The man looked Chuji up and down with disdain. "You're Chuji." Chuji could sense the man looked down on him, but he didn't care. "That's right. Did my sister send you with the money?" But when his gaze fell on the man's suit and leather shoes, he couldn't help but feel envious. That outfit must have cost over 1,000 yuan. Was everyone around his sister this rich? "Yes." The man pointed at Chuji's face. "Who beat you up?" Chuji's face filled with resentment. "Some penniless loser. He'd rather go to jail than pay up. I got beaten for nothing. It's so unfair." The man pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. "Money makes the world go round. Whether that beating was for nothing or not, that's up to you." Chuji quickly took the money and grinned. "You mean I should use this to hire someone to get back at him?" "I didn't say that. I'm leaving." The man turned to go. Chuji shamelessly called after him, "Tell my sister next time to send a suit and leather shoes too. Imported ones. I'm injured, so I won't see you out." The man ignored him. Feng's mother, who hadn't spoken, saw the man out. She politely asked, "Are you related to Xiaoji's sister?" The man replied coolly, "I'm her husband." Feng's mother said a few polite words. "So you're Xiaoji's brother-in-law. Why not stay the night?" "No need, I'm staying at the county guest house." Just before leaving the courtyard, the man took out a wad of cash and handed it to Feng's mother. "Thank you for looking after that good-for-nothing Chuji." Feng's mother didn't take it. "I didn't look after him for the money. He's my husband's nephew." The man put the money away and probed. "Back then, Feng Chunhua treated your family so badly. After she was locked up, you still helped look after her son? Don't you resent her?" Mother Feng's expression was very calm. "At first, I did hate Feng Chunhua for being heartless. But later, when I was sorting through Feng Ti's belongings, I found a diary. In one entry, he described in detail how, when he was a child and fell into the water, Feng Chunhua risked her life and jumped in to save him." The man asked, "Would you mind letting me take a look?" Mother Feng's face was filled with sorrow, as if she was still immersed in the grief of losing her husband. "You'll have to tell me why you want to know about this. Did you know Feng Ti?" "No, I didn't. I just want to learn more about Feng Chunhua. There's probably no one who understood her better than your husband." "Maybe you're right. Go wait in the main hall. I'll get the diary for you." "All right." Not long after, Mother Feng came into the main hall holding a diary and handed it to the man. The man flipped through the diary. Several entries recorded events between Feng Ti and Feng Chunhua. For example, Feng Chunhua once risked her life to save Feng Ti. Feng Ti inherited the Feng family's property and homestead, but Feng Chunhua didn't get a single cent. Feng Chunhua treated Feng Ti very well, always thinking of Feng Shui whenever there was good food or clothes. Because of these things, Feng Ti often gave Feng Chunhua financial support. The diary also mentioned that he wanted to remind his son to get along well with Chu Ji, to treat him like a real brother, and to be filial to his aunt. After reading the diary, the man took his leave once again. Only after confirming he had left did Mother Feng reveal a victorious smile. She went inside to greet Chuji, then headed out. She went to the village-run factory in Nanyu village to find Feng Shui. Feng Shui was a filial son. Even though he was in the cafeteria eating with clients, as soon as he heard his mother had come to see him, he immediately excused himself to go to the restroom and slipped out the back door. His mother never came to the factory to look for him. As soon as he saw her, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Mom, is something important going on?" Mother Feng whispered in his ear, "Yuan Tian's man came to give Chuji money. He asked me why I didn't hate Feng Chanhua and was even kind to Chuji. I told him it was because of what your dad wrote in his diary. He asked to see the diary, so I let him. I don't know if he'll believe it. Do you think we'll be exposed?" Feng Shui replied softly, "Don't worry, Mom. There's no way we'll be found out. I copied Dad's chicken scratch handwriting exactly when I wrote that diary. It's a perfect match. After reading it, he'll probably have a much better impression of us and trust us more. That'll help our future plans. All right, I just came to let you know. Nothing else, I'm heading off. Mom, take it slow on your way back." "Okay." Mother Feng walked back feeling very gratified. Her son used to be unreliable, but ever since Feng Ti died, he changed, becoming filial, sensible, and able to make money. She planned that after they finished getting revenge on Chuji and Feng Chanhua, she and her son would live honest lives. Not long after, the village loudspeaker blared, "Muchinza, come to the village office to take a phone call." When Muchinza heard it, he rode his bike to the village office. When he answered the phone, he found out it was Boss Yuan calling. "Boss Yuan, what can I do for you?" "Chinza, can you get your hands on a ribbonfish over 50 jean within 3 days? Someone's offering a high price, 6 yuan a jean." Muchinza was surprised. "I've seen ribbonfish over 50 jean before, but I've never sold one for that kind of price." "Who's the big spender?" "A foreign boss wants to buy it. As for what it's for, I'm not sure. Just tell me if you can get one." "I can't guarantee it, depends on our luck." "Does he only want ribbonfish? What about king mackerel? Giant octopus? As long as it's a big catch, you can contact me. The foreign boss says he has his own channels." "All right, I'll do my best." When he got home, Muchinza told Chu Xian about it. Chu Xian recalled her previous life. In his previous life, around this time, Boss Yuan had mentioned to Wang Dipin about buying a ribbonfish king. The village loudspeaker had made an announcement. The purchase price was high, but no one in the village had a ribbonfish king on hand. Some people went out to sea to try their luck, and someone actually managed to catch one. But it wasn't Muchinza. It was Chu Dashan. In this life, maybe things could turn out differently. "Chinza, are you planning to go out to sea and fish?" Muchinza held Chu Xian's hand. "I want to give it a try. After all, Boss Yuan isn't just buying ribbonfish kings, he's also buying other big catches." Chu Xian smiled. "When are you planning to go?" "Probably early tomorrow morning. I'll take our family's fishing boat out with Dad and let Big Brother keep making deliveries to the city." "All right. Go talk it over with Mom and Dad first. I'm heading out for a bit." "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Chu Dashan." Before the family split, I remember hearing him talk in his sleep about the ribbonfish king and something about an oarfish too. Maybe he knows which part of the sea you can find a ribbonfish king. I'll go find him. It's late, you shouldn't go out alone. You might not be able to get anything out of him. Let me go. Muchinza didn't feel comfortable letting his wife go alone. "Wait for me, honey. I'll talk to Mom and Dad first, then I'll go with you." With Muchinza insisting, Chu Xian had no choice but to agree. Muchinza knocked and entered his parents' bedroom. He explained his intentions, but unlike before, his usually supportive parents were against the idea this time. Qin Mahua said, "Xiaozhe, it's only a few days until New Year's. Let's not go after this money. Just keep making deliveries to the city." Mu Qinlao agreed, "Your mom's right. We've had a good income this year. There's no need to risk going out to sea again. Ribbonfish kings are a matter of luck, not something you can just catch because you want to." Muchinza tried to persuade them, Boss Yuan isn't just buying ribbonfish kings, he's also buying king mackerel, king octopus, and so on. But Mu Qinlao still refused. Even if he's buying everything, I still don't support you going out to sea before the new year. We've already docked the boat for the season. There's no reason to take it out again. Chin Mahua echoed, that's right. There's no reason to take it out again. Muchinza grinned cheekily. I could always hire someone else's boat. Chin Mahua still disagreed. I won't give you any money, and I won't let your wife give you money either. Let's see how you hire someone else's boat then. Muchinza looked helpless. Mom, it's fine if you don't give me money, but you can't stop my wife from giving me money. Muchinlao said more sternly, if it weren't so close to the new year, I'd let you go. But there's no need to say more, your mom and I both disagree. Muchinza left, disappointed, and returned to Chu Xian. Xiao Xian, Mom and Dad both said no. Chu Xian gently squeezed his hand. Remember the promise we made before we got married? I remember. If Mom and Dad don't agree, we don't do it. But I still want to get a ribbonfish king and sell it to Boss Yuan. Actually, you don't necessarily have to go out to sea yourself. Maybe you could spread the word, who knows, maybe someone in the village will want to try their luck. If someone really catches a ribbonfish king, we can buy it from them and make a profit on the resale. I guess that's the only way. Oh, right, you mentioned earlier that Chu Dashin might know where to catch a ribbonfish king. Maybe he'll go out to sea for the money. Chu Xian wasn't so sure. After all, in their previous life, Chu Dashin only went out to catch the ribbonfish king because Feng Chunhua pushed him to. But this time, Feng Chunhua had been arrested, so no one was forcing him. Chinza, how about this? Let's go to Chu Dashin's place together. If he doesn't want to go, maybe we can buy a lead from him. Isn't Jiping's boat still available? Honey, I get what you mean. Let's go to Chu Dashin's house. All right. Just as they were about to leave, there was a knock at the door, followed by Chu Dashin's voice. Xiao Xian, is Chinza home? Chu Xian and Muchinza exchanged a glance. There was no need to ask. They could already guess that Chu Dashin had something important to say. Just then, the neighbor lady, having just come out of the outhouse, heard Chu Dashin's voice and teased from across the courtyard gate. Chu Dashin, what are you doing here again? Everything from Chu Xian's family's yard has already been dug up by others. Are you still trying to buy the place? Chu Dashin, ever the clever one, was quick to come up with an excuse. I'm not here to buy the yard this time. My Chiomei wants to eat some of Xiao Xian's homemade bread, so I came to buy a few. The neighbor lady tossed back, must be nice to have money, before hurrying back inside to the warmth. Hearing the neighbor's door close, Chu Dashin deliberately called out, it's not that I have money, I just care about Chiomei. Chu Xian and Mu Chinza both got goosebumps at that. It was obvious he was lying. Sure enough, once they were seated in the main room, Chu Dashin lowered his voice and revealed his real purpose. I just finished catching up on sleep and had something to eat, so I hurried over. I have something important to tell you. Widow Chiu has been bribed by Li Lai to spy on me. Luckily, I kept up the act and didn't let anything slip in front of her. I came to ask, has Li Lai been caught yet? If he has, I'll find an excuse to break up with Widow Chiu. If not, I'll have to keep pretending. Mu Chinza shook his head slightly. You'll have to keep up the act a bit longer. All right then. Chu Dashin's gaze fell on the fruit platter on the table. There were oranges, apples, bananas, and the like. Chu Xian knew Chu Dashin's ways. He was eyeing the fruit again. Uncle Chu, your stomach's better now? Chu Dashin swallowed. Much better. That medicine you gave me really worked. Xiao Xian, you know me, I've got a sweet tooth. Could you sell me all this fruit? I brought money. You can't usually buy fruit this good, even if you have money. Your family really has connections, always able to get the best stuff. Before Chu Xian could respond, Mu Chinza picked up a banana, peeled it, and handed it to Chu Dashin. Uncle Chu, have a bite first. No rush about the fruit. I actually have a money-making opportunity to share with you, see if you're interested. If not, I'll offer it to someone else. At the mention of making money, Chu Dashin looked wary. Making money? Is it easy? If it's hard work, don't bother telling me. I'm not interested. Mu Chinza smiled. It's not hard. All you have to do is provide a lead. If it works out, you'll get a 10% cut of the net profit. Chu Dashin's interest was instantly piqued. That I can do. Quick, tell me, what kind of lead do you need? Muchinza looked at Chu Xian with a gentle expression. Wife, why don't you explain? Chu Xian smiled back. All right. But when she turned to Chu Dashan, her smile faded and she became serious. Uncle Chu, before the family split, I remember you talking in your sleep. You mentioned some huge ribbonfish king, seemed like it was a regalicus, and said it was worth a lot. Chu Dashan tried to play dumb. When did I ever say that? I don't remember. Chu Xian could tell he was trying to bargain. I don't remember the exact time either. But think carefully back when you were a deckhand. Which sea area did you see that ribbonfish king in? Chu Dashan chuckled. Oh, that? I actually do remember. But, 10% seems a bit low. Because that area doesn't just have the ribbonfish king, there's a lot of other big catches too. Muchinza looked puzzled. If there were so many big catches in that area, why didn't you bring them back at the time? Chu Dashan was calculating in his mind. Raise my cut first, and then I'll tell you the reason. Muchinza looked back at Chu Xian. After all, his wife knew Chu Dashan best. Because she knew him too well, Chu Xian was never one to indulge Chu Dashan's bad habits. It's just a 10% share of the net profit. Don't forget my family still has to put up the capital. There's a lot of risk involved. If things are really as you say, and there's a lot of big fish, you could make quite a bit yourself. Chu Dashan was shrewd as ever. But what if, when the time comes, you only admit that the ribbonfish king was caught in that area and claim the other big catches weren't? Who would I even argue with then? Chu Xian remained serious. If you don't trust us, you can come out to sea with the boat. Don't you know how to sail? You can steer the boat yourself. All right then. Chu Dashan quickly finished his banana and reached for a tangerine, just about to eat it when Chu Xian opened the drawer beside her and pulled out a handful of winter dates. Her stern face was replaced with enthusiasm. Uncle Chu, what's so great about tangerines? Here, try something special, big winter dates, crisp and sweet. Give them a try. Others might not know, but Chu Xian, a foodie in her previous life, knew well, if you eat bananas and winter dates together, you'll get a taste in your mouth like sheep dung. The moment Chu Dashan saw the big winter dates, his eyes lit up. He immediately put down the tangerine and took the dates. These winter dates look amazing. This is my first time trying them. He took a big bite and kept talking. So sweet, so crunchy, delicious. He crunched through several more bites, but the more he chewed, the stranger the taste became. The sheep dung flavor grew stronger and stronger. Chu Dashan bolted out, ran into the outhouse, and spat everything out. Muchinza was baffled. Winter dates are so tasty, and Chu Dashan spat them out in front of us? What a waste. Chu Xian covered her mouth and snickered. After she finished laughing, she whispered to him, I did it on purpose to mess with him. Serves him right for being so greedy. Eating bananas and winter dates together gives you a sheep dung taste. Muchinza couldn't help but pick up a banana and a few winter dates, eager to try it himself. Chu Xian stopped him. Don't try it. Even if you spit it out, the sheep dung taste will linger. Just thinking about it will ruin your appetite. Muchinza gave up for now, but only temporarily. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his wife, but he planned to try it when she wasn't around. He always wanted to try new things. Worst case, he'd just spit it out and rinse his mouth a few more times. After spitting everything out and returning to the main room, Chu Dashan didn't eat anything else. With that sheep dung taste lingering in his mouth, everything he tried tasted the same. To prove that the winter dates weren't the problem, Chu Xian and Muchinza started crunching on them one after another. Chu Dashan figured maybe it was just his age, maybe he just couldn't appreciate the taste of winter dates anymore. Muchinza spat the date pits into the spittoon and picked up the earlier conversation. Uncle Chu, can you tell us now? Why do you know where the ribbonfish king is, but you never caught it? Chu Dashan replied proudly, because I'm smart. Back then I was just a deckhand, and my wages were fixed. Whether I caught the ribbonfish king or any other big catch, I'd get paid the same. Why bother hauling up the ribbonfish king? So I just let it go. In that area, I released a lot of big fish when the boat owner wasn't looking. Later, the owner switched to fishing in other areas. Muchinza was speechless. Whoever hired Chu Dashan as a deckhand was really out of luck. Chu Xian sighed. Once a ribbon fish reaches the surface, its chances of survival are slim. What's the point of releasing it? What a waste of a ribbon fish king. Chu Dashin looked unconcerned. As long as I don't tire myself out, I don't care. Oh, and even if I steer the boat and take you to that area, you can't order me around. Mu Chenza finally saw it. Chu Dashin was lazy to the core. No problem. Other than steering the boat, you don't have to do anything. Chu Dashin kept bargaining. You have to feed me and pay me for steering. Mu Chenza was about to agree, but Chu Xian tugged his arm, annoyed by Chu Dashin's pushiness. Mu Chenza immediately fell silent. Chu Xian spat out her date pit. Uncle Chu, meals on the boat are no problem, but isn't it too much to ask for wages on top of a share of the net profit? You want all the money for yourself? We don't have to use you, you know. We could just hire someone else, search a few more areas, and spend a couple more days. We'd definitely find it. Chu Dashin laughed awkwardly. Don't be like that. No need to find someone else. Didn't we just act together earlier? I won't ask for wages, just the profit share. Mu Chenza snickered to himself. Only Xiao Xian could handle Chu Dashin. They agreed on a time to set out the next day. Before Chu Dashin left, he brought up the meat floss bread again. Chu Xian took out a few meat floss buns she'd kept at home and gave them to him for free. He left, delighted, buns in hand. When he got home, Widow Chio saw the buns and beamed as she took them. Dashin, you're so good to me. These must cost at least 1.5 yuan, right? Chu Dashin showed off on purpose. Didn't cost a thing. Chu Xian gave them to me for free. Widow Chio was surprised. She'd give us these for free? That's right. Widow Chio ate as she spoke. There must be a reason. Tell me. Chu Dashin replied proudly. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, I'm going to the dock to help Mu Chenza's friend steer the boat, take them out to sea to look for big catches. Once we find them, I get fed and paid. He didn't hide the trip from Widow Chio. After hearing this, Widow Chio secretly cursed that lazy people had all the luck. On the surface, she feigned admiration. You're amazing. I'm so lucky to be with you. Chu Dashin replied, of course you're lucky. But in his heart, he thought, just a few more days and I'll kick you out. Meanwhile, Mu Chenza had already left the house. Qin Mahua heard the commotion and chased after him. Xiaozhe, where are you going? Get back here. Your father and I don't approve. Chu Xian ran out of the bedroom and took her mother-in-law's arm. Mom, please listen. Chenza is listening to you and Dad. He absolutely won't go out to sea. He's just going to ask Jiping if he's willing to go out to sea for the big catch. Chenza got a lead. Qin Mahua stopped chasing. Pingzi just bought a second-hand deep-sea fishing boat. He hasn't sealed it up for the season yet. He said he'd keep fishing until the afternoon of New Year's Eve. If Pingzi wants to go, let him. Anyway, I won't let Xiaozhe go. Our family's boat is sealed, and no one from the family is going out to sea. Chu Xian reassured her. Chenza and I will both listen to you and Dad. Don't worry. Xiaozhe won't get on the boat. He'll just buy whatever big catch they bring back. You're okay with that, right? No problem. Qin Mahua laughed. I definitely support buying big catches. I'll prepare 20,000 yuan for Xiaozhe to buy fish. Chu Xian quickly praised her. Mom, you really have an eye for investment. As long as we get the big catch, our family will make a fortune. Go rest, there's lots to do tomorrow. All right. Remember to leave the door open for Xiaozhe. I will. After seeing her mother-in-law off to the bedroom, Chu Xian returned to her own room. Sitting on the king, she felt a bit bored, not knowing whether Chenza and Jiping would reach an agreement. If not, she'd have to consider someone else. When Mu Chenza arrived at Jiping's house, the gate was tightly locked. He waited at the door for a while. It was so late Jiping still wasn't home. Could he have gone to the county to find Xing Damei? Or maybe he was eating and drinking at someone else's place. If he couldn't find him tonight, he'd have to find someone else to work with, or else he'd run out of time. But no matter who he found, it wouldn't be as reliable as working with Jiping. Mu Chenza decided to head to the village office and ask Grandpa Wang to use the village loudspeaker to call Jiping home. He'd only gone halfway when he ran into Jiping, who was hurrying home with a flashlight. Mu Chenza greeted him. Pingzi, where have you been? I just went to your place and couldn't find you. Jiping looked helpless. Chinza, don't even mention it. My troublesome little sister insisted on marrying Accountant Wen. Tonight, she ran over to his house to cook and do laundry for him. Accountant Wen came to find me himself. I just sent Damei back home. Muchinza couldn't help gossiping. Didn't Shang Damei not like Accountant Wen? Wasn't she trying to take advantage of him before? It's different now. Damei says she really likes Accountant Wen. But now Accountant Wen is scared, afraid he'll be taken for a fool again. When did she start genuinely liking him? She said she got injured at the workshop before and almost got fired. It was Accountant Wen who called the old factory director and spoke up for her, so she kept her job. Then, when the new director came, she got promoted and got a raise. She feels that without Accountant Wen's help, she wouldn't be where she is today. They chatted as they walked toward Ji Ping's house. If she really likes Accountant Wen, she won't give up. If she goes to help him again, just let her be. How can I just let her be? Accountant Wen made it clear he doesn't like Damei. That's where you don't get it. When a man chases a woman, it's like climbing a mountain. When a woman chases a man, it's just a thin veil. Who knows? Maybe they're meant to be. Accountant Wen's a good guy. That's exactly why I don't want Damei to mess up his life. Maybe Shang Damei has really changed for the better. Otherwise, would the factory director have promoted her? Do Daong is a good judge of character. Has Damei really changed? If you're not sure, just ask around at their factory. Too many people there know me. I'm not the right person to ask. Chinza, you and your wife know Director Do, right? Next time you see him, could you help me find out? Mu Chinza looked sympathetic. You, as her brother, really don't trust she can change. It's not easy being a brother like you. Ji Ping's smile was more bitter than tears. What can I do? I took her on after all. Must have owed her in a past life, now I'm paying it back. I can never stop worrying about her. As they talked, they reached the door. Ji Ping unlocked the gate and invited Mu Chinza in. It was freezing inside, so they went to the kitchen to light a fire and warm up, roasting a few sweet potatoes while they were at it. Chinza, spill it. What brings you to me so late? Mu Chinza got straight to the point. Boss Yuan wants to buy big catches like king ribbonfish, king octopus, king mackerel, but my parents said our boat's docked for the season and won't let me go out. I wanted to ask if you're heading out to sea tomorrow to catch those big ones. Ji Ping spread his hands. I am going out tomorrow, but catching big ones isn't something I can guarantee. Chu Dashin knows the exact spots for big catches, but he wants 10% of my net profit. As long as you can catch them, I'll buy king ribbonfish at 4.5 yuan per jean, king mackerel at 3.5. Before Mu Chinza could finish, Ji Ping interrupted with a laugh. With our friendship, just tell me your purchase price. I won't let you take a loss. Mu Chinza replied generously, king ribbonfish, 6 yuan per jean. The others, I haven't been quoted a price yet. That's a lot of risk for you. How about this? Let's partner up. I'll handle the fishing, you handle the sales, and Chu Dashin will take me to the fishing grounds. We split the sales 50-50, and you give 1/10 of your share to Chu Dashin. This arrangement was favorable for Mu Chinza, but he felt awkward accepting. Pingsy, you need to save up to get married. How about this? We split 70-30, you get 70, I get 30, and I'll give 1/10 of my share to Chu Dashin. Any other fish you catch on the trip are yours. I already mentioned this to Chu Dashin and he agreed. Ji Ping immediately waved his hand in protest. If we're brothers, it's 60-40. I get 60, you get 40. Otherwise, I'm not partnering with you. With his insistence, Mu Chinza had no choice but to agree. They arranged to meet at the dock at 5 the next morning. Mu Chinza didn't need to go out to sea, he just had to take Chu Dashin to the boat. After all, Chu Dashin and Ji Ping weren't familiar with each other. But Ji Ping knew a bit about Chu Dashin's character, so as he saw Mu Chinza out, he couldn't help asking, how did you and Chu Dashin end up working together? Can you trust what he says? Mu Chinza snapped his fingers. Trustworthy. My wife overheard him talking in his sleep about king ribbonfish and such. Plus, he admitted that when he was a deckhand, he caught big ones several times in that area, but let them go to slack off. Later, his boss changed fishing spots. Poor guy's old boss. Must have lost a lot of money. Pingzi, was the guy you bought your second-hand boat from called Old Lu number 4? That's right. Why? Muchinza chuckled. Chu Dashan's old boss. Ji Ping realized the truth. No wonder Old Lu always complained his luck was bad, and he never caught big ones. Turns out he hired the wrong crew. Exactly. Back then, Chu Ji also worked for Old Lu. With those two lazybones, no wonder Old Lu couldn't make money. So, I was able to buy that offshore boat cheap all thanks to Chu Dashan and Chu Ji. They definitely deserve some credit. Oh, and Chu Dashan wants meals included. Tomorrow, I'll bring food for all 3 of us for the whole day. I want Aunt Mahua's chive and egg pancakes and her steamed seaweed buns. No problem. There'll be plenty. Want some oil-braised pickles too? Of course. Muchinza waved goodbye and left. When he got home, he saw his parents' light was still on. He knocked, went in, and told them about working with Ji Ping and Chu Dashan. His parents were supportive. Qin Mahua volunteered to get up early and make breakfast for Ji Ping and the others. Muchinza took the chance to mention Ji Ping's requests. Qin Mahua agreed without hesitation. Only then did Muchinza return to his wedding room. He changed into pajamas, soaked his feet, and chatted with his wife. Xiao Xian, after I take Chu Dashan to the boat tomorrow morning, I'll go straight from the dock to deliver the premium catch to the city. You don't need to get up early, just sleep in. Mom will make my breakfast. Chu Xian knew her husband cared for her. No way. I want to make your breakfast. If you can get up early, then I'll let you. Deal? I can definitely get up early. I have an alarm clock, you know. Chu Xian quickly set the alarm for 4 a.m. Muchinza didn't stop her, planning to turn off the alarm after she fell asleep. Xiao Xian, tomorrow when I'm in the city, I'll check in with Min-Yi about the progress. Maybe this time, following the clues, we can find your biological grandparents. Chu Xian hoped so too. They had to get up early the next day, so the 2 of them lay down. Before long, Chu Xian drifted off to sleep. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Half asleep, Chu Xian mumbled, "Who's knocking?" "Go back to sleep, Xiao Xian." "I'll go check," Muchinza whispered. With that, Muchinza quickly threw on a thick coat and headed out to the courtyard. Chu Xian was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open and soon fell back asleep. Muchinza listened carefully to the rhythm of the knocking. Only Min-Yi knocked like that. He opened the door swiftly. Sure enough, it was Min-Yi. Before Muchinza could say anything, Min-Yi spoke up, "Got any food at home?" "I haven't had lunch or dinner." Muchinza led him straight to the kitchen. Qin Mahua, hearing the commotion, came in too. She greeted Min-Yi, tossed a few sticks of firewood into the stove, and started making noodles with 3 poached eggs. Qin Mahua was quick in the kitchen. In about 10 minutes, Min-Yi was eating a steaming bowl of noodles, praising her cooking between bites. Qin Mahua beamed with delight. She loved being complimented. While Min-Yi was eating, Qin Mahua had already finished kneading the dough for the steamed buns she'd make at dawn. After finishing, Min-Yi let out a satisfied burp. Qin Mahua tactfully returned to her bedroom, leaving space for Chinza and Min-Yi to talk. The 2 chatted for about half an hour before Min-Yi left. Muchinza locked the courtyard gate and returned to the wedding room. Chu Xian, lying on the kang, heard the noise and sleepily asked, "Who was knocking just now?" Muchinza replied softly, "It was Min-Yi." Chu Xian instantly woke up, sat up, and grabbed Muchinza's hand. Did he bring any news? Maybe this time, they really could find her biological grandparents. As he took off his coat, Muchinza replied. He said Li Lai took the suitcase to Haishur and found Chu Tian. As soon as Chu Tian opened the lock, they caught him. Now, Chu Tian and Li Lai have both been brought back to our city. So far, neither of them has confessed to anything. Chu Xian remembered her previous life, when the empty suitcase ended up in Feng Chuanhua's kitchen. That meant Feng Chuanhua had taken the suitcase and moved the gold bars. In this life, the old house was given to her and Xiao Feng. Feng Chuanhua was arrested, and Chu Tian could only send someone to look for the gold bars. This time, with solid evidence, they were caught. Has Chu Tian's wife been arrested? Not yet, but don't worry. She can't get away, someone's watching her. That's good. Go to sleep. We can talk more tomorrow. Okay. Chu Xian lay back down. A short while later, Muchinza turned off the light and lay down. After making sure his wife was asleep, he reached for the flashlight on the bedside table, turned it on, and shone it at the alarm clock to cancel the alarm. He didn't want it waking his wife at 4 a.m. As for him, he never needed an alarm to get up early. He turned off the flashlight and went to sleep. At 4:30 a.m., Muchinza woke up. He got up quietly and dressed. After a trip to the outhouse and washing up, he went to the kitchen. Chin Mahua had already prepared meat pies and seaweed-steamed buns, divided into 2 portions. One for her son, and one for him to take to Jiping. Muchinza praised Chin Mahua a few times before heading out with the food. Her son's compliments made Chin Mahua so happy she locked the door and went back to bed with a big smile. Before 5 a.m., Muchinza arrived at the dock. Jiping had just arrived too. He took the big bag of buns and pies, sniffed, and said, "Smells amazing." He opened the bag, took out a chive pie, and wolfed it down. One wasn't enough. He grabbed another, this time savoring it slowly. Seeing how much Jiping enjoyed it, Muchinza couldn't resist taking a pie from his own bag and eating too. The deep-sea fishing boats hadn't docked yet, so they could fill up first. After finishing the pies, Jiping took out a seaweed bun and started eating. Chu Dashin won't oversleep, will he? Muchinza took a bite of his pie. No way. If there's easy money to be made, he'll be on time for sure. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Dashin came jogging over. I could smell those chive pies from a mile away. I haven't had breakfast yet, give me 3. Jiping felt a pang of regret, cursing Chu Dashin's appetite. But to find the big catch, he had to part with his favorite chive pies and handed them over. In less than 5 minutes, Chu Dashin finished and asked for 2 seaweed buns. After eating his fill, he followed Jiping onto the boat. Jiping looked at his now half-empty food bag with resignation. Chu Dashin could really eat. Muchinza noticed too. Before the boat left, he handed over his own bag. Jiping was embarrassed to accept it. But Muchinza insisted. Chu Dashin grinned to himself. Muchinza watched as Jiping's fishing boat set off before turning away. He saw Li Tong walking over and greeted him, bossly, waiting for the deep-sea boats too. Li Tong smiled. Yeah, should be another 10 minutes or so. Are you still buying sea cucumbers and abalone? That's right. What about you? Not buying. I want to, but I don't have a quick way to sell them. If you trust me, after we buy the high-end seafood, come with me to the city to deliver it. Li Tong looked incredulous. You'd really introduce me to your buyer? Wouldn't that mean you make less money? Muchinza replied cheerfully, I won't lose out. My family can only deliver so many times a day. The buyer needs a lot of sea cucumbers and abalone these days. As long as the quality's good and the price doesn't go up, they'll buy. But let me be clear. If your goods aren't up to standard and they refuse to buy, don't blame me. Li Tong patted his chest. You can trust my integrity. I only provide top-quality sea cucumbers and abalone. I trust you. What I don't trust is that, during the loading process, some people with bad intentions might mix in inferior goods. You'd better have your family help keep an eye on things. My son will be here soon. By the way, Chinza, you usually buy high-end seafood alone. How do you make sure no one mixes in bad stuff? I buy from boat owners I know or have brother Lin Yong help with the loading while I watch. The drivers you hire are your friends, but the ones I hire won't help even if I pay them. As they spoke, Li Tong's son arrived. Soon, the deep-sea fishing boats docked. Muchinza saw Lin Yong's truck pull up and immediately went to check the quality of the catch. Once he confirmed it was good, he negotiated prices for the abalone and sea cucumbers with the boat owners. The closer it got to the new year, the higher the prices. But Muchinza's price for Boss Ho had never gone up, which was one reason Boss Ho always bought from him. Muchinza brought Li Tong along to haggle with the boat owners. Since they were buying 2 full truckloads, the boat owners gave them a decent price. Li Tong and Muchinza each bought a truckload. Half an hour later, their trucks left the dock. When they arrived at Boss Ho's factory, Muchinza got out first to explain, and Boss Ho personally inspected Li Tong's high-end seafood. He was very satisfied with the quality and price. He agreed to buy it on the spot. 10 minutes later, Li Tong was sitting in the passenger seat, counting his money. He'd made a clear profit of 1,500 yuan on this trip and couldn't stop grinning. After counting, just as he was about to leave, Boss Ho called out, "Chinza, I have something to discuss with you. Can you have your friend and the truck go back first?" Mu Chinza agreed without hesitation, feeling like something good was about to happen. Li Tong was a sensible man. He didn't ask any unnecessary questions, just greeted Boss Ho and left by car. Mu Chinza handed Lin Yong 1,000 yuan and whispered a few instructions to him. Lin Yong took the money and drove off. Mu Chinza then went with Boss Ho to his office for a talk. Boss Ho personally brewed some oolong tea for him. As Mu Chinza sipped his tea, he commented, "This tea really warms the stomach." "You're right about that. I have a cold stomach, so I specially asked someone to bring this tea back from out of town," Boss Ho replied, making himself a cup as well. Mu Chinza smiled. "So, what did you want to talk to me about? Please, just say it." Boss Ho got straight to the point. "I heard your mother-in-law is overseas. I've just taken over a foreign trade company. Could you give me her contact information? I'd like to see if we can work together." Mu Chinza thought this was a good thing. "No problem. I'll write it down for you right now." Boss Ho immediately handed him paper and pen. After writing it down, Mu Chinza passed it over. "There's about a 12-hour time difference between my mother-in-law's place and here. When you call, just mention my name and my wife Chu Xian's name." They chatted for a while longer before Mu Chinza took his leave. He left the factory and took the bus to the city's farmers' market. Lin Yong had already gone ahead to purchase goods. After getting off the bus, Mu Chinza didn't rush to the market. Instead, he first looked for a place where he could make an international call. Once he found one, he called his mother-in-law. When the call connected, Mu Chinza first asked about the family before getting to the point. "Mom, Boss Ho has taken over a foreign trade company and wants to work with you and Dad's company." Before he could finish, Tian Shaoan replied warmly, "Boss Ho already called me. His proposal sounds good. I'll try to gather all the goods he wants as soon as possible and ship them together. Chinza, thanks to your introduction, this will bring another source of income to the company. We're family, Mom. No need to thank me. By the way, did you receive the canned fish and crispy roasted yellow croaker?" "Yes, I did. The test results should be out in the next few days. I'll let you and Xiaoxian know as soon as I get them." "Okay." After hanging up, Mu Chinza headed towards the farmer's market. At that moment, Boss Ho drove away from the factory himself. He finally stopped in front of a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of town. He turned off the engine, grabbed a leather bag, and got out. The gate was ajar. He gently pushed it open and walked in. A man wearing a cotton hat stood with his back to him. Boss Ho spoke first. "Boss, I've already contacted Chu Xian's mother as you instructed." "Very good. Xiao Ho, remember this. I have only one request, for Mu Chinza's family and the Wu family to lose everything." "I understand." "Boss, are you just passing through this time, or will you be staying?" "I'll be in the city for a day to meet a few people." "Did you bring last year's fourth quarter dividends?" "I did." Boss Ho took out 2 thick stacks of cash from his bag and placed them on a stone table next to the boss. He glanced at the boss out of the corner of his eye, but couldn't make out his features. The boss was wearing sunglasses and a mask. He could only recognize him by his voice. "Xiao Ho, you can go now." "Yes, boss." Boss Ho left the courtyard, making sure to close the gate behind him. He drove away. On his way back to the factory, he suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. He leaned over the steering wheel and wept. 3 years ago, his family was destitute and his mother was gravely ill. It was the boss who paid for her treatment and saved her life. The boss also gave him seed money and connections, helping him open a factory, set up shops, and develop his business. Without the boss, he wouldn't be where he was today. His mother had repeatedly reminded him never to forget this kindness. He had long since decided that if he ever had the chance, he would repay the boss. This year, he met Mu Chinza and his wife. He thought they could become good friends, never expecting that they would turn out to be the boss's enemies. He was deeply conflicted. He couldn't bear to harm Mu Chinza and his wife, but he couldn't ignore the boss's kindness either. The boss had promised that once things were done, he would arrange for him and his mother to go abroad. In fact, he knew that if he refused, the boss would take back everything he had now. He'd suffered enough in poverty and never wanted to go back to that life. Clenching his fists as if making a final decision, he started the car again. By now, Muchinza and Lin Yong had already met up. Together, they loaded a truck full of New Year's goods and drove back to the county. The Lin family had already been waiting at the agreed spot. After unloading, Lin Yong drove Muchinza back to Nanyu village. Muchinza went home to catch up on sleep. Lin Yong drove off, but as soon as he reached the entrance to the village, he was stopped by Chu Ji, who was leaning on a crutch. Lin Yong had no choice but to stop. Chu Ji, what do you want? Chu Ji grinned. I want to know where Muchinza sends all his high-end goods. Tell me, and I'll give you 50 yuan as a thank you. Give me 50,000, and I'll tell you. Lin Yong decided on the spot that if Chu Ji really paid, he'd split it with Muchinza 50-50. Chu Ji frowned. 50,000? That's outrageous. Lin Yong deliberately said, if you think it's too expensive, then forget it. Chu Ji tried to bargain. How about 1,000? Lin Yong stood firm. 45,000, minimum. Not a cent less. Chu Ji waved his hand impatiently. Forget it then. He stepped aside. Lin Yong drove off. Chu Ji's eyes darted around. He decided to spend 200 yuan to bribe a truck driver to follow Lin Yong's vehicle. So he headed to the dock. He wasn't buying information to compete with Muchinza himself, but rather to spread the word so that all the fish vendors would know exactly where the high-end fish were being sold in the city, just to make things difficult for Muchinza. He just didn't want to see Muchinza doing well. At that moment, Muchinza was already fast asleep, while Chu Xian and Qin Mahua were busy making crispy fish in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, do you think Pingzi will get taken advantage of, going out to sea with Chu Dashan? Chu Xian trusted Ji Ping's intelligence and social skills. He'll be fine, Mom. Don't worry. Qin Mahua was still a bit uneasy, since Chu Dashan had a bad reputation for being lazy and greedy. At that moment, Ji Ping was out at sea hauling in nets. Daytime was the best time to catch ribbonfish as they floated in the middle layers of the sea during the day. At night, they would sink to the bottom. Ji Ping used a machine to haul in the nets, and this catch was a good one, 3 king ribbonfish and over 200 regular ribbonfish. Of course, there were other kinds of fish too, but none as valuable as ribbonfish. Chu Dashan stood by watching. Ji Ping, you bought such a big second-hand boat, but you didn't even hire a couple of deckhands. You're working yourself to death hauling nets. What if you throw your back out? Ji Ping shot him a glare. Hiring a couple of lazy bums would be worse than not hiring anyone. Chu Dashan laughed awkwardly. That net hauling machine is new, right? Back when I worked on Old Lou's boat, there was nothing like that. That's right. With this machine, it saves both effort and time. In a bit, help me sort the catch, put the longer ribbonfish aside. I'm not working. It's freezing out here. I'm going to the cabin to warm up. Chu Dashan ran into the cabin. Ji Ping wasn't about to let him get away with doing nothing. Chu Dashan, get out here and help. Chu Dashan protested, I'm not working. I already told Muchinza, I'm just responsible for driving the boat. That's it. If you're out at sea with me, you have to work. If you don't blame me for spilling your secrets. Chu Dashan had plenty of secrets. Which secret do you know about? Chu Dashan's mind raced. Could Ji Ping have found out the secrets he'd shared with Muchinza and his wife? But honestly, he wasn't too worried if Ji Ping spread those secrets around. He had a thick skin anyway. What secrets do you think you know? Just the same ones Muchinza and his wife know, right? Ji Ping chuckled. I don't know what secrets Chinza and his wife know, but I do know you've got a stash of valuables hidden in the ceiling of Chu Ji's old bedroom. Rare coral, pearls, gold jewelry. Chu Dashan was stunned. No one else knew about this. Some of those things he'd quietly kept for himself back when he worked as a boatman. How did you find out? Ji Ping put on a serious face. If I'm not mistaken, you picked up those valuables while working as a boatman, right? Don't bother denying it. A few times, my boat was right next to Lu Laoxi's, and I saw you pull something out of the fishing net and slip it into your own pocket. Later, I secretly followed you home and saw you go into Chuji's bedroom. No. 6 ribbonfish over 50 gene each, 7 mackerel over 100 gene each, and an octopus weighing nearly 90 gene. Working together, they loaded all the big catches into Lin Yong's truck. The rest of the catch, Jiping sold directly to Li Tong for 460 yuan. Muchenza invited Jiping and Chu Dashan to go into town to sell the big catches, but both waved him off. They were exhausted and just wanted to go home and rest. Jiping trusted Muchenza completely. Chu Dashan didn't trust him as much, but he was too tired to care. He'd just take whatever share Muchenza gave him after the sale. So Muchenza, Mu Chenfu, and Lin Yong got into the truck. With 3 of them, unloading would be faster when they got to Boss Yuan. 2 hours later, the truck arrived at the delivery spot Boss Yuan had specified. Boss Yuan had brought the foreign buyer along as well. After checking the haul, the buyers were very satisfied. Instead of pricing by fish type, they offered a flat rate, 6 yuan per gene for everything. The ribbonfish weighed a total of 410 gene, the mackerel 806 gene, and the octopus 89 gene for liang, rounded up to 90 gene. Altogether, that came to 7,836 yuan. The foreign buyer was generous and just handed over 7,850 yuan. Muchenza noticed Boss Yuan hadn't taken any commission, so he quietly slipped him a 500 yuan finder's fee. Boss Yuan was all smiles and promised that if anyone else wanted rare seafood in the future, he'd let Muchenza know right away. Muchenza thanked him and took his leave. On the way back, Muchenza settled up the truck fee with Lin Yong, wanting to pay him extra since he'd helped with the loading. But Lin Yong only accepted 100 yuan and firmly refused any extra for the labor. A little after 1 a.m., Muchenza and his brother finally got home. After washing up, they each went to bed. Meanwhile, Chuji had already heard that Muchenza had delivered the goods to Boss Yuan's buying station and immediately spread the word. That night, Boss Yuan's station was swamped with trucks delivering high-end seafood. But Boss Yuan wasn't buying. He explained the situation, and only then did the others leave, cursing Chuji for giving them bad information. At dawn, Chuji was woken by the commotion outside his gate. "Get Chuji out here. He spread false info and now we can't sell our high-end seafood. Chuji needs to pay us back." Chuji was bewildered. He got dressed slowly and went out into the yard. The gate was barred, so the crowd couldn't get in. Mother Phone looked worried. "Xiaoji, those people outside want you to buy their sea cucumbers and abalone. What should we do?" Xiaoji hadn't expected things to turn out like this. He didn't have that kind of money. He called out through the crack in the gate, "Who told you all to be so greedy?" Muchenza supplies several buyers. Boss Yuan was just one of them yesterday. "I haven't found out who the others are yet. Go home and wait. As soon as I find out, I'll let you know." The crowd outside shouted, "You'd better find out before dark today. Or else we won't let you off. I'm helping you and you're threatening me? Let's make a deal. Once I find out where to sell high-end seafood, after you sell your goods, each of you pays me a 200 yuan finder's fee." The crowd fell silent. Then there was a round of discussion. In the end, everyone agreed to Chuji's proposal. They couldn't afford to let their goods go unsold. Once the crowd dispersed, Chuji let out a long sigh of relief. After breakfast, he grabbed his cane and headed out. Feng Shui, claiming he was busy with work, had left for the village factory early, otherwise Chuji would have dragged him along. Little did Chuji know, Feng Shui was actually avoiding him. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. At that moment, Muchenza was still catching up on sleep. Xu Xian and Qin Mahua were busy in the kitchen when someone knocked on the door. Qin Mahua went to answer and found Li Tong looking anxious. "Boss Li, Chenza is still sleeping. Is it urgent?" Li Tong nodded vigorously. "I can tell you just as well." Chuji hired people to follow Lin Yong's truck, thinking Boss Yuan was the one buying sea cucumbers and abalone. He spread the word, and a bunch of seafood vendors brought their goods to Boss Yuan last night. But Boss Yuan wasn't buying. Now everyone's gone to Chuji, and he says he'll keep looking. Once he finds the real buyer, he'll let them know, but he wants a finder's fee. "I'll tell Chenza when he wakes up. Come in for some tea." No need, I'm busy at the stall. Just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm off. Li Tong hurried away. Chu Xian, who'd overheard from the kitchen, snorted. Chu Xi wants a finder's fee? No way. At that moment, the village loudspeaker blared, Mu Chenza or Chu Xian, please come to the village office to answer a phone call. Chu Xian greeted her mother-in-law and rode her bike out. When she arrived at the village office, only Accountant Wen was there. Chu Xian greeted him with a smile. Accountant Wen, who called just now? Accountant Wen smiled back. He didn't say. It was a man. He should call back in about 5 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Accountant Wen motioned for Chu Xian to answer it. Chu Xian walked over and picked up the receiver. Hello. A woman's voice came from the other end. It was Xing Damei. Sister-in-law, I recognized your voice. It's Damei. I'm looking for Accountant Wen. Chu Xian remembered what Chenza had mentioned. Okay, just a moment. She handed the receiver to Accountant Wen. It's for you. Accountant Wen asked casually, who is it? Chu Xian covered the receiver and whispered, it's Xing Damei. Accountant Wen quickly waved his hand, signaling he didn't want to answer. Chu Xian quietly persuaded, if you don't answer, she'll just call again. Maybe it's something urgent. Accountant Wen had no choice but to take the call. Hello, Xing Damei, what's up? Xing Damei's cheerful voice came through. Brother Wen, you don't need to cook dinner tonight. Our factory cafeteria is making chive and pork dumplings. I'll buy some and bring them to you. No need, I just had dumplings last night. Who are you trying to fool? You're not even good at making up excuses. Last night you had fried steamed buns, not dumplings. I know you don't want me to spend money, but don't worry, our workplace gives us a subsidy. And don't worry about being taken advantage of, I'm not pregnant, and I'm not sick. I'll show you my checkup report tonight. Accountant Wen hadn't expected Xing Damei to go so far as to get a checkup just to reassure him. Why did you waste money on that if nothing's wrong? I know I wasn't good before, but I've changed. I keep my distance from men now and I just want to be with you. Brother Wen, give me a chance, okay? We'll talk when you get here. So you agree to let me bring the dumplings? Great. I'm so happy. After hanging up, Accountant Wen looked troubled. Chu Xian tried to comfort him. I heard you kept your distance from Xing Damei because you were afraid of being taken advantage of again. But don't forget, her chances of getting pregnant are almost 0. If you want a wife to have children with, you should make that clear to her tonight. If you don't care about having kids, maybe you could give it a try with her. Accountant Wen sighed. For me, having kids doesn't matter. Honestly, I never plan to find someone again. But if Damei really has changed, I'm willing to give it a try. When I finish this call, I'll phone Director Do so you can hear his opinion of Xing Damei for yourself. Okay. The phone rang again. Chu Xian answered. Hello. It was Minyi's voice. Xiao Xian, it's me. Don't say much, just listen. Okay. Xu Tian and Li Lai didn't say anything, they took their own lives. The trail has gone cold. Chu Xian understood. She had lost her chance to reunite with her biological grandparents once again. After hanging up, Chu Xian quickly composed herself. Accountant Wen, I'll call Director Do now. Go ahead. I'll cover the phone bill. All right. Soon, the call went through. Hello, Director Do? This is Chu Xian. I wanted to ask if everything's going smoothly with the pork floss bread. Director Do replied, very smoothly. We've already pre-sold 2,000. That's great. I wanted to ask you about someone. Go ahead, ask anything. How is Xing Damei doing at the factory? As she asked, she beckoned Accountant Wen over to listen. Accountant Wen got the hint and took the receiver. Comrade Xing Damei? She's made great progress. She's enthusiastic and hardworking, upright, always willing to help others, and gets along very well with the other women in her workshop. Afterward, Chu Xian took the phone back and chatted with Director Do about work before hanging up. She saw that the troubled look on Accountant Wen's face had been replaced by hope. Chu Xian felt that things might really work out between Xing Damei and Accountant Wen. She didn't say anything more and rode home. When she got back, Mu Chenza had just finished washing up and was eating breakfast. After he finished and returned to the bedroom, Chu Xian brought up the main issue. Chu Tian and Li Lai didn't say anything, they took their own lives. The trail is cold. Mu Chenza couldn't help but clench his fists. When they were caught, they didn't kill themselves on the spot, but now here, they suddenly do. I can't help but feel they weren't willing, it was forced. It's not convenient to discuss details over the phone. When you go to the city to make deliveries today, drop by Minyi's place. Yeah, I should have gone yesterday, but didn't get the chance. I'll definitely go today. Good. By the way, did Mom tell you about Chuji hiring people to follow you? She did. I was just about to discuss it with you. We're all from the same village, and Boss Ho needs a lot of goods, but we can't supply enough ourselves. How about I talk to Grandpa Wang and have him announce over the loudspeaker that anyone with good quality sea cucumbers or abalone can deliver them to Boss Ho, but profits and losses are their own responsibility. That's a good idea. After all, you can guard against Chuji for a day, but not forever. If the news got out through Chuji, the fisherman would have to pay him a finder's fee. No sooner said than done. Half an hour later, Mu Chenza had discussed it with Wang Dipin, and the village loudspeaker made the announcement. Anyone with good quality abalone or sea cucumber could go with Mu Chenza to deliver goods that morning, as long as they took responsibility for their own profits and losses. Little did they know, this decision completely disrupted Boss Ho's plan to scam Mu Chenza. Boss Ho's original plan was to wait for Tian Xiaoyun's shipment to arrive in China, then withhold the final payment, tell Mu Chenza he urgently needed 10 tons of sea cucumbers and abalone, have him gather the goods, and then disappear when the delivery was made, leaving Mu Chenza stuck with the goods. But Mu Chenza wasn't greedy, he was willing to help out the villagers. If Boss Ho's plan went ahead, it wouldn't just be Mu Chenza getting scammed, but all the fishermen. He needed to report this to his boss. After paying for the goods and seeing Mu Chenza and the others off, Boss Ho drove out. Mu Chenza went to see Min-Yi, separating from the others. When he met Min-Yi was very apologetic. Chenza, I'm really sorry to have wasted your and Xiao Xian's efforts. Mu Chenza quickly waved it off. Xiao Xian and I were just helping. You're the ones who worked hard. I came to ask, did Chu Tian and the fake Li Lai see anyone before they died? No one. They were held separately and took their own lives almost simultaneously. It's very strange. Could something have been put in their food? We couldn't find any evidence of that. I'll keep investigating. We still haven't figured out the real identity of the fake Li Lai. If I find anything, I'll let you know right away. All right. Mu Chenza took the bus back. When he got to the county market, he stopped by Lin Yang's family stall. Their New Year's goods were selling well. They'd already made back their initial 1,000 yuan investment. The rest was all profit. The Lin family counted out the 1,000 yuan and gave it to Mu Chenza. He put the money in his pocket and went to the bus stop to wait. He didn't notice that a pickpocket had set their sights on him. The bus came to a stop. As Mu Chenza was about to get on, he suddenly felt someone brush up against him and then quickly move away. His first instinct was to check his pocket. 1,000 yuan was gone. Looking around, he spotted someone running into an alley and immediately gave chase. The thief was fast, making it hard for Mu Chenza to catch up. Just then, a man in his 40s appeared in front of the thief and, with a swift move, subdued him. Mu Chenza hurried over, panting. Thank you. He retrieved a wad of cash from the thief's pocket. It was exactly his 1,000 yuan. This is my money. He was able to identify it so quickly because every bill had a distinct scent of mutton tallow.